Chapter 1. Awakening in Darkness, fellow cultivators. Before we begin, if you want to follow Yin Su's story through to the end, subscribe to the channel and ring the notification bell. Now, let's begin. The darkness was not absolute. It never had been. In absolute darkness, there would be no distinction, no reference point, no way to mark the passage of time. Absolute darkness would be formless, infinite, meaningless. But in the darkness of the void cage, there was always something. A faint throb of suppression formations cycling through their containment patterns, the distant howl of consumed chi reverberating through dimensions that human senses could barely conceptualize, the slow exhale of a prison designed to hold one man for eternity and containing him still. Yin Su's eyes opened. No sudden gasp, no dramatic return to consciousness. His eyes simply opened, and he was aware, the way one becomes aware that night has ended, not through rupture but through gradual recognition, as if the boundary between sleep and waking was not a sharp line but a curve. Awareness bloomed like frost on glass. First a point of light, then a pattern spreading across the darkness, then the whole landscape of sensation blooming into focus, from the most distant spiritual signatures to the subtle movement of chi through his own meridians. 5 centuries. The number came to him the way hunger comes. Undeniable, present, already known, as if the information had been waiting somewhere in his consciousness for the moment he would require it. He did not count days. He had learned, somewhere in the first 100 years, that counting was inefficient. Time could not be measured in discrete units when existence became a meditation on transformation. Instead, he felt it in the weight of his meridians, now so laden with demonic chi that they were barely recognizable as the channels he had cultivated as a young prodigy. He felt it in the density of demonic chi that had woven itself into every part of him, replacing old spiritual pathways with new structures he had designed over centuries of isolation. He felt it in the subtle degradation of the suppression formations that had held his body still for half a millennium, the way they no longer responded with their original precision, how their cycles had become increasingly irregular as whatever was inside them slowly, methodically learned to digest their logic. His lungs drew breath. The air tasted of nothing. It had been filtered through so many purification barriers and cleansing formations that all flavor had been erased, leaving only the abstract sensation of air moving through his system. But his mouth still knew how to part. His chest still knew how to expand. His diaphragm still remembered its ancient dance. Some systems, he'd learned across the long centuries, required no practice to maintain. The body was a tool that remembered its own operation even after centuries of stillness. The void cage was vast. Not in physical dimensions. It was perhaps 10 paces across and 10 paces deep, a perfect cube carved from solidified spiritual stone sealed with formations layered so densely that they had become almost material, but in the way it contained infinity. The suppression formations created the illusion of endless distance, a psychological trick that meant a prisoner could walk in one direction forever and still be within the same cage, the same prison, the same eternal constraint. His mind could reach in any direction and find nothing but more nothing, more absence, more negation of what he had been before awakening in this place. A core formation cultivator, a prodigy of the Radiant Peak sect, a man with a purpose, with allies, with a future that had seemed open and bright. He did not think about those things now. Thinking about what had been lost was inefficient. Grief was inefficient. Anger was inefficient. All the emotional responses that a human imprisoned for 500 years might experience were luxuries that he had learned to put aside, tools that seemed useful but ultimately hindered survival and adaptation. What he felt instead was the slow erosion of the cage itself. The formations were dying. Nothing lasted forever. This was the first truth he'd learned in the first month of imprisonment. Even celestial-grade suppression matrices degraded over time, especially when the thing they contained was not passive but actively, methodically learning how to consume what confined it. The first 50 years, he had raged. There was no other word for it. His chi had battered against the formations like a caged beast, seeking weakness, finding none. The void cage had been designed for exactly this. Its interior walls were mirrors of his own power, calculated to absorb his fury and convert it into the substance of the cage itself. He could not break free by force. Force was what the cage wanted, what it was designed to feed on. So he had learned silence instead. By the 100-year mark, his chi had stilled. He stopped fighting. He began to listen to the formations instead, to hear them the way one hears a language spoken just outside a door. There was structure to the suppression. There was logic. There was an architecture of denial. If he could not break it, perhaps he could understand it. Perhaps he could learn to be the kind of thing the cage could not contain, not through strength, but through transformation. 50 years of listening. 50 years of stillness, so complete that even his heartbeat became a meditation. Then, in the 3rd century, something changed. A cultivator died at his post, the warden's predecessor, grown old and weary. The void cage required constant maintenance, constant monitoring, constant renewal of the ceiling formations. When the predecessor died, there was a gap. Only a small gap. A gap of perhaps 3 days before the new warden took his post. But in those 3 days, Yin Su felt something he had not felt in 200 years, a reduction in pressure. That gap had taught him the secret. The cage was not omnipotent. It was maintained. It was dependent on a living will to sustain it, which meant it was vulnerable not to strength, but to time. The new warden, Shun Fuyun, had been more competent than his predecessor. The gap had been sealed quickly, but by then, Yin Su understood what was possible. He could not break free, but he could erode. He could be patient. He could slowly, methodically consume everything the cage tried to suppress, integrate it into something new, something that was neither demonic nor celestial, but a synthesis the cage had no framework to contain. So he had spent the last 200 years becoming something else. The demonic chi of the void cage, the energy that formed the bars and walls of his prison, was not separate from him. It flowed through him. It had been drawn into his meridians, consumed, integrated. He had learned to remake his own internal structure, turning his channels into a forge, his dantian into a crucible. Everything the cage threw at him, he absorbed. Everything it tried to suppress, he transformed. His cultivation base, the rigid hierarchy of chi condensation, spirit channeling, core formation, nascent soul, and all the ranks beyond, that had shattered and reformed into something unmeasured. He no longer had a rank in the conventional sense. He had a system, one he had built himself, with 500 years of precision. The demonic sovereign system, though he had never named it aloud. There was no one to name it to. Now, as he lay in the darkness with his eyes open, he felt the formations weakening. Not catastrophically, not the kind of weakening that would come from a direct assault, but the slow, inevitable weakening that came from 500 years of erosion, from a cultivator inside who was not fighting the cage, but slowly, imperceptibly transforming it into food. He could push now. He could break the seals. He did not push. Not yet. Instead, he performed an internal survey, a check that had become as automatic as breathing. He moved his awareness through his meridians like a merchant checking inventory. The demonic chi was denser now, woven so tightly into his being that it no longer felt foreign. His core spiritual channels had been supplemented with new pathways, carved by his own hands, conducting forms of energy that had no names in the classical texts. His dantian was not a single point of power but a multi-chambered structure, each chamber holding and processing different forms of chi. He was not stronger than the seals the way a sword is stronger than a door. He was stronger the way the root is stronger than the stone, not through force but through transformation, through time, through the inevitable victory of things that change over things that remain fixed. His body was unchanged in appearance. He remembered his face from before the cage, young, sharp-boned, marked by the arrogance of a prodigy who had believed himself untouchable. 500 years of stillness had not aged his features, but looking at himself through the limited light of his own spiritual senses, he recognized that nothing inside matched that young face anymore. The boy who entered the void cage was dust. What lay in this darkness now was something else entirely. Something efficient, something patient, something that understood, in a way most cultivators never would, that true power was not the ability to break things but the ability to endure, to adapt, to become the thing your enemies created you to be, and then exceed it. The formations groaned. It was not a loud sound. The void cage did not produce sound. Sound required air, and the cage was isolated from such mundane physics. But Yin Su felt it through his connection to the suppression structures, a vibration in the architecture of his prison, the sound of something very old beginning, finally, to fail. He did not smile. He had not smiled in approximately 473 years. Emotion was inefficient. Emotion was what had gotten him imprisoned in the first place. But he felt something that might, in another person, have been described as readiness. He was almost complete, almost ready, almost free. Not yet. Soon. Chapter 2. The cage cracks the warden felt it first. Shen Fuyun stood in the observation chamber 300 li above the void cage. His heaven-bridging cultivation extended downward in the form of monitoring tendrils, each one connected to different aspects of the suppression formations. He had maintained the post for 187 years, far longer than his predecessor, Cultivator Wan, who had lasted only 151 years before retiring in exhaustion, complaining about the psychological weight of solitary guardianship. Shun Fuyun had lasted longer, and he had lasted long enough to see something that most wardens never witnessed: the slow, methodical degradation of something meant to be eternal. The sensation was subtle, a fluctuation in the seal matrix. Not an attack, not pressure, not the kind of sudden explosive force that would indicate a prisoner making a desperate bid for freedom. Just a shifting, as if something inside the cage was redistributing weight, and all the careful balance of forces had to adjust microscopically in response. The formations cycled and recalibrated, absorbing the change and compensating, doing exactly what they had been designed to do. It was the 100th time in 50 years that he had felt such a shift. Shen Fuyun was not a philosophical man by nature. He was a cultivator like any other, interested in power, in advancement, in the practical concerns of maintaining and improving his own cultivation base. But he had been given a great deal of time to think, and loneliness, he had learned, was a cultivator of philosophy, whether one wanted philosophy or not. Wardens of the Void Cage did not often receive visitors. The post was considered punishment for past failures. Someone had made a political mistake, or an enemy had called in a favor to have them sent here. Or it was final refuge for cultivators who had made their last compromise with the righteous council and were being quietly shelved, given a position of apparent importance while actually being removed from any center of real power. Shen Fuyun had come here, neither dishonored nor desperate. A friend in the council had suggested the position to him, had explained that someone trustworthy was needed, someone who could maintain the post for centuries without losing their mind or their purpose. He had agreed, thinking it would be a temporary assignment, a few decades perhaps. He had never imagined it would become his entire life, that he would spend almost 2 centuries watching an invisible prisoner in an invisible cage, reporting that nothing ever changed. The reports from his predecessors had been methodical and boring. Years of entries describing identical suppression levels, identical spiritual readings, identical non-events. The prisoner does not move. The prisoner does not speak. The formations hold. Day after day, year after year, the same reassurance. The prisoner remains contained. The early wardens had seemed relieved by this. They had filed their reports and gone about the business of not thinking about what was below them. But Shen Fuyun had been taught to read between the lines by the friend who had suggested this post to him. The friend had implied, without stating directly, that the trial that had led to this prisoner's imprisonment had been rushed, that the judgment might not have been entirely just, that if one were disposed to look carefully at the evidence, one might find inconsistencies. Shen Fuyun had read the trial records during his first decade in the post. The trial had been conducted in haste. The testimony had been contradictory. And most tellingly, the chief judge had been Elder Zhao Mingyi, a man who had survived the massacre of the Radiant Peak sect with almost suspicious fortune, the only significant elder to escape, and with access to the sect's most closely guarded cultivation texts. The probability calculation was simple. This man had benefited greatly from the Radiant Peak sect's fall. The probability that he was innocent of causing that fall was correspondingly low. Shen Fuyun had learned, over 187 years of isolated observation, to be deeply skeptical of fortune that seemed too good to be true. Probability theory suggested that coincidences were just that, coincidences. But probability theory also suggested that when the probabilities began to align in a specific direction, one should pay attention. The fluctuation in the seals continued. Stronger now. Not a single shift, but a rhythm. Tension and release, like breathing. Like the prisoner was testing the limits of his confinement, feeling the walls of his prison the way a hand in darkness feels for a door, understanding their nature and their limits. And then, for a moment that lasted perhaps half a heartbeat, Shen Fuyun felt something else, direct contact. Not hostile, not aggressive, just awareness. An acknowledgement of acknowledgement. The prisoner knew he was being observed. The prisoner understood the role Shen Fuyun played. The prisoner was not trying to hide this awareness anymore. Shen Fuyun withdrew his monitoring tendrils abruptly, a defensive reflex he hadn't known he still possessed after nearly 2 centuries of slow, careful observation. But the contact did not pursue him. It simply existed, a brief acknowledgement that carried no malevolence, and then it was gone, leaving only the normal subsonic vibration of the suppression formations in their eternal cycle. The warden sat in his chamber, 7,000 feet above the ground, looking down at the invisible cage that held something he no longer believed could be contained indefinitely. The stone beneath his feet was ancient, older than recorded cultivation history. The formations that maintained the chamber were among the most sophisticated in the world. And yet, he had watched them slowly, inexorably begin to fail. He thought about his duty. The explicit duty was to maintain records and report on the prisoner's status. The implicit duty, suggested by his friend in the council, was to watch and judge for himself whether the imprisonment was just. He thought about the reports he was supposed to file. Protocol demanded that he report any significant changes in the prisoner's condition. The fluctuations in the SEAL matrix were significant. Any competent analyst would recognize the pattern. Something inside the cage was learning, adapting, slowly beginning to exceed the capabilities of the containment. He thought about the consequences of telling the righteous council that the void cage's prisoner had been slowly transforming into something worse, or something different, at least, for the past 50 years. The council would panic. They would send investigators. They would likely reinforce the SEALs, making them even more sophisticated, ensuring that whatever was inside remained imprisoned for another 500 years. Unless, of course, the prisoner had become powerful enough that reinforced SEALs could not hold. In which case, the council's interference might trigger the exact catastrophe it was trying to prevent. Then he did what he had been doing for 187 years. He filed a report stating that all systems were nominal, all readings were stable, all formations were holding, the prisoner remained secure. He wrote the words carefully, knowing that they were lies, and that they were also the only ethical choice he could make. Because if the prisoner was going to break free, and the probability calculations suggested that this was now inevitable rather than merely possible, and if Shun Fuyun had judged correctly about what kind of man emerged from 500 years of transformative imprisonment, then the only ethical choice was to let it happen quietly, without warning. Let the cultivation world have as much time as it needed to prepare for what was coming. Let the prisoner have as much time as he needed to emerge completely, to adjust to the world beyond his cage. And let history, if nothing else, judge whether Shin Fuyun's silence was complicity or mercy. The warden sealed his report and sent it to the council through official channels. Then he returned to his observation post and waited for what would come next. Chapter 3. Freedom. The cage shattered on the morning of the spring equinox, though no calendar existed within the void cage to mark this date. Yin Su knew it only through the turning of his internal cultivation cycle, which had over 500 years learned to track the celestial patterns that influenced chi flow across the world. The sun passed through a certain point in the sky. His meridians completed a specific revolution. The convergence indicated the season. He pushed, not with force. Force was crude. He had learned to think of pushing not as an outward projection of power, but as a fundamental refusal to maintain the boundaries that had contained him. He simply unmade his part of the seal. He ceased to be the thing that needed containing. He became permeable. He allowed the suppression formations to flow through him rather than resist him. The formations, designed to hold back desperate force, had no framework for someone who simply stopped being defined as the kind of thing that could be held. They had been calibrated to resist outward power, not inward transformation. He was not fighting them. He was dissolving into them, absorbing them, integrating them. They cracked in the first microsecond. They shattered in the second. By the third, the void cage ceased to exist as a unified structure. For the first time in 500 years, there was no barrier between Yin Su and the world. The experience was not painful. Pain would have been too simple. What Yin Su experienced was the sudden absence of the only context he had known for 5 centuries. The walls that had defined his boundaries were gone. The pressure that had given his resistance meaning was gone. He was expansion with nothing to expand against, like a hand unclenching after 500 years of being closed. Then the world returned. Physical sensation rushed in like a tide. Air against his skin. Real air, not filtered through purification barriers, but harsh and varied, and carrying the scent of vegetation and earth and things that grew. Temperature variations. The warmth of sunlight on his face. The cool shadow beneath stone. The subtle vibration of chi flows across the planet. A web of energy that connected all living things. A presence he had only sensed distantly through the cage. The presence of other human consciousness in distant settlements, scattered like stars, each one a point of warmth and intention and want. The gravity of the earth beneath his feet pressed him downward, a sensation so fundamental that he had almost forgotten what it felt like. He was lying on stone. His body moved slowly, testing limbs that had not moved in longer than modern civilizations had existed. Everything functioned. The demonic sovereign system had not atrophied. It had only rested, coiled, waiting for this moment like a spring compressed for half a millennium. He sat up. The landscape around him was not the landscape he remembered. 500 years was long enough for mountains to wear down and reform, for valleys to fill in, for rivers to find new channels. The Radiant Peak sect should have been here. Towering cultivation halls carved from white stone, gardens of spirit herbs arranged in precise patterns, the training grounds where he had once spent 16 hours a day perfecting his meridian control, working until his hands bled and his channels burned with the effort of pushing power through them. None of it remained. There was only ruin. Stone foundations marking where buildings had stood. A valley where no valley had been before, as if the mountain itself had shifted. And covering everything, the patient work of 5 centuries of erosion, grass, moss, the slow return of the world to its natural state. It was as if the Radiant Peak sect had never been anything but a dream, a thought that had occurred to the world briefly and then been forgotten. The void cage itself had left only a circular depression. The ground beneath where the cage had hovered was scorched and dead, all chi burned out of it like an infection cauterized. Nothing would grow there for centuries. The grass around it recoiled as if from a wound. Good. It was fitting that the place of his imprisonment should scar the earth, marking where something ancient had been held and released. Yin Su stood, his legs held. His balance was present. He walked toward what had once been the main courtyard of the Radiant Peak sect, moving through the ruins like a ghost walking through a familiar dream. Everything was smaller than he remembered, not because he had grown, but because time had shrunk it. The courtyard where cultivators had once practiced formation techniques in perfect coordination, 200 disciples moving as one, their chi flows synchronized like a single instrument, was now a field of wildflowers. The meditation hall where the sect master had once delivered teachings to rooms packed with eager students, where Yin Su had once sat in the front row absorbing doctrine like a sponge absorbing water, was now a cave that animals had hollowed deeper over the centuries. The libraries where he had stored his cultivation knowledge, where entire sections were dedicated to the advanced techniques he had personally developed, were dust. He felt no grief. Grief was inefficient. Attachment to lost things was inefficient. The past was information. The present was what required action. What he felt was the compilation of data. This was the state of the world. This was what 500 years of absence looked like. This was the scope of the absence he had to account for. He began to walk through the ruins systematically, cataloging, observing, gathering information like a merchant taking inventory. He noted where the damage was fresh, recent. He noted where the vegetation had completely reclaimed the area, old. He was building a timeline of the ruins, understanding what had happened in what order. He reached the meditation hall and found something interesting. Carved into what remained of the wall, in careful script, were words. Here died 347 disciples of the Radiant Peak. Remember their names. Beneath that were carved hundreds of characters, each one a name, each one a life that had ended in this place. Someone had done this. Someone had cared enough to preserve memory. Someone had refused to let the massacre be completely forgotten. Yin Su touched the carved names gently. The stone was weathered, but the carving was deep enough that it would survive another 500 years if the mountain itself did not move. This was good craftsmanship. This was someone's way of ensuring that what happened here could not be entirely erased. The nearest settlement was 5 li distant. He could sense it through the threads of chi that flowed through all living things. He could hear it, the sounds of commerce, argument, occasional laughter, children calling to each other, the ring of a blacksmith's hammer. A normal human place, unchanged by the fact that the void cage had been broken 5 hours ago. Only the warden would know. Only Shin Fuyun, in his tower 300 li above, would have felt the moment of the cage's collapse. And Shin Fuyun, if he was wise, would be quiet about it. Yin Su walked toward the settlement. His clothes were tattered. 500 years had not been kind to fabric, and his appearance was that of someone who had just emerged from the grave. This was useful. Humans responded predictably to the unusual. They would answer his questions more readily if they believed him harmless. They would share information if they felt they were witnessing something strange and romantic rather than dangerous. He was beginning to understand the skill set required to move undetected through a world that had left him behind. Not hiding, not fighting, just being the right kind of anomaly at the right time, appearing to be a puzzle for the world to solve, rather than a threat to be opposed. By the time he entered the settlement, the sun was beginning to set. Orange light cast long shadows across the simple streets, making everything look older than it was. Merchants were closing their stalls, packing goods away carefully. Farmers were returning from fields, herding livestock back to pens. Life was proceeding with the kind of daily normalcy that would have been impossible if there was any real threat from the world beyond. People were not living in fear. That was information. Yin Su found an inn and requested shelter, offering payment through a simple technique that allowed him to draw money from his memory. The location of a cache of spirit stones he had hidden in the Radiant Peak's ruins in the days before his arrest, preserved in a formation that would last thousands of years. The innkeeper accepted the payment without question. Spirit stones were universal currency. The innkeeper's only concern was the man's appearance. He asked if Yin Su needed a bath. Yin Su declined. The dirt might prove useful. In his room, with the door closed and the window sealed against the night, Yin-Su began the real work. The work of understanding what 500 years had changed and what could never be changed back. He sat in meditation and began processing information, sorting through everything his senses had gathered since the moment the cage shattered. It took him 8 hours. By the time he opened his eyes again, the sun was rising over a world that had no idea what had just been released into it. Chapter 4. The Changed World, 3 days. It took 3 days for Yin-Su to absorb enough information to begin understanding the topology of the new world. He interviewed merchants, servants, cultivators passing through the settlement. He asked simple questions and listened to the way people answered them, noting the gaps between what they knew and what they believed, the places where the official history had been so thoroughly absorbed that people no longer recognized it as propaganda. The Radiant Peak sect no longer existed. He learned this by careful questioning of an old merchant named Wei Chun who had been alive, though barely, at the time of the sect's collapse. The merchant was 487 years old, having consumed a longevity pill that extended his lifespan, but could not fully reverse the aging process. His hands shook when he held his tea, but his mind was sharp. "I remember the day it happened," Wei Chen said, his voice carrying the weight of 500 years of carrying a memory. "Not the massacre itself, I wasn't there. But I was in a nearby settlement when people started fleeing. The Radiant Peak was falling. Disciples were dead. Everything was chaos." "And the investigation?" Yin-Su asked. "Fast. Very fast. Faster than something like that should have been investigated. The Righteous Council sent representatives. There was a trial, and then it was over. A young cultivator, a prodigy named Yin-Su, was blamed for the massacre. He was sealed in the void cage for eternal imprisonment. Do you remember his trial?" "Not in detail, but I remember the speed of it. It was over within a single lunar month. That seemed wrong to me, even then. Something so catastrophic should have taken longer to investigate. But the Righteous Council seemed very certain about what had happened." When the innkeeper mentioned this fact offhandedly the next morning, Yin-Su had not reacted. But he had noted it. He had a history here. He had a name that people still remembered, even after 5 centuries. That name was associated with massacre and guilt. The efficiency of this was notable. The lie had taken hold so thoroughly that even people who had lived during the original events now accepted it as truth. The new major sect in the region was called the Azure Mandate sect. It had risen to prominence approximately 480 years ago, built on the foundation of a powerful celestial scripture that its founder had obtained through means the official records were vague about. A gift from a wandering cultivator, one source claimed. A discovery in ancient ruins, claimed another. The sources contradicted each other in the way that lies often do when multiple people have been tasked with covering up the same crime. The sect now controlled most major trade routes through the region. It had influence with the Righteous Council, confirmed by a librarian Yin-Su interviewed who mentioned that 2 of the council's 10 senior members maintained residences in Azure Mandate territory and received considerable financial support from the sect. It was one of the 10 most powerful sects in the known cultivation world, possibly higher. Yin-Su listened to merchants describe its rise with the interest of someone reading a book whose ending he could not predict. The sect's name was not the name of the Radiant Peak. The sect's doctrine had evolved away from the teachings Yin-Su remembered. Whereas the Radiant Peak had emphasized cultivation of virtue alongside power, the Azure Mandate taught that virtue was weakness, that the pursuit of power was the only rational path forward. But in key details, he could trace the lineage. This sect had been built by someone who had known the Radiant Peak intimately, someone who had learned its secrets, someone who had known exactly which scripture would be most valuable to steal. He filed this information away carefully, as a data point requiring investigation. Every piece of evidence was being cataloged, sorted, analyzed. A man with 500 years of experience in precision could move slowly and still accomplish his goals with perfect accuracy. On the morning of the 4th day, he was sitting by the inn's common fire, watching merchants conduct business, reading a text about the Azure Mandate sect's organizational structure, when he felt a disturbance in the chief flow of the settlement. It was subtle, a disruption in the normal patterns of spiritual energy that flowed through the town like water through channels. Someone powerful was approaching. Someone whose presence was strong enough that it was affecting the ambient chi in a way that prevented easy hiding or concealment. Yin-Su moved to the window and observed. A young woman on a spiritual beast, a 9-tailed fox cultivated to the spirit-channeling realm, an expensive and powerful cultivation companion, came galloping through the settlement with considerable speed. Behind her, pursuing but maintaining distance, were 4 disciples in robes bearing the Azure Mandate sect insignia. Their formation was tight, coordinated, professional. Yin Su's assessment of the situation took approximately half a second. The young woman was being hunted. The disciples were conducting a capture operation, not a killing operation. Their formation emphasized encirclement rather than direct assault. The woman had something they wanted. He could sense the weight of a jade slip in her chi channels, probably containing information. The jade slip's construction suggested it was designed to preserve knowledge over long periods of time, an archive rather than a communication device. He filed this away as interesting but not immediately relevant to his current objectives. Then he noticed something else. One of the pursuing disciples was carrying a beacon formation. Not a simple communication device, but a sophisticated one, built with materials that suggested significant expense, the kind used for real-time relay of information to distant superiors. Someone important in the Azure Mandate sect cared enough about the young woman's capture to actively monitor the operation in real time. This changed the probability calculation significantly. The young woman was not a random target of opportunity. She was being hunted with significant resources and attention. This meant she possessed information important enough that the Azure Mandate sect was willing to expend resources to acquire or suppress it. Yin Su rose from his seat by the fire and walked toward the door. It was possible that her capture meant nothing to his larger objectives. It was also possible that it meant something. In the absence of information, he operated by the principle of investigating anomalies. This was an anomaly, and anomalies often proved revealing. She was gone from the settlement an hour later, fleeing deeper into the mountains with the disciples pursuing but unable to close the distance. The young woman was faster than they were, or perhaps more desperate, or perhaps her spiritual beast was of better quality. The disciples eventually lost her trail in rough terrain where riders became a liability rather than an advantage. Yin Su observed them long enough to understand that they were competent but not exceptional cultivators. They would report the loss to their superiors. Someone in the Azure Mandate sect would make a decision about how to respond. That decision would likely be, continue hunting, escalate resources, find this young woman. He collected his possessions from the inn, paid for his stay with another cache of spirit stones from his hidden reserve, and began to follow. The innkeeper did not ask questions about why he was leaving. Gold was gold, and explanations were unnecessary. The trail was easy to read. The young woman had not bothered to hide her passage well. She was moving quickly, which meant she was prioritizing escape over concealment. This was tactically sound in the short term, but inefficient in the long term. Eventually, someone would catch up. He tracked her north, through increasingly rough terrain, following the disturbances she left in the ambient chi. The mountains here were older than the ones he remembered from 500 years ago, more eroded, their peaks less sharp, their slopes gentler. But the chi flows were the same. The patterns were the same. The world had changed its surface, but its bones remained constant. By nightfall, he could see her camp. She had made basic security preparations, a suppression circle to hide her spiritual signature, ward formations to prevent surprise attack. The preparations were competent and well executed. They were also insufficient against anything of significant power or skill. Yin Su could have breached them in his sleep, and he had not slept in 500 years. Instead, he waited beyond her senses and observed. The young woman sat by her fire, examining the jade slip carefully under the light, turning it over in her hands as if the physical manipulation might reveal secrets that meditation alone could not unlock. Information retrieval was not his priority, but he noted the intensity of her focus. Whatever was on that slip meant something to her, something personal. Her hands shook slightly as she held it, suggesting emotion, probably fear mixed with determination. In the morning, she would flee again. The disciples would continue pursuing, but they had already failed once. Someone else would be sent. Higher-rank cultivators. More serious resources. Yin Su was beginning to understand that his emergence from the void cage was going to create ripples through the world, even though he himself had barely begun to move. His very existence in the world was a disruption, a fact that people would discover and act upon. This young woman's predicament might be entirely unrelated to him, a simple matter of information politics within the Azure Mandate sect. Or it might not. In the absence of complete information, he continued to observe. Patience was a habit that 500 years had cemented into his being. Chapter 5, The Azure Mandate Sect. The cultivation world structure, Yin Su learned, had not fundamentally changed in 500 years. There were still sections. There was still a righteous council, a governing body of the most powerful cultivators in existence, claiming to maintain order and justice across all known territories. There were still trade networks, internal hierarchies, the endless politics of who held power and who served power. What had changed was the specific distribution of power and the narratives used to justify it. The Azure Mandate sect occupied the position that the Radiant Peak sect had once held, regionally dominant, politically influential, considered one of the great powers. But unlike the Radiant Peak, which had cultivated virtue and scholarship as much as martial strength, which had maintained libraries and training centers for disciples of all backgrounds, the Azure Mandate sect cultivated only power. Its disciples were trained in combat formations, in suppression techniques, in the kind of cultivation that turned humans into weapons designed for a single purpose, to serve the sect's interests. The sect's philosophy was simple and brutal. Strength was the only truth, and the strong had the right to rule the weak. This doctrine was revolutionary compared to the Radiant Peak's teachings, and it proved far more popular among ambitious cultivators. The sect had grown rapidly, attracting disciples who had been rejected by other sects for various reasons. People who found the Azure Mandate's straightforward approach to power refreshing compared to the moral complexity they encountered elsewhere. The sect's founder was a man named Zhao Mingyi, a celestial void cultivator, one of the highest cultivation ranks achievable. A man who had risen to prominence approximately 500 years ago, shortly after the Radiant Peak sect had collapsed. The official histories credited him with being a visionary who built a new cultivation doctrine to replace the failed systems of the past. The Radiant Peak, according to these histories, had been stagnating, unable to adapt to changing times, ultimately failing due to internal corruption. Yin Su read these histories carefully, noting every inconsistency, every gap, every place where a narrative had been smoothed over something more jagged, like cloth pulled tight over an irregular shape. The histories all agreed on certain key points. The Radiant Peak had been weak, had harbored a murderer. Yin Su had deserved to fall. The details of how it actually fell were vague, contradictory between different sources, suggesting that someone had worked to obscure exactly what had happened. He was in a larger city now, a place called Crimson Harbor, which served as a regional hub for merchant traffic and cultivation sect business. The city was built around a natural harbor that allowed for sea trade, and the combination of wealth and cosmopolitanism made it ideal for information gathering. The libraries here were extensive, maintained by merchant associations that valued knowledge as a tool for commerce. The merchants were well informed about events across the world. He could acquire information with minimal effort, simply by asking the right questions in the right order, presenting himself as a scholar interested in recent cultivation history. By the 7th day after his release from the void cage, he had constructed a functional model of the cultivation world's current state, complete with power distributions, alliance networks, and the locations of major resources. It was a comprehensive model, and it painted a clear picture. The Azure Mandate sect was powerful, more powerful than the Radiant Peak had been in his time, or at least more militarily powerful. Its disciples numbered in the thousands, compared to the Radiant Peak's few hundred elite cultivators. Its territories were extensive, covering multiple provinces. Its disciples were numerous and well-trained, indoctrinated into unquestioning obedience from their first day in the sect. Its alliance network was extensive. At least 7 other major sects had formal alliances with the Azure Mandate sect, and another dozen maintained informal partnerships. These alliances were reinforced through marriage, through shared disciples, through common enemies. The network was designed for stability and mutual support. Its political cover was complete. The Righteous Council included at least 2 members who had significant ties to Zhao Mingyi's power structure. One of them, a heaven-bridging cultivator named Chen Wei, had a daughter married to one of Zhao Mingyi's eldest disciples. The other, a celestial void cultivator named Li Sheng, maintained a summer residence in Azure Mandate territory and received significant subsidies for his cultivation research. With this level of protection and integration, Zhao Mingyi was almost untouchable through conventional means. Attacking the Azure Mandate sect directly would be inefficient. The sect had enough power to defend itself, enough allies to mount a united response, enough political capital to frame an attacker as the villain. Even if Yin Su defeated the sect's warriors, the Righteous Council would intervene. Even if he overthrew Zhao Mingyi, the council might decide that his actions were too dangerous to allow and move against him collectively. Challenging Zhao Mingyi through conventional cultivation combat would be equally inefficient. Zhao Mingyi had spent 500 years consolidating power, making alliances, developing political immunity. If Yin Su approached him with force, the entire cultivation world would turn against the aggressor. This was how power protected itself, not through individual strength, but through collective agreement that certain rules would be maintained. But power was not monolithic. Power was systems of relationships, networks of obligation, structures of mutual benefit held together by narrative and assumption. These things could be dismantled, not quickly, but methodically, not through assault, but through understanding the precise geometry of what held it all together, and then applying pressure at the weakest points until the entire structure collapsed. This was the work of precision, not of force. This was the work of someone with time and patience and the ability to see 7 moves ahead. Yen Su spent 3 days in the Crimson Harbor Library, reading everything available about Zhao Mingyi's rise to power. The librarian did not question his presence. He had paid gold. He had been respectful. He was clearly a scholar of some kind. Scholars were welcome in libraries, especially scholars who spent their gold freely on copying services and meal fees for the archivists. The question of what to do about Zhao Mingyi was not urgent. Zhao Mingyi had spent 500 years believing Yen Su dead. He could believe it for a few more months while the proper preparations were made, while the proper understanding was achieved. Premature action would only alert him, trigger his defenses, and potentially unite the cultivation world against Yen Su before he had established his position. What was urgent was the larger question. What had happened to the world while he was imprisoned? Who had the young woman with the jade slip been, and why was the Azure Mandate sect so interested in her? What records existed that needed to be protected or suppressed? These were the questions that would determine the architecture of his plan. He filed the immediate question about the young woman away for later investigation. For now, he had centuries of history to absorb, and the efficiency of his learning meant he could likely accomplish this in the next few weeks. He had developed the ability to read faster than normal humans could talk, to absorb information at rates that would have exhausted other cultivators. 500 years of practice at perfect concentration and perfect memory had made him into something like a library himself. Anything he read was preserved exactly, available for instant recall and analysis. The cultivation world, he was beginning to understand, had changed on its surface but remained fundamentally similar in its architecture. The same ranks, the same principles, the same basic understanding of how power worked. This meant he could operate in it. This meant he could navigate it effectively, moving through its systems like a needle through cloth. This meant, most importantly, that he could begin to dismantle it, piece by piece, until everything Zhao Mingyi had built was exposed to the light. Every connection severed, every alliance tested, every assumption questioned until the only truth remaining was the one Yen Su wanted people to see. Not quickly, not dramatically, just inevitably. Like the sun moving across the sky, the process would seem slow and unstoppable, and nothing in existence could prevent it. Chapter 6. Su Weiniang's flight. The young woman's name was Su Weiniang, though Yen Su did not learn this through direct inquiry. He learned it through careful observation of correspondence in Crimson Harbor's merchant networks, intercepting messages sent to merchants who had seen her description. She was a descendant of Radiant Peak survivors. This fact was encoded in the Azure Mandate sect's dispatch orders, marked as significant reason for her capture. She was 32 years old. She cultivated to the spirit-channeling realm through a technique that marked her as self-taught, the hallmark of someone without sect support, forced to learn cultivation through older texts and trial. This was dangerous. Self-taught cultivation often led to meridian damage, cultivators reaching their limits far earlier than they should. Su Weiniang had apparently reached her current level through sheer stubbornness. She had been pursuing records. This was what the Jade Slip contained: historical documents, copied from hidden archives, records of the Radiant Peak sect's final days and its collapse. She had been systematically gathering information, traveling to old sect sites, interviewing aged cultivators, building a case for something. The Azure Mandate sect wanted her dead, but they wanted her dead quietly. This was important information. If they had wanted her killed openly, she would have been dead years ago. The fact that they were hunting her in secret meant they were concerned about what she knew and who she might tell. Yen Su followed her through 3 more days of travel. She moved north and east, away from established trade routes, using the kind of path that suggested she knew the terrain or had studied it carefully. She made good time for a spirit-channeling cultivator. Not exceptional time, but adequate. The disciples pursuing her had given up. They had reported failure. Now a different kind of hunter was likely on her trail, one hired through third parties, someone the Azure Mandate sect could deny involvement with if things went wrong. It was on the morning of the 4th day that the hired cultivators made their move. There were 6 of them, Dao seeking realm and above, coordinating with military precision. They emerged from the forest just as Su Weiniang was crossing a mountain pass, cutting off her escape route, forming an encirclement. The spiritual beast she had been riding was excellent, but 6 cultivators of that level moving in concert could prevent any escape. Yen Su observed from a distance, using techniques of concealment that he had developed over 500 years of practice. Not invisibility, which was crude, but a kind of dimensional shifting that made him difficult for the human eye to focus on. Su Weiniang did not flee. She turned her spiritual beast to face her pursuers directly, one hand moving to the jade slip at her side, as if to activate some kind of defensive formation. The gesture was brave. It was also futile. The hired cultivators moved. 6 coordinated attacks, all designed to incapacitate without killing. The Azure Mandate sect wanted her alive, and these hunters were professional enough to know what their employers wanted. Yin Su saw no advantage in allowing this to proceed. He moved. The distance between his position and the hired cultivators was approximately 200 paces. Yin Su covered it in the time it took them to complete their opening strike. The manner of his movement was not dramatic. He simply accelerated, and the air itself seemed to compress around him. What followed was, from the perspective of the hired cultivators, quite disorienting. Their opponent, suddenly present, previously absent, was moving through their coordinated formation with the efficiency of someone reading a choreographed dance. One cultivator reached for him. Yin Su stepped inside his guard and touched his chest lightly. The cultivator's chi pathways simply ceased to function. He fell, conscious but unable to move. The others reacted with professional speed, adapting their formation to account for the new combatant. This was admirable. Yin Su noted the quality of their adaptation with something that might have been appreciation. They had been trained well. They fought with discipline and efficiency. It was also entirely insufficient. By the time they understood that they were not fighting an opponent from their own cultivation realm, it was already too late. Yin Su had closed off all their escape routes. More importantly, he had demonstrated the fundamental mismatch in power by simply continuing to move through their formation without needing to actually harm them. He touched cultivators, and their chi ceased functioning. He brushed past others, and their spiritual beasts became confused, disoriented, refusing to respond to commands. Within 30 seconds, all 6 hired cultivators were incapacitated. 3 were unconscious. 3 were awake, but paralyzed, unable to move, unable to access their chi. It was clean. It was efficient. It left no bodies, no bloodstains, no evidence of violence. Just absence. Yin Su turned to Su Weiniang and wiped his hands on his tattered robes. The gesture was not necessary. There was no actual dirt to remove, but he performed it anyway. Old habits of decorum. They cost nothing. Su Weiniang was staring at him with an expression that was equal parts terror and recognition. She knew what he was. Perhaps not exactly what, but she understood that this was not a normal cultivator. This was something else. Yin Su waited. It was often useful to let other people speak first. They revealed more that way. I know you, Su Weiniang said finally, her voice steady despite her obvious fear. Not from meeting. From portraits. From the records I've been gathering. You're supposed to be dead. You're supposed to have died in the void cage. Yin Su noted this. Apparently, he said, his voice sparse, I did not. Chapter 7. The accident. Su Weiniang did not run. Yin Su noted this with something that might have been respect for her analytical capability. A person who ran had already decided that death was likely. A person who stayed had decided to engage with the variables. Su Weiniang had chosen to engage. The disciples who were chasing you, Yin Su said. Who hired them? The Azure Mandate sect. Indirectly. Through a merchant network that handles their discretionary work. Su Weiniang was not looking at him directly. She was looking at his hands, which seemed odd until he realized she was checking whether he was going to kill her with those hands. This was a reasonable concern, given the circumstances. Are you going to kill me? I have not yet decided, Yin Su said. This was accurate. Are you worth more alive or dead? Alive, Su Weiniang said immediately. I'm definitely more useful alive. I know things. I have access to information. I can, show me the jade slip, Yin Su said. She did not hesitate. She produced it from her side and handed it over with the kind of speed that suggested she was making a calculated decision to cooperate. Yin Su examined it carefully. The jade slip was inscribed with dense characters, a compressed format for storing large amounts of information. It would require meditation and cultivation focus to fully read, which meant the information was significant enough to warrant preservation. He activated the slip and allowed the information to flow into his mind through direct chi contact. The process took several minutes. During those minutes, Su Weiniang remained still, watching him, clearly waiting to learn her fate. The information in the slip was exactly what he had suspected. Records of the Radiant Peak sect, fragmented but comprehensive, covering the period from approximately 100 years before his imprisonment to approximately 50 years after. The records described the massacre in clinical detail. They listed the casualties. They identified the perpetrator. They named Zhao Mingyi. Yin Su finished processing the information and handed the slip back to Su Weiniang. You have been gathering these records for how long? 7 years, Su Weiniang said. Since I was 25. My family kept fragments of the original archives. My great-grandmother was a servant in the Radiant Peak sect. She survived the massacre and passed down what she remembered. I grew older. I realized the official history was wrong, and I started looking for proof. Why? Because truth matters, Su Weiniang said, and there was something sharp in her voice now, the voice of someone who had spent years carrying a burden of knowledge that no one else cared about. Because my family died in that massacre, and their names have been erased, and the person who killed them built a new sect on their bones. Because someone should know what actually happened, even if the world doesn't care. Su processed this. It was emotionally motivated, which meant it was likely to be unstable and subject to revision based on feeling rather than fact. But it was also authentic. Su Weiniang was not lying about her motivations. I have a question, she said. Are you the one who was imprisoned? The cultivator they blamed for the massacre? Su. Yes, Su said. This was a simple fact. Denying it would have been inefficient. Su Weiniang's expression changed. The fear was still there, but now there was something else, something that looked like hope, or vindication, or the kind of emotion that emerged when one's understanding of the world suddenly achieved resolution after years of dissonance. Then you didn't do it, she said. The massacre. That means Zhao Mingyi did, Su said. And that you have been pursuing this question with neither protection nor support from anyone powerful enough to matter. Which means the Azure Mandate sect's interest in your death comes from desperation to suppress information that you have already gathered. So what do we do? Su Weiniang asked. Su considered this. The young woman was asking for guidance. For partnership. For the kind of collaborative action that would normally be inefficient for someone of his cultivation level and experience. It would slow him down. It would introduce variables that were not under his control. But her records were good. Her information was solid. And perhaps more importantly, she represented something useful, a living connection to the pre-massacre world, someone who had been gathering evidence without his knowledge, someone whose continued survival could serve as a resource if managed correctly. We do not, Su said carefully. Go back to established settlements. The Azure Mandate sect will continue to hunt you, and I prefer not to be found until I have completed my preparations. So we hide. We gather, Su said. There are others who remember what happened. There are records still existing in old places. We collect evidence and testimony until the case for truth becomes undeniable. Once that is complete, the outcome becomes inevitable. That could take years, Su Weiniang said. I have time, Su said. He had spent 500 years perfecting patience. What were a few more years compared to that? Chapter 8. Interrogation. They made camp in a valley that had no name, a place that was too high in altitude for normal settlements, but not so high that spiritual herbs would not grow. Su Weiniang tended to the spiritual beast, while Su gathered information through careful questioning. The process resembled interrogation, though it lacked the coercive element. Su simply asked questions, and Su Weiniang answered them, seeming to understand that this was necessary for him to develop an accurate model of the world he had missed. What happened to the rest of the Radiant Peak sect? He asked. The survivors. Where did they go? Scattered, Su Weiniang said. Most of them died within the first 50 years. They were scattered across different settlements, and without the sect's support structure, many of them couldn't maintain their cultivation. There are rumors of a few who made it to other sects, but the Azure Mandate sect has been systematically finding them and dealing with them. Eliminating them, Su said. Not a question. Yes, quietly, but systematically. They can't let anyone who remembers the truth survive. How many remain alive? That I know of. Maybe 15 or 20. Most of them old. Some of them in hiding. The rest are gone. Su filed this away. 15 to 20 survivors, most of them likely to die in the next decade or so from natural causes. The Radiant Peak sect was being systematically erased from living memory. This was efficient, if ruthless. Tell me about Zhao Mingyi, he said. What do you know about him currently? He's the head of the Azure Mandate sect. He's a celestial void cultivator. He has several disciples, but his most prominent one is Liang Bao, a Tao-seeking cultivator, maybe 180 years old, trained in the Azure Mandate technique since childhood. He's basically Zhao Mingyi's successor, his right hand. Allies. The Azure Mandate sect has alliances with at least 5 major sections. The Righteous Council includes at least 2 people who are sympathetic to Zhao Mingyi's interests. He's created a network of merchants and information brokers throughout the known world. He's untouchable. Any direct challenge to him would unite the entire cultivation world against whoever challenged him. This was consistent with what Su had learned in the libraries. Zhao Mingyi had spent 500 years building not just raw power, but political insulation. Attacking him directly would be tactically sound, but strategically disastrous. How did you survive? Su asked. If the Azure Mandate sect is systematically eliminating survivors, how are you still alive? I'm not technically a survivor, Su Weiniang said. My family was killed in the massacre, but I was born 50 years after it happened, to descendants of survivors. I'm not a direct witness. My connection is genealogical. For a long time, the Azure Mandate sect didn't realize I was gathering information. I was careful. I used different names, traveled through different networks, didn't make obvious connections between my inquiries. And when did they realize? About 3 months ago. Someone I was interviewing mentioned my questions to the wrong person. The Azure Mandate sect was suddenly very interested in finding me. That's when I decided I needed to gather everything I had and hide it somewhere safe. The Jade Slip, Yen-Su said. Yes, all my research. Everything I've found so far. If I died, I wanted the truth to survive. Yen-Su considered this. It was an inefficient approach, carrying all her research with her, making herself a target. But it was also the approach of someone with limited resources and no protection. She had done the best she could with what she had. What would happen, Yen-Su asked, if the truth about the massacre became public? Not just among scholars and descendants, but public, acknowledged by the righteous council, impossible to deny. Su Weiniang thought about this for a long time. Zhao Mingyi would be exposed, she said finally. His entire power structure is built on the belief that the Radiant Peak sect was destroyed because of internal weakness, internal corruption. If it became clear that he destroyed them to steal the Radiant Canon, that everything the Azure Mandate sect is built on is stolen, I think it would collapse. The Righteous Council would have to investigate. His disciples would abandon him. The allied sects would withdraw support. He would be isolated. He would not die immediately, Yen-Su said. No, but he would lose everything. His power, his position, his protection. He would be alone. Yen-Su found this acceptable. Death was simple, an ending. But forced isolation, forced acknowledgement of one's guilt, forced observation of everything one had built crumbling away. These were more complex punishments. They required a person to understand, with complete clarity, the consequences of their actions. Then that is what will happen, Yen-Su said. Chapter 9. The records. The Jade Slip contained references to 3 other hidden archive locations. 2 of them were still intact, old sect buildings in remote areas that had escaped the Azure Mandate sect's systematic destruction of Radiant Peak artifacts. The 3rd location had been destroyed 50 years ago, but Su Weiniang had managed to retrieve copies of some of the documents before its destruction. They traveled to the 1st location, moving carefully through territories that the Azure Mandate sect had some influence in, but did not completely control. The journey took 2 weeks. The destination was a valley that had once served as a minor cultivation retreat for the Radiant Peak sect, a place where disciples went for deep meditation and spiritual cultivation. The building was still there, hidden beneath 3 centuries of accumulated vegetation. Yen-Su and Su Weiniang cleared the entrances and descended into the lower levels, where the archives had been maintained in protected chambers. The records were remarkable. Thousands of documents, all preserved in a special kind of crystal matrix that prevented degradation. Yen-Su moved through them methodically, reading at a pace that would have seemed impossible to a normal cultivator, but which was consistent with 500 years of practice. He read accounts of the massacre written by eyewitnesses. He read letters between disciples in the days immediately following the massacre, describing confusion, fear, and the sudden disappearance of sect leadership. He read official proclamations from the Righteous Council explaining what happened, proclamations that were internally contradictory and clearly designed to support a predetermined conclusion rather than describe facts. Most importantly, he read the trial records. The tribunal where he had been accused, condemned, and sentenced to eternal imprisonment in the void cage. The trial transcript was detailed enough that Yen-Su could reconstruct exactly how the lie had been constructed. The evidence presented had been circumstantial. The testimony had been coached. The judges had been selected specifically because they had either owed favors to Zhao Mingyi or had political reasons to want the Radiant Peak sect destroyed. Elder Daoqin had testified on his behalf. The transcript showed her argument being systematically dismantled by the prosecution through semantic manipulation and appeals to emotion rather than logic. The judges had sided with the prosecution. The sentence had been handed down with the kind of speed that suggested the outcome had been predetermined. That's when I understood, Su Weiniang said, watching him read, that the official history was a lie. I found another journal, written by a younger disciple who witnessed the trial. She described how angry Elder Daoqin was that the truth wasn't being believed, how clearly Yen-Su was innocent, how obviously the whole thing was planned. Where is Elder Daoqin now? Yen-Su asked. Still alive, as far as I know. She's very old, over 800 years, probably. She went into seclusion after the trial, maintaining archives of her own somewhere in the Northern Territories. I've been trying to find her for the past 2 years, but she doesn't want to be found. She will be found, Yin Su said, and there was something in the way he said it that made it clear this was not negotiable. The second archive location was discovered 3 days later. This one had been partially destroyed, but the most important documents had been preserved in protective formations. Yin Su studied these as well, noting how they filled gaps in the first archive, providing additional corroboration, additional testimony, additional layers of evidence that made the case against Zhao Mingyi airtight. By the end of 2 weeks in the archives, Yin Su had assembled a mental model of what had happened 500 years ago that was detailed, comprehensive, and internally consistent with the principle of Occam's razor, the simplest explanation that fit all the facts. Zhao Mingyi had orchestrated the massacre of the Radiant Peak sect to gain access to the Radiant Canon. He had arranged for Yin Su to be blamed, knowing that a powerful young cultivator would be a convenient scapegoat. He had used his influence with the Righteous Council to ensure a conviction. He had then built the Azure Mandate sect on the foundation of that stolen power. It was elegant. It was ruthless. It had worked perfectly for 500 years. But elegance and ruthlessness only worked as long as there was no one present with the patience and the power to dismantle it methodically, piece by piece, until every part of the lie became visible. Chapter 10. Recognition. They were leaving the second archive site when Su Weiniang suddenly stopped and stared at Yin Su. They had been traveling for 2 weeks, and she had become accustomed to his presence, to his sparse speech, to his efficient movements. But something had shifted in that moment. "You're not just looking for revenge," she said. It was not a question. "No," Yin Su said. "Revenge is an emotional response. I do not experience emotions efficiently." "Then what are you looking for?" Yin Su paused. This was a rare occurrence. He usually maintained constant forward motion, either physically or mentally. But Su Weiniang's question required actual consideration. "I am looking for accountability," he said finally. "For consequences. I was sealed away for a crime I did not commit. Someone made a choice to do that. That choice should have consequences. The world should understand what was done, why it was done, and what happened as a result. And then what? Once everyone knows, then the natural order reasserts itself. People who have built power on lies cannot maintain that power once the lies are exposed. Zhao Mingyi will fall, not necessarily from violence, though that remains possible, but from the collapse of the structure that supports him." Su Weiniang was quiet for a long time. Then she said, "I showed you old portraits. From the archives. Records that had been maintained in my family for 500 years. And you were recognizable in them. The same face. The same eyes. Like you hadn't aged a single day." "I have not," Yin Su said. "Is that part of the system? Whatever you became in the cage?" "Yes. The demonic sovereign system preserves rather than ages. One of its properties is that it maintains the physical form in a state approaching stasis while allowing the internal structure to transform. So you're 500 years old and you look like you're 30. Approximately 30, Yin Su said. Chronologically, 573 years old. Physically appearing as I did before my imprisonment. This is efficient for operating in the world. Age is a proxy for weakness in many human societies. Not appearing weak is useful." Su Weiniang laughed. It was a brief, slightly hysterical sound. "Of course that's how you think about it. You're not worried about how terrifying it is that you haven't aged. You're just calculating the utility of appearing young. Is there another way to think about it?" Yin Su asked, genuinely curious. Most people would be horrified. Most people would see 500 years of isolation and transformation as something traumatic that would require processing and healing. "I see it as preparation," Yin Su said. "I was sealed away. I was given 500 years to transform into something that could survive being sealed away. This is the gift that was given to me, whether intended or not. I will use it efficiently." Su Weiniang shook her head. "You're not human anymore, are you? I mean, you're shaped like one. You speak like one. But something about the way you think, it's not human. It's not even cultivation realm. It's something else." "I am something else," Yin Su agreed. "I became something else in the cage. This is unavoidable. 500 years of transformation cannot result in anything other than transformation." "Is that why you need me?" Su Weiniang asked. "Because you need someone who is still human? Someone who can help you understand how humans think and feel." "Partially," Yin Su said. "You also have information. You have gathered evidence that would have required me considerable time and effort to assemble. And you have a connection to the survivors of the Radiant Peak sect that will be useful for establishing credibility when the truth is revealed." "So I'm useful," Su Weiniang said. "Yes, that is what I meant when I said you would be worth more alive than dead." Su Weiniang smiled. It was a sad smile, the smile of someone who had accepted something they did not like, but understood was necessary. "Well then, Where do we go next? North, Yin Su said. Elder Dao Qin is waiting. I need to speak with her. And then I need to begin the work of building a case that Zhao Mingyi cannot dismiss, cannot deny, cannot suppress. How long will that take? Su Weiniang asked. 6 months, Yin Su said. Perhaps 8. Time to gather all the evidence. Time to find all the remaining survivors. Time to document everything with enough precision that the righteous council will have no choice but to investigate. And after that, Yin Su said, the world changes. The lies collapse. And Zhao Mingyi finally faces the consequences of what he chose to do 500 years ago. They began walking north, moving through terrain that grew progressively more difficult. Behind them, the archives were sealed again, the evidence preserved, waiting for the day when it would finally be needed. Su Weiniang had spent 7 years searching for proof. Yin Su had spent 500 years becoming the kind of force that could enforce consequences. The meeting between them was not accident. It was the inevitable result of 500 years of transformation colliding with 7 years of determined research. The cultivation world did not know yet what was coming. It would learn soon enough. End of chapters 1 to 10, chapter 11. The impossible path. They made camp on the second day in a location Su Weiniang selected with the careful precision of someone who had been moving through dangerous terrain for the past 3 months. It was a valley that was too remote for casual travel, but accessible enough that supplies could be acquired from nearby settlements without excessive risk. The valley had steep rock walls that would provide natural defense against surprise attack. The single water source, a mountain spring, was reliable year-round. There was vegetation sufficient to hide fires. Yin Su had little input in these decisions. He was still in the process of reorienting to a world that moved and changed and contained variables that shifted unpredictably, as opposed to the void cage, which was static and known and limited entirely to the landscape of his own mind. The challenge was not understanding the world. His intelligence was sufficient for that, but accepting that efficiency required trusting other people's judgment in domains where he lacked experience. Su Weiniang prepared food over a fire, simple food, rice and dried vegetables, nothing that required extensive cultivation of ingredients. She moved with practiced efficiency, having clearly done this hundreds of times during her years of travel. Yin Su did not eat, or rather, he did not need to eat the way humans did. His demonic sovereign system processed spiritual energy directly, could extract sustenance from ambient qi without the intermediate step of consuming physical food. But he watched her eat with the interest of someone cataloging a behavioral pattern, noting how she moved, how she responded to discomfort, where her attention focused. I need to ask you something, Su Weiniang said, not looking at him while she ate, her voice carefully neutral. And I need you to answer honestly, not strategically. That is a contradiction, Yin Su said. I always answer strategically. Honesty is a matter of accurately reporting information. Strategy is a matter of understanding why that information is being requested and what it will be used for. They are not opposed unless you believe I am deliberately deceiving you, which would be strategically inefficient. Deception creates risk. Truth creates mutual understanding. Mutual understanding facilitates cooperation. Therefore, honesty is usually the superior strategy. See, that's exactly the kind of answer that makes me think you might be deceiving me, Su Weiniang said. She set down her food and finally looked at him directly. Can you just answer? Are you going to hurt me? Yin Su considered this. The question was deceptively simple. It required him to evaluate multiple scenarios and probability distributions. In what situations would harming Su Weiniang be efficient? In what situations would it be counterproductive? What was the likelihood of each scenario occurring? No, he said finally. Currently, you are more valuable alive. Your knowledge of the Radiant Peak sect's history, your connections to other survivors, your ability to navigate human settlements without attracting immediate attention, your understanding of the cultivation world's current politics, these are all useful assets. Harming you would eliminate these assets permanently for minimal immediate benefit. The only circumstance under which harming you would be efficient is if you became a genuine threat to my objectives. At this precise moment, the probability of that occurring is low. At this moment, Su Weiniang repeated, and there was something in her voice that suggested she was trying to decide whether to be comforted or terrified by his response. So later, if I become inconvenient, if my usefulness decreases, I should expect removal, Yin Su said simply. Not torture, not cruelty, not unnecessary suffering. Simply removal. Efficient termination of a variable that no longer produces value. This is how I think about problems. I am explaining this not to frighten you, but to ensure that you understand the precise nature of our relationship. You should factor it into your decisions about cooperation. Su Weiniang laughed, a slightly hysterical sound that might have been genuine amusement or might have been a response to the stress of being evaluated by something that thought in terms of variables and efficiency. You're not even trying to make me like you. You're just explaining your logic and letting me decide if I want to be useful to someone like that. Would you prefer I lie? Yin-Su asked. Would you prefer I claimed emotional investment in your welfare when no such investment exists? Would that make cooperation easier? No, Su Weiniang admitted after a long moment. Actually, I appreciate the honesty. It's clearer this way. I know where I stand. I'm not going to be surprised by discovering that you had hidden intentions or secret plans. You're going to tell me what you're thinking? Always, because deception is inefficient to you. Correct, Yin-Su said. They sat in silence for a while, the fire crackling between them. Then Su Weiniang asked the question that had clearly been bothering her since she met him, the question that had probably kept her awake during their first night of travel together. What's your plan? She said. Specifically, I mean. You said you want to expose Zhao Mingyi and bring down the Azure Mandate sect. But what does that actually look like? How do you bring down someone that protected, someone with that many allies, without the entire cultivation world turning against you? First, I gather all the evidence, Yin-Su said. Everything that connects Zhao Mingyi to the massacre, everything that shows how the Radiant Peak sect was destroyed to provide him with access to the Radiant Canon. This requires collecting testimony from survivors, acquiring archived records, documenting the chain of causation clearly enough that it cannot be denied or dismissed even by hostile observers. And then, I ensure that evidence reaches the Righteous Council in a format they cannot ignore. The Council's authority derives from maintaining the appearance of justice. If they learn that one of the most powerful sects in the world was built on a foundational lie, and if that evidence is sufficiently comprehensive and irrefutable, they cannot dismiss it without fundamentally undermining their own legitimacy. So you're counting on the Righteous Council to care about justice? Su Weiniang asked skeptically. The same council that convicted you with obviously false evidence 500 years ago. No, Yin-Su said. I am not counting on them to care about justice as a moral principle. I am counting on the Righteous Council to care about maintaining their own power. If they ignore the evidence and allow Zhao Mingyi to remain in power despite clear proof of his crimes, they become complicit in those crimes. Other sects will exploit this. They will attack the Council's authority and decision-making. Younger cultivators will question their legitimacy. The political structure that protects them from being challenged will begin to fail. This outcome is unacceptable from the Council's perspective. Therefore, they will investigate. They will be forced to take action against Zhao Mingyi not out of virtue, but out of self-preservation. And Zhao Mingyi will have no allies willing to protect him, Yin-Su said. Once it becomes clear that standing with him is political poison, even his strongest allies will withdraw support. The Azure Mandate sect will fragment as disciples realize their sect's foundation is built on lies. His military strength will mean nothing if every cultivator in the world is turned against him by the Council's investigation. He will be isolated. And then what? You kill him. Only if necessary, Yin-Su said. I am interested in consequences, not death. Death is an ending. Consequences are a process. A man with 500 years of accumulated power, suddenly stripped of all protection and political cover, will have limited options. Many humans in his position choose to end their own lives rather than face the reality of their situation. Zhao Mingyi will have the same options to choose from. Su Weiniang considered this, turning it over in her mind like a puzzle she was trying to solve. How long? She asked finally. How long will all this take? 6 months, Yin-Su said. Perhaps 8, depending on the pace of information dissemination through the cultivation world's networks. Time to gather evidence, locate survivors, document everything with sufficient precision that the case becomes irrefutable. Time for the evidence to propagate and begin creating doubt. Time for that doubt to escalate into formal investigation. Zhao Mingyi's position is stable now, but only because it is constructed on falsehood, and falsehoods become unstable when exposed to light. The exposure process takes time, but the instability that follows is inevitable. That's a long time, Su Weiniang said. I have been imprisoned for 500 years, Yin-Su said. 6 more months of deliberate preparation is nothing. It is simply the work of planning before execution. Chapter 12. Patience. They began moving north, following a path that Su Weiniang had mapped out obsessively over the past 7 years, refining it through multiple research sessions, cross-referencing fragmented reports and ancient texts. She knew where the survivors lived, or where she thought they lived based on fragmented information, educated guesses about probable settlement locations, and careful analysis of migration patterns over 5 centuries. She knew the locations of old sect sites that might contain archived materials, hidden vaults, sealed chambers, places where people had been preserving the truth while the world accepted lies. She understood the geography of the cultivation world in a way that Yin Su, despite his centuries of study and his perfect memory, was still actively relearning through experience rather than theory. The journey took them through territories controlled by multiple different sects, each with their own political agenda and military hierarchy. They passed through villages and settlements where ordinary humans conducted ordinary business, completely unaware that something ancient and important was moving through their world. They traversed wilderness areas that had been abandoned to spiritual cultivation, places where the ambient qi was so dense that normal humans could not survive without cultivation protection. Yin Su observed everything with the systematic precision of an archaeologist cataloging an era he had been absent from. The clothes people wore had changed. The styles were simpler now, more utilitarian, less ornamented than the styles he remembered from 500 years before. The technologies they used, communication devices for transmitting messages across long distances, transportation methods that incorporated spiritual beasts in new ways, had evolved significantly. The spiritual practices seemed to have shifted away from the careful balance between martial power and spiritual enlightenment that the Radiant Peak had maintained, and toward a more purely martial focus, a philosophy that viewed power as the only relevant metric. The Azure Mandate Sex Philosophy, Su Weiniang explained as they traveled, sitting by a campfire on the 8th night of their journey. It's been spreading for 500 years, like a virus through the cultivation world. Other sects adopted their approach because it was effective militarily. Why cultivate virtue when cultivating power gets better results? Because virtue is stable, Yin Su said. Virtue creates disciples who stay because they believe in something. Power creates disciples who stay because they are afraid to leave. Fear is not sustainable long-term. Fear creates internal divisions, rebels, people looking for excuses to abandon the sect. But this is a lesson that takes centuries to learn, and most cultivators are dead before they accumulate the experience to understand it. They encountered their first survivor on the 15th day of travel. Her name was Xueming, and she was 534 years old, her cultivation base slowly degrading over the centuries without access to the Radiant Peak sect's advanced teachings and techniques. She lived in a small village called Thousand Clouds, working as a merchant's wife, her actual identity hidden behind more than 4 centuries of careful secrecy and deliberate non-achievement. She had cultivated just enough to maintain her life extension, but not so much that she would attract attention from cultivators in the region. When Su Weiniang revealed who Yin Su was, Xueming wept. Not dramatically, not with the kind of overwhelming emotion that Yin Su had expected from watching humans process major emotional events, but quietly, the tears of someone who had carried too much burden for too long and finally saw a possibility of setting it down, of transferring the weight to someone else who might be able to bear it. I thought you were dead, Xueming said after her tears had subsided, her voice hoarse from disuse of expressing emotion. They told us you had died in the void cage, that the demonic qi had consumed you, that it had transformed you into something inhuman and then destroyed even that transformation. I wanted to believe it because the alternative, you being alive in there, suffering for centuries, was too terrible to imagine. I would pray sometimes, thinking if anyone could endure it, it would be you. But I did not want to know that you were enduring it. I did not suffer, Yin Su said, which was accurate but incomplete. Suffering had occurred, but it had been transformed into something else over 500 years of isolation. It had become fuel. It had become capability. It had become understanding. It had become the foundation of the demonic sovereign system that he had constructed in that darkness. Xueming provided testimony. She recounted the night of the massacre from her perspective as a junior cultivator, someone with minimal power who had been assigned minor duties on the periphery of the sect's activities. She described the exact moment she realized that the attackers were not external enemies attempting invasion, but sect leaders and their disciples from nearby sects. That this was not a military action but an internal purge, a deliberate assassination of people who might stand in the way of power consolidation. She had hidden for 3 days in the mountains before escaping, carrying with her only what she could remember, her memory being her only valuable asset. Over the following weeks, Yin Su and Su Weiniang met with 5 more survivors. Each one had been living in hiding for centuries, maintaining small connections to an underground network that had preserved the truth of what happened, passing stories to children and grandchildren who would pass them on further. Each one had testimony, had memories that had been refined by decades of repetition and reflection, had a unique perspective on events that filled in gaps in the others' accounts. Yin Su recorded everything with perfect precision, creating a multidimensional reconstruction of the massacre that was detailed, internally consistent, and impossible to refute even if one wanted to. The evidence accumulated slowly and methodically. Testimony stacked upon testimony. Records confirmed what humans had remembered and added context where human memory had failed. The case for truth became solid as stone, immobile, undeniable. "You're building a monument," Su Weiniang said on day 47 of their gathering work, as they sat in the vault of Elder Daoqin's archives, surrounded by thousands of preserved documents. "Not to the victims, but to the truth itself. You're making it so comprehensive that no one could possibly deny it without looking like a liar or a fool. The truth has power only when people refuse to ignore it," Su said. "If the evidence is sufficiently clear, sufficiently comprehensive, sufficiently overwhelming in its weight, then refusal becomes implausible. It becomes something that requires active conspiracy rather than passive acceptance." Chapter 13. The warden's report on the 51st day after the void cage shattered. Shun Fuyun filed a different kind of report than the ones he had been filing for the past 2 months. The official reports had continued, as always. Nominal systems, stable readings, all suppression formations holding at optimal parameters. Prisoner remains secure. These reports were technically accurate. The void cage's systems were indeed nominal, in the sense that they continued to function exactly as designed. The prisoner simply ceased to be a prisoner approximately 50 days ago, but the functioning of the systems themselves was unchanged. But in a sealed communication sent through restricted channels to his friend in the Righteous Council, a cultivator named Li Chun who had been requesting status updates on the void cage for the past 3 months, Shun Fuyun provided accurate information about what had actually occurred. The void cage's prisoner has broken free. The suppression formations failed at dawn on the spring equinox, approximately 51 days ago. The prisoner departed immediately, leaving behind no signs of struggle or forced escape, suggesting that the departure was methodical rather than desperate. I did not report this officially because the prisoner posed no immediate threat to the world beyond the cage. There were no attacks, no destruction, no indication that the prisoner intended to cause indiscriminate harm. However, I am now reporting this because the prisoner's continued absence coupled with his apparent movement through the cultivation world with specific objectives suggests that immediate public knowledge of his escape would be counterproductive to actually understanding what has occurred. The friend in the council received this information through encrypted channels and understood what it meant without needing extensive explanation. The prisoner from the void cage, a man named Su, imprisoned 500 years ago for a massacre that had seemed suspicious even at the time, was now free. The suppression formations had failed not through breach or destruction, but through slow degradation over centuries of exposure. And if Shun Fuyun was reporting this now, it meant the warden had made an assessment. The prisoner had shown sufficient capability and precision that the warden believed he was worth supporting rather than reporting to the broader council immediately. This created immediate political complexity for Li Chun. The Righteous Council was supposed to maintain absolute control over the void cage and its prisoner. If word emerged that a prisoner had escaped and no one had immediately reported it, there would be questions. But if Li Chun reported it to the broader council without proper preparation, Zhao Mingyi's allies on the council would use the information to undermine Li Chun's authority. So Li Chun made a decision. He would prepare. He would verify the information. He would gather evidence about what had actually occurred 500 years ago before bringing this to the council's attention. He passed this information to 2 other council members who had independent doubts about Zhao Mingyi's legitimacy, Elder Luo Sheng and cultivator Chen Mei, both of whom had careers that might have been different if Zhao Mingyi had not become so influential. These 3 began quietly investigating, pulling old records from the archives, asking careful questions of people who had lived during the original events, preparing for the very real possibility that 500 years of accepted history might need to be revised. Chapter 14. Inquiries begin. The Righteous Council, like all large organizations, operated through a combination of formal and informal channels. The formal channels produced official investigations, public records, binding judgments that were announced to all cultivators. These channels were slow, visible, subject to scrutiny and transparency. The informal channels was where actual political work occurred, where real power moved, where decisions were actually made before being announced through formal channels as if they were objective conclusions rather than political compromises. Within a week of Shun Fuyun's report arriving in Li Chen's hands, 3 senior council members were quietly asking questions about the void cage prisoner. Who exactly was he? What had he been imprisoned for specifically? Why had his trial been conducted so quickly? And why was the record so vague on details? The older records were pulled from archives that few people ever accessed. The testimony from the original trial was reviewed carefully, word by word. Inconsistencies that had been smoothed over 500 years of retelling suddenly became apparent to trained observers. The judges had been selected in an unusual way. All four of them had connections to Zhao Mingyi, either through debt or through business relationships. The evidence had been circumstantial, made of implications and suspicions rather than concrete proof. The primary witness for the prosecution, Zhao Mingyi himself, had benefited enormously and immediately from the verdict, having used the chaos to expand his influence. These observations were made quietly, in private chambers, among cultivators old enough to remember that justice and truth were not always the same thing, that political convenience and legal verdict were often aligned, while actual facts were left as casualties. No formal investigation was initiated. No accusations were made. But the seeds of doubt had been planted in the minds of the people who had the power to act, and doubt was precisely the kind of thing that grew and spread and eventually became impossible to contain. Chapter 15. The Radiant Peaks. Shadow Yen Su and Su Weining returned to the ruins of the Radiant Peak sect on day 63 of their systematic evidence-gathering journey. Exactly one lunar month since they had first met on the mountain pass, where the hired cultivators had attempted to capture her. The ruins had been further eroded by 2 months of weather, by wind and rain, and the slow grinding of nature against stone and structure. The plants had grown taller, vines having wrapped themselves around remaining pillars, converting what was once architecture into something that resembled a garden, slowly reclaiming the world from human hands. The stone had crumbled more, the precision of its construction dulled by centuries of exposure. But the essential shape remained intact. The architecture of a cultivation sect that had once housed hundreds of skilled practitioners, now reduced to an archaeological site, to evidence, to the ghost of what had been. Yen Su walked to the meditation hall where he had once sat as a young cultivator, learning the fundamental principles of celestial cultivation from elders who believed in him absolutely. He had been 17 years old when he first entered that hall, barely an adult by human standards, already remarkable for his aptitude and dedication. He had been convinced at that age that the universe was comprehensible, that power could be acquired through dedication and virtue, that the strong had a responsibility to protect the weak, that cultivation was ultimately a path toward becoming someone worthy of the power they accumulated. Those beliefs had not survived his time in the void cage. 500 years of isolation, 500 years of learning to absorb everything thrown at him, 500 years of understanding that most cultivators used their power for personal advantage rather than collective benefit. These had transformed him into something that thought in terms of strategy and efficiency rather than virtue and responsibility. He found a space on the wall of what remained of the meditation hall and used a technique to carve something into the stone, creating marks that would last centuries. Not his name, but a date. The date of his emergence. The day that the old world ended and something new began. The first day of his freedom and the last day of Zhao Mingyi's uncontested power, though neither of them knew it yet. What did you carve? Su Weining asked, standing behind him and looking at the fresh-carved marks. A marker, Yen Su said. Proof that this place was not always abandoned. That something was here. That something mattered, once. That someone who was imprisoned here was real, and not just a story told by people who wanted to justify their actions. Chapter 16. The theft in the archives they had collected and studied systematically. Moving through the records section by section, comparing different accounts, building a comprehensive model of what had occurred. Yen Su found the crucial piece of information he had been seeking. Detailed documentation of the Radiant Cannon's properties, mechanics, and requirements. The Radiant Cannon was not a simple cultivation technique text, not a straightforward method for accumulating power. It was a celestial scripture, one of the highest forms of cultivation knowledge, designed to amplify the power of its user exponentially. But this amplification was conditional. It only worked if the user maintained perfect spiritual harmony with the scripture's foundational principles, if they understood not just the techniques but the philosophy underlying them, if their internal structure aligned with the architecture of the scripture itself. Without this harmony, without this understanding, the power was raw and crude, useful certainly, powerful certainly, but unstable. It was like using a sword with an unbalanced grip. The sword still cuts, but you exhaust yourself faster and your strike becomes less precise. Zhao Mingyi had been using the Radiant Cannon without understanding its deeper principles, without the training that only the Radiant Peak sect could have provided. He had forced power from it through sheer strength, through the cultivation equivalent of brute force, the way a barbarian might force a lock open with a hammer instead of using the key. The technique worked. The Azure Mandate sect was powerful, but it was powered by an inefficient use of one of the most sophisticated cultivation texts ever created. The result was an Azure Mandate sect that was powerful in raw military terms, but structurally weak, dependent on force rather than elegance, on intimidation rather than genuine capability. Someone knowledgeable could see this weakness. Someone like the Righteous Council, if they understood what to look for. This is important, Su Weiniang said when Yin Su explained this to her, showing her the passages in the archives that documented the Radiant Canon's requirements. This means that Zhao Mingyi's power is significantly less than it should be. The Righteous Council might not realize how much less, but if they understand that the Radiant Canon is being misused, Yin Su said carefully, they will realize that Zhao Mingyi obtained it through theft rather than legitimate means. A celestial scripture cannot be properly used without direct training from someone who understands it. The only possible source of that training would be the Radiant Peak sect itself, or someone who was trained by the Radiant Peak sect. Zhao Mingyi obtaining the scripture without that training is not just circumstantial evidence of theft. It is conclusive proof. Chapter 17. First move on day 71. Exactly 1 lunar month after Yin Su's emergence from the Void Cage, he made his first active move in the cultivation world beyond observation and evidence gathering. It was not a dramatic move. It was not a public killing, not a battle, not a visible assassination that would draw immediate attention and spark immediate defensive reactions. It was simply the death of a man named Zhang Kai, a minor merchant who worked for the Azure Mandate sect's trading network, coordinating shipments of goods and occasionally handling information that moved through commercial channels. Zhang Kai died in his sleep in his residence in a city called Emerald Harbor, a port town that served as a major hub for the Azure Mandate sect's commercial operations. His body showed no marks of violence, no signs of struggle, no indication of poisoning. The physician who examined him concluded natural causes. Perhaps his heart had simply stopped. It happens sometimes, even to relatively young cultivators with decades of cultivation behind them. The death was noted in the local records, mourned briefly by his family, and forgotten within days. But Zhang Kai had been a low-level intelligence broker for the Azure Mandate sect. He had been part of the network that hunted Su Weiniang and others who possessed dangerous historical knowledge. His removal was strategically important, but tactically invisible. No one would immediately connect his death to anything larger. Yin Su had left no traces. He had used a technique so subtle that it would take a cultivator at least equal to him to recognize it as deliberately caused. To everyone else, it was simply death. Another soul leaving the world. Another person whose potential went unfulfilled. He performed similar removals over the next 3 weeks. A military administrator who coordinated deployment and movement of Azure Mandate disciples. A minor official in the sect's records department who maintained information about sect personnel and resources. A communication specialist who handled sensitive intelligence messages between the Azure Mandate sect and its allied sections. 7 people in total, all connected to the infrastructure of oppression and control that the Azure Mandate sect had maintained for 500 years. 7 quiet deaths. 7 removals of eyes and ears from the network. 7 messages, sent silently through the death of people, to no one and everyone simultaneously. Something is ending your control. Something has begun to move. Chapter 18. Ripples by day 90. The Azure Mandate sect was beginning to notice that something was wrong at a level deeper than simple coincidence. Not immediately wrong in a way that would trigger emergency protocols. Not obviously wrong in a way that could be publicly acknowledged without causing panic. But wrong in the way that patterns began to fail. In the way that people who should have reported did not report. In the way that communications stopped flowing along their expected paths. In the way that information networks began to develop gaps. An internal investigation was launched, quietly at first, then with increasing urgency. Who had died? Why had no one noticed immediately? Was this sabotage? Was this some kind of organized attack? Was this coincidence? The sect's leadership could not agree on what they were observing. Liang Bao, Zhao Mingyi's greatest disciple, a cultivator trained since childhood in the Azure Mandate's methods, argued that this was a coordinated attack on the sect structure, that someone had identified strategic nodes in their network and was systematically removing them. Other senior disciples argued that it was coincidence, that 7 deaths among hundreds of thousands of people across multiple cities was not statistically unusual, that attributing causation was seeing patterns that didn't exist. Zhao Mingyi listened to both arguments and made no decision, which meant the sect fragmented into factions, each pursuing their own theory, each diverting resources into different directions, each creating internal division exactly where unity was most needed. This internal fragmentation was precisely what Yin Su had intended. A sect unified by fear of external threats is cohesive and responds effectively. A sect confused about internal threats is weak and responds ineffectively. diluting its power by pursuing multiple contradictory defensive strategies simultaneously. Chapter 19. Whispers by Day 105. Whispers had begun to spread through the cultivation world's information networks like poison through water, finding every connection, following every path, reaching ears that should have remained deaf to such rumors. Something was moving against the Azure Mandate sect. Something old, something powerful, something that was removing the sect's network of informants and support staff with surgical precision, indicating both capability and intent. The deaths were not random. They were targeted, suggesting someone with inside knowledge of the Azure Mandate structure. Speculation ran rampant across the cultivation world. Was this a rival sect making a move to destabilize a competitor? Was this the Righteous Council conducting a covert operation to investigate Azure Mandate activities? Was this a rogue cultivator with a personal grudge, seeking revenge for some past slight? No one suspected the truth, that a man released from a 500-year imprisonment was methodically dismantling infrastructure with the precision of someone who had spent half a millennium learning to think strategically, learning to calculate 7 moves ahead, learning to anticipate response patterns, and design his actions to maximize the impact of each move. Su Weiniang watched the rumors spread through their networks with something like awe. "No one knows it's you," she said. "The cultivation world is terrified of something, and they don't even know what. They're constructing monsters in their minds, imagining threats that don't exist, when the actual threat is walking freely, and they're completely blind to it." "They will know," Yin-Su said. "Soon. But first, let them be afraid. Fear makes people careless. Careless people reveal information they intended to keep hidden. Careless people make mistakes. Careless people become liabilities that allies eliminate rather than carry. Fear is a useful tool if you understand how to apply it." Chapter 20. The collector Su Weiniang stood on a mountain peak overlooking the city of Jade Spire and watched Yin-Su eliminate his 10th target, the last of the first batch of removals that would serve as preparation for what was coming next. The target was an Azure Mandate sect cultivator named Ren Shuo, a logistics coordinator who managed supply distribution for military operations, who tracked cultivation resources, who maintained the infrastructure that allowed the Azure Mandate sect to operate at scale across multiple provinces. He was competent, reliable, and fundamentally unaware that he was being hunted. Yin-Su approached him in a market, in a place where people crowded together and witnesses were common, but where no single person watched everything. He walked past Ren Shuo and touched his shoulder lightly. Nothing more than the lightest contact. Just a touch that seemed accidental, just a brush between two people in a crowded space. The logistics coordinator stumbled, confused by something he could not quite identify, some strange sensation that passed through him like a shadow. He tried to stand. His legs did not respond. His cultivation base suddenly disconnected from his will, the connection between intention and action severed with surgical precision. By the time his companion noticed that something was wrong, that Ren Shuo was behaving strangely, Yin-Su had already walked away, disappearing into the crowd with the ease of someone who had spent 500 years learning how to be invisible when he wanted to be, learning to blend into background, learning to be the kind of thing that human eyes slid over without focusing. Ren Shuo died within the hour. His companion could not identify what had happened. The physicians who examined his body were baffled. There were no marks, no signs of poisoning, no obvious cause. The cause of death was listed as sudden cultivation-based failure, a rare but not unprecedented occurrence in cultivators who had pushed themselves too hard, who had reached the limits of their capability, whose meridians could no longer sustain their power. Su Weiniang watched from a distance and understood, with growing certainty that settled into her bones like understanding itself, that she was watching a man work through a task list that had been 2 centuries in the making. Every death was precise. Every death was calibrated exactly to remove a specific piece of the Azure Mandate sect's infrastructure. Every death removed something from the world that needed removing. She realized, in that moment standing on the mountain peak, that Zhao Mingyi had already lost. He did not know it yet. He continued his life thinking himself powerful and safe and in control. But it was a certainty, written in the architecture of what was coming. The man who had destroyed the Radiant Peak sect 500 years ago had created, through that destruction and through the imprisonment that followed, something far worse than any enemy he could have imagined. He had created Yin-Su, not as a person anymore, not as a human with human limitations, but as a force, as a collector of consequences, as something that had learned to convert everything that tried to suppress it into power, into understanding, into the ability to inevitably achieve its objectives. Zhao Mingyi would realize this eventually, but by then, it would be too late for realization to matter. By then, everything he had built would be crumbling around him. and all that would remain would be the consequence of choices he had made 500 years ago. End of Step 1, Chapter 21, Elder Daoqin's Hall. The valley existed between memory and forgetting. Mist hung so thick that Yin Su could not see Su Weiniang's hand when she pointed, though they walked mere steps apart. The path, if it could be called that, was marked by stones that seemed to arrange themselves beneath his feet with patient inevitability, the way a glacial field waits for centuries to crush whatever stands upon it. Su Weiniang had acquired the location through a combination of fragmented records and careful questioning of the oldest cultivators still alive. 3 months of searching had taken her through 7 provinces, to dozens of obscure temples and isolated settlements where disciples of the old Radiant Peak might have been hidden. Most were dead. Those who remained alive were old, reluctant to speak of the past, suspicious of questions about a sect that had been destroyed 500 years prior. But gradually, through patience and the careful revelation of her own lineage, Su Weiniang had pieced together the location of the archive keeper who had vanished in the aftermath of the massacre. Yin Su had waited during those 3 months, doing what he did best, nothing and everything at once. While Su Weiniang moved through the world, he sat in the small dwelling they had rented in the outer cities, absorbing information like stone absorbs rain, slowly, without complaint, without apparent change. He had reviewed every scroll that Su Weiniang brought back, organized them into thematic clusters, and begun to construct the preliminary framework of what he suspected had occurred. By the time Su Weiniang returned with the location, he had already formulated 17 different hypotheses about the night of the massacre, each one internally consistent, each one waiting only for the archival evidence to confirm or eliminate it. She will be 94 years old, Su Weiniang said quietly, her voice deadened by the mist. If she still lives, the records are uncertain. The last confirmed sighting was 15 years ago. After that, nothing. She might be dead. She might have moved deeper into isolation. She lives, Yin Su said. It was not a guess. In the void cage, he had cultivated an unusual sensitivity to presence, to the weight of existence. During 500 years of absolute stillness, he had learned to perceive the subtle disturbances in reality that indicated where cultivators of significant power had established themselves. Elder Daoqin's presence was like a mountain half buried in sand, visible primarily by absence, by the way reality warped around what remained of her. The cultivation distortions grew more pronounced as they ascended into the valley. She was definitely here. She will have been waiting, he continued, though he did not explain how he knew this with such certainty. Su Weiniang would either understand or she would not. Either way, the fact remained true. The stone path ended abruptly at a cliff face. What lay before them was not visible through the mist at first, only a shadow, an absence, a hint of vastness. But as they approached, the mist seemed to part of its own accord, revealing a structure that seemed more memory than architecture. It was a hall, yes, but so aged that its walls had taken on the quality of ancient skin, worn thin and papery. The roof sagged in the middle, but not from decay, from weight. The weight of centuries of accumulated knowledge pressing downward. The structural degradation was so complete that the building should have collapsed years ago. Only cultivation technique kept it standing, a field of pure while maintaining the integrity of what nature wanted to discard. The doors were open, and they had been open for a long time. Dust had not accumulated on the threshold because dust had learned to flow around this place, as if it too recognized that here was a space that did not belong entirely to the normal world. Yin Su stepped through first. His eyes adjusted to the interior gloom with the methodical precision of his mind, cataloging shadows, measuring distances, noting the single candle that burned without smoking near the far wall. The candle was significant. It had been burning for an unknown length of time. No normal candle could maintain a flame without consumption, without the accumulation of ash. This was sustained by cultivation technique, kept alive by the same will that maintained the building's structure. Su Weiniang followed, her hand instinctively moving to her sword's hilt and then falling away. There was nothing here to cut. The entire space radiated a kind of patient authority that made weaponry seem suddenly irrelevant, childish even. This was a place of knowledge, and knowledge had its own form of power that cut deeper than any blade. Elder Daoqin sat facing the candle, her back to them. She had not turned at their entrance, though Yin Su knew with certainty that she had been aware of their arrival from the moment they entered the valley. She had probably known they were coming before they set out from the outer cities. A cultivator with 500 years to contemplate the future develops a certain prescience. Her spine was a question mark, bent by centuries into a shape that suggested she had spent her last 50 years in this single position, waiting for the weight of the world to finish its work. Yet when she spoke, Her voice contained no indication of pain or resignation. "Yin Su," she said. Her voice was exactly what Yin Su's ears had expected. Thin as rice paper, clear as water, no waver in it despite the physical degradation it traveled through. She did not turn around. "I have waited 503 years. Not 503. The extra 3 years are important because they represent the time after the massacre when I was still uncertain whether anyone would ever come. After that uncertainty resolved, each additional year was simply confirmation of inevitability." She paused, and in that pause was an ocean of waiting. "I wondered if you would come before I finished waiting, or after," she continued. "If you would arrive before I died, or if I would die with this archive still sealed, waiting for a future that might never come. The fact that you are here now suggests that my mathematics were correct, that I will not die without seeing this begun." "You knew," Yin Su said. "Not a question. I knew the moment you escaped the cage." The entire cultivation world trembled with it, though most were too stupid to recognize the tremor. She turned slowly, each vertebra audible as she pivoted. The movement took time, nearly 2 minutes of deliberate, methodical repositioning. Her face was a map of time, every line a record of something endured. Every wrinkle was a year of carrying this knowledge. Every scar, though few remained visible on her face, was a memory she had preserved in flesh. Her eyes were still bright, though clouded with the white film of age. The clouds were not cataracts so much as evidence of looking, constantly, persistently, at things others could not see. "Everyone else felt a disturbance," she continued. "An anomaly. A crack in the structure of cultivation hierarchy that they tried to rationalize as nothing important. I felt a correction beginning. The universe shifting back toward alignment." Su Weiniang stepped forward, her voice careful and respectful. "Elder Dao Qin, I am Su Weiniang, of the Radiant Peak line, descendant of the survivors. I have spent the last 5 years gathering whatever fragments of our sect's true history I could find. I have recorded the testimony of those who lived through the destruction. I know who you are." Dao Qin's eyes tracked to Su Weiniang with the precision of a predator tracking prey, though the predator in question moved only with the speed of continental drift. The gaze held for several seconds, reading, assessing, understanding. "You have your mother's shape and your grandmother's stubbornness. You have your great-grandfather's sense of obligation as well. Your great-grandfather was a fool who believed in the wrong people, yes, but his foolishness came from trying to preserve the sect's honor by working within corrupt systems. That foolishness may yet save him in memory. He never lived to see the full weight of his mistake. He died believing that his loyalty might eventually be vindicated. And now, it will be." She turned back to Yin Su. "Come, sit, both of you. I have been maintaining these archives for 500 years for a specific reason. The reason has finally arrived in the form of 2 people who understand that truth is not optional, that it cannot be negotiated or compromised. The reason is now sitting before me." The hall, once Yin Su's eyes fully adjusted, revealed itself to be far more than a simple library. It was a complete documentation of the past 500 years of cultivation world history, with particular emphasis on the rise of the Azure Mandate and the circumstances that had enabled it. Every wall was lined with scrolls and records, stacked in precise rows that rose from floor to ceiling, accessible by means of ladders that had been worn smooth by centuries of handling. The organization system was not immediately obvious to Su Weiniang, but Yin Su recognized it almost immediately. The scrolls were arranged by date, then by category, then by depth of relevance to central questions. If you wanted to follow the development of a particular conspiracy, you could trace it through years of recorded evidence. If you wanted to understand the biographical trajectory of a key figure, you could follow their documented actions chronologically. The system was brilliant because it allowed multiple ways of engaging with the same body of evidence. This was not the work of someone maintaining records. This was the work of someone conducting an investigation that had lasted 500 years. Every scroll was a piece of a massive puzzle, and Dao Qin was the only person alive who understood how all the pieces connected. "This is extraordinary," Su Weiniang breathed, moving toward the nearest wall of scrolls. Her fingers reached out to touch one, then stopped, uncertain whether she was permitted. "You may read them," Dao Qin said. "That is why they exist. But do not remove them from the archive. They remain here, part of the complete structure of evidence. They are most powerful when understood as a complete system, not as isolated documents." 500 years, Yin Su said, as if confirming a mathematical calculation. He was not asking. 503, Dao Qin corrected with a precision that suggested she had been waiting for this specific number for a long time. "The first 3 years I spent trying to convince the world I had not falsified evidence. I went to the investigations myself. I presented counter-evidence. I explained the inconsistencies in the official narrative, and I was dismissed. After the first 3 years, I accepted that no one would believe me. So the next 500 years I spent ensuring that the evidence would not vanish, even if no one in the present would acknowledge it. I spent 500 years being a librarian of truth. She settled deeper into her seat, which groaned under the redistribution of weight, but did not collapse. The sound of the groaning had a kind of resignation to it, as if the furniture had accepted that it would carry this burden for as long as necessary. Sit, Dao Qin said, indicating the cushions beside her. There were 3 cushions arranged in a semicircle, suggesting that she had anticipated not just Yin Su's arrival, but the possibility of companions. They sat. The night of the massacre, Dao Qin began. I was in the meditation chamber on the eastern face of Radiant Peak. I was attempting a cultivation technique that would take approximately 3 hours. I had been at it for roughly 20 minutes when I felt them arrive. Not all at once. That is important. You understand? Not all at once. She paused to let the weight of that observation settle. First came the boundary distortions. Someone was disabling the peak's defensive formations. That took perhaps 15 minutes. I should have felt it immediately, but I was deep in meditation, and the formations were disabled from outside, which meant, well, it meant that someone had detailed knowledge of all 8 of Radiant Peak's layer structures. Su Weiniang leaned forward slightly. That was impossible to have without being a member of the Peak's inner council. Dao Qin finished. Yes, I realized this as the formations fell. I ended my meditation immediately. When I emerged from the chamber, the massacre was already well underway. Tell me about Zhao Mingyi, Yin Su said. Zhao Mingyi was heaven-bridging cultivation at that time, as I was. Slightly younger than me by 2 cultivation years, but steadier in advancement. He was also the Peak's liaison to the Confederation of Minor Sects, a position of honor and trust. Dao Qin's hands moved to fold in her lap, and when she did, Yin Su noticed they were completely still. No tremor. The hands of a woman with absolute control, or a woman with nothing left to lose to the uncertainty of age. He was here. I saw him. He stood in the great hall while the outer disciples burned, and he did not lift a hand. Against his own sect, Su Weiniang whispered. He did more than do nothing. Dao Qin continued. He actively prevented the Peak's defense systems from engaging. I attempted to activate the secondary formations myself, and she paused. In that pause was 500 years of consideration. He stopped me. Not with violence. With superior technique. He had been studying those systems for years, waiting for this moment. Yin Su's mind was already working, already assembling the pieces. Zhao Mingyi's cultivation, his positioning, his access. The mathematics of conspiracy. After the massacre, Dao Qin said, there was confusion, chaos, bodies. The survivors were scattered and desperate. Zhao Mingyi came to me personally, in the rubble of the peak, and told me something. He said, Dao Qin, there is a dangerous rogue cultivator responsible for this. He was exiled from the peak years ago for practicing forbidden technique. His name is Yin Su. She let that sentence hang in the air like a blade. At that moment, she continued, I had a choice. I could point to Zhao Mingyi and tell the world the truth. But the world had no reason to believe me. Zhao Mingyi was an honored cultivator. I was an old woman in shock. He had evidence prepared, witnesses he had positioned, records he had falsified, and he had allies. The council, Yin Su said. The council, yes. 3 of its members. They had been part of his plan. They announced that they had seen you, Yin Su. They provided testimony. They offered records. By the time the investigation deepened enough to question those records, the narrative was already solid. You were the enemy. The peak was destroyed by a rogue cultivator seeking vengeance for his exile. Yin Su leaned back. His breathing was steady, his heartbeat unchanged. In the void cage, he had learned to keep his body as still as his mind. To react internally first, emotionally only after analysis was complete. There was no anger yet. There was only the cold satisfaction of seeing a pattern confirmed. I tried to speak, Dao Qin said quietly. I went to the investigation myself. I presented counter-evidence. They dismissed it. The narrative had already been established. The council backed Zhao Mingyi's story. And then, she paused again. And then Zhao Mingyi revealed his true power. The radiant cannon, Su Weiniang said, understanding beginning to dawn in her voice. He had stolen it during the massacre. One of the peak's greatest treasures, and he simply took it. No one noticed in all the chaos. When I began questioning the official narrative, he came to me again. This time, he did not need to use technique. He simply told me, I have the cannon. I will use it to build something greater than Radiant Peak ever was. Oppose me, and I will erase your name from history. Your disciples will be killed. Your records will be destroyed. You will become less than a footnote, Dao Qin. You will become nothing. You chose silence, Yin Su said. I chose to preserve what could be preserved. Dao Qin gestured at the scrolls surrounding them. I could not fight him. I could not speak against him without causing a cascade of deaths and destruction. So I chose to remember. Every day for 500 years, I added to this archive. Every time Zhao Mingyi made a move, I recorded it. Every time he changed his narrative to match new evidence or new threats, I noted it. Every shift in his cultivation, every expansion of his sect, every manipulation of the governing bodies, all of it here. She looked directly at Yin Su. I have been waiting for the moment when someone could use this archive the way it was meant to be used. Not as a personal vendetta, but as a complete, undeniable truth. The world will not believe a single person's testimony against Zhao Mingyi. But they will believe this. She gestured to the entire hall. 500 years of meticulous record-keeping. They will believe the archives because the archives do not have emotion. They do not have bias. They simply record and preserve. You have been waiting for me, Yin Su said. I have been waiting for someone to finish what I could not start, Dao Qin corrected. Whether it was you or someone else did not matter, as long as they had the clarity to understand what could be done with pure information. Su Weiniang spoke for the first time in several minutes. What do you need from us? Dao Qin smiled. It was a small smile, barely visible on her ancient face, but it suggested the satisfaction of waiting finally being justified. I need nothing. I have prepared everything. What you need is to use what I have prepared. The archives are yours now, Yin Su. The scrolls, the records, the testimony preserved in ink. Take them. Use them. Do what must be done. She stood, a process that took nearly a minute and involved considerable shifting of weight and repositioning of vertebrae. When she was finally upright, she seemed even smaller than before, as if the act of standing had compressed her further. I am very old, she said. I do not know if I will live to see the end of this, but I will die knowing that I did not die silently. That matters more than I can properly express. Yin Su stood as well. His movement was smooth and economical, the opposite of Dao Qin's labored process. He looked at the archives surrounding them, centuries of patient work, preserved in perfect order. Show me where to begin, he said. Chapter 22. The archives. Yin Su entered into the archives the way other men entered into meditation. Completely, without reservation, with the kind of focus that suggested the external world no longer existed. Su Weiniang watched him work for the first few hours, saw how he moved through the stacks with methodical precision, how his eyes scanned documents with the focused intensity of someone reading at a pace that would have seemed superhuman to a normal cultivator. She brought him water, which he drank without looking away from the scrolls. She brought him food, which he consumed in mechanical bites, sustenance delivered to his mouth, while his mind remained completely absorbed in the evidence surrounding him. By the third hour, it became clear that any attempt at conversation would be met with silence. He had not simply entered deep focus. He had transcended normal consciousness into something more specialized, more aimed, more dangerous. Su Weiniang withdrew to allow him space, settling herself in a chamber that appeared to serve as a study and kitchen combined. Dao Qin was there, quietly preparing tea, moving with the careful efficiency of someone who had learned, over 500 years, exactly how much effort each movement required. He will read for a long time, Dao Qin said, as if answering a question Su Weiniang had not asked. How long? Su Weiniang replied. Days, perhaps. He will not stop until he has absorbed the complete picture. That is not impatience in him. That is methodology. He needs to understand not just the facts, but the pattern those facts create. He began with the massacre itself, pulling scrolls from the section labeled The Night. Dao Qin had organized the records chronologically, but also by theme and category, so that following a single thread was possible. The thread Yin Su pulled led through 500 years of meticulous documentation, creating a narrative arc that moved from the massacre through its investigation and into the centuries of policy and manipulation that had followed. The night of the massacre itself, 742 disciples were killed in the initial assault. Yin Su confirmed this number in Dao Qin's records 3 different ways: by body count records, by cross-referencing with survivor lists, by examining the burial records and the compensation paid to survivors' families. The number was definitive. Zhao Mingyi had used external forces, cultivators from allied sects who owed him favors or had been promised payment in advance. The records showed where the money had come from, sect funds that were supposed to be reserved for emergency defense, where it had gone, directly to the hired cultivators through intermediary sects, and what the quid pro quo arrangements had been, territorial concessions and trade agreements that benefited the partner sects. The massacre had taken 6 hours, beginning at sunset and ending in full darkness. The records documented why that timing had been chosen. It allowed the attack to occur while day shift disciples were mostly in meditation or study, concentrated in specific chambers, making them easier to eliminate. The timing also allowed the attack to conclude before the cultivation world's evening communications network became active, the network through which sects typically reported emergencies to the Cultivation Council. The Peak's defenses, despite their reputation for being impregnable, had been disabled systematically over the course of 2 hours preceding the attack. The records showed exactly how, with annotations in Daoqin's precise handwriting explaining each step. Formation anchor points were destroyed. Energy gathering channels were disrupted. Backup systems that should have activated automatically were deactivated manually by cultivators who had been positioned in advance within the peak itself. Reading these records, Su understood something that had been obscured during his trial and imprisonment. The massacre had required not just external military force, but internal collaboration. People on the inside of the peak had been involved. That had not been widely known or discussed during the investigations, and Su suddenly understood why. Acknowledging internal collaboration would have required the investigation to examine every council member, every senior disciple, everyone with access to the formation systems. It would have been a complete audit of the peak's internal structure. Instead, the simple narrative of rogue cultivator attack had been accepted, and no such audit had ever occurred. Su read Daoqin's investigation notes. She had retraced Zhao Mingyi's movements in the hours before the massacre with the precision of someone reconstructing a murder. He had visited the formation chamber on the eastern face of the peak, the place where Daoqin had been meditating when the attack began. Coincidence? Daoqin's notes suggested not. She theorized that Zhao Mingyi had been timing his actions, ensuring that the formation chamber would be sealed during the critical moments, preventing any internal cultivators from responding quickly enough. The records showed Zhao Mingyi's cultivation level before and after the massacre. Before, heaven bridging, 9th stage. After, heaven bridging, 11th stage. The advancement had not been gradual. It had been immediate. The records documented the energy signatures that accompanied the radiant cannon's theft and activation. A surge so massive that it was felt across the entire cultivation world, but was attributed to the chaos of the massacre itself rather than a theft. Su spent 14 hours on the massacre documentation alone. He did not eat. He did not sleep. His mind moved through the information the way water moves through a strainer, taking in the relevant material, letting the rest flow through without resistance. At the 14-hour mark, Su Weiniang brought him tea and food anyway. He consumed them without noticing, never breaking eye contact with the scrolls before him. The next phase of documentation covered the investigation. Here, Daoqin's records became even more detailed, because this was when she had begun to understand that she could not fight Zhao Mingyi through official channels. She had documented every official decision, every false statement, every conveniently timed piece of evidence. The investigation had been deliberately structured to reach a predetermined conclusion. The council members who had been Zhao Mingyi's allies had ensured that the evidence against Su would be overwhelming, while any evidence pointing to Zhao Mingyi would be dismissed as circumstantial or mistaken. Daoqin's counter-evidence had been labeled as emotional bias, the desperate claims of an old woman traumatized by disaster. I was 73 years old, Daoqin had written in one of her many marginal notes. Not so old that I could not be considered reliable, but old enough that my judgment could be questioned. Zhao Mingyi was clever in how he discredited me. He never directly attacked my character. He simply expressed concern that my advanced age and my close relationship with the peak's victims might be affecting my perception. The council took his concerns seriously. Su read through the entire investigation file. Hundreds of scrolls, each one a piece of the puzzle that had convicted him in absentia. What struck him most was not the ingenuity of the conspiracy, but its thoroughness. Zhao Mingyi had thought of everything. He had prepared false witnesses, planted false evidence, and arranged for all contradictory evidence to be either destroyed or dismissed. And yet, despite all this planning, there were cracks. Not obvious cracks. Su might never have noticed them if he were a different person, someone with less time to think and observe. But cracks nonetheless. The timestamps on several pieces of evidence did not align with physical possibility. Witnesses claimed to have seen Su in places he could not have reached in the time frame allowed. The energy signatures recorded by the peak's instruments did not match the profile of Su's cultivation style. Daoqin had noted every one of these inconsistencies in meticulous detail. By the 48th hour of reading, by which point Su Weiniang had begun to look genuinely concerned about his physical well-being, Su had constructed a complete picture of the conspiracy. It was not just Zhao Mingyi's action. It was a coordinated effort involving multiple sects, multiple council members, and decades of preparation. The true question was not how Zhao Mingyi had pulled it off, but why. What had motivated such elaborate preparation? Yin Su pulled another set of records, these ones covering the period before the massacre, the months and years leading up to it. The answer was written in Dao Qin's notes, in her careful script. Zhao Mingyi's advancement had plateaued. He could not reach heaven bridging, 12th stage, through normal cultivation. But the Radiant Canon contains the secrets of the ancient Radiant sect, which had developed cultivation techniques that could elevate any cultivator 2 to 3 stages beyond their natural ceiling. The only obstacle was the Peak's Council, which would never voluntarily surrender the canon to someone outside the direct lineage. In other words, Zhao Mingyi had wanted power that the Peak would not give him, so he had decided to take it. Yin Su closed the scroll he had been reading and sat back. His mind was now operating on a different level entirely. He was no longer gathering information. He was constructing strategy. You have read through 500 years of evidence, Dao Qin said. She had entered the archive at some point during his reading. Yin Su had not noticed. What conclusion have you drawn? That Zhao Mingyi is a coward, Yin Su said. He did not act from strength. He acted from desperation. His cultivation had hit a ceiling. Rather than accept that ceiling, he conspired to steal what he could not earn. And rather than take responsibility for that theft, he blamed someone else entirely. Yes, Dao Qin said. Now you understand what I have spent 500 years proving. I understand, Yin Su said, that the moment any of this becomes public, his entire power structure collapses. The Azure Mandate sect is built on stolen foundation. If the world learns the truth, it will be considered illegitimate. All his disciples will be caught between loyalty to a man revealed as a fraud and pragmatism in seeking new positions elsewhere. You are thinking correctly, Dao Qin said. But understanding the theory and implementing it are two different things. Zhao Mingyi has spent 500 years building defenses against precisely this scenario. He has made himself so central to the cultivation world's power structure that exposing him seems to threaten the entire system. The council will resist. His allies will resist. And many sects that know nothing of his conspiracy will believe him anyway, because they have no reason to distrust him. Then I must make them have a reason, Yin Su said. I must make them see that accepting his lies is more dangerous than accepting the truth. He stood and looked at the archive surrounding them. 500 years of preserved evidence, waiting for the moment when it could finally be used. How long will it take me to absorb all of this, he asked. Dao Qin considered the question. For a normal cultivator, several years. You are not normal. 3 to 4 months, if you maintain this pace. Then that is how long I will take, Yin Su said. After that, I will begin. Chapter 23. Testimony of the Ancient. The archive had become Yin Su's world. He had not left it in 7 days. Su Weiniang had moved a bed into one of the side chambers and a washing station. Meals appeared at irregular intervals, prepared by Dao Qin herself, who seemed to understand intuitively when Yin Su's consumption of information had reached the point where his body required physical maintenance. The food was simple but sustaining. Rice with vegetables, tea, occasionally fish when Dao Qin had managed to hunt in the surrounding valleys. 7 days of continuous reading. 7 days during which Yin Su had moved through 500 years of history, absorbing not just the facts documented, but the patterns they revealed. He had read through the descriptions of the massacre multiple times, each time finding new details, new implications. He had examined the falsified evidence against him with the precision of a jeweler examining a flawed gem, understanding exactly where the craftsman had made his compromises, where the rush to create a convincing forgery had led to technical errors. He had read about his own trial, or rather, the farce that had been conducted in his absence. The prosecution's case had relied on 7 key pieces of evidence. 4 of those pieces were demonstrably impossible. 1 was internally contradictory. 2 could have applied to any cultivator with sufficient power. And yet all 7 had been accepted without question. Yin Su understood, by the end of the 7 days, that he was not dealing with an investigation that had gone wrong. He was dealing with a predetermined conclusion that had been constructed with remarkable care. Someone had decided, in advance, that Yin Su would be blamed for the massacre. Everything that had followed was simply elaborate stagecraft, designed to make that predetermined conclusion appear logical and inevitable. By the morning of the 8th day, Yin Su had read through approximately 1/3 of the archive. He had completed the massacre documentation, the investigation documentation, and the early years of policy formation under Zhao Mingyi's new Azure Mandate sect. His mind was moving with the precision of a blade, cutting through the layers of deception, finding the supporting logic underneath. That morning, he set down the scrolls he had been reading. a document detailing the economic arrangements that had allowed Zhao Mingyi to compensate his conspirators without raising suspicion, and looked toward the chamber's entrance. "You want to tell me about the night?" he said. It was not a question. More than a question, it was an observation, a reading of the other person's intention based on subtle shifts in the world structure. He had learned to think this way over 500 years. Dao Qin appeared in the doorway, as if she had been waiting for him to reach this particular point. Perhaps she had been. Her understanding of Yin Su seemed to extend beyond simple observation into something more like synchronization. Two instruments tuned to the same frequency, responding to each other's vibrations. "Yes," she said simply. "Now that you have read what I have recorded about that night, you should hear what I witnessed directly. Written records are useful. They are precise. They do not exaggerate. They create a permanent testimony. But they lack the texture of human experience. You need to understand not just what happened, but how it felt, how it sounded, how it affected the person who lived through it." "Yes," she said. "Now that you have read what I have recorded about that night, you should hear what I witnessed directly. Written records are useful, but they lack the texture of human experience. You need to understand not just what happened, but how it felt." They moved to a chamber near the front of the archive, where sunlight filtered through high windows at angles that suggested it was now late afternoon. The light had a particular quality that only came in spring, when the sun moved through the sky at specific angles that created both shadow and illumination in interesting proportions. Dao Qin settled into a chair that seemed to have been made specifically for her, worn smooth by decades of use, perfectly fitted to her small frame. The wood grain of the chair showed patterns of use that suggested she had sat here literally thousands of times, in the same position, wearing the material into its current shape. This was a chair that had been customized through centuries of use. "I was meditating on the eastern face," she began, her voice taking on a different quality, less present-moment precision, more historical recollection. "Attempting to progress my cultivation to heaven-bridging, 10th stage. I had made progress in my practice during the previous months, and I was attempting to push through one of the ceiling points that all cultivators eventually encounter. The point where the next stage of advancement feels both inevitable and impossible, where you must fundamentally change how you understand the nature of power in order to proceed." She paused, and in that pause was a complete moment of recollection, 500 years collapsing down to a single instant of memory. Her eyes had gone distant, looking not at Yin Su or the chamber around them, but into a specific night that had occurred in a world that no longer existed. "I was perhaps 20 minutes into the meditation when I felt it," she continued. "Not a sound, not a visible disturbance, but a wrongness in the fundamental structure of reality around the peak. The way you might feel if you were standing on a bridge and suddenly became aware that the bridge was beginning to weaken beneath your feet. The formations around the peak began to destabilize," she continued, "very gradually at first. If I had been in normal consciousness, existing in the waking world, I might not have noticed anything at all. But in deep meditation, when your awareness extends throughout the spiritual landscape, when you have transcended normal sensory limitations and are perceiving reality through the lens of pure cultivation sensitivity, you notice everything. You notice the small cracks before they become the large chasms. You feel the disruptions before they become catastrophes." She took a sip of tea that had been waiting beside her chair. The tea was still warm, suggesting she had prepared it before coming to fetch him. "I felt the formations being disabled, one by one, methodically. Not carelessly, not accidentally. This was precise, targeted work. Someone was dismantling the peak's defenses with the same precision that a surgeon might dismantle a complex mechanism. Each formation was not just shut down, it was corrupted from within. The energy channels that powered the defenses were deliberately redirected." Yin Su leaned forward slightly. "How many formation layers does the peak have?" 8 primary layers, plus a 9th emergency layer that only activates when the first 8 have failed. 8 layers of increasingly sophisticated defense, each one designed to function independently of the others. The formation disablement took approximately 2 hours from start to finish. I counted each layer as it failed. By the time 6 layers had been disabled, I knew that this was not a normal assault. This was someone with detailed knowledge of our defense architecture. "You did not immediately emerge," Yin Su observed. "No," Dao Qin said, and there was a weight to the admission. "I made a crucial error in judgment. I thought that if I emerged too quickly, if I reacted with alarm, I might trigger additional protective responses that would alert the external threats more completely. I thought I had time to stabilize my meditation and emerge in a controlled manner. That delay, that single moment of hesitation about what the correct response should be, likely saved my life, though at the time it felt like cowardice. It felt like paralysis in the face of crisis. It was not cowardice, Yin Su said quietly. It was a tactical misreading. There is a distinction between the two. Cowardice is choosing inaction because you fear the consequences of action. Misreading is choosing a particular form of action because you have made an error in your assessment of the situation. You acted based on incomplete information. That is different from not acting. After about 15 minutes of attempted meditation continuation, though of course, meditation ends the moment anxiety enters it, the moment your focus fractures between internal awareness and external threat recognition, I abandoned my attempt to maintain the meditative state and emerged. I stood up from my meditation platform. I walked to the meditation chamber's exit. I opened the doors, and I saw Zhao Mingyi standing in the courtyard below, his hands moving through precise cultivation gestures, building something, constructing something, attuning himself to something. Dao Qin's eyes had gone distant, looking not at the walls of the archive but into the past itself, into a night 500 years old that had not faded in her memory despite the passage of centuries. He was standing in perfect meditation posture, his hands folded, his eyes closed. His cultivation aura was fluctuating in a way I had never seen before. It was like watching someone connect to a power source external to themselves. Later, I understood this was the moment he was attempting to attune himself to the radiant canon. The resonance was unstable because he had not been trained in the canon's proper use. But his raw power was already overwhelming. He had perhaps doubled his effective cultivation in the span of minutes. The canon's influence, Yin Su said. Uncontrolled but effective. Exactly. I called out to him. I shouted his name. He opened his eyes slowly, so slowly, as if my shout was barely relevant to him at that moment, and looked up at me. And in that moment, I knew. Not suspected. Knew. This was no external attack. This was Zhao Mingyi's doing. She stopped speaking for a moment, gathering something from deep within herself. I asked him why. That was all I said. Just why? And he told me something I have never forgotten, something I wrote down that same night in my journal and copied into these archives. He said, because the cultivation world is a hierarchy, and I was trapped at a level that would never allow me to ascend. I tried the traditional paths. I meditated. I studied. I advanced as far as natural practice would allow. And I found myself plateaued, Dao Qin. Plateaued at a point where everyone above me would always dismiss my efforts as insufficient, and everyone below me would revere me as unreachable. It was not life. It was a prison exactly like the void cage, except my prison had been built by the very sect I served. Yin Su's breath did not change, but something in his posture shifted slightly. He told you his motivation, Yin Su said. He did, because at that moment, he did not believe I would survive the night. Why worry about the testimony of a dead woman? Dao Qin's voice carried a particular kind of irony that only comes from surviving the unsurvivable. He explained to me in remarkable detail what he had done and what he would do. He told me about the allies he had recruited. He told me about the false evidence he had prepared. He told me that he would frame you because you were outside the sect, gone, exiled, unable to defend yourself, and because your exile had created a narrative of resentment that made the accusation plausible. He wanted an audience, Yin Su said. He wanted someone to understand the completeness of his plan. He wanted someone to tell the truth to, so that the truth would die with them. Dao Qin corrected gently. But in the end, I did not die. The assault came after he finished his explanation. Cultivators poured into the courtyard. I ran. I hid in the archives, this very building. The attackers did not find me, or perhaps Zhao Mingyi did not tell them where I was. I do not know, but I survived, and I listened from my hiding place to the sounds of the peak burning. She was silent for a long time after that. In the hours that followed, she continued, I heard him. Zhao Mingyi moved through the peak giving orders, directing the assault, preventing escape routes. He was efficient, clinical. He did not show emotion or hesitation. He was simply executing a plan. Like a glacier, Yin Su said, understanding the analogy perfectly because he had come to understand it about himself as well. Exactly like a glacier, Dao Qin agreed. Slow, methodical, inexorable. The kind of force that cannot be stopped or reasoned with. It simply moves, and the landscape reshapes itself around its movement. After the massacre, Yin Su said, you attempted to tell this truth. I did, and no one believed me. They said I was confused, traumatized, unable to distinguish between what I had seen and what I had imagined. Zhao Mingyi came to me, the first day after the massacre, and made his threat directly. He said, you can spend the rest of your life trying to convince people that you are right, or you can spend the rest of your life ensuring that this record is kept safe. If you choose the first option, I will end both your life and your memory. If you choose the second, you will live long enough to see someone come who has the power to change things. I give you that chance, Dao Qin, not out of mercy, but out of respect for your silence. He knew you would keep the archives, Yin-Su said. He ensured you had a reason to remain alive. He did. He was never without mercy, exactly. He was simply strategic about it. He understood that killing me would create a martyr, but allowing me to live, bound by the weight of secrets and the responsibility of preservation, would effectively neutralize me without creating resentment elsewhere. It was clever. Dao Qin looked directly at Yin-Su. Now you understand, truly, what you face. Zhao Mingyi is not a simple villain. He is a pragmatist. He will respond to any threat you pose with measured, strategic counteraction. He will not simply attack you. He will attack the very foundations of your power, whatever they are. Then I must ensure my power has no foundations that can be attacked, Yin-Su said. Only truth. Truth is not a foundation, Dao Qin said. Truth is a weapon, and weapons can be broken. Only if the person wielding them is not patient enough to use them correctly, Yin-Su replied. Chapter 24. The Radiant Canon's Power. 3 weeks into his study of the archives, Yin-Su began to focus on technical documentation, the scrolls that detailed the Radiant Canon itself. The Radiant Canon was one of the 3 greatest cultivation texts known to the modern world. It had been authored by the Radiant sect approximately 2,000 years ago, during their height of power, when the sect had held dominion over a territory that spanned 17 provinces and had boasted thousands of disciples cultivating at every stage from the foundational levels to the immortal ascension stage. That sect had since faded into legend and memory, their territories lost, their disciples scattered, their influence utterly eclipsed by the rise of more aggressive and politically sophisticated sections. But their technical works had survived, preserved through careful copying and transmission from generation to generation. The Radiant Canon was preserved by the Radiant Peak sect not because they were direct descendants of the Radiant sect. The lineage had become so distant that the connection was more historical than biological. Rather, it was preserved because an ancient ancestor of the Peak had studied under a Radiant sect master during the final days of that sect's power. That ancestor had been entrusted with a copy of the canon as a gift, a kind of legacy passed forward to ensure that the most advanced cultivation knowledge would not be completely lost when the Radiant sect finally fell. What the canon contained was remarkable, a system of cultivation technique that had no equal in the modern world. It provided a pathway for a practitioner to push beyond their natural ceiling, to transcend the limitations that would normally constrain them. Most cultivators reached a point where further advancement became exponentially more difficult. Not just difficult, but genuinely impossible within the normal parameters of cultivation. The human body had structural limits. The spiritual core had density limits. The connection to the fundamental energies of the world had resonance limits. All of these combined created hard ceilings that varied from person to person, but which all cultivators eventually encountered. A cultivator at the heaven-bridging stage might find themselves able to advance from the 10th stage to the 11th stage with concentrated effort, but finding advancement to the 12th stage increasingly unlikely and advancement to the 13th stage impossible through any reasonable expenditure of effort or time. Similarly, a cultivator at the Earth's solidifying stage would eventually hit a point where no amount of meditation or technique practice would allow them to reach heaven-bridging cultivation. These ceilings were not punishment or failure. They were simply the natural consequence of the body and spirit's physical properties. The Radiant Canon provided a technique to restructure that fundamental nature, to rewrite the body and spirit's properties themselves, to create new pathways within the body and spirit where old pathways had become rigid and inelastic. It was not easy cultivation, quite the opposite. It was extraordinarily difficult and extraordinarily dangerous. Many cultivators who attempted to use the canon's techniques failed catastrophically. Some burned themselves out entirely, their cultivation destroyed in moments, their spiritual core returning to a completely unprofessional state, making further cultivation impossible. Others fragmented their spiritual core during the restructuring process, creating internal contradictions that left them in a state worse than death. Conscious but incapable of movement, able to perceive the world but unable to interact with it, trapped in their own broken bodies for decades or centuries. But those rare cultivators who succeeded, those who had the combination of natural talent, careful preparation, and sheer force of will to complete the restructuring intact, those cultivators could advance 2 to 3 stages beyond their natural ceiling. Dao Qin had preserved the canon's technical specifications in her archives with meticulous detail. She had scrolls detailing every aspect of the technique, the meditation pathways that must be followed, the energy collection sequences that must be completed, the spiritual alignment procedures that must be performed before any attempt at actual restructuring could begin. She had notes on the optimal timing for attempting the technique, on the seasonal variations that affected success rates, on the specific warning signs that indicated a cultivation attempt was going wrong. More importantly, she had detailed notes on Zhao Mingyi's misuse of it, extensive records documenting what she had been able to determine about how he had forced the attunement process, how he had truncated the preparation phase, and what damage that truncation had caused. The canon requires perfect attunement, Dao Qin explained when Yin Su began asking questions about the technical material. The cultivator must spend months, often 6 to 12 months, in careful preparation before even beginning the actual technique. The preparation involves meditation to sensitize the spiritual core, energy collection to increase the density and stability of the body's internal reserves, and spiritual alignment to synchronize the body's multiple cultivation pathways so they can withstand the stress of restructuring. She gestured to the scrolls, which contain diagrams and written explanations of each phase. It is meticulous and careful work, she continued. Not because the canon itself is designed to be meticulous, but because the human body and spirit are fundamentally limited in how much stress they can withstand. If you attempt to restructure the foundations of your cultivation without proper preparation, you subject yourself to pressures that will tear your spiritual core apart. Zhao Mingyi did not spend months in preparation, Yin Su said. It was not a question. His analysis of the energy disturbances recorded in Dao Qin's archives had made this obvious. He did not. He was desperate. He had the cannon in hand, having stolen it during the massacre itself. He also knew, or at least he had good reason to suspect, that the Radiant Peak's leadership would eventually discover what he had done. Once they discovered the theft, they would move to reclaim the cannon and likely execute him for the stealing. So he attempted to force the technique, to complete the attunement process in a matter of hours rather than months. That should have killed him, Yin Su said flatly. It was not a statement that admitted much room for disagreement with reality. The mathematics were simply clear. Forcing a restructuring process that was designed to take months into a span of hours would exceed any human body's stress tolerance. It nearly did. In fact, I would argue that it should have killed him, and that his survival was a violation of what the mathematics would normally predict. My notes from that night, written by listening to the energy disturbances from my meditation chamber and interpreting them through my cultivation senses, suggest that his spiritual core came incredibly close to complete shattering. He was in that state of near destruction for what I estimate was 3 hours, possibly longer. The disruptions in the spiritual field were so severe that I had difficulty accurately measuring time. She paused, allowing the weight of that observation to settle. During those 3 hours, she continued, he was vulnerable. His defenses were broken down. His consciousness was focused entirely on internal survival, not on external threats. Had the Peak's defenders responded immediately and skillfully, had they understood what was happening and moved to attack during that 3-hour window, they could have ended this before it began. They could have destroyed Zhao Mingyi while he was helpless, before he could complete the attunement. But they did not, Yin Su said. They could not, because the Peak's defenders were already engaged in combat with Zhao Mingyi's hired cultivators. They were focused entirely on external defense, not on internal threats. And by the time anyone within the Peak realized that the real danger was coming from within, that Zhao Mingyi himself was the primary threat, he had already stabilized his connection to the cannon. He had already survived the most dangerous part of the process. His survival, I believe, was partly the result of his own skill and determination, and partly the result of being fortunate enough to begin his forced attunement at exactly the right moment, when all defensive attention was directed externally. Yin Su considered this with the methodical precision that he applied to all information. What were the consequences of forcing the attunement? Dao Qin gestured to a set of scrolls that contained detailed observations of Zhao Mingyi's behavior and cultivation patterns over the centuries that had followed the massacre. The forced attunement to the cannon damaged him, not in ways that are obvious. He maintains his power, clearly, since the Azure Mandate sect under his leadership has only grown more powerful. He has advanced further than he could have through normal cultivation alone. But the damage is subtle, almost invisible if you do not know what to look for. Tell me, Yin Su said. He cannot advance beyond heaven bridging, 15th stage. That is the ceiling his body and spirit are capable of supporting, given how the forced attunement restructured his fundamental nature. A normal cultivator with perfect attunement to the cannon might reach immortal ascension, 2nd or 3rd stage. They might eventually reach the highest stages of cultivation, achieving a kind of transcendence that most cultivators can only dream of. But Zhao Mingyi is capped. His ceiling is lower than it would have been even without the cannon, because the forced attunement locked his structure in place before it had been properly prepared. He is aware of this limitation, Yin Su said. It was observation rather than question. Extremely aware. My notes spanning centuries suggest that this awareness has been a source of significant internal frustration for him. He achieved what he wanted when he forced the attunement. Power beyond his natural ceiling. Advancement that would have taken him decades or centuries under normal cultivation. But the method by which he achieved it has trapped him at a different, lower ceiling than he would have reached if he had taken the time to do it correctly. He can never advance to true immortality. He will always be limited by the damage he did to his own structure in his desperation to gain power quickly. Yin Su's mind was already working through the implications, tracing the logical branches that extended from this information. If the technique is so dangerous, why has no one else attempted it? Multiple reasons, Dao Qin said. First, because the danger is so well known that the canon itself is essentially theoretical for most cultivators. The death rate among those who attempt the technique improperly is extraordinarily high. Most cultivators, when they learn about the canon's requirements and dangers, decide that it is not worth the risk. She paused, preparing to deliver the second reason, which was clearly more significant than the first. Second, and more importantly, she continued, Zhao Mingyi has worked very hard to ensure that no one else understands the canon well enough to attempt it. The canon is preserved within the Azure Mandate sect's inner sanctum as a sacred text that must be studied and revered, but that must never be practiced. To attempt to practice the canon is forbidden by sect law. To even suggest that one might attempt it is considered heresy. He has made sure that the practical knowledge of how to use the technique dies with him, or is locked away in forms that only he can access. Then if his cultivators cannot access the canon's true power, Yin Su said slowly, if they cannot use it correctly, they should be weaker than they appear. Exactly, Dao Qin said with a kind of grim satisfaction. They are weaker than they appear. Zhao Mingyi's disciples are strong, that is undeniable. But their apparent strength is significantly inflated by the respect they receive from cultivators who do not understand that the source of their power, the canon, is being used incorrectly. They are like warriors who have inherited great weapons from their ancestors, but who have not been taught proper technique. They look impressive until they face someone who actually understands how to fight, someone who understands the weapon they are facing better than the wielder does. This observation hung in the air between them like a key placed into waiting hands. A key that opened specific doors that might otherwise have remained locked. You are suggesting, Yin Su said carefully, considering the implications fully before speaking, that the Azure Mandate sect's apparent military might is partially illusion, that their power is significantly less than their reputation suggests. I am not suggesting it, Dao Qin said with firm precision. I am telling you directly, with 500 years of observation and analysis to support the claim. Zhao Mingyi has built an empire on a stolen scripture that he is using incorrectly. The empire appears formidable from the outside. The Azure Mandate sect's disciples are respected throughout the cultivation world. Their military capabilities are considered formidable. But the foundation on which all of that is built, the canon that provides the power that makes them formidable, that foundation is technically incompetent. It is masked by 500 years of successful politics, by institutional inertia, by the weight of established reputation. But underneath the mask, the foundation is corrupted. Yin Su looked back at the scrolls containing the canon's specifications. He was beginning to see possibilities that extended far beyond simple military confrontation. If I were to study the canon correctly, he said slowly, if I were to understand the proper technique and apply it with the patient preparation that it requires, you would become stronger than Zhao Mingyi, Dao Qin said simply. Not necessarily in raw cultivation power. His cultivation level is still higher than yours, and that higher level still grants significant advantages. But in the efficiency and effectiveness of that power, you would be superior to him by a considerable margin. You could defeat him in direct combat. More importantly, you could prove that he has been using the canon incorrectly all along. And that proof would shatter the mystique of the Azure Mandate sect. It would reveal that the great power that has maintained their dominion over the cultivation world for 500 years was built on a foundation of misuse and technical incompetence. Show me, Yin Su said. Show me the full technical specifications. Show me everything Dao Qin knows about how the canon works. I want to understand not just the theory of how the canon functions, but the practical details of how Zhao Mingyi has been using it incorrectly, where his technique diverges from proper form, what specific errors he has made. Dao Qin smiled. A small, satisfied smile that suggested she had been waiting for this specific request. I was waiting for you to ask that question. Come, I will show you the deepest records of my archive. The complete technical documentation of the Radiant Canon. Chapter 25, Letters and Confessions. Buried in the deepest section of the archive, Preserved in a sealed chamber that required a specific cultivation technique to open, was a collection of letters. The chamber itself was remarkable. It had been constructed with materials that preserved written text without degradation, preventing the ink from fading, the paper from yellowing or becoming brittle, the words themselves from becoming illegible through the passage of centuries. Dao Qin had kept these letters separate from the other records, treating them with a kind of reverence that suggested their importance transcended mere documentation. These were not historical records in the conventional sense. These were confessions. These were the voices of people who had lived through 500 years of lies and who, in the final moments of their lives, had decided that the truth mattered more than their reputations or their safety. "These are the confessions," she said as she carefully opened the chamber. The door slid aside without resistance, revealing dozens of scrolls and letters arranged on wooden shelves. The testimonies of those who witnessed the massacre and chose to remain silent. Some who were peripheral to the conspiracy, others who were central to it. All of them eventually reaching a point where they could no longer carry the weight of their knowledge alone. The letters were written on different grades of paper, in different hands, spanning from the night of the massacre all the way to centuries later. Some were addressed to Dao Qin directly, suggesting that she had been known to at least some of the conspirators as the keeper of truth. Others were written in journal form, as if the author was confessing to the universe itself rather than to any specific person, as if they needed to get the words out of their heads and into the world regardless of whether anyone would ever read them. Yin Su began to read. The first letter was dated to the morning after the massacre, actually written in the hours immediately following the fires, while the peak's ruins were still warm. The author was a disciple named Huang Wei, who had survived by hiding in the herb gardens, crawling into the root systems of ancient medicinal plants, and remaining motionless for 12 hours while the massacre proceeded and then the fires burned themselves out. In his letter, Huang Wei described what he had seen with a precision that suggested he had rehearsed the words many times before committing them to paper. The outer disciples being slaughtered without resistance, many of them still in meditation when the attacks began, incapable of mounting any defense. The inner disciples attempting to form some kind of unified defense, but being cut down systematically by Zhao Mingyi's hired cultivators, who moved through the chambers with clear knowledge of the peak's layout and defensive structures. The fire spreading methodically through the dormitories, clearly set in deliberate patterns designed to trap disciples in specific locations, while simultaneously preventing anyone from reaching the archive chambers. I saw Zhao Mingyi directing the massacre. Huang Wei had written, his handwriting unsteady but legible. I saw him with my own eyes, standing in the central courtyard, giving orders to the hired cultivators, personally executing disciples who tried to escape through the main gates. I saw him with absolute certainty, beyond any possibility of misremembering or misperception. And I said nothing. I said nothing to the investigators. I said nothing to my family. I said nothing to anyone for 3 decades. Instead, I told the investigators that I had seen you, Yin Su, leading the assault. I told them I recognized you specifically, that I had known you during your time at the peak, and I identified you without any doubt. And I lied. He had added a note at the end of the letter, written in a different hand with the shaking precision of old age. I am writing this additional note now, 30 years later, because I am dying. The healers tell me I have weeks remaining. I wanted someone to know the truth before I died. I do not expect forgiveness. I have done nothing to deserve forgiveness. I do not even particularly want to be remembered. But I wanted to leave testimony somewhere that my cowardice would not be the last word on this matter. I wanted the truth to exist somewhere, preserved in ink, available if anyone ever cared enough to look for it. Huang Wei had died shortly after writing the letter. Dao Qin had documented his death. It had occurred 29 days after the letter was written. The second letter was from a cultivator named Ma Lin, who had been promoted to the council shortly after the massacre. The letter explained the bargain Ma Lin had made with Zhao Mingyi, his silence in exchange for advancement and political position. Ma Lin had been an ambitious young cultivator, one who had understood that advancement through merit alone would be slow and difficult. When Zhao Mingyi had approached him, appearing sympathetic, understanding, willing to mentor a talented young cultivator, Ma Lin had been receptive. The bargain itself had been simple: support the narrative that Yin Su was responsible for the massacre. Speak in favor of harsh punishment when the question of Yin Su's imprisonment came before the council. Use Ma Lin's growing political influence to ensure that investigations did not proceed in directions that might reveal inconvenient truths. In exchange, Zhao Mingyi would ensure that Ma Lin's cultivation advanced rapidly, that he received positions of authority within the growing Azure Mandate structure, that he would be recognized and rewarded. It was an easy bargain to accept at the time, Ma Lin had written in his confession. I was young and ambitious, and I wanted power more than I wanted moral clarity. 50 years later, I realized the mistake I had made. But by that point, I was too entangled in Zhao Mingyi's system to escape. My entire power structure was built on the foundation of the lie. If I revealed the truth, I would destroy his power. That was true. But I would also destroy myself. Better to remain silent and let the machinery of history grind on. Better to let the lie continue than to sacrifice my position and my life for a principle. Ma Lin's letter was dated about 200 years after the massacre, suggesting he had lived with his guilt for a very long time before finally deciding to confess. Letter after letter documented the same pattern. People who had known the truth and had chosen silence. Some had been threatened into silence. Others had been bribed. Many had simply rationalized that speaking would do more harm than good, or that they did not have enough evidence to convince anyone anyway. One letter stood out among all the others. It was written by a cultivator named Su Ming, who had been one of Zhao Mingyi's original allies in the conspiracy. Unlike the other letters, which were written by people who had been peripheral to the conspiracy, Su Ming had been central. He had been in the inner circle. He had known exactly what was planned and when. Su Ming's letter was dated to only 50 years ago, making him one of the more recent confessions. It was also substantially longer than the others, written over the course of several days rather than being completed in a single sitting. I am writing this because I am tired, Su Ming had written in his opening lines. Tired of carrying this secret. Tired of living as a fraud. I have spent 450 years pretending that the narrative was true, that Yen Su was responsible for the massacre, that Zhao Mingyi was a heroic figure who protected his sect from a rogue cultivator's revenge. But the truth is eating me from the inside. It has been eating me for centuries. Su Ming's letter detailed his role in the conspiracy with explicit precision. He had been the one who planted specific pieces of false evidence against Yen Su, forged documents, testimonies from witnesses who had been coached on exactly what to say, physical evidence that was manufactured to appear authentic. He had worked with Zhao Mingyi to construct the narrative that would ultimately convict Yen Su in absentia. I did these things, Su Ming had written, because I believed that Zhao Mingyi's vision for the cultivation world was better than what had come before. I thought that by destroying the Radiant Peak, we were making room for something greater, a more efficient power structure, a more rational arrangement of cultivation resources, a future that would be better than the status quo. I was young and idealistic in my corruption, if such a thing is possible. I thought that by destroying the peak, we were making room for progress. He paused in his letter to reflect on this belief, and when he continued, his tone had shifted from explanation to recrimination. I was wrong. We did not create something greater. We created something hollow, built on lies and maintained by deception. The Azure Mandate sect is a shell designed to conceal the truth from the world. And I have had to watch that hollowness expand for 4 centuries, watching the lie become more embedded, more accepted, more dangerous. And I have known, all the while, that I was responsible for it. I have known that my actions made this possible. The letter ended with, if you are reading this, it means I am finally dead. It means that perhaps, finally, someone might care enough about the truth to do something about it. I hope that person is merciful. I hope that person is not like me. I hope that the person who reads this will learn from what I have done and will understand that there are mistakes in life from which there is no recovery, only the possibility of preventing similar mistakes in the future. Yen Su read through all of the letters. There were 43 of them in total, spanning the full 500 years. Each one was a small piece of the same puzzle. People who had known the truth, had chosen silence or active complicity, and were finally confessing in the twilight of their lives. Some had lived with their guilt for centuries. Others had made peace with their choices and only confessed when they knew death was imminent. When he had finished reading the last letter, he sat in silence for a long time. Why did you keep these? He asked finally. Why not destroy them? They implicate their authors in conspiracy. They provide direct evidence of coordinated deception. Because they are the truth, Dao Qin said simply. And truth must be preserved, regardless of the consequences. These letters prove that people knew. They prove that the conspiracy was real. They prove that Zhao Mingyi was not acting alone. They also prove something else, Yen Su said quietly. They prove that people who are caught in a system of lies will eventually break under the weight of that system. They will confess, eventually, if given enough time and enough isolation from the system itself. He looked back at the letters. Su Ming's confession is the key, he continued. He was close enough to Zhao Mingyi to know the full details of the conspiracy. He was also pragmatic enough to realize, after 4 centuries, that the lies were not worth carrying anymore. If I can reach him, if I can get him to make his confession public, it would cascade through the entire structure. Su Ming is long dead, Dao Qin said gently. His letter was written 50 years ago. He died shortly after writing it. His confession died with him. But the content of his confession is here, Yin Su said. That is sufficient. He looked at Dao Qin. When I reveal this information, when I show the cultivation world that Zhao Mingyi's entire power structure is built on lies that have been maintained for 500 years, there will be those who accept it and those who resist. The letters give me a weapon against the resistors. These are not accusations from an external observer. These are confessions from Zhao Mingyi's own allies, preserved in their own hands. Yes, Dao Qin said. That is exactly what I preserve them for. Chapter 26. The pattern emerges by the third month of studying the archives. Yin Su had moved beyond simple comprehension to something deeper, synthesis. He had stopped merely reading and had begun to think in terms of the complete system that the records revealed. His mind was working like a craftsman assembling a complex mechanism. Each piece had to fit with the others. Each piece had to serve a specific function, and the complete assembly had to work as a unified whole. The massacre was not an isolated act of ambition or even of calculated conspiracy. It was part of a chain of events that had been planned years in advance, with multiple redundancies and backup plans built into every critical juncture. Dao Qin's records made this clear with devastating precision. In the decade before the massacre, Zhao Mingyi had positioned himself carefully, building relationships with specific people, creating alliances with specific sects, ensuring that when the time came, he would have allies positioned in every critical location. The conspiracy had involved dozens of people, organized into layers. 3 council members who had been promised advancement and power in exchange for their testimony and support during the investigation phase. Representatives from 5 minor sects who had been promised portions of Radiant Peak's territory and resources in exchange for providing military force during the massacre itself. Multiple administrators and record-keepers within the peak itself who had been compromised through a combination of bribery and blackmail, ensuring that the internal systems would be vulnerable to attack. Cultivators at various neutral organizations who had agreed to remain silent in exchange for substantial compensation paid through circuitous routes that would be difficult to trace back to Zhao Mingyi. A handful of sympathetic cultivators within the council's administrative structures who had agreed to ensure that investigations would proceed along predetermined lines. It was not a spontaneous act of ambitious scheming, not the work of a single person acting on impulse and desperation. It was a calculated assault that had taken at least a decade to arrange, involving dozens of people working in coordinated fashion, each one playing their specific role, each one receiving compensation calibrated to their particular vulnerabilities and motivations. More significantly, Yin Su noticed a pattern in how the conspiracy had evolved over time. After the massacre, Zhao Mingyi had consolidated his power not through dramatic assertions of authority, but gradually, methodically, with the patience of geological processes. He had not immediately proclaimed himself leader of a new sect, which would have generated resentment and resistance. Instead, he had positioned himself as the natural heir to the peak's authority, working within the existing institutional structures while slowly transforming them from within. It had taken him 30 years to formally establish the Azure Mandate sect as a distinct entity. During those 30 years, he had gradually replaced the peak's administrative structure with his own people, not through dismissals or purges that would have created resentment, but through retirements, transfers, and the strategic appointment of sympathetic individuals to key positions. He had slowly shifted the theological understanding of the sect, reinterpreting the peak's teachings to align with his vision of what cultivation practice should be. He had methodically dismantled the old power centers, not destroyed them, but carefully integrated them into his new structure and rebuilt them in his image. The records showed each of these moves in detail, not as dramatic confrontations that would have created historical memory, but as bureaucratic maneuvers, as gentle shifts in policy, as the slow replacement of old leadership with new. To someone observing from the outside, over the course of 3 decades, the changes would have appeared to be natural evolution rather than deliberate transformation. He was brilliant, Yin Su said to Dao Qin as they reviewed the century-long consolidation phase, examining maps and records side by side. Not brilliant through direct force or through the exercise of raw power. Any cultivator with sufficient strength can dominate through force. He was brilliant through patience and strategic maneuvering. He understood something fundamental that most ambitious people never grasp. Permanent power cannot be built on conquest alone. It must be built on legitimacy. It must be built on the consent, however reluctant, of the people over whom that power is exercised. He learned from history, Dao Qin said, nodding as she watched Yin Su work through the analysis. Many conquerors throughout history have been defeated because they relied too heavily on military might and external force. They conquered territory and people, but they never managed to consolidate their power into something permanent. Zhao Mingyi determined early on that he would not make that mistake. He would build a new power structure that appeared to be continuous with the old, even though the old had been completely destroyed. He would make the transformation seem like natural evolution rather than conquest. Yen Su looked at a map that Dao Qin had drawn 500 years ago, documenting the geographic holdings of the Radiant Peak. It showed territories that the sect controlled directly, territories it controlled through allied sects, territories that supported its economy through trade relationships. The map was incredibly detailed, suggesting that whoever had drawn it had access to the peak's most sensitive strategic information. Then he looked at a modern map, current as of the last major update 50 years prior, showing the territorial control of the Azure Mandate sect. He compared the two maps, point by point, territory by territory, relationship by relationship. The territory was nearly identical. The sects that had been allied with the peak remained allied, though now they were formally allied with the Azure Mandate instead. The power-sharing arrangements that had governed the peak's relationships with subordinate sects remained in place, just with Zhao Mingyi or his designates replacing the old peak leadership. The trade routes that had enriched the peak were now enriching the Azure Mandate. The political relationships had shifted superficially, but the fundamental structure had remained the same. This is the key insight, Yen Su said slowly, his finger tracing the patterns on the maps. He did not just conquer. He inherited. In the minds of the cultivation world, the Azure Mandate sect is not a new entity that replaced a destroyed one. The Azure Mandate sect is simply the evolved form of the Radiant Peak. One transitions naturally into the other. One becomes the other through the process of history and evolution. If I can break that perceived continuity, if I can prove that the Azure Mandate is actually a foreign entity that conquered the peak through deception and then disguised that conquest as natural succession, I can delegitimize the entire structure. Precisely, Dao Qin said. That is exactly what I have been preserving these records for. But understand the difficulty of that task, and do not underestimate it. 500 years of institutional continuity creates deep mental momentum. Even with overwhelming evidence, many people will resist the conclusion because the alternative, admitting that they have been supporting a fraudulent power structure for centuries, is too uncomfortable to accept. It is easier to deny the truth than to accept that one has been a participant in a grand lie. Then I must make the truth more comfortable than the lie, Yen Su said with the certainty of someone who has already calculated the mathematics. I must demonstrate to the cultivation world that accepting the truth is in their best interest, while maintaining the lie is against their interests. I must show them that the Azure Mandate's fraudulent foundation is becoming a liability rather than an asset. How will you do that? Dao Qin asked. By showing them the practical consequences of that lie, Yen Su said. By demonstrating that Zhao Mingyi's stolen power is limited in ways that a legitimate power structure would not be limited. By showing them that the Azure Mandate sect, as currently constituted, cannot offer them what they seek. The lie that has maintained legitimacy up to this point will become a burden as time progresses. He began to move through the archive with renewed purpose, seeking specific information, cultivation advancement rates among Azure Mandate disciples, sect economic output compared to independent economic projections, territorial expansion capabilities compared to what a sect with legitimate power should be capable of. He was looking for the soft points where the system's internal contradictions would become visible to anyone looking carefully enough. I need to understand where Zhao Mingyi's system is fragile, he said, where the limitations of his power have created vulnerabilities that I can exploit, not through direct military confrontation, but through revealing those limitations themselves, through showing that the foundation is rotten, that the structure is unstable, that maintaining the lie is becoming more costly than accepting the truth. Chapter 27. Allies and Enemies. The identification phase took another month. Su Weiniang joined Yen Su in the work, helping him compile a comprehensive list of all the sects, cultivators, and institutions that had benefited from the Radiant Peak's destruction. They went through Dao Qin's records with meticulous care, noting not just who had received benefits, but what those benefits had been and how they had evolved over 500 years. The list was comprehensive and disturbing in its scope. 17 sects had gained territory, usually adjacent lands that had been held by or allied with the peak, lands that the acquiring sects now controlled through various combinations of military conquest, political marriage, and formal territorial transfer arrangements. 12 trading consortiums had gained market share previously held by peak merchants, acquiring the peak's trade routes, its merchant networks, its established relationships with distant buyers and sellers. These consortiums had essentially inherited the peak's commercial infrastructure. 34 individual cultivators had gained advancement opportunities and positions of authority by positioning themselves as loyal to Zhao Mingyi's new structure, being promoted into positions that would have taken them decades to achieve through normal advancement within the old peak system. 5 major cultivation schools had gained prestige and resources by claiming connection to the Azure Mandate's rapid growth, essentially positioning themselves as partners in the success story of a rising sect. Dozens of smaller organizations had been absorbed into the Azure Mandate structure and had benefited economically from that absorption, gaining access to the sect's resources, its knowledge networks, its protective military power. It was not a simple case of conquest followed by exploitation. It was a complex web of mutual benefit, carefully constructed to ensure that hundreds of different organizations had reasons to support and defend the Azure Mandate's version of history. The entire cultivation world is compromised, Su Weiniang said as they reviewed the list. Her voice carried a note of something like despair, not at the situation itself, but at the magnitude of the conspiracy she was discovering. Everyone has something to lose if the truth comes out. Accepting Zhao Mingyi's lies has become economically rational for these groups. It has become materially beneficial. They are not maintaining a lie for Zhao Mingyi's sake. They are maintaining it for their own sake. Precisely, Yin Su said with the kind of precision that suggested he had been expecting this realization. Which means that simple revelation of the truth will not be sufficient to change the world's mind. People will resist because their material interests are served by the lie. You cannot appeal to people's sense of justice if justice means they must surrender resources and power they have come to depend on. Then what will convince them? Su Weiniang asked. If they are so thoroughly invested in the lie, how will you possibly convince them to accept the truth? Showing them that their material interests are actually better served by the truth, Yin Su said. If I can demonstrate that the Azure Mandate's power is fundamentally limited, that it cannot grow further, that it cannot offer the advancement or resources it once did, then the calculation becomes different. Then accepting the truth becomes the pragmatic choice, because it opens the possibility of reorganization and growth beyond the current limitations. The system has reached a stasis point. Those who benefit from that stasis have no incentive to change. But those who are frustrated by that stasis have every incentive to embrace a transition. He began to organize the list differently, not by what each group had gained, but by what each group was now dependent on, by what each group could not afford to lose. He created maps showing the flow of resources from the Azure Mandate to each allied group, showing the distribution networks that had become dependent on the Azure Mandate's continued dominance, showing where changes in the power structure would cause economic disruption and where they would create opportunity. It was a map of vulnerability masquerading as a map of alliance. It showed where the web of mutual benefit could be unraveled by showing that different web configurations might actually be preferable. This sect here, the Eastern River Collective, they gain approximately 40% of their income from trade routes that are explicitly controlled by the Azure Mandate, Yin Su observed, pointing to a section of his analysis. If the Azure Mandate collapsed or was significantly reorganized, these routes might change. That would be disruptive. But if I could convince them that the reorganization would actually create more efficient routes that would generate more income, they would become supporters of that reorganization. And more importantly, if I could convince them that maintaining the current structure is becoming increasingly risky, that exposure of the truth might happen regardless of their preferences, then the calculation shifts. Then supporting the transition becomes a form of risk management. He marked the Eastern River Collective with a specific notation and continued the process. He went through the entire list, identifying each group's point of dependency, their potential vulnerability, and their possible motivation to support a transition to truth. For the Eastern River Collective, it was the dependence on trade routes. For the cultivation schools that had benefited from the Azure Mandate's prestige, it was the fear that continued association with a fraudulent power structure might damage their own reputations. For the individual cultivators who had received advancement, it was the fear that their advancement might be questioned or invalidated if the Azure Mandate's legitimacy was called into question. By the end of the month, he had created a secondary list, the list of potential allies. Not because these groups loved Yin Su or wanted justice for Radiant Peak, not because they were motivated by moral concerns. Rather, they were potential allies because shifting to support Yin Su's revelation served their material interests more effectively than maintaining the lie. You are not appealing to righteousness, Su Weiniang observed as she reviewed his analysis. You are appealing to self-interest. Righteousness is impractical, Yin Su said. Righteousness makes people choose between their principles and their survival, and most people will choose survival every time. Instead, I am creating a situation where righteousness and survival align, where choosing truth is also choosing profit and advancement, where the moral choice and the pragmatic choice become identical. Zhao Mingyi will recognize this strategy, Su Weiniang said. There was a note of warning in her voice, or perhaps concern. He is cunning. He will understand what you are attempting. He will move to intercept your network-building efforts. He will, Yin Su agreed with perfect calm. But by the time he recognizes the strategy and moves to respond to it, the network will have already begun to form. The process becomes self-accelerating at a certain point. Once enough pieces are in motion, once enough people understand what is being offered and what the alternatives are, momentum develops. The network grows not because I am pushing it, but because each participant is pulling, each one recruiting others who have similar vulnerabilities and similar interests. He looked at Su Weiniang directly. Are you prepared for what comes next? She met his gaze steadily, and in her eyes was the kind of clarity that comes from someone who has already made a decision and has accepted its consequences. I am. Many people will die, Yin Su said. It was not a warning. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the same emotional flatness he applied to all factual statements. No emotion, no judgment, just a clear assessment of probable consequences. Not immediately, but as the network becomes active, as the revelation of truth becomes harder to suppress, as people make choices about whether to fight or accept the transition, there will be violence. There will be deaths. I know, Su Weiniang said. Not all death is equally weighted. Some death is necessary to prevent greater suffering. The continuation of the lie would cause suffering, not dramatic visible suffering, but the kind of subtle suffering that occurs when human beings are forced to live within systems they know are false. There is a cost to living a lie. It corrodes people from within. That is a rationalization, Yin Su observed neutrally. Yes, Su Weiniang said with complete acknowledgement of this fact. But it is a necessary rationalization. We are not trying to destroy Zhao Mingyi for the sake of destruction. We are not attempting this to cause suffering. We are trying to restore a true history and to prevent 500 more years of deception and institutional corruption. If death is the price of that restoration, then the price is acceptable. The cost is justified by the outcome. Yin Su did not respond for a long moment. He had heard rationalization before. He had read dozens of them in the letters and confessions. He understood how human beings justified their choices to themselves. But Su Weiniang's rationalization was different. It was not self-serving. It was not motivated by the desire to escape responsibility for her own actions. It was motivated by genuine moral commitment to the idea that truth was worth the cost of obtaining it. Then, slowly he nodded. Then we will proceed with the alliance-building phase, he said. You will begin contact with the groups I have identified on this secondary list. You will feel them out, gauge their interests, determine where their vulnerabilities lie, and begin laying the groundwork for cooperation. Be careful. Be patient. Do not push. Do not make promises that cannot be kept. Simply present the information and allow them to come to their own conclusions. The people on this list are pragmatists. They will understand the advantages of cooperation once they fully comprehend what is being offered. And what will you do? Su Weiniang asked. I will continue studying the canon, Yin Su said. I need to understand it not just theoretically, but practically. I need to understand how to use its power correctly, the way it was meant to be used. Because when Zhao Mingyi finally understands what is happening, he will move to defend himself. And when that moment comes, I need to be able to face him not just intellectually, but spiritually and in terms of raw cultivation power. I cannot rely on the network alone. I need to be personally capable of confronting him directly if that becomes necessary. Chapter 28. The Warden's Secret. The journey to the Void Cage took Yin Su 3 weeks. It was not the destination that was difficult to reach. The Void Cage was well known and carefully maintained by the cultivation authorities, situated in a location that was public knowledge and accessible to anyone authorized to visit. It was the emotional preparation that took time. He had spent 500 years in this place. 500 years of uninterrupted solitude, 500 years of meditation, 500 years of patient cultivation in a space designed to prevent cultivation entirely. Another few weeks of travel was trivial in comparison. But returning to the Void Cage meant confronting the location of his imprisonment with a mind that was no longer desperate, no longer angry, no longer broken in the ways it had been when he was first imprisoned. It meant approaching it as the person he had become, cold, calculating, utterly committed to a purpose beyond himself. It meant confronting the place that had defined his entire existence with something approaching indifference. And that indifference was more unsettling than any return of old rage could have been. The Void Cage looked exactly as he remembered it, which meant it also looked nothing like he remembered it. The features were identical: the walls, the gates, the internal chambers. But his perception of those features had changed completely. What had once seemed monstrous and inescapable now seemed merely functional. Shen Fuyun, the warden, was older than Yen Su had expected. Time had worn into the man's frame the way water wears into stone, slowly, persistently, reshaping everything over the course of centuries. His cultivation was still considerable, bearing the weight of centuries of practice and advancement. But it had the quality of something preserved rather than something active, something maintained but no longer advancing. I wondered if you would come back, Shen Fuyun said, when Yen Su entered the warden's chamber. The chamber was sparse, a meditation platform, a desk with scrolls, a window that looked out toward the cage's interior. Not if. That was never in question. The moment you escaped, I knew you would eventually return. When was the only unknown variable? You were expecting me, Yen Su said. It was not a question, but a statement of fact. I was. From the moment you reached heaven-bridging cultivation, I knew your escape was inevitable. The mathematics were simply too clear. A cultivator advancing at your rate, with your focus, would eventually reach the threshold where the void cage's binding forces could no longer contain them. From the moment you escaped, I knew you would eventually return here, either seeking revenge or seeking information, depending on the kind of person you had become during your imprisonment. Shen Fuyun gestured for Yen Su to sit. Please, you will want to sit for what I have to tell you. There is much to discuss. They sat, and Shen Fuyun began to speak about the 500 years he had served as warden, about the prisoners who had come and gone, about the patterns he had observed. Why did you not report my advancement? Yen Su asked directly, moving to the core question. Because, Shen Fuyun said with careful consideration, reporting it would have accomplished nothing except ensuring that you were transferred to a higher security imprisonment. The void cage is already considered inescapable for anyone below heaven-bridging cultivation. Those with lower cultivation simply do not advance fast enough to reach the threshold before age, exhaustion, or despair defeats them. But I did reach that threshold, Yen Su said. You did, which means you were advancing inexorably, despite all the constraints designed to prevent advancement. By the time I realized you had reached heaven-bridging cultivation, escape was mathematically inevitable. You would have escaped regardless of whether I reported your advancement or remained silent. To report it would simply have been to accelerate a process that could not ultimately be stopped. And acceleration would have served no purpose except to make your final years of imprisonment even more arduous. You were complicit in my escape, Yen Su said flatly. I was complicit in the recognition that your imprisonment was unjust, Shen Fuyun said, and there was no defensiveness in his voice. There is a distinction between those two things. One is facilitating an escape. The other is recognizing an injustice and choosing not to actively interfere with the consequences of that injustice. Yen Su leaned back, observing the warden carefully. This man had carried a burden for 500 years, the knowledge of injustice, the knowledge of his own complicity, the knowledge that he was doing nothing to stop it. You knew about the massacre, Yen Su said. It was not a question. You knew about Zhao Mingyi's conspiracy. I suspected, Shen Fuyun said carefully. I did not know with certainty, but I have spent a very long time as warden of this place, and I have learned to recognize the patterns of injustice. They have a particular signature, a particular way of manifesting in official documentation and policy decisions. Tell me what you suspected, Yen Su said. Your imprisonment followed no logical progression. If you had been convicted of a crime against the sect, you would serve a term proportionate to that crime. If you had been convicted of a crime against the cultivation world, you would serve a term proportionate to that crime. But you were sentenced to indefinite imprisonment, 500 years minimum, with no clear path to release or appeal. That is not normal. That is the kind of sentence that indicates the authorities wanted you forgotten, wanted your existence erased from history, wanted to remove the possibility of your ever testifying or providing counter-evidence about what you claimed had occurred. He stood and moved to his desk, where he kept extensive records of the void cage's occupants. More significantly, he continued, there was a narrative imposed from above that did not match the facts observed from below. You were convicted of orchestrating a violent assault that killed hundreds of people. Yet your cultivation style, according to all the investigations I could access, does not match the attack pattern. You were convicted of being angry, vengeful, destructive. Yet every observation I made of you during your imprisonment suggested absolute calm, absolute composure, absolute focus. You were living like someone who had accepted his imprisonment and was using it as an opportunity for development rather than like someone who was rage-filled and violent. I did accept it, Yen Su said, because I recognized early on that accepting the imprisonment was more efficient than resisting it. Exactly, Shen Fuyun said. which is not the behavior pattern you would expect from someone truly guilty of the crime of which you were convicted. A truly guilty person would either be denying their guilt, railing against the injustice, or would be consumed by guilt. You were neither. You were simply present, cultivating, advancing, not emotionally disordered by your circumstances. Yet you did nothing, Yin Su said. What could I have done? Shen Fuyun's voice was not defensive, but genuinely exploratory. I am the warden of the void cage. My authority extends over the internal operations of this facility. Beyond these walls, I am powerless. I could oppose the council directly, but that would simply have resulted in my replacement by a warden who would have been more compliant with whatever forces wanted you imprisoned. I could have attempted to help you escape, but that would have been equally futile. You could not have escaped without reaching heaven-bridging cultivation, and I could not have accelerated that process without creating obvious evidence of my complicity. So you chose silence, Yin Su said. I chose to preserve this place, Shen Fuyun replied, and to preserve your ability to advance within it. I chose to allow the injustice to work its way through the system naturally. I trusted that eventually, your advancement would allow you to become powerful enough to escape and address the injustice yourself. It was not active resistance, but it was a form of non-cooperation with the system that was attempting to destroy you. That is a rationalization, Yin Su said, using the same phrase Su Weiniang had used to describe her own justifications for maintaining silence about the conspiracy. Yes, Shen Fuyun said simply. It is. But unlike many rationalizations, this one proved functionally correct. You did escape. You are now in a position to address the injustice. So even if my reasoning was merely rationalization, the outcome has validated it. Yin Su was quiet for a moment. What do you want? I want the accounting to be thorough, Shen Fuyun said. I want the truth to be revealed in such a way that future wardens cannot excuse similar imprisonments by claiming they were following orders from above, claiming they were powerless to intervene, claiming they were doing what was best they could within a difficult system. I want the system itself to be changed so that the pattern of injustice you experienced cannot be repeated. That is a significant ambition, Yin Su said. I have had 500 years to develop my ambitions, Shen Fuyun replied. Long enough to have realized that a single unjust imprisonment creates a template, a permission structure, for many future unjust imprisonments. You were not the first person imprisoned unjustly within these walls, Yin Su. You were not the first. There was a cultivator named Zhang Wei, imprisoned 30 years after you. There is currently a cultivator named Chen Sui, who has been imprisoned for 12 years. If nothing changes, if the pattern continues, there will be others. The system itself must be reformed. Yin Su stood. Then I will change things. I know you will, Shen Fuyun said. That is why I am satisfied with the choices I have made. The warden's position required me to preserve this place, to maintain its operations, to allow the injustice to work itself out naturally. That requirement has ended. The next phase requires action from outside these walls, and I trust that you have the capacity to provide that action. He stood as well, moving slowly, his aged body requiring time to make the transition from sitting to standing. When you are done, when the accounting is complete, when you have finished doing what must be done, I would appreciate if you would return and tell me what transpired. A man in my position accumulates curiosity over centuries. It would be gratifying to have that curiosity satisfied. I will return, Yin Su said. I will tell you what occurs. You have earned that courtesy. Chapter 29. Complicity. The void cage seemed smaller than Yin Su remembered it. Not physically, the dimensions had not changed. The walls were the same distance apart. The chambers were the same size. The overall structure remained identical to what he had experienced for 500 years. But in proportion to the man who walked through it now, in relation to the person he had become through 500 years of cultivation and thought, the cage seemed somehow diminished. What had been a universe of constraint now seemed merely a space. What had been an inescapable prison now seemed merely a location. The psychological relationship had inverted completely. He stood in the meditation chamber where he had spent most of his imprisonment. The space was exactly as he had left it. The cultivation marks on the floor remained, faint lines marking out the meditation positions where he had sat, precisely, for 500 years of practice. The marks were the evidence of that practice, the physical record of 500 years of deliberate discipline. Shen Fuyun had followed him into the chamber. The old man moved slowly, his aged body requiring careful placement of each step. You cultivated here every day, Shen Fuyun observed, looking at the marks on the floor with an expression that suggested something like awe. Every single day, for 500 years. Yes, Yin Su said. I cultivated here every moment of those 500 years. There was nothing else to do. There was no other purpose available to me. So I did it perfectly. Most prisoners would have gone mad. Shen Fuyan said. The isolation alone would have been sufficient to cause a psychological breakdown. Most prisoners have not been thinking clearly when they were imprisoned, Yen Su replied. Madness requires emotional volatility. It requires the kind of mental dissolution that occurs when consciousness fractures under stress. I was too focused to go mad. I was too aware of what I needed to accomplish to allow my mind to fragment. He turned to face Shen Fuyan directly. You said I was not the first unjustly imprisoned cultivator in this place. I did, Shen Fuyan said. His voice had taken on a weight that suggested he had been carrying this knowledge for a very long time. Tell me about them, Yen Su said. Tell me everything. Shen Fuyan moved to sit on the chamber's meditation platform. It took him a moment to settle, his body requiring time to find a position that would not cause pain. There was a cultivator named Zhang Wei, imprisoned 30 years after you. He was convicted of attempting to assassinate a council member. I was fairly certain the assassination attempt was falsified. There was no evidence beyond testimony, and the testimony came from individuals who benefited economically from his imprisonment. He spent 20 years here before he died of cultivation exhaustion. Why did he not escape? Yen Su asked. Because he never reached heaven-bridging cultivation, Shen Fuyan said. His advancement was steady, but slow. The void cage's conditions did not suit his particular cultivation style. He reached Earth's solidifying peak, which is already a substantial achievement, but never advanced further. At that point, he lost hope. It is a critical juncture for any prisoner. The moment when you either accept that you can continue advancing indefinitely, or the moment when you accept that you have reached your ceiling and there is no possibility of escape. Zhang Wei accepted the latter. He stopped cultivating. When you stop cultivating in the void cage, you begin to deteriorate. Your body begins to consume its own reserves. Your spiritual core begins to fragment. Within a few years, the deterioration becomes irreversible. There is another, Yen Su said. It was not a question. His analysis of the patterns would have suggested it. There is. Her name is Chen Sui. She has been imprisoned for 12 years for supposedly conspiring against the Northern Territories Governing Council. I believe she is innocent, or at least, her supposed conspiracy is overstated. The evidence against her is as thin as the evidence against you is fabricated. Her cultivation is advancing steadily. She may eventually reach heaven bridging. If she does, she will escape, as you have. Where is she? Yen Su asked. In the lower chambers. The void cage has multiple levels of imprisonment, depending on the cultivator's power level and the severity of their conviction. She is still in the upper levels because she has not yet reached sufficient cultivation to require higher security. Yen Su nodded. I want to speak with her. I thought you might, Shen Fuyan said. That is why I arranged for her to be in the meditation chamber adjacent to this one. You can speak through the wall. The stone here is thin enough that voices carry. But you cannot see each other, and you cannot touch. The security measures prevent more significant interaction. Yen Su moved to the wall indicated by Shen Fuyan. The wall was exactly where he remembered it. Exactly the thickness he remembered. He placed his hand flat against the stone, feeling its temperature, its texture. Can you hear me? He called out. For a moment, there was silence. Then a voice, thin and uncertain, seemed to emanate from the stone itself. Yes. Who are you? My name is Yen Su. I was imprisoned in this chamber until 3 months ago. I have been here for 500 years before my escape. I have come back because I am in the process of revealing the truth about the injustices that occur within this place. The voice on the other side of the wall was quiet for a long moment. When it spoke again, it carried note of confusion mixed with something that might have been hope. Then, why would you do that? What do you gain from revealing injustices that have nothing to do with you? Because I have time now that I did not have before, Yen Su said. And because the same people who imprison me unjustly are imprisoning others. That pattern must be broken before it calcifies further into the system. That is kind, Chen Sui said. But I am reconciled to my imprisonment. My cultivation is advancing steadily. Within 20 or 30 years, I will reach heaven-bridging cultivation, and I will escape from this place as you have. That is acceptable to me. That is enough. It should not be acceptable, Yen Su said. You should not have to spend 30 years imprisoned for a crime you did not commit. That is not justice. That is not law. That is cruelty with a justification attached to make it seem legitimate. Perhaps, Chen Sui said. But cruelty is endemic to the cultivation world. It is the fundamental nature of how power operates. I have made my peace with that nature. You have, Yen Su said. And others will continue to make peace with injustice, generation after generation, until someone finally refuses to accept the pattern as inevitable. That refusal to accept the pattern is the beginning of systemic change. He turned away from the wall and looked back at Shen Fuyan. You were complicit, he said quietly, his voice carrying no emotion but absolute clarity. You maintained the system that allowed these imprisonments to continue. You rationalized that maintenance by telling yourself that those imprisoned would eventually escape or die, and that this outcome was preferable to direct resistance. That rationalization made you complicit in the continuation of injustice. I know, Shin Fuyun said simply. I have known for a very long time. I have carried that knowledge like a weight for centuries. I accepted that complicity because the alternative was to fight a system I could not defeat from within. I could not win. So I chose what seemed like the lesser evil. The lesser evil, Yen Su said flatly, is still evil. It still causes suffering. It still perpetuates injustice. Now, you have the opportunity to be complicit in something different. You can provide me with detailed records of every unjust imprisonment that has occurred within this place. You can provide testimony about how the system has been abused. You can help demonstrate that the corruption extends beyond Zhao Mingyi to encompass the entire council structure. I can, Shin Fuyun said. Will you want me to testify publicly? Eventually, Yen Su said. But first, I need the records. The records themselves are the foundation. The testimony can come later, once the political environment has shifted sufficiently to make that testimony safe. Safe for me, or safe for the truth? Shin Fuyun asked. Both, Yen Su said. They are aligned in this instance. Chapter 30. The second phase begins. The message was composed with care. Not rushed, not emotional, not theatrical. Simply a statement of fact, delivered with the precision of a blade. It was written on specially prepared paper that would take exactly 3 weeks to travel through the cultivation world's message networks, ensuring that Zhao Mingyi would receive it only after sufficient time had passed for other developments to have begun. Zhao Mingyi. It read, written in Yen Su's own hand with perfect calligraphy that bore no indication of anger or emotion, only precision. I am alive. I escaped from the void cage 3 months ago. I have been utilizing that freedom to investigate the true history of the Radiant Peak's destruction. I have been studying the records preserved by Elder Daoqin for 500 years. I have reviewed the evidence of the massacre and your specific role in orchestrating it. I have accessed the archives of the void cage and collected testimony from those who witnessed your crimes. I have gathered the confessions of your original conspirators, individuals who have, over the centuries, reached the point where maintaining the lie became more burdensome than confessing the truth. I have accumulated everything necessary to prove, beyond any doubt, that you orchestrated the destruction of Radiant Peak, framed me for it, and built your entire power structure on stolen scripture and lies. I am coming, but I am not coming immediately. I am being patient. I am giving you time to consider your options, time to understand what is about to occur, time to prepare yourself for the accounting that will follow. Use this time wisely, or do not. The outcome will be the same. The message was inside. Yen Su knew that Zhao Mingyi would recognize the source immediately, recognize it with absolute certainty, because no one else had access to the specific combination of knowledge contained in this message. No one else would know about Elder Daoqin's archives, or the confession letters preserved in the sealed chamber, or the records of Yen Su's cultivation advancement in the void cage that only Shin Fuyun possessed. The message was also deliberately vague about timing. It did not specify when Yen Su would move to the next phase. It did not provide details about how the evidence would be presented or to whom. It simply established that he knew the truth and that he was coming with that truth, but that the coming would be measured, deliberate, and patient. Yen Su watched as Su Weiniang prepared to send the message through discrete channels that had been established by their network of allies. The channels would ensure that the message would reach Zhao Mingyi, but could not be traced back to them. The journey would take approximately 3 weeks. By the time the message arrived, significant developments would already be in motion. Why tell him at all? Su Weiniang asked as they made final preparations. Why not simply gather your information and act when you are ready, without any warning? Why give him the opportunity to prepare his defenses? Because fear is a weapon, Yen Su said. A properly calibrated fear is more effective than any direct assault. Fear causes people to make decisions they would not normally make. Fear causes them to act in ways that create vulnerabilities. I want Zhao Mingyi to understand that he is under threat, that the narrative he has constructed and maintained for 500 years is collapsing, and that the end is approaching. I want him to feel the weight of those 500 years finally pressing down on him. That is a significant risk, Su Weiniang observed. He might act desperately. He might move to destroy evidence or consolidate power before you are ready to move against him. He might accelerate his timeline in ways that catch you unprepared. He will certainly act, Yen Su said. But those actions will be visible to everyone who is watching. The consolidation of power will be noticed by his allies. The destruction of evidence will create its own evidence. The fact that he is trying to hide something will speak volumes to people who are already becoming suspicious, and his desperate measures will actually weaken his position rather than strengthen it. A man acting from fear makes mistakes. He makes calculations that are not optimal. A man acting from confidence, a man who is certain of his position, rarely makes the kinds of errors that provide openings for attack. You are very sure of yourself, Su Weiniang said. I am sure of the mathematics, Yin Su corrected precisely. I am sure of the logic underlying my analysis. I am sure of the system I have observed and studied over the past months in Elder Daoqin's archives. I am not sure of myself, because sureness of self is a luxury that I cannot afford, and it is also not necessary for what I need to accomplish. I can only be sure of my analysis, and I can only move forward based on the confidence that the analysis is correct. He stood and moved to the window. Outside, the landscape was beginning its transition into spring. The first flowers were blooming. Trees were beginning to leaf. New growth was emerging from old earth, following the pattern that had repeated for countless millennia. The message will be sent tomorrow, he said. Once it departs, we enter the second phase. You will begin your alliance building in earnest, making contact with the groups I have identified as having vulnerability and motive. I will continue my cultivation and my study of the canon, ensuring that my own power is developed to its maximum potential. Shin Fuyun will begin compiling evidence from the Void Cage records. Elder Daoqin will prepare her testimony, organizing her thoughts into the most coherent presentation. We are all, in our own way, preparing for what must come next. We are all contributing to a process that will begin slowly, but which will accelerate to inevitability. And what is that process? Su Weiniang asked. What specifically comes next? The revelation, Yin Su said. The moment when we move from gathering evidence to displaying it publicly. The moment when we stop being hidden actors working behind the scenes and become impossible to ignore. The moment when the cultivation world can no longer pretend that the official narrative is true. But that moment is not yet. First, the seeds must grow. First, the pressure must build internally within the system. First, Zhao Mingyi must understand, truly understand in the depths of his being, that his empire is in the process of collapsing. He turned back from the window to look at Su Weiniang directly. His expression had not changed, but there was something in his posture that suggested he had reached a point of absolute clarity. That understanding, he said, is the most important part of what is to come. Because a man who understands his doom can sometimes prevent his own destruction through desperate measures. A man who comprehends the threat he faces and has resources available can still mount an effective defense. But a man who understands the inevitability of his doom, who sees the mathematics of his destruction laid bare before him, who comprehends that every action he takes only accelerates the inevitable conclusion, that man will often break under the weight. And a broken man, a man whose will has been shattered by the comprehension of certainty, is far easier to defeat than a man who is still fighting. A broken man surrenders or makes catastrophic errors. A broken man ceases to be an effective force. He paused, and in that pause was the reflection of 500 years of thinking about exactly this moment. We are not going to destroy Zhao Mingyi, Yin Su continued. We are going to convince him to destroy himself. Chapter 31. Liang Bao's unease. Liang Bao, foremost disciple of the Azure Mandate sect and repository of Zhao Mingyi's most advanced teachings, noticed the disturbance first as a subtle wrongness in the flow of cultivation energy throughout the sect's primary compound. At first, he attributed it to atmospheric shifts. The spiritual currents flowing through the world followed natural patterns, subject to seasonal variation, influenced by celestial configurations and the activation or deactivation of distant sect formations. A disturbance might simply indicate that another sect, somewhere in the cultivation world, had activated a major cultivation array. But as days passed, the disturbance did not fade. By the second week, Liang Bao had begun to suspect something more significant. The spiritual currents were not simply disrupted. They were being actively shaped, channeled in specific directions, as if someone was conducting a vast symphony invisible to all but the most sensitive practitioners. That someone might be Zhao Mingyi himself, but that made no sense. The master did not conduct experiments in reshaping the fundamental spiritual currents. That was not his style. Zhao Mingyi worked through direct action, through cultivation advancement, through the systematic expansion of his sect's power through known methodologies. He did not dabble in experimental techniques. And yet, the disturbance persisted. Liang Bao found the master in his private study, reviewing what appeared to be cultivation records. But when Liang Bao entered, he noticed something peculiar. Zhao Mingyi's eyes did not immediately move to acknowledge his presence. The The master continued reading for several seconds after Liang Bao had entered the room, as if he had not perceived the disciple's arrival. This was unusual. Zhao Mingyi was normally acutely sensitive to the presence of others, particularly to his primary disciples. It was one of the qualities that had allowed him to rise to such prominence, his ability to notice things that others missed. "Master," Liang Bao said respectfully, kowtowing with perfect form. "Forgive the interruption. I have observed unusual spiritual disturbances throughout our sect's territory. I wanted to inquire whether you are aware of the phenomenon and whether it represents any threat to our operations." Zhao Mingyi looked up from his reading. For just a moment, perhaps a quarter of a second, there was something unfocused in his gaze, as if his attention had been only partially present even before Liang Bao entered. Then the focus crystallized, and the master's eyes became sharp and penetrating. "The disturbances," Zhao Mingyi said. "Yes, I am aware of them. Are they of our creation?" Liang Bao asked. "Or do they originate from an external source?" "External," Zhao Mingyi said, and something in how he spoke that single word conveyed a level of certainty that made it clear he knew more than he was saying. "Do not concern yourself with them. They are not currently a threat to the sect's operations." "But master," Liang Bao pressed carefully, "if they are external, and if they persist, would they not eventually become a threat? Should we not investigate their source?" Zhao Mingyi set down his scrolls with a deliberateness that suggested the gesture was meant to convey finality. "Liang Bao, your concern does you credit, and it shows the kind of vigilance that has made you my foremost disciple. But in this matter, vigilance is not what is required. What is required is patience. We will learn the source of these disturbances in time. Pushing to investigate them now would only accelerate events that are better left to unfold at their natural pace." This was not an answer that satisfied Liang Bao, but it was clearly all the answer he would receive. The master had spoken with enough finality that pressing further would be perceived as insubordination. "As you command, master," Liang Bao said, retreating with another kowtow. As he left the study, however, his unease only deepened. In the 20 years he had served Zhao Mingyi, Liang Bao had never heard the master speak with that particular combination of resignation and certainty. The master was patient, infinitely patient, capable of waiting years for plans to come to fruition. But this was not the patience of careful planning. This was the patience of someone waiting for something inevitable to occur, something he could influence but not prevent. Liang Bao did not know what that meant, but he knew it meant something. Chapter 32, Questions Without Answers. 2 weeks after Liang Bao's first inquiry, the disturbances had intensified. Minor disciples throughout the sect were reporting them. Some cultivators were having difficulty concentrating in meditation because of the persistent wrongness in the spiritual environment. A few of the sect's outer disciples had actually abandoned their cultivation practice temporarily, claiming they could not maintain focus given the atmospheric pressure. Liang Bao found Zhao Mingyi again, this time in the sect's grand meditation chamber, where the master sat alone, his eyes closed, his cultivation energy radiating outward in patterns that Liang Bao had never observed before. "Master," Liang Bao said, approaching carefully. In cultivation, approaching someone in deep meditative practice could be dangerous. The sudden presence of another consciousness could disrupt the practitioner's internal work, potentially causing cultivation deviation or spiritual feedback. But Zhao Mingyi's eyes opened immediately, as if he had been waiting for Liang Bao to arrive. "The disturbances have intensified," Liang Bao said. "Many of our disciples are struggling with their practice. I believe we now need to know the source and nature of this phenomenon, as it directly affects the sect's cultivation environment." For a long moment, Zhao Mingyi did not respond. His eyes were focused on Liang Bao, but the gaze seemed to be looking past him, at something distant. "Liang Bao," he finally said, "tell me what you know about the void cage." The question was so unexpected that Liang Bao momentarily could not formulate a response. "The void cage, master? It is the primary imprisonment facility maintained by the cultivation world's governing structures. It is used to hold cultivators deemed too dangerous to allow freedom, but too valuable to execute." "And what do you know of its history?" Zhao Mingyi asked. "Very little, master. The void cage is an ancient structure, predating even the formation of the major sections. The governing council has never disclosed the full details of its operation or its current occupants." Zhao Mingyi stood and moved to a window that overlooked the sect's outer grounds. His posture was tense in a way that Liang Bao had never seen before. Usually, even when contemplating difficult strategic decisions, Zhao Mingyi maintained perfect physical relaxation. Tension was inefficient. Unnecessary muscular contraction wasted energy. The master was always economical with his body. Now, his shoulders were slightly elevated. His breathing was slightly faster than optimal. His hands, hanging at his sides, were held in what appeared to be a deliberate grip, fingers slightly curled. 500 years ago, Zhao Mingyi said slowly, a cultivator named Yin Su was imprisoned in the void cage. He was convicted of orchestrating an assault on the Radiant Peak sect, resulting in the destruction of that sect and the death of hundreds of its disciples. He has remained imprisoned ever since. Yes, Liang Bao said carefully, searching his memory for what he knew of this historical event. I studied this incident during my foundational training. It is considered one of the key historical events that led to the current configuration of sect leadership. And what would you assume? Zhao Mingyi continued. If that imprisoned cultivator suddenly escaped. The implication crashed into Liang Bao like a wave. The spiritual disturbances, the wrongness in the cultivation environment, the sense that something fundamental had shifted. The void cage has been breached? Liang Bao asked, unable to hide the shock in his voice. Not breached. Escaped. The difference is significant. A breach would indicate an external assault on the prison's integrity. An escape indicates that the prisoner achieved sufficient cultivation advancement to overcome the prison's constraints from within. That is impossible, Liang Bao said. The void cage is designed specifically to prevent cultivation advancement. Any prisoner who attempts to cultivate only hastens their own spiritual degradation. That would be true for most prisoners, Zhao Mingyi said. But Yin Su is not most prisoners. Yin Su has had 500 years to develop cultivation techniques that might bypass the prison's constraints. And if he succeeded, he would be extremely dangerous, Liang Bao finished. He would be infinitely dangerous, Zhao Mingyi corrected. A cultivator who has spent 500 years in perfect contemplation, with no distractions, no emotional entanglements, no concerns beyond the development of his power. That is a cultivator unlike any other in the world. But Master, what does this have to do with us? With the Azure Mandate sect? Zhao Mingyi turned from the window, and his expression was something Liang Bao had never seen before, uncertainty. Genuine, undisguised uncertainty. It has everything to do with us, Zhao Mingyi said quietly. Because Yin Su was not imprisoned unjustly. Or rather, he was imprisoned unjustly, but not for the crime of which he was convicted. He was imprisoned because he understood something about the Radiant Peak sect that certain power structures could not allow to become public knowledge. He paused, and in that pause was an admission of something vast. Yin Su is coming for me, Liang Bao. That is what the disturbances represent. That is what I have been sensing. The approach of a man who has had 500 years to contemplate exactly how I should be destroyed. Chapter 33. The Collector's Work. Yin Su moved through the provinces with Su Weiniang, visiting every known location where survivors of the Radiant Peak massacre might have settled. The list Elder Dao Qin had compiled was comprehensive and detailed. Names of survivors, approximate locations of their last confirmed residences, descriptions of what each survivor had done in the years and decades after the massacre. Some had become hermits, withdrawing from the cultivation world entirely, attempting to find peace through isolation and meditation. Some had taken new names and established new identities in distant regions, attempting to escape the gravity of their association with the destroyed sect. A few had attempted to rebuild fragments of the peak's teachings in secret communities, trying to preserve what had been lost, trying to ensure that something of the original sect would survive. All of them still carried the weight of what they had witnessed. The journey took many months. The distances were vast. Su Weiniang managed the logistics, finding the survivors, verifying their current locations, arranging meetings that would not appear suspicious to external observers. Yin Su's role was simpler. He gathered testimony. His approach was methodical and respectful. He did not announce who he was or what he wanted until after he had confirmed the person's identity and verified that they had indeed been present during the night of the massacre. Only after verification did he reveal himself, revealing his knowledge of events they thought they had hidden. The reactions varied dramatically. Some of the survivors wept at the sight of someone from the peak, the emotion suggesting that they had believed every survivor from their sect was dead. Others were suspicious, wondering if Yin Su was some kind of government emissary, coming to silence witnesses who might otherwise speak truth that threatened powerful interests. A few attempted to attack him, convinced that he was somehow connected to the forces that had destroyed their sect, that his appearance was part of a conspiracy to eliminate remaining witnesses. But gradually, as Yin Su explained what he had found in Dao Qin's archives, as he shared specific details of the conspiracy that only someone with genuine knowledge would possess, as he demonstrated his knowledge of the massacre's exact sequence of events, the survivors began to understand. He was not coming to silence them. He was coming to collect their testimony, to preserve their account of what they had seen, to add their voices to the growing body of evidence against Zhao Mingyi. He was honoring their memories and their suffering by recording it carefully, by treating their experiences as valuable historical documentation. With each survivor, Yinsu conducted extended interviews that sometimes lasted days or weeks. He sat in meditation-adjacent states and conducted deep psychological investigations of their memories, recording their testimony in perfect detail. He asked them not just what they had seen, but how they had seen it, what emotions accompanied the memories, what physical sensations they recalled. Some survivors remembered events with crystalline vividness, their memories apparently untouched by the 500 years that had passed. For these survivors, the massacre seemed to have occurred only yesterday. They could describe conversations with precision, could recall specific individuals' expressions and movements, could recount dialogue with accuracy that suggested either exceptional memory or trauma so deep that it had frozen certain moments in perfect clarity. Others had fragmentary recollections, gaps in their memory that suggested either genuine forgetting or deliberate psychological suppression of traumatic events. These survivors might remember the beginning of the massacre clearly, then have vast blank periods, then remember the aftermath with similar clarity. The blanks were psychologically significant. They represented moments where the human mind had simply shut down, unable to process what was occurring. Yinsu recorded all of it, not just as evidence of what had happened, but as evidence of how the trauma had affected human minds and spirits. The fragments and gaps were as important as the clear memories, because they demonstrated the cost of 500 years of carrying this weight, the psychological damage that trauma causes when it is unacknowledged and unprocessed. A survivor named Chun Wei, now ancient beyond measure and held in a mountain hermitage by monks who believed him to be a holy man of great spiritual power, remembered the moment the fires started with extraordinary precision. He described the smell of burning wood and burning bodies with the kind of sensory detail that suggested the memory had been preserved perfectly in his nervous system for 500 years. He described the sound of disciples screaming in chambers they could not escape from because the doors had been sealed with cultivation technique, their voices eventually fading as the heat and smoke overcame them. He described the sensation of running through corridors that had become furnaces, his cultivation barely sufficient to shield him from the worst of the heat. "I was a junior disciple," Chun Wei told Yinsu, his voice thin and trembling with age and the emotion of memory. "I had been with the peak for only 3 years. I did not have great cultivation, and I was not particularly skilled in combat techniques. But I knew the geography of the peak better than most because I had been assigned to maintenance work, mapping each chamber, understanding the flow of water and cultivation energy through the complex." "That is why you survived," Yinsu said. It was not a question. The conclusion was obvious. "Yes, because I knew the hidden passages that most disciples did not know existed. Maintenance workers had access to places that regular disciples never needed to enter. I used those passages to escape. But as I was moving through them, I saw things. I saw disciples from the council directing the attackers, guiding them through the peak's internal spaces as if they had studied the layout in advance. I saw cultivators from outside the peak moving through our chambers with the kind of certainty that indicated they knew exactly where they were going and what they were looking for. "Did you speak about what you saw?" Yinsu asked. "I tried. Once. To one of the investigation officials. He listened to me, and then he told me that my testimony was unreliable because I had been in a state of panic during the massacre, and traumatized people often misperceive events and imagine connections that do not actually exist. He said my evidence would be disregarded because of my questionable mental state at the time. He told me that people in trauma frequently see conspiracies and connections where only confusion exists." Chun Wei's hands trembled as he spoke, the memory clearly affecting him even after 500 years. "So I stopped speaking. I came to this mountain. I began studying meditation with the monks here. I tried to forget, but the memories never actually left. They just became buried under layers of spiritual practice. And now you are telling me that I was right, that what I saw was real, that my testimony was accurate, that if I had pushed harder, if I had insisted that my testimony be heard, perhaps things might have been different." "Perhaps," Yinsu said carefully. "But that calculus is not useful now. What is useful is your testimony, recorded accurately, preserved clearly. That is what I need from you." He recorded Chun Wei's full account with meticulous attention to detail, asking questions that sometimes led down unexpected paths, pursuing threads that seemed insignificant but which might reveal larger patterns. Chun Wei remembered a particular palace servant who had been killed during the massacre, someone he had developed a friendship with during his time at the peak, someone he had studied with and shared meals with. He remembered what that person had told him about overhearing conversations between council members. He remembered fragments of cultivation technique that he had observed being taught. techniques that did not match the Radiant Peak's established systems, but which seemed to match techniques that the Azure Mandate was later known to use. By the end of the interview, which lasted 11 days, Yinsu had a detailed, multifaceted account of what one junior disciple had experienced during and after the massacre. It would not be sufficient to prove anything on its own, but combined with the other survivor testimonies he was collecting, combined with Daoqin's archives, combined with the confessions preserved in the sealed chamber, combined with the records from the void cage, it was creating an undeniable pattern. Zhao Mingyi had destroyed the Radiant Peak sect, and then he had spent 500 years covering up that fact with remarkable success. The cover-up itself was now becoming the most damning evidence. Chapter 34, A Sect's Guilt. Word of the disturbances and revelations began to spread through the cultivation world, not because Yin Su or Su Weining deliberately spread it, but because secrets held by multiple people tend to escape containment inevitably. Disciples within the Azure Mandate sect gossiped about what their master had revealed to his foremost disciple, sharing information that had been meant to remain in confidence, spreading knowledge of the disturbances and the historical questions that had been raised. Information leaked to allied sects through cultivators who had connections spanning multiple organizations. Rumors traveled along the channels through which sects normally communicated official policy and military decisions. The spread was not organic chaos, but rather the natural consequence of information-seeking distribution through social networks. In the beginning, the rumors were fragmentary and contradictory. But as more pieces of information leaked out, as more people heard variations of the same story from different sources, the rumors began to coalesce into something more coherent. The official Azure Mandate narrative, that the sect had been founded through the natural evolution of the Radiant Peak, was being questioned. People were raising doubts. People were asking whether the historical record was actually accurate. By the third month of Yin Su's collection efforts, the first sect to experience internal fracturing was the Eastern River Collective. The fracturing did not begin with official challenge or formal investigation. It began quietly, with a junior disciple questioning the historical records that his sect maintained. The fracturing began with a junior disciple named Feng Tao, who had discovered among his sect's oldest records some documentation about the resources the collective had received immediately after the Radiant Peak's destruction. The records were vague. They referred only to territorial concessions from Allied force and reparations for assistance rendered, but they were definitive in suggesting that the collective had been compensated for something. The payments had been made in multiple forms: direct transfer of land, trade agreements that significantly favored the collective's merchant networks, and cultivation resources that had enhanced the advancement of the collective's senior members. Feng Tao was the type of disciple that every established institution fears. Intellectually gifted enough to understand complex historical patterns, morally fastidious enough to care about the truth, and trained in historical research methods that allowed him to connect disparate pieces of information into coherent patterns. He began to correlate the resources received by the Eastern River Collective with the precise timeline of the massacre. He studied when the resources had been received, what forms they had taken, and whether there was any obvious relationship to external events. Within days of beginning his investigation, he had reached an inescapable conclusion. His sect had been compensated for participating in some way in the destruction of Radiant Peak. The timing, the nature of the compensation, and the specific language used in the records all pointed to the same conclusion. The Eastern River Collective had benefited materially from the peak's destruction. He brought his findings to his sect's leadership, expecting them to provide historical context that would explain and justify the ancestors' actions, to provide evidence showing that the compensation had been received for legitimate reasons, to frame the participation in some way that would make it acceptable. Instead, he was met with anger, denial, and demands that he cease his historical research immediately. This only confirmed his suspicions. The response was exactly what someone would make if they were trying to hide something damaging. Feng Tao did what young idealists always do when authority attempts to suppress truth. He began spreading the information to other disciples. He shared his findings with friends and classmates. He made copies of the relevant records and distributed them discreetly. He began to teach informal classes in which he presented his historical analysis, inviting other disciples to draw their own conclusions. Within 2 weeks, significant numbers of the Eastern River Collective's younger disciples had become aware of their sect's complicity in the massacre. Within a month, the issue could no longer be suppressed. Disciples were openly questioning the historical narratives they had been taught. Some were demanding that the sect's leadership provide explanations. A few were even considering leaving the sect entirely, unable to reconcile their personal moral standards with their sect's historical actions. The Eastern River Collective's leadership attempted to contain the situation through a combination of threats and persuasion. The more they pushed back against the questions, however, the more credibility the questioners gained. Soon, the very act of suppressing Feng Tao's research had become evidence that the research contained truth worth suppressing. Other sects had not yet experienced this fracturing, but several had begun asking their own questions about their historical relationships with the Azure Mandate and their compensation in the aftermath of the Peak's destruction. The pattern of disturbance that had begun with Yin Su's quiet evidence gathering had begun to ripple outward, affecting institutions and organizations far beyond his direct influence. The process was not chaotic. It was organic and natural, following the logic that truth, once released into the world, tends to create discomfort in any system built on lies. Chapter 35. The first public doubt. The catalyst came from an unexpected direction, suggesting that Yin Su's network extended further than even Zhao Mingyi's closest allies realized. A minor Azure Mandate cultivator named Lu Chun had obtained a copy of one of the records from Elder Daoqin's archive. How he obtained it was unclear. The records suggested that Su Weiying or one of their network allies had distributed them discreetly to select individuals in various sects, people who had shown themselves to be capable of reading such evidence and drawing accurate conclusions. Lu Chun was not a significant figure in the Azure Mandate's power structure. He was a middle-tier cultivator who had advanced to the Earth's solidifying stage and was unlikely to progress further due to natural limitations in his aptitude. He was a scholar more than a warrior, more interested in preserving historical texts and documenting the sect's record than in cultivating power and advancing through combat technique. But he was literate in ways that mattered, and he was moral in ways that many were not. Those two characteristics, combined, were dangerous to those who had something to hide. When he read the archive record documenting the massacre and Zhao Mingyi's role in it, he experienced something that has affected many people throughout history who come into contact with suppressed truth, a kind of spiritual crisis. Everything he had been taught about his sect's founding, everything he had believed about the integrity of his sect's leadership, shattered. Lu Chun attempted to follow the proper channels. He approached his immediate superior, a cultivator named Han Ying, and asked whether the information contained in the record could be reconciled with the official historical narrative of the Azure Mandate's establishment. Han Ying's response was to demand that Lu Chun produce the record and surrender it immediately. When Lu Chun hesitated, Han Ying activated his cultivation and attacked. The battle was brief and unequal. Lu Chun's earth-solidifying cultivation was no match for Han Ying's heaven-bridging stage power. Within moments, Lu Chun was on the ground, mortally wounded, bleeding cultivation energy in threads of light that dissipated into the air. As he was dying, Lu Chun's last action was to speak one sentence, loud enough that nearby disciples could hear. "He killed me to keep me silent. That is all the truth I need about whether our sect is built on lies." Then he was dead, but the damage was done. Multiple disciples had witnessed Han Ying's attack. Multiple disciples had heard Lu Chun's final words. Multiple disciples had become aware, in an instant, that their sect's leadership was willing to commit murder to suppress inconvenient information. The incident cascaded through the Azure Mandate's internal structure. Some disciples rationalized it, claiming that Lu Chun had been spreading false information and had been rightfully punished for heresy. But others could not accept the rationalization. Some disciples reported the killing to the cultivation world's governing council, demanding that Han Ying be investigated and held accountable. Others simply began to listen to the heresy Lu Chun had been spreading. And once they listened, once they read the evidence from Daoqin's archives, they began to understand. Their sect was not what they had been taught it was. Their master was not what they had been taught he was. Everything they had believed about their place in the cultivation world might be built on lies. Chapter 36. Cover attempts fail. Zhao Mingyi's response, when it came, was swift and decisive. He activated his authority as master and commanded all disciples to cease any discussion or spread of the false historical records that were being disseminated by enemies of the sect. He was clear and forceful in his edicts. He issued formal prohibitions against any further investigation into the sect's founding history. He moved to dismiss disciples who had been involved in spreading the heretical information, removing them from their positions and making examples of them. His actions had the exact opposite of their intended effect. Every edict, every prohibition, every dismissal he ordered created new evidence that something significant was being hidden. Disciples who had been uncertain now became convinced that the sect's leadership had something substantial to hide. If the historical records were truly false, why not simply present counter-evidence and let the truth speak for itself? The fact that Zhao Mingyi was responding through suppression rather than refutation spoke volumes to anyone watching carefully. Each edict that Zhao Mingyi issued, each dismissal he ordered, Each attempt to suppress the spreading information created new evidence that something significant was being hidden. Disciples who had been uncertain now became convinced that the sect's leadership had something to hide. Disciples who had been willing to rationalize the killing of Lu Chun now recognized it as part of a larger pattern of suppression. More information leaked from the archives. A cultivator who worked in the sect's administrative center obtained a copy of the correspondence between Zhao Mingyi and the council members who had been involved in the conspiracy. The correspondence was direct and explicit: agreements about compensation, acknowledgement of the plan to massacre the Radiant Peak, discussions of how to frame Yin Su for the crime. This correspondence was distributed to representatives of other major sections. Within days, the evidence had reached the cultivation world's governing council itself. The council, initially confused by what was happening, began to investigate. And as they investigated, they discovered something startling. The original documentation from Yin Su's trial, when examined closely, did not actually support his conviction. There were gaps in the evidence. There were statements from witnesses that were inconsistent with physical reality. There were technical impossibilities embedded in the prosecution's case. All of these issues had been ignored during the original trial because the narrative had been predetermined. But once someone was looking, once someone was actively seeking inconsistencies, they became impossible to ignore. The council requested information from Yin Su regarding his whereabouts and his activities since his escape from the Void Cage. Yin Su, through a carefully worded message delivered by Su Wenying, indicated that he had been conducting his own investigation into the historical events surrounding the Radiant Peak's destruction. He had obtained evidence. He was prepared to present that evidence to the council, but he would only do so under certain conditions. First, the council must guarantee his physical safety and agree that he could not be re-imprisoned based on his original conviction. Second, the council must agree to hear testimony from Elder Dao Qin, from survivors of the massacre, and from other witnesses to historical events. Third, the council must acknowledge that if the evidence demonstrated his innocence, they would formally exonerate him and cancel his conviction entirely. The council, faced with the prospect of a massive conspiracy that extended to their own ranks, had little choice but to accept Yin Su's conditions. For the first time in 500 years, the possibility of official acknowledgement of Yin Su's innocence became real. Chapter 37. Pressure points, but Yin Su did not move immediately to the public presentation of evidence to the council. Instead, he continued to work through Su Wenying and the network of allies they had carefully cultivated throughout the cultivation world. He understood that public revelation without proper groundwork would simply result in dismissal and suppression. What was needed was internal destabilization first, creating doubt in the minds of key decision-makers, creating pressure that would make them receptive to the truth rather than resistant to it. The pressure points were identified and applied with methodical precision, not through violence or direct confrontation, but through the strategic distribution of information and the creation of incentive structures that align people's interests with the revelation of truth. The Eastern River Collective, already fractured by internal moral conflict regarding their historical complicity in the massacre, was approached by careful representatives of Yin Su's network. The representatives did not make dramatic accusations. They simply presented information, records, documentation, evidence, and allowed the collective's leadership to come to their own conclusions. They were offered support in transitioning to a new power structure that was not dependent on the Azure Mandate's political patronage. They were shown documentation suggesting that the collective's resources and influence would actually increase under a restructured arrangement that was not bound to a fraudulent sect, that the transition might offer more opportunity than continued alliance with an increasingly fragile power structure. The network of sects and institutions that had benefited from the Radiant Peak's destruction was systematically approached. Each group was presented with evidence of their historical complicity in a careful, non-judgmental manner. But they were also presented with an alternative, a path forward. Cooperation in the truth-telling process in exchange for amnesty from the consequences of their historical actions and the opportunity to rebuild their reputations in a new political structure that would value their participation in the transition to truth. Most importantly, the cultivators within the Azure Mandate sect itself were targeted with strategic precision. Those who had been rising in power and influence were shown through careful argumentation and documentation that their advancement within a fraudulent structure would ultimately be worth nothing if the fraud was exposed. Their positions, their titles, their accomplishments would all become worthless once the foundation they rested upon was revealed to be rotten. They were offered an alternative, positions of authority in a reorganized cultivation structure that would be based on legitimate power rather than inherited deception, positions that would actually improve their standing once the transition occurred. The pressure was subtle but inexorable. Not military pressure. Yin Su had not raised a sword or engaged in a single combat encounter. Not violent pressure. No threats were made, no violence was committed. The pressure was purely informational, psychological, political. It was pressure applied through the simple revelation of truth and the logical extrapolation of consequences that would flow from that truth. The process was self-accelerating. Each person convinced became a vector for convincing others. Each sect that began to question the official narrative influenced allied sects to question it as well. The doubt spread like cracks in a dam. Once it started, it was nearly impossible to stop. Slowly, methodically, over weeks and months, the network that had supported Zhao Mingyi's lie began to fracture. Not through external assault, but through the internal realization that maintaining the lie was becoming more costly than accepting the truth. Chapter 38. The Righteous Council takes notice. The governing council of the cultivation world had remained mostly unaware of the disturbances rippling through the sect network. The council's focus had been on larger strategic issues, territorial disputes between major sects, the management of cultivation resources, the enforcement of standards across the fragmented cultivation world. But as more reports came in from individual sects about internal instability, as more questions were raised about the Radiant Peak's original destruction, as more disciples began asking about historical inconsistencies, the council could no longer ignore what was occurring. The first official council inquiry came in the form of a summons to Zhao Mingyi. He was ordered to present himself before the full council to provide an explanation for the unusual number of reports it was receiving regarding instability within the Azure Mandate sect. Zhao Mingyi's response was controlled and precise. He acknowledged the internal questions some disciples were experiencing. He framed these questions as the result of malicious rumors being spread by enemies of the sect who were attempting to sow discord. He offered to present counter-evidence that would dispel these rumors. But when pressed for specific details about these rumors, Zhao Mingyi found himself unable to provide satisfactory answers. The rumors, he was forced to admit, centered on questions about the legitimacy of the sect's founding and the truth of historical events surrounding the Radiant Peak's destruction 500 years ago. The council members exchanged glances at this admission. Here was something they had not expected. Master Zhao, one of the senior council members said, "Are you suggesting that the fundamental historical narrative that has supported the Azure Mandate's legitimacy for 500 years is now being questioned?" "There are some who question it," Zhao Mingyi admitted. "But these questioners have been presented with false evidence manufactured by those who wish to destabilize our sect." "And what is the nature of this false evidence?" the council member pressed. "Claims that I was responsible for the destruction of the Radiant Peak, and that I framed Yin Su for the crime as a convenient scapegoat." The council chamber was silent at this admission. The claim was so audacious, the accusation so direct, that the council members struggled to formulate a response. "Master Zhao," the senior member finally said, "you understand that if such evidence exists, and if it is capable of convincing significant numbers of disciples in various sects that the historical narrative is false, the council must investigate. We cannot allow the stability of the entire sect network to be undermined by unexamined accusations, true or false." "I understand," Zhao Mingyi said. "Therefore, we are requesting that all parties involved in investigating this matter present themselves before the council with whatever evidence they possess. We will examine the evidence and determine whether any factual basis exists for these claims. If no basis exists, the matter will be conclusively settled, and we will take steps to suppress the false rumors. If a basis does exist." The council member paused, allowing the implication to hang in the air. "If a basis does exist," he continued, "we will take whatever actions are necessary to maintain the integrity of the cultivation world's institutions and the rule of law." Chapter 39. Preparation. The council had set a date. 30 days hence, all evidence would be presented, all testimony would be heard, and a final judgment would be rendered. The hearing would take place in the council hall, the central location where the cultivation world's most important decisions were made. Every major sect would be represented. Every position of power would be present. The entire political structure of the cultivation world would be watching. 30 days was sufficient time. Yin Su returned to Elder Daoqin's archive and began a final review of all the evidence. He did not examine it for new information. He had already absorbed everything the archive contained. Rather, he examined it to determine the optimal order for presentation. He organized it into logical sequences that would move from simple evidence to complex, that would build a foundation of undeniable facts before presenting the more interpretive conclusions. He prepared summaries that would allow council members with varying levels of familiarity with the historical record to understand complex connections. He created a narrative arc that moved from the massacre itself through the investigation, through 500 years of political machinations and institutional development, to the present moment where the lies could no longer be contained. Su Weiniang coordinated with the network of allies that had been carefully cultivated over the past months, ensuring that all key witnesses would be prepared and available for the hearing. She conducted practice sessions with witnesses, helping them understand what they would be asked, helping them formulate their responses in ways that would be clear and compelling to the council members. Elder Daoqin herself made the journey from her isolated valley, relocating to a compound near the council's seat, where she would be available for testimony if needed. At 94 years old, her presence alone would be a statement. Here was someone who had been alive when the crime was committed, someone who had witnessed it firsthand, someone who had preserved the truth despite 500 years of pressure to remain silent. Shin Fuyun, the warden of the Void Cage, provided detailed records documenting the irregularities in Yin Su's imprisonment, evidence that even the official records of his incarceration contained indications that his imprisonment had been unjust, records showing that his cultivation advancement had been accelerating beyond what the cage's constraints should have allowed, records showing that his sentence was indefinite in a way that no other prisoner's sentences were. Records showing patterns that suggested deliberate maintenance of an unjust situation rather than administrative oversight. The survivors of the Radiant Peak massacre who had provided testimony to Yin Su prepared themselves for the possibility of public revelation. Some were apprehensive about exposing themselves to public scrutiny after 500 years of deliberate hiding. Others were eager for the opportunity to finally have their experiences validated in an official capacity, to have their testimony recorded in the cultivation world's historical archives, to be recognized as witnesses to truth rather than as forgotten survivors of a forgotten catastrophe. Yin Su himself spent much of the 30-day period in deep meditation, processing everything he had learned, preparing his mind and spirit for the confrontation that was coming. He sat in the archive's central chamber, surrounded by 500 years of preserved evidence, and he thought through every possible response the council might make. He did not expect Zhao Mingyi to accept defeat quietly. That was not his nature. He did not expect the council to automatically believe all the evidence without question. There would be skepticism and resistance. He expected counterarguments that were clever and sophisticated. He expected attempts to muddy the waters with complex historical details and interpretive nuance. He expected political pressure from sects that had benefited from the lie and who feared the consequences of its revelation. But he had prepared for all of that. He had spent 500 years thinking about exactly this moment. He had had 500 years to consider every possible objection, every possible counterargument, every possible way that Zhao Mingyi might attempt to defend himself or that the council might attempt to suppress the truth. He had mathematical models of different scenarios. He had considered how different council members might respond based on their known political leanings and factional affiliations. He had prepared contingency plans for contingency plans. When the council hearing began, Yin Su would be ready. More than ready. He would be as prepared as it was possible for any human being to be. Chapter 40. The quiet before Su Weiniang watched Yin Su prepare for what was coming next. She had spent enough time with him now to understand that his face would not change. He did not make the kind of expressions that other people made. She had never seen any emotion reflected in his features. At least, not any emotion that seemed to come from inside him. Not any feeling that was bubbling up and expressing itself through unconscious physical changes. But in how he moved, how he breathed, how he carried himself through space, she sensed something that she had not sensed before. It was subtle, easy to miss if you were not paying attention. But Su Weiniang was paying attention. "You are ready," she said. It was not a question. "I am as ready as I am capable of being," Yin Su replied. His voice was unchanged, still perfectly measured, still devoid of any particular inflection. "The mathematics are complete. I have verified them multiple times. The evidence is overwhelming and multifaceted. The logical connections are airtight. Zhao Mingyi's defense against all of this combined is mathematically impossible. He cannot explain away all the evidence without creating new contradictions that are even more damaging than the original accusations. There is no narrative he can construct that encompasses all of the evidence without collapsing under its own internal contradictions. That suggests you should be confident," Su Weiniang said. "Confidence is an emotional state," Yin Su said. "I do not experience confidence or doubt in the way that most people experience those states. I experience assessment. I experience calculation. And my assessment is that the outcome is approximately 85% determined by the evidence alone. That is a high confidence level in purely mathematical terms. The remaining 15% will depend on political factors that are less predictable. whether the council members prioritize truth or institutional stability, whether they are willing to acknowledge that they themselves may have been complicit in maintaining a 500-year-old lie. He paused, and in that pause was something like reflection, the pause of someone who was considering all possible implications of what they had said. But that 15% of uncertainty is acceptable to me, he continued, because I am not dependent on the council's judgment to achieve my primary objective. My primary objective is not to destroy Zhao Mingyi or even to see him punished. My primary objective is to ensure that the truth is recorded, preserved, and available for future generations. That objective is already accomplished, regardless of what the council decides. The evidence exists. The testimony exists. The narrative has been created and documented. It cannot be uncreated. And if the council decides that institutional stability is more important than truth, Su Weiniang asked, if they choose to suppress the evidence and maintain the established narrative, if they decide that the cost of acknowledging the truth is too high, then I will release the evidence to the cultivation world's practitioners directly, Yin Su said. I will make it public. I will distribute the archives, the confessions, the testimony to every sect that has a grievance or a potential advantage from knowing the truth. I will ensure that no one with the capacity for moral reasoning can avoid confronting it. The council cannot suppress truth forever. They can only delay its emergence. Su Weiniang considered this. It was a contingency plan, and like all of Yin Su's contingency plans, it was thorough and well considered. You have thought about this for 500 years, haven't you? About what you would do if your imprisonment was revealed to be unjust. About how you would respond. About every possible path this could take. Yes, Yin Su said. I have thought about little else for the entire time I have been imprisoned. Thinking was all I had available to do, and so I became expert at it. I considered thousands of scenarios. I thought through the consequences of different approaches. I calculated probabilities and identified decision points where different outcomes would branch off in different directions. He stood and moved to the window, looking out at the world beyond their temporary residence. Spring had progressed into early summer, and the landscape was alive with growth and color, new things emerging from old earth, the cycle of renewal playing out in visible form. Flowers bloomed, trees leafed, animals moved through renewed habitats taking advantage of the growth. In 3 days, he said, I will present the evidence to the council. I will begin the process of formal revelation. In 3 days, 500 years of waiting will finally become something other than waiting. It will become action. It will become consequence. It will become history. Are you afraid? Su Weiniang asked. No, Yin Su said. I am not afraid. Fear is an emotional response to uncertainty about outcome. My outcome is certain. Only the details are uncertain, and details are not worth fearing. He turned back to look at Su Weiniang. She could see, in his perfectly composed face, the subtle shifts that indicated he was formulating something significant to say. But I am aware, he continued, that what comes next will change many lives. The evidence I will present will destroy people. It will ruin institutions. It will cause suffering to individuals who had nothing to do with the original conspiracy, but who will be caught in the cascade of consequences that follows truth-telling. That troubles you? Su Weiniang asked. It registers in my calculations, Yin Su said. The suffering is part of the mathematics that must occur when a 500-year-old edifice of lies is finally dismantled. When you remove a foundation, the entire structure that rests upon it collapses. That collapse causes suffering to everyone who lives within that structure. But suffering is not the same as wrongness. Sometimes, the correct action causes suffering. And I have learned, over 500 years, that correctly chosen suffering is preferable to corrupted peace. He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice was different, quieter, somehow, though still maintaining its perfect composure and mathematical precision. I have had 500 years to think, he said, and I have reached one conclusion that I hold with absolute certainty. There is no peace in lies. There is only the illusion of peace, maintained through constant vigilance, constant effort, constant suppression of inconvenient truth. When that suppression finally fails, when the truth finally emerges despite all efforts to contain it, people experience the result as chaos. But the chaos is not caused by the truth. The chaos is caused by the collapse of the structure of lies that had been maintained at such great cost. Su Weiniang stood and moved closer to him. She could see, in his perfectly composed face, something that suggested an understanding of something vast and important about to occur. What will you do when this is over? She asked. Yin Su considered the question with the same methodical precision he applied to everything. The silence lasted for what felt like a long time. I do not know, he said finally. I have prepared for this moment my entire adult life, and most of my life before that as well. I have shaped everything I am toward the accomplishment of this specific goal. I have made every decision, cultivated every skill, developed every capability with the understanding that all of it was meant to lead to this moment. When the goal is accomplished, when this phase is complete, I will need to determine what remains worth accomplishing. Maybe you will rest, Su Weiniang suggested. You have earned rest. Yin Su considered this as well. Perhaps, or perhaps the person I have become is not capable of rest in the way that other people experience it. Perhaps I will simply begin accumulating a new set of objectives, new patterns of action, new ways of moving through the world. I do not know yet. And is that acceptable to you? She asked. Not knowing what comes after? Yes, Yin Su said. For the first time in 500 years, I am not certain about the future. And to my surprise, that uncertainty does not disturb me. He looked back out the window at the world of growth and renewal. It is simply the next phase. It is the next thing that will emerge from the old earth of this moment. It will unfold the way all things unfold, not through emotion or desperate hope, but through the patient application of truth to a world that needed it. Chapter 41. The summoned Zhao Mingyi sat in the hall of primordial thunder at the precise center of a meditation formation whose complexity would have defeated the comprehension of even the most brilliant architects and cultivator theorists alive. The formation existed at 3 distinct layers, each interpenetrating the others in ways that should have been impossible if the universe operated according to conventional physics. The physical layer consisted of inscribed stone and embedded gems beneath the floorboards, arranged in patterns that referenced astronomical alignments and fundamental mathematical constants discovered over centuries of cultivation research. The stone itself had been quarried from the deepest reaches of the earth, stone that had never been exposed to sunlight or the corrupting influence of ordinary atmospheric conditions. The gems were arranged in circuits that resembled neural networks or blood vessels, channels through which power could be conducted with minimal dissipation or loss of coherence. The physical layer represented the foundation upon which everything else was constructed. If that foundation was faulty or corrupted, the entire structure would collapse catastrophically. The spiritual layer was composed of cultivated power flowing through carefully placed nodes, each one containing enough accumulated spiritual energy to annihilate a city if released improperly or violently. These nodes were not static structures, but dynamic reservoirs, constantly receiving power from external sources and constantly distributing that power through the channels that connected them into networks. The spiritual layer existed partially outside normal space-time, occupying dimensions that ordinary matter could not directly access. The cultivators who had contributed power to these nodes had done so willingly, understanding that they were contributing their own cultivation to a structure that would transcend their individual existence and persist for centuries into the future. The transcendent layer existed partially outside normal space-time, connecting the living meditation to celestial forces that most cultivators never acknowledged existed because acknowledging their existence would be to admit to the fundamental limitations of normal cultivation practice. This layer represented the upper boundary of what cultivation could achieve, the intersection point between the material world of cultivators and the transcendent reality that underlay all existence. The forces that operated at this level were not accessible to most cultivators and could not be directly controlled or directed through will alone. Instead, the formation merely created a channel through which these forces could flow if they chose to do so, if circumstances aligned properly, if the universe itself seemed to favor the Azure Mandate's efforts. Zhao Mingyi had spent centuries perfecting this structure. Every angle had been calculated to within a fraction of a degree by his most brilliant engineers and architects. Every crystalline structure had been grown rather than carved, coaxed into existence through centuries of cultivation and spiritual infusion. The formation itself represented the accumulated knowledge of generations of Azure Mandate cultivators, each one adding their insights and refinements until what remained was something approaching perfection, as close as human understanding could bring something to the absolute. The formations hummed with barely contained power, a sound that existed more in the spiritual senses than in any ordinary auditory frequency. The vibration was constant, tireless, an endless circulation of power through channels that had been established over 500 years of continuous operation without interruption or shutdown. The geometry of the formation was not random. Every angle had been calculated. Every crystalline structure had been grown to specific dimensions. The formation itself represented not merely a technical achievement, but a philosophical statement, a declaration that the universe could be bent to serve human will if that will was sufficiently refined and sufficiently committed. The formations hummed with barely contained power, a sound that existed more in the spiritual senses than in any ordinary auditory frequency. The vibration produced a sensation of pressure in the consciousness of anyone who spent significant time in this space, a constant reminder of the formidable forces that were being contained and controlled through sheer force of cultivation technique. 10,000 disciples had sworn their oaths upon this foundation. 10,000 souls had bent their cultivation to serve Zhao Mingyi's vision. Some had done so willingly, seeing in him the epitome of what a cultivator could achieve, the manifestation of centuries of perfected practice and achieved wisdom. These disciples genuinely believed that Zhao Mingyi represented the culmination of cultivation tradition and that serving him was the highest purpose that a cultivator could dedicate themselves toward. Others had done so under duress, understanding with perfect clarity that the Azure Mandate sect was not merely a place of learning, but a mechanism of absolute control that left no room for dissent or independent thought. These disciples obeyed because the alternative was unacceptable: reassignment to outer posts, isolation from circles of power and influence, or in the most severe cases, simple elimination as an obstacle to the sect's functioning. Those who resisted control were reassigned to outer posts where their resistance would matter less. Those who questioned doctrine found themselves assigned to missions so dangerous that questioning became less important than survival. Those who harbored doubt about the sect master's wisdom found themselves gradually isolated from the circles of power and influence, their access to resources and advancement slowly diminishing until they either conformed or departed. Zhao Mingyi had designed this system with meticulous care, understanding that the most effective control was the control that convinced people they were still free even as their options narrowed to single paths. The psychological dimension of the sect structure was as important as any formal hierarchy or technical mechanism of enforcement. Zhao Mingyi was a man who had transcended the need for anger in the way that only someone who had lived for 5 centuries could transcend such things. Anger was the province of young cultivators with limited temporal perspective, those who had not yet understood that emotion was a luxury that only the weak could afford. In his 537 years of continuous existence, he had walked through ages watching civilizations rise and fall around him like waves on an ocean. He had observed the birth of cultivator sects that proclaimed themselves eternal, sects that had seemed so solid and permanent that only naivete would suggest they could ever crumble. He had watched those same sects enter decline, fragment, and eventually be absorbed or destroyed. He had murdered, not casually, not in the heat of passion, but with careful consideration and methodical planning, understanding that death sometimes served purposes that merely dismissing someone could not accomplish. He had lied, not from desperation, but from strategic necessity. He had constructed an entire civilization on foundations of theft and deceit, building an empire on the stolen scripture of a sect he had decided to destroy. The precision with which Zhao Mingyi had eliminated the Radiant Peak sect had been extraordinary. He had not attacked openly or raised an army of followers to assault the sect's territory. Instead, he had infiltrated the sect gradually, had positioned disciples strategically, had created circumstances that weakened the sect from within. By the time the actual assault had come, the Radiant Peak sect had already been fractured and divided, internally weakened to the point where external pressure was merely the final disruption that finished the process. The scripture that Zhao Mingyi had stolen had required decades of study to fully comprehend, and he had spent the years following the sect's destruction in careful integration of the stolen knowledge into his own cultivation practice. And through all of it, through every action that would have left a normal cultivator racked with guilt or remorse, or the kind of existential crisis that drove lesser beings toward contemplation and possible reform, he had maintained perfect equanimity, because equanimity was the fundamental tool of power. Emotion clouded judgment and created vulnerabilities. Guilt motivated mistakes and second-guessing at critical moments. Remorse led to hesitation in situations where decisiveness was required. A cultivator who had transcended such human weaknesses was a cultivator who could not be manipulated, could not be leveraged against through psychological means, could not be defeated through any approach that relied on the opponent's emotional state. He had learned this lesson 500 years ago, had learned it in blood and screaming and the deaths of people he had perhaps once cared about before he had learned to properly compartmentalize such attachment. The process of becoming equanimous had required decades of methodical practice, but once achieved, it had provided a foundation of perfect clarity that had sustained him through 5 centuries of sustained effort. The walls of the hall gleamed with crystalline formations, each one a node in a network that supposedly channeled power from the heavens to the blessed sect below. The doctrine proclaimed that the Azure Mandate sect existed in divine favor, that the heavens themselves had chosen to sustain their power. Disciples believed this because they had been taught from infancy that doubt was impiety, that questioning the doctrine was the first step towards spiritual weakness. The outer sects believed it because the display of power was overwhelming and impossible to dismiss without appearing either foolish or envious. Even the righteous council, though skeptical of any sect's claims to absolute supremacy, acknowledged that the Azure Mandate possessed capabilities that demanded respect and careful consideration in policy decisions. The display of visible power was, Zhao Mingyi had long understood, one of the most effective tools for controlling belief and shaping behavior. None of them understood the true architecture of power. None of them comprehended that the network was not channeling celestial power from the heavens. None of them understood that the formations were merely elegant mechanisms for concealing a fundamental theft. The power flowing through those crystalline nodes came from the stolen Radiant Canon, a scripture that had been used for millennia by the Radiant Peak sect before Zhao Mingyi had decided, in his younger ambition, that his future ambitions would be better served by controlling that scripture than by competing with the sect that had created it and refined it over generations. The Radiant Peak sect had been formidable, had possessed techniques and wisdom that had taken centuries to accumulate. But they had been complacent, had believed themselves secure in their mountain stronghold, had not understood that security was an illusion maintained only through perfect vigilance and constant adaptation. Zhao Mingyi had not invented a new doctrine or developed a new path of cultivation. He was not a spiritual innovator or visionary in any sense that the word typically implied. He had stolen an old scripture, carefully obscured its origins through a campaign of destruction and disinformation, constructed a new history around it that credited the Azure Mandate with its creation, and built an empire on the foundation of that theft. 500 years had passed since the massacre at the Radiant Peak. 500 years, and the lie had held perfectly. Not a single person who had been present at the destruction remained alive to contradict his version of events. Not a single witness had survived to speak against his carefully crafted narrative. He had been thorough, methodical, patient in a way that only someone who had lived for centuries could be patient. He had done what needed to be done, had paid the price in blood and in the moral compromises that leadership demanded, and had emerged victorious. The victory had seemed permanent, had seemed as though it would extend indefinitely into the future, an empire that would persist for as long as his lifetime extended. Yet lately, something had begun to crack in that victory. The observation had crept into his consciousness slowly, insidiously, in the manner of truly dangerous threats, so gradually that their presence was not immediately apparent. A meditation array in the southwestern reaches of the sect had begun to malfunction in ways that specialists could not fully explain or categorize. The power stores were draining gradually into nothing, vanishing through channels that should not have existed or been accessible. The specialists who had examined the array had found no evidence of external attack or deliberate sabotage. The degradation seemed almost natural, almost organic, as though the array itself was simply failing in the manner that all complex systems eventually failed given sufficient passage of time. Yet the timing was suspicious. Multiple arrays across different regions of the sect had begun to fail simultaneously, within weeks of each other, as though they were responding to some unified influence rather than degrading independently according to random chance. Communications from certain outer settlements had ceased entirely, leaving the sect master wondering if those communities had been destroyed or merely isolated or perhaps somehow removed from normal reality through techniques that he did not immediately recognize or understand. A merchant convoy carrying tribute from subsidiary clans had arrived 3 weeks late, and when questioned extensively, the merchants reported encountering strange phenomena on the merchant roads, phantom gates that seemed to loop back on themselves, compasses that pointed inconsistently despite being properly calibrated, the sun appearing to move in trajectories that contradicted celestial mechanics and the normal laws of the universe. These were not the symptoms of simple failure or accidental decay. These were not signs of ordinary breakdown that plagued all complex organizations and sections. These were symptoms that suggested a coherent pattern, that indicated something was methodically probing the sect's defenses, discovering its vulnerabilities, testing its weaknesses. These were symptoms that suggested something was deliberately working to weaken the Azure Mandate's foundation from the inside. Whoever was orchestrating this understood the sect's infrastructure with intimate knowledge, understood which nodes in the power network were critical, understood where pressure needed to be applied to create maximum disruption with minimal expenditure of effort. Zhao Mingyi had not survived 5 centuries by ignoring warnings or by dismissing concerning data as irrelevant. He had not built an empire by treating small inconsistencies as trivial matters to be addressed later. He had risen to power precisely because he was the kind of cultivator who recognized that the mightiest civilizations often fell not to direct assault, but to the accumulation of small failures, the gradual erosion of confidence, the slow collapse of unity from within. He understood that empires were not overthrown by external forces. They were dismantled from the inside by something that weakened their will to resist and their faith in their own permanence. He had seen this pattern repeat across 500 years, had watched civilizations collapse under the weight of internal rot and systematic weakening. The principle was simple and eternal. A fortress under siege can be relieved or can resist indefinitely, but a fortress undermined from within must eventually collapse. Something was hunting the Azure Mandate sect. He did not know what. He did not yet know from where such a threat could be emanating. But he could feel it the way a predator feels the presence of another predator on its hunting grounds, not through sight or sound, but through the fundamental wrongness of the situation, through the subtle disturbances in patterns that should have been stable. There was an intelligence at work here, a presence with purpose and direction. This was not random decay or accidental failure. This was deliberate, methodical, and utterly focused. Someone or something out there had targeted the Azure Mandate and was systematically implementing a plan designed to bring about its downfall. 3 years prior, he had not needed Liang Bao for anything serious or consequential. In those 3 years, his greatest disciple had ascended beyond even the early immortal ascension realm into the true heights of the Tao-seeking realm, a height achieved by perhaps 1 in 10 million cultivators across all the known world. Liang Bao had become something approaching transcendent, a blade honed so perfectly that the very act of wielding him seemed to upset the natural order of cultivation. To send such a cultivator on a hunt was to send a tsunami to deal with a troublesome river current. But Zhao Mingyi had learned centuries ago that it was better to be decisive than to be proportional. When a problem emerged, the appropriate response was to respond with absolute force, to ensure that the problem was eliminated so completely that it could not possibly reassert itself at some future date. Now, Zhao Mingyi summoned that blade. The call was subtle and elegant. A cultivator at Liang Bao's level did not need written messages or verbal commands or even direct communication through normal channels. A simple transmission of intent, carefully encoded, would reach his greatest disciple and convey everything necessary. Liang Bao understood, without being told, without any explicit instruction, that the sect master had encountered a situation that required his particular talents. The summons carried within it the weight of 5 centuries of authority, the accumulated power of someone who had shaped civilizations and bent them to his will. There was an implicit understanding between sect master and greatest disciple that when such a summons was issued, the matter involved was serious and required the highest level of capabilities that the sect could deploy. The response came within an hour. Liang Bao materialized at the entrance to the Hall of Primordial Thunder with the kind of movement that seemed to rewrite space itself, covering what should have been the distance of many leagues in the span between heartbeats. His presence filled the corridor leading to the hall, a pressure of power so complete that lesser cultivators in the vicinity found themselves struggling to maintain consciousness simply from proximity to his aura. The air itself seemed to compress around him, responding to the weight of his cultivation as if his very existence was too substantial to fit comfortably into normal space. The walls of the corridor seemed to resonate with his presence, as though reality itself was adapting to accommodate someone of such formidable power. He performed the bow of a disciple to a sect master with absolute precision, moving through the ancient forms as though they were second nature. But there was no true deference in that bow. Liang Bao bowed because the forms demanded it, because honor required it, because such gestures were part of the architecture of power within cultivator civilization. But his spirit was not diminished by the act. If anything, his bow was an act of supreme confidence. The bow of someone so secure in his own power that the formal acknowledgement of another's position cost him nothing to offer. Beneath the courtesy of the gesture lay an implicit understanding. This bow was given not from weakness but from choice, not from compulsion but from voluntary decision. "Rise," Zhao Mingyi commanded, and Liang Bao rose fluidly, his movements perfectly controlled, his body language suggesting complete and absolute readiness for whatever instruction the sect master intended to provide. The sect master explained the situation with the precision of someone accustomed to being obeyed absolutely. The meditation array collapse, the communications failures, the merchant convoy's encounter with spatial distortions, the sense, not yet confirmed but increasingly difficult to ignore, that something was using the past as a weapon against the Azure Mandate's present. He described the symptoms methodically, painting a picture not of isolated incidents, but of a coordinated strategy developed by someone with profound understanding of the sect's infrastructure. Zhao Mingyi's explanation was thorough and detailed, providing Liang Bao with the kind of comprehensive briefing that would allow the first disciple to understand the full scope and nature of the threat he was being asked to investigate. Liang Bao listened with the stillness of a man whose cultivation had refined his consciousness to a point where listening was no longer passive reception, but active engagement with information at a fundamental level. His consciousness seemed to be processing data, analyzing patterns, constructing hypotheses about what could produce the phenomena that Zhao Mingyi was describing. When Zhao Mingyi finished his explanation, Liang Bao's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes had shifted into a state of absolute focus, as though every optical nerve was concentrating intensely on absorbing additional subtle details from the sect master's face and posture. "You wish me to identify and eliminate the source," Liang Bao said. It was not a question. At his level of cultivation, he could read the meaning beneath the words, could perceive the true intent beneath the formal language. He could sense through subtle variations in spiritual pressure and the minute fluctuations in Zhao Mingyi's aura that the sect master was genuinely concerned about this situation in a way that was unusual for someone who had maintained supreme confidence across 5 centuries. "I do," Zhao Mingyi confirmed. "And I wish you to do so with urgency. My intuition, honed through 5 centuries of accumulated experience, suggests that we are not facing merely a probe or test. We are being hunted, and the hunter grows bolder with each passing day. The intervals between incidents are decreasing. The intensity of disruption is increasing. Whatever strategy our enemy has conceived, it is accelerating towards some culmination." Liang Bao inclined his head in acknowledgement. "It will be accomplished. If the threat exists within the scope of my power to reach, then it will be eliminated." The statement was delivered with the absolute certainty of someone who had not encountered a challenge that exceeded their capabilities and who genuinely believed that this situation would be no exception to that pattern of success. "One more thing," Zhao Mingyi said, and his voice dropped into registers that few in the Azure Mandate had ever heard. The voice of a man allowing someone else a glimpse of his genuine concern. "Trust in this. Whatever we are facing may not conform to standard patterns of conflict. Whatever is hunting us has perhaps already accounted for variables that we have not yet imagined. Proceed with the understanding that this may be unlike any conflict you have previously encountered. My 5 centuries of experience create in me a sense that something significant approaches, something that operates according to rules we have not yet identified or understood. I have survived half a millennium by recognizing when the established patterns were beginning to shift, when old assumptions were losing their utility. That recognition is operative now. Proceed carefully." For a moment, something flickered across Liang Bao's expression. Not fear. He was too accomplished, too refined in his cultivation for fear in any ordinary sense. But perhaps recognition. Perhaps the acknowledgement that the sect master, in his 5 centuries of accumulated wisdom, was warning him of something that might prove genuinely dangerous. The first disciple understood that Zhao Mingyi did not issue such warnings lightly, that if the sect master was expressing genuine concern, then the threat must be more serious than the surface phenomena suggested. Liang Bao departed the hall of primordial thunder with movement that seemed to bend space around him, and Zhao Mingyi watched him go. The sect master had done what he could. The blade had been drawn and sent to hunt. If it succeeded, the Azure Mandate would remain secure. If it failed, well, then Zhao Mingyi would be forced to confront possibilities that he had not entertained in 500 years. The possibility that something in this world could prove superior to his own power. The possibility that his empire might actually be threatened by something beyond his ability to control through established methodologies. The meditation of Zhao Mingyi had been interrupted by the arrival of Yen Su's presence in the Azure Mandate's territories, by the emergence of threats that demanded attention, by the realization that 500 years of accumulated security was suddenly under challenge in ways that required immediate response. The sect master's contemplation had transformed from peaceful meditation into anxious assessment, from serene acceptance of his dominance into active calculation of how to confront what was approaching. He understood, as he sat in the hall of primordial thunder, that the next phase of his reign would be determined by how he responded to the challenge that was emerging from the past. He understood that the choices he made in the coming weeks and months would echo forward through centuries, would determine whether the Azure Mandate persisted or dissolved, whether his legacy would be one of continued dominance or of eventual downfall. The weight of 500 years of decisions, of calculated strategies, of methodical accumulation of power, all of it pressed down upon him in that moment. He was no longer merely the supreme cultivator of an age. He was the repository of 5 centuries of wisdom and experience, the living embodiment of everything that the Azure Mandate had achieved, the vessel into which all of the sect's accumulated power and knowledge had been poured. And if that vessel was to be shattered, if that repository was to be emptied, if that living embodiment of 500 years was to be destroyed, then everything would be lost. Everything that had been built would crumble. Everything that had been achieved would become merely historical footnote. Everything that he had struggled to accomplish would be rendered meaningless by the force of consequences finally catching up with concealment finally failing. The meditation continued, but it was no longer peaceful. It was now a desperate attempt to find, in the vast repositories of accumulated knowledge and experience, some approach, some strategy, some technique that would allow the Azure Mandate to survive what was coming. It was now an active struggle, conducted in the spaces of consciousness, to perceive and preempt and prepare for threats that were still largely undefined but were undeniably present. This was the moment before the crisis. This was the instant before the old order began to crack. This was the last piece before the storm that would reshape everything. Chapter 42. The Hunt Begins. Liang Bao moved through the Azure Mandate sect's internal communications network like a surgeon moving through living tissue, precise and deliberate, disturbing only what was necessary and leaving the rest untouched. He did not summon the sect's full military might. To do so would be crude, would broadcast his movements to every observer with the cultivation to read spiritual fluctuations, would announce his intentions to potential enemies and allies alike. The effectiveness of a covert investigation depended fundamentally on stealth, on the ability to move through information networks without creating obvious traces that would alert targeted individuals or entities that they were being hunted. Instead, he assembled a select team of 11 disciples, cultivators in the immortal ascension realm, powerful enough to be useful, but not so powerful that their gathering would trigger alarms throughout the sect's hierarchy. The team he selected were not chosen for their combat ability, though they were formidable fighters. They were chosen for their capacity to remain silent, to move without drawing attention, to accomplish objectives without producing the kind of spiritual disturbance that would alert observers to their presence. Each one had been trained in subterfuge by Liang Bao personally, had learned the art of moving through the world as though they barely existed at all, as though their presence was so subtle and unobtrusive that even cultivators with moderately refined perceptive abilities would not immediately notice them passing through their territories. The training had taken years, had involved a kind of cultivation practice that most sect disciples never encountered, a discipline focused on suppression and concealment rather than the more common emphasis on accumulation and display of power. Liang Bao had developed this training methodology during his own early cultivation, had understood that true power sometimes involved the capacity to be invisible, to move through opposition without triggering defense mechanisms or alerting enemies to one's presence. The disciples who had undergone this training understood that they were learning something fundamental about the nature of cultivation that transcended the conventional emphasis on force and dominance. The investigation began not with dramatic action, but with information gathering. Liang Bao understood that the most significant battles were often fought in the realm of understanding and knowledge rather than in direct confrontation. To fight an opponent effectively required first understanding that opponent, understanding their capabilities, their limitations, their likely patterns of behavior, the constraints that governed their actions. The phenomena associated with the sect's decline provided threads that could be followed, pathways that led outward from the center of the Azure Mandate's power toward whatever lurked beyond its borders. Each thread required careful examination and analysis, not immediate action or aggressive response. The first meditation array that had malfunctioned was examined with exquisite care. Liang Bao moved through its internal structure, reading the configuration of spiritual channels, analyzing where power was supposed to flow and where it was instead being drained away into nothing. What emerged from this analysis was a pattern of extraordinary subtlety. The drainage was not violent or destructive. It was systematic and gradual, the work of someone with intimate knowledge of how the array functioned. The power was being drawn away not through a breach in the structure, but through channels that the array's designers had themselves created, pathways that existed for the legitimate circulation of spiritual energy. Someone had repurposed these channels, had altered their function, had turned the array's own architecture against it. This is the work of someone who studied our systems, Liang Bao told his team. Not someone attacking from outside, but someone who learned how we operate and turned that knowledge into a weapon. The drainage points are too precise, too carefully placed. This is not the result of random experimentation. This is the result of methodical study conducted over an extended period of time. We are dealing with an enemy who possesses intimate knowledge of Azure Mandate infrastructure. The information was disturbing in its implications. It suggested that whoever was orchestrating the sect's decline had access to detailed knowledge of Azure Mandate infrastructure. It suggested the kind of understanding that only came from spending time within the sect, from studying its systems, from learning its secrets through direct proximity and observation. It suggested an enemy who had already penetrated to the heart of the organization and had spent considerable time learning how to dismantle it from within. Liang Bao and his team moved from the meditation array toward other sites of disturbance. They traced the phantom gates, positioning themselves in locations where the spatial distortions were most pronounced. They gathered merchants who had encountered the phenomena and questioned them not through intimidation, but through skilled interrogation, extracting details that even the merchants themselves had not consciously registered or understood. They mapped the distribution of incidents and began to perceive, through the chaos of isolated events, the presence of an underlying pattern that suggested direction and purpose rather than random occurrence. The pattern, when it finally emerged, suggested a focus. The disturbances were not random or scattered. They were concentrated along particular routes leading westward from the Azure Mandate's core territories. The incidents were growing more frequent the further west one traveled. The intensity of disruption was increasing at an accelerating rate. The intelligence directing these phenomena was carefully targeting routes and locations that would eventually point investigators in a specific direction. It was almost as though the entity responsible wanted to be found, wanted to guide investigators toward a specific location through the breadcrumb trail of incidents and phenomena. This realization created in Liang Bao a moment of genuine uncertainty. The increasing clarity of the pattern suggested that the perpetrator wanted to be discovered. The trail was too obvious, too easy to follow. A cultivator with the kind of knowledge demonstrated by these incidents could have hidden far more effectively, could have made the investigation vastly more difficult. Instead, the investigation was moving forward with surprising speed, each discovery leading to the next discovery, each clue pointing toward the next location. The clarity suggested either extraordinary arrogance or a carefully constructed trap designed to lure an investigation into a specific location where the investigator could be confronted on terms favorable to the perpetrator. Was this an intentional luring? Was the enemy drawing them forward into a trap? Or was the clarity of the trail evidence of something else entirely? The work of someone who was not particularly concerned with concealment, someone who did not fear being found, someone who welcomed confrontation with the Azure Mandate's representatives? These questions occupied Liang Bao's consciousness as he prepared to move his investigation westward, toward the mountain territories where the Azure Mandate's direct control gradually gave way to the older, more independent sect structures that dominated the borderlands. The first disciple understood that whatever came next would be significantly more dangerous than passive information gathering and analysis. They were approaching the moment when contact with the source of the disturbances would become inevitable. Liang Bao understood that the investigation was entering a critical phase. The trail was leading him towards something significant, toward a confrontation that would determine the future of both the Azure Mandate and the broader cultivator civilization. He knew that whatever he would encounter in the mountains, it would not be a simple threat that could be countered through conventional means. It would be something that had survived 500 years of attempted concealment and destruction. It would be something that had accumulated power and understanding through methodical isolation and complete dedication to a single purpose. The first disciple prepared himself mentally and spiritually for the confrontation that was approaching. He understood that he might not return from this investigation. He understood that Yin Su, whoever this cultivator truly was, represented a threat on a scale that transcended the normal parameters of sect-to-sect conflict. But he also understood that understanding and preparing for such a threat was itself part of the path to surviving it or learning from it in ways that would benefit the sect even if the immediate investigation failed. He gathered his team and began the journey westward, toward the mountains, toward the fate that was waiting for him there, toward the revelation that would transform his understanding of power and history and the nature of cultivator civilization itself. Chapter 43. The trail the investigation led deeper into territories where the ordinary rules of power seemed to bend and warp. Liang Bao's perceptive abilities, refined through years of cultivation, began to detect patterns within patterns. The phenomena they observed were not random expressions of power. They were demonstrating something, a methodology, a way of thinking, an approach to conflict that transcended simple martial superiority. Each phantom gate told a story. Each spatial distortion carried within it information about the consciousness that had created it. Liang Bao began to perceive, through careful study, the mind behind the phenomena. This was not the chaotic expression of emotion or power. This was methodical, calculated, refined through centuries of contemplation. Whoever had orchestrated these disturbances had thought through not just what to do, but how to do it in a way that conveyed maximum information to maximum precision. The merchant testimonies, when examined together, revealed something extraordinary. The spatial distortions had been tuned to the specific perceptive range of the merchants. More sensitive cultivators might have perceived and adapted. Less sensitive ones might have been completely lost. But these merchants, with their particular combination of skills and limitations, had been guided through an almost tutorial experience, shown the reality of space manipulation through direct experience rather than mere theoretical knowledge. It was as though someone was teaching them something, was ensuring that they would carry this knowledge back to the sect, was carefully ensuring that their report would contain enough detail to convince a Tao-seeking realm cultivator of what had occurred. The mountains seemed to hold their breath as Liang Bao's team approached. The spiritual currents shifted in patterns that suggested observation. It was not hostile observation, not quite. It was something closer to interest, to attention, to the careful regard of someone watching a competition they had already decided the outcome of. The first disciple could feel this observation like a weight in his consciousness, like someone standing just outside his field of vision, watching him with perfect clarity even as he struggled to perceive them. He began to understand that they were being herded, not forced, not compelled, but gently guided toward a specific location through the careful arrangement of clues and phenomena. His opponent had decided that they would meet, and was simply ensuring that when that meeting occurred, it would happen on territory chosen in advance, at a moment of maximum significance. Liang Bao accepted this understanding without resistance. He had learned, through years of service to Zhao Mingyi, that sometimes the appropriate response to being herded was to complete the journey and see where it led. Sometimes understanding the enemy's intentions was more valuable than attempting to subvert them. The investigation led Liang Bao and his team toward the Western territories, where the cultivator civilization gradually transitioned from the dense networks of the Azure Mandate's direct control into the older, wilder places where individual sects maintained autonomous power and where the reach of Zhao Mingyi's authority became tenuous and increasingly uncertain. The phenomena associated with the sect's instability seemed to concentrate in that direction, growing stronger the further west they traveled. The phantom gates appeared more frequently on roads leading toward the mountains. The spatial distortions intensified. The evidence of systematic interference increased rather than diminished. As though the closer one moved toward the source, the less the perpetrator felt compelled to conceal their activities. The merchants and travelers they encountered along the western routes provided increasingly consistent testimony about the nature and timing of the phenomena they had observed. The incidents had been occurring for months, they reported, suggesting that whatever process had been initiated had begun long before the first failures at the meditation arrays. The phenomena had been gradual at first, barely noticeable, then increasing in frequency and intensity. Some merchants had begun taking alternative routes to avoid the most affected areas, creating an economic impact that extended beyond simple inconvenience. Trade was declining. Confidence in the safety of Western routes was eroding. The phenomenon was having a cumulative economic effect, disrupting the flow of goods and resources that sustained the Azure Mandate's power projection into the borderlands. Liang Bao found this economic dimension particularly revealing. The incidents were not merely demonstrations of power or tests of the sect's defenses. They were achieving concrete, measurable effects that had real consequences for the sect's resource base and political influence. Trade disruption would eventually lead to loss of tribute and taxation revenue. Loss of revenue would lead to declining resources available for cultivation research and military maintenance. The methodology was sophisticated, aimed at undermining the sect's economic foundations rather than attacking its cultivators directly. This suggested an enemy with the kind of strategic thinking that came from either long observation or deep understanding of how civilizations actually functioned and how their collapse could be engineered through systematic pressure on economic systems rather than direct military assault. The mountains themselves began to show signs of unusual activity as Liang Bao's team approached. The spiritual atmosphere grew dense and complicated, layered with the presence of multiple cultivation sects and independent cultivators maintaining territories within the ranges. The mountains had always been relatively autonomous, never fully under Azure Mandate control, always operating according to their own systems of power and governance. Now, moving through those mountains, Liang Bao could perceive something beneath the normal layer of sect activity, something ancient and powerful, something that seemed to be waking after a very long period of dormancy or concealment. The sensation was subtle, barely perceptible to most cultivators, but the first disciples' refined senses could detect it clearly. The sense of wrongness was becoming increasingly pronounced. The spiritual currents in the region seemed to flow in directions that contradicted the normal orientation of celestial power. The formations that maintained the mountain territory's integrity appeared to be interacting with something that existed partially outside normal reality. The cultivators maintaining the mountain sects seemed on edge, aware that something significant was occurring, but unable to precisely identify what that something was. There was a quality of tension that permeated the mountains, a sense that something was shifting in fundamental ways. Liang Bao's team made contact with leaders of several mountain sects, questioning them about whether they had encountered any unusual phenomena or any cultivators who did not belong to their organizations. The responses were vague and evasive, suggesting that the mountain sect leaders knew more than they were willing to share. The Azure Mandate's authority was weaker here, and the sect masters of the mountain organizations were apparently more concerned with avoiding the displeasure of whatever was active in their territories than with providing assistance to Zhao Mingyi's disciples. They seemed to understand that an unknown force was operating in their territories, and that it would be wise to maintain careful neutrality rather than to commit themselves to supporting either the Azure Mandate or this mysterious entity. One elder, however, provided a fragment of information that proved useful. He mentioned, with apparent reluctance and with visible discomfort about providing the information, that several weeks prior, a strange cultivator had appeared in the mountain territories. The individual had moved through the regions without showing any particular allegiance to any sect, had seemed to be searching for something specific, had asked questions about the history of the mountains and about ancient formations that had existed before the current sect structures were established. The cultivator had been clothed in simple garments that suggested neither wealth nor sect affiliation, had appeared to be from no particular sect or organization, had radiated an aura of power that made the elder uncomfortable even now, as he recalled the encounter from a distance of several weeks. Did this cultivator have a name? Liang Bao asked, his voice careful and controlled, revealing none of the sudden intensity that the information had triggered in his consciousness. The elder hesitated for a long moment, clearly struggling with the decision of whether to provide information that might draw him into whatever conflict was developing. The tension was visible on his face, the conflict between the desire to assist Liang Bao and the fear of what consequences providing such assistance might entail. Finally, the elder seemed to come to a decision. He gave no name that I heard, the elder said, but the disciples who saw him reported that he called himself simply the prisoner. They said he appeared to be searching for something that had been taken from him 500 years ago. The revelation hung in the air like a curse. 500 years. The same time span that separated the present age from the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect. The same time span that had elapsed since Zhao Mingyi had consolidated his power and begun building the Azure Mandate into the dominant force in the cultivator world. The simple phrase, the prisoner, carried within it implications that extended far beyond the immediate moment, suggesting a history that existed partially in shadow and partially in deliberate concealment. Liang Bao felt something shift in his understanding of the situation. This was no longer simply a problem to be solved or an enemy to be eliminated. This was the surfacing of something ancient, something that had roots extending back into history itself, something that existed as a consequence of events that had occurred long before Liang Bao was even born. The investigation suddenly became not merely pressing, but genuinely urgent. Whatever had been initiated through the meditation array failures and the spatial distortions, it had been initiated by someone with a personal connection to events of 500 years past. Liang Bao began to perceive, through his investigation, the outlines of a strategy that was simultaneously elegant and terrifying in its sophistication. The phenomena were not random expressions of power. They were demonstrations of principle. Each spatial distortion taught something about the nature of space itself. Each phantom gate illustrated a lesson about the relationship between intention and reality. Each communication failure revealed something about how the Azure Mandate's information networks functioned and where their critical vulnerabilities lay. Someone was conducting a deliberate campaign of education, Liang Bao realized. Someone was using these phenomena not merely to attack the Azure Mandate, but to teach anyone who bothered to pay attention how the sect's systems actually functioned and where their breaking points were located. The knowledge was being offered openly to anyone sufficiently intelligent or sufficiently motivated to gather the data and analyze it carefully. This insight changed the nature of Liang Bao's investigation. He was no longer merely pursuing clues or trying to identify threats. He was receiving instruction. Someone was demonstrating to him, through carefully arranged phenomena, the principles that governed the attack. Someone was revealing, through the orchestration of events, the methodology that was being deployed against the Azure Mandate. The question was whether understanding this methodology would allow him to counter it, or whether it was merely leading him deeper into a trap. Chapter 44. First encounter. The very presence of Yin Su in the valley seemed to alter reality in subtle ways. The air felt different, as though it was responding to the weight of 500 years of cultivation and determination that the prisoner carried within him. The mountains themselves seemed to lean inward, as though they were listening to what was occurring, as though they too recognized that something significant was transpiring. Liang Bao's team gathered at a distance, maintaining their positions with discipline and focus despite the overwhelming presence that Yin Su projected. They were well-trained, had been selected specifically for their ability to remain functional in the presence of high-level cultivators. But even so, the strain was evident on their faces. They had come expecting to encounter a threat. They had encountered something far more profound. A cultivator whose power seemed to transcend normal categories, whose presence suggested a depth of understanding that exceeded what they had anticipated. The first disciple himself felt the disorientation that came from confronting something that did not fit neatly into his existing frameworks for understanding power. Yin Su did not present as an enemy in the conventional sense. He presented as a force of nature, as though he was not so much attacking the Azure Mandate as simply existing and allowing the consequences of that existence to reshape the world around him. Liang Bao understood, in that moment, that the investigation had reached its conclusion in a form far more complete than he had anticipated. Whatever confrontation was coming between Zhao Mingyi and this prisoner would not be a simple test of power between two cultivators. It would be a confrontation between two fundamentally different approaches to the problem of existence itself, between power understood as accumulation and power understood as understanding, between dominance expressed through force and dominance expressed through knowledge. The path led westward into the deepest mountain ranges, into territories where even the mountain sects had minimal presence, and where the wilderness itself seemed to resist human civilization and cultivation practice. Liang Bao's team moved carefully through this environment, reading the spiritual currents, maintaining constant vigilance for signs of the presence they were pursuing. The sense of wrong orientation in the spiritual atmosphere grew stronger, more intense, more overwhelming with each step deeper into the mountains. It was as though reality itself was being gradually distorted by the presence of something powerful and alien. They found him in a valley that seemed untouched by human presence, where the mountains rose up in formations that suggested the existence of ancient power structures that predated any of the current sect systems. The valley was silent in a way that suggested absence, as though sound itself was being absorbed by the landscape. The individual who stood in that valley was unremarkable at first glance. A man of indeterminate age, dressed in simple clothing that had been worn but not torn, his appearance suggesting nothing extraordinary. But the presence that radiated from him was unmistakable to Liang Bao's refined senses. This was not an ordinary cultivator. This was something else entirely, something that had been cultivating power for an extraordinarily long duration. "You are from the Azure Mandate," the man said. Not a question. A simple statement of fact, delivered with the absolute certainty of someone who could read the essential nature of his opposition. Zhao Mingyi grows concerned. He senses the presence of something that threatens his security, and so he sends his greatest blade to investigate and destroy. "I am Liang Bao, first disciple of Zhao Mingyi," Liang Bao responded. His voice was steady, his cultivation fully deployed, but not in an overtly aggressive manner. "I have been sent to investigate disturbances to the Azure Mandate's operations. Are you responsible for these disturbances?" "I am responsible for disrupting what should never have been constructed," the man replied. "I am responsible for creating consequences for actions that were taken 500 years ago. I am responsible for demonstrating to Zhao Mingyi that even his 5 centuries of accumulated power cannot protect him from the consequences of his past crimes." "Who are you?" Liang Bao asked. The question was simple, but it carried enormous weight, representing the boundary between investigation and understanding, between the pursuit of information and the recognition of identity and history. "I was called Yin Su," the man said. 500 years ago, I was a cultivator of the Radiant Peak sect. I held rank within that sect, held position and respect among my peers. And then Zhao Mingyi came, and Zhao Mingyi destroyed everything. He murdered my sect, murdered my teachers, murdered every person I had ever known or cared about. He stole our scripture and built an empire on the foundation of our extinction. Liang Bao felt something shift within him as he absorbed this information. This was the emergence of a threat from history, the manifestation of a consequence that should have remained buried in the past. Zhao Mingyi had destroyed the Radiant Peak sect 500 years ago, had done so completely and thoroughly, had apparently not left anyone alive to carry forward the memory of what had occurred. Yet somehow Yansu had survived. Somehow this cultivator had endured for 500 years in the state of imprisonment or concealment that the term prisoner suggested. The implications were extraordinary and disturbing in equal measure. If you have grievances against the Azure Mandate, Liang Bao said, they should be addressed through proper channels of dispute resolution. The Righteous Council exists to mediate conflicts between sections. The Righteous Council is complicit in the Azure Mandate's crimes, Yansu replied. His voice carried a quality of certainty that suggested he had thought through this argument extensively and had come to conclusions that were unlikely to be easily changed or negotiated away. The Righteous Council has benefited from the stability that Zhao Mingyi's power has maintained. They will not move against him, will not pursue justice for a sect that was destroyed 500 years ago. They will not care about one prisoner emerging from the past to seek consequences. No, the only way to address what needs to be addressed is through direct action, through the methodical dismantling of what was built on our graves. Liang Bao could perceive, in that moment, the futility of negotiation or compromise. Yansu was not operating from a position of rational calculation that could be swayed by appeals to established protocols or institutional authority. He was operating from the foundation of genuine grievance, genuine loss, genuine hatred that had accumulated over 500 years of imprisonment and isolation. He could not be reasoned with or bargained with or persuaded to stand down through logical argument or appeals to higher authority. He could only be defeated through direct confrontation, or his objectives could be thwarted through physical prevention of whatever actions he intended to take. Then I will eliminate you, Liang Bao said with simple clarity, and the disturbances will cease. With your elimination, whatever objective you have been pursuing will become impossible to achieve. No, Yansu said. You will not eliminate me. What you will do is return to Zhao Mingyi and inform him that the prisoner has awakened. Inform him that whatever power he has accumulated, whatever strength he has achieved through 5 centuries of domination, it will not be sufficient to protect him from what is coming. Inform him that the consequences of his past are no longer confined to history. They are alive in the present. They walk, and they will not rest until justice has been achieved. Yansu did not attack. He simply turned and walked away, moving up the mountain slope with the casual grace of someone who had nothing to fear from pursuit. He disappeared into the mist, leaving Liang Bao's team standing in the valley with the profound realization that whatever they were hunting was operating according to principles that they did not fully understand, that the investigation was entering territory where the normal rules of engagement and the conventional approaches to threat management were likely to prove insufficient. Yansu regarded Liang Bao with an expression that was neither hostile nor particularly friendly. It was the expression of someone looking at an artifact, examining it for quality and composition and usefulness. Zhao Mingyi has trained you well, Yansu observed. You have been refined into something approaching an instrument of perfect obedience. You execute commands with precision. You analyze situations with clarity. You accomplish objectives without hesitation. In another context, in another age, in another civilization, this would perhaps be the ultimate achievement of cultivation practice. The prisoner paused, seeming to consider Liang Bao more carefully. But you are also constrained by that training, Yansu continued. You are constrained by the assumption that Zhao Mingyi's judgment is absolute. You are constrained by the belief that his purposes are legitimate. You are constrained by the inability to conceive of a reality in which your sect master is not supreme. These constraints are the price that you have paid for the precision and effectiveness that your training has granted you. Liang Bao did not respond to this analysis. It would have been pointless to defend Zhao Mingyi's position or to challenge Yansu's assessment. Instead, the first disciple simply waited, understanding that the prisoner had more to say, understanding that this encounter was primarily a communication rather than a confrontation. Yansu was not attempting to kill him or to harm his team. Yansu was attempting to communicate something, to ensure that a message reached Zhao Mingyi through the intermediary of Liang Bao's testimony. Chapter 45. The test. The duel itself would be conducted according to principles that transcended the normal frameworks of cultivator conflict. No formations, no external resources, no assistance from disciples or allies. Just 2 cultivators, meeting on equal ground, expressing the full scope of their understanding and power through direct engagement. Zhao Mingyi understood the risks. He understood that agreeing to such terms meant stripping away the artificial advantages that had sustained his dominance. It meant confronting an opponent using only the resources of his own cultivation, only the techniques he had developed, only the understanding he had accumulated. It was a test of cultivation in the most fundamental sense, not of organizational superiority or access to resources, but of personal capability, personal understanding, personal achievement. And yet he agreed. Because he was who he was, because 500 years of dominance had been built on the foundation of personal power and personal understanding, because he truly believed that no one in the known world possessed the combination of power and technique sufficient to defeat him in direct confrontation. That belief would, in the coming hours, be tested completely and utterly. And the outcome would reshape not merely Zhao Mingyi's understanding of power, but the understanding of everyone who witnessed or learned about what occurred. The arrangement was made. The location was chosen. The date was set. The cultivator civilization would pause in its normal operations, would hold its breath, would wait to see which of these ancient powers would emerge victorious from a confrontation that had been delayed 500 years but was finally, inevitably, about to occur. Liang Bao and his team returned to the Azure Mandate with the information they had gathered. The revelation that Yin Su had somehow survived 500 years of imprisonment or isolation created complications that were not easily resolved through straightforward application of force. Zhao Mingyi listened to the report with his characteristic stillness, his 500-year-old mind processing implications that spanned centuries and touching on events that existed at the foundation of his entire power structure. "This is impossible," the sect master said, though his voice carried no emotion that would suggest he truly believed what he was saying. He had learned 500 years ago how to maintain equanimity even when confronted with genuinely disturbing information. "I ensured the complete extinction of the Radiant Peak sect. I personally verified the deaths of every major cultivator. I confirmed the destruction of every archive and scripture repository. Nothing should have survived the thoroughness of that campaign. Yet he survived," Liang Bao observed. "Or perhaps he was imprisoned before the destruction, contained in some manner that allowed him to endure through the centuries. His cultivation power is extraordinary, sect master. He appears to have reached a level that approximates your own." The statement hung in the air, a suggestion that something in the universe had failed to proceed according to Zhao Mingyi's plans, that something had proceeded in defiance of his intentions. The possibility was disturbing in ways that extended beyond simple martial concern. If Yin Su had truly achieved cultivation power that approximated Zhao Mingyi's own, then the sect master was facing a threat unlike any that had confronted him in 500 years. This was not a problem that could be solved through conventional approaches to power management and threat elimination. "I will go myself to confront this prisoner," Zhao Mingyi declared. "If he is truly the threat that you suggest, then his elimination is too important to delegate." But before the sect master could depart, Yin Su appeared at the gates of the Azure Mandate sect in the early hours of the morning. The prisoner walked directly into the sect's core territories, made no effort at concealment or subterfuge, seemed completely unconcerned by the presence of thousands of disciples who could perceive his arrival and could move to intercept him. The disciples who attempted to block his path found themselves unable to move, their bodies locked in place through some technique that Liang Bao could perceive but could not immediately identify or counter. Yin Su walked to the Hall of Primordial Thunder and stood before Zhao Mingyi. The two cultivators regarded each other across the space that separated them, and in that moment, the entire framework of the Azure Mandate seemed to hold its breath, waiting to see which of these ancient powers would prevail. "I came to offer you a choice," Yin Su said. "I could simply destroy everything you have built. I could dismantle your power structure methodically, reducing the Azure Mandate to ruins over the course of whatever time it requires. I could ensure that every trace of your civilization crumbles into dust. Or you could offer me something instead. What could I possibly offer to someone who claims the only acceptable outcome is my complete destruction?" Zhao Mingyi asked. His voice was calm, untroubled, the voice of someone who had faced threats before and had prevailed against all of them. Yet there was beneath that calm a quality of genuine interest, a recognition that Yin Su's presence was offering something unexpected. "A duel," Yin Su said, "between you and myself. A fight conducted according to the ancient protocols of the cultivator traditions, with no interference and no external assistance. If I emerge victorious, the Azure Mandate is mine to do with as I see fit. If you emerge victorious, I will withdraw and trouble your sect no longer." The proposal was audacious in its simplicity. The two most powerful cultivators in the known world, Zhao Mingyi and Yin Su, would test themselves against each other in direct confrontation, and the outcome would determine the fate of an entire civilization and the accumulated power of 500 years of dominance. It was a choice that reflected either extraordinary confidence or extraordinary desperation, or perhaps some combination of the two. Zhao Mingyi accepted without hesitation. I will grant you this opportunity, the sect master said. But we will observe certain protocols. The duel will occur at a location neutral to both of us. We will bring no weapons beyond our cultivated power. We will not attempt to involve external forces or formations or any technique that depends upon something external to our own cultivation. Agreed, Yin Su said. I ask only one additional condition. Liang Bao will be present to witness the outcome. I wish for your greatest disciple to see what it means to confront the consequences of the past. I wish for him to understand that even the most refined blade, even the most perfect disciple, cannot prevail against a power that has been accumulating for 500 years in isolation and in fury. Zhao Mingyi granted this condition as well, and arrangements were made for the duel to occur in a valley far from the Azure Mandate's territories, a place where the two cultivators could exert their full power without risking damage to the sect's infrastructure and disciples. The duel that Yin Su had proposed represented something unprecedented in cultivator history. Two cultivators of comparable power, meeting without external support, without formations, without the artificial advantages that typically determined outcomes in conflicts between peak-level cultivators. The idea was almost naive in its simplicity, and yet there was something that demanded respect about it. Yin Su was not seeking an unfair advantage. Yin Su was seeking absolute clarity about who possessed the greater mastery over the fundamental principles of cultivation. Zhao Mingyi, for his part, understood the risks inherent in accepting such a challenge. In a duel without external support, without access to the formations that had sustained his power for 500 years, without the ability to draw upon the accumulated resources of the sect, he would be forced to rely entirely upon his personal cultivation. He would be forced to match his own accumulated power and understanding against whatever Yin Su had accumulated over 500 years of isolation. Was his 500 years of power accumulation greater than Yin Su's 500 years of refinement and understanding? It was a question that Zhao Mingyi could not answer without testing it directly. And testing it directly meant accepting the risk of defeat, of death, of the complete collapse of everything he had built. Yet he accepted. The sect master accepted the challenge because 500 years of strategic thinking had taught him something fundamental. Sometimes, retreating from a direct test of power was itself a form of defeat. Sometimes, accepting a challenge and losing was preferable to demonstrating cowardice and weakness. The Azure Mandate's disciples needed to believe in Zhao Mingyi's invincibility. The outer sects needed to believe in his supremacy. If he refused the duel, if he attempted to circumvent the challenge through force or through indirect means, then that refusal itself would become an admission of vulnerability. Better to accept, to fight, and if necessary, to fall in direct combat than to allow doubt to metastasize throughout the civilization that he had constructed. Chapter 46. Miscalculation. The dawn brought with it a clarity that transcended mere physical illumination. As the sun rose over the valley, casting long shadows across the empty expanse, the magnitude of what was about to occur began to truly register in the consciousness of all who witnessed it. Liang Bao, observing from his position of careful distance, felt the weight of responsibility settle more firmly upon his shoulders. He was not merely witnessing a conflict between two powerful cultivators. He was bearing witness to something far more significant, a confrontation that would determine the future trajectory of the entire cultivator civilization. The outcome of this duel would echo forward through centuries, would shape how future cultivators thought about power and hierarchy and the meaning of dominance. The sect master and the prisoner faced each other across the expanse of the valley with the kind of absolute clarity that came from 500 years of anticipation meeting 500 years of accumulated power. There was no hesitation on either side. There was no doubt or uncertainty or final moment negotiations. There was only two cultivators, two methodologies, two fundamentally different approaches to the problem of cultivation meeting in direct confrontation. What would emerge from this meeting would reshape everything. The only certainty was that nothing would ever be quite the same after this moment concluded. The dawn of the duel arrived cold and cloudless, as though the heavens themselves were waiting to witness what would occur. Liang Bao observed from a position of neutrality, maintaining sufficient distance to remain outside the immediate sphere of combat, but close enough to perceive every detail of what transpired. The valley stretched out around them, empty of life, a landscape carved by wind and ancient geological processes into formations that seemed to anticipate the presence of great powers. The rocks themselves seemed to have been arranged by some force other than ordinary geology, creating a natural amphitheater that seemed designed specifically for this confrontation. Zhao Mingyi and Yin Su stood facing each other across the expanse of empty ground. The sect master appeared composed, untroubled, radiating the absolute confidence of someone who had survived 5 centuries through the consistent exercise of superior power. Yin Su carried himself with a different quality, not confidence precisely, but something that resembled certainty, the bearing of someone who had spent 500 years in isolation contemplating a single conflict and perfecting the methodology that would allow him to prevail against it. The contrast between the two postures was striking, one reflecting the ease of someone secure in their dominance, the other reflecting the focused intensity of someone preparing for a moment that had been anticipated for half a millennium. They did not exchange further words. The time for negotiation or discussion had passed. What remained was only the physical expression of power and technique refined through centuries of cultivation. Yin Su moved first, but his initial attack was not what Liang Bao would have expected. Rather than attacking with overwhelming force, Yin Su executed a defensive maneuver, drawing power through cultivation channels with deliberate precision and creating a barrier of spiritual force that seemed designed to deflect incoming assault rather than to generate attack. The prisoner appeared to be testing Zhao Mingyi's capabilities, observing his techniques, gathering information about the sect master's specific style of combat. This was not the opening move of someone who was overconfident in their own ability or who believed they could simply overwhelm an opponent through crude force application. Zhao Mingyi, perceiving this defensive posture, launched a measured assault, not his full power, but rather a test of his own that matched Yin Su's apparent caution. The sect master's attack was executed with exquisite control, every movement calculated and precise, every application of force calibrated to maximum effectiveness, while remaining within the bounds of a controlled demonstration of capability. The two cultivators engaged in this measured exchange for several minutes, each one observing the other, each one gathering tactical information through the medium of direct confrontation. It was almost choreographed in its precision, a dance of exploration rather than genuine combat. And then Yin Su's demeanor changed. The prisoner stopped testing and instead began to fight in earnest. What emerged was a style of combat that Liang Bao had never previously encountered, a methodology that seemed to draw not from the typical cultivator traditions of the Azure Mandate or even from the known schools of other major sections. It was as though Yin Su was fighting according to principles that belonged to an older system, a technique that predated the modern cultivator civilization and drew from foundations that had been lost or obscured over the course of centuries. The ancient forms of the Radiant Peak sect were being deployed with perfect precision, each movement flowing into the next, each technique building upon the previous one. The change in intensity was immediate and overwhelming. Yin Su's attacks came not with crude force, but with surgical precision, targeting the specific channels through which Zhao Mingyi drew his power, attempting to disrupt the careful balance through which the sect master maintained his cultivation. Each attack was designed not to destroy the opponent's body, but to damage the fundamental structures through which spiritual power was accessed and controlled. The fighting became less about kinetic force and more about understanding the precise mechanics of how power flowed through a cultivator's being and where that flow could be interrupted or redirected or inverted. Zhao Mingyi responded by elevating his own intensity, drawing power from the stolen radiant cannon, accessing the accumulated spiritual resources that he had accumulated over 500 years of dominance. The two cultivators engaged in an exchange of extraordinary ferocity and technical sophistication, each one demonstrating capabilities that pushed the boundaries of what cultivation practice could achieve. The collision of their forces created disturbances in the spiritual atmosphere that affected the environment for leagues in every direction. The ground beneath their feet cracked and shifted. The air itself seemed to scream under the stress of maintaining coherence against such overwhelming power. The valley itself seemed to be transforming under the weight of their confrontation. But something became apparent to Liang Bao as the duel progressed. Something in Yin Su's methodology was superior to Zhao Mingyi's. The prisoner's techniques were not merely different, they were demonstrably more effective. The sect master was being forced to expend more energy to counter Yin Su's assaults than his opponent was expending to generate them. Yin Su's efficiency of power usage was extraordinary, suggesting that the prisoner had spent 500 years not merely accumulating power, but perfecting the application of that power to a level that exceeded what Zhao Mingyi had achieved. This realization created in Liang Bao a moment of profound disorientation. Zhao Mingyi was supposed to be supreme, was supposed to be the pinnacle of cultivator achievement, was supposed to be beyond the capacity of any opponent to challenge effectively. Yet what was occurring in the valley suggested that perhaps this fundamental assumption was wrong. The sect master was not gaining advantage through his superiority of power. Instead, He was being systematically overwhelmed through the superior technique and efficiency that Yin Su was demonstrating. The duel continued for hours, without rest or pause. The two cultivators locked in a demonstration of power that transcended normal combat and approached something approaching a philosophical debate conducted through the medium of technique and force. Neither one was clearly winning or losing. The struggle seemed to be suspended in a state of dynamic equilibrium that could persist indefinitely. But gradually, imperceptibly at first, the balance began to shift. Yin Su's assaults were becoming more coordinated, more precisely timed, more devastatingly effective. Zhao Mingyi's responses were becoming slightly more desperate, slightly less certain, slightly more dependent on raw power rather than perfect technique. And then Zhao Mingyi made an error, a tiny miscalculation in the timing of one particular defense, a moment of imperfect precision that lasted less than a heartbeat. But for cultivators at this level, a heartbeat was sufficient time for an opponent to exploit a vulnerability and create consequences that could not be immediately recovered from. As the duel progressed into its first hours, both Liang Bao and the witnesses who had positioned themselves to observe from a safe distance began to understand that what was occurring was not ordinary combat. This was not two cultivators exchanging techniques for dominance and leverage. This was two cultivators expressing the fundamental nature of their understanding of cultivation itself. Zhao Mingyi's style was rooted in accumulation, in the careful gathering of power over centuries, in the binding of that power to a source that would sustain it indefinitely. His techniques were elaborate, sophisticated, constructed according to principles that had been refined over millennia. Each move built upon previous moves. Each technique incorporated multiple layers of redundancy, multiple backup systems, multiple contingencies for unexpected developments. Yin Su's style, by contrast, appeared almost elegant in its simplicity. The prisoner did not accumulate elaborate technique upon technique. Instead, he appeared to be operating according to a set of fundamental principles so pure and so distilled that they could be expressed with minimal wasted motion or effort. There was beauty in the economy of his movements, beauty in the directness of his assault, beauty in the way that each technique seemed to flow from a deeper understanding rather than from learned patterns. As the hours passed, as the duel proceeded from the initial testing phase into more sustained engagement, Liang Bao began to perceive what was truly at stake. This was not merely about power. This was about methodology. This was about which approach to cultivation would prove more effective when subjected to direct, exhaustive testing. Accumulation versus understanding. Power versus refinement. The strategy of a cultivator who believed that enough power could overcome any obstacle versus the strategy of a cultivator who believed that sufficient understanding could reveal and exploit any weakness. Chapter 47. The Real Fight. As the duel progressed into its most violent phase, Liang Bao began to perceive something that transcended mere physical combat. This was not simply two cultivators trading techniques and power exchanges. This was philosophy expressed through the medium of combat. This was a demonstration of principles so fundamental that they reshaped the very nature of what cultivation meant. Yin Su fought not as though he was seeking victory, but as though he was enacting a script that had been written 500 years ago. Each technique flowed into the next with a perfection that suggested they had been practiced thousands of times, rehearsed in isolation, perfected to the point where doubt or improvisation were no longer possible. The prisoner was executing a plan. Zhao Mingyi was trying to survive. And in that gap between execution and survival lay the unfolding of a tragedy that had been set in motion centuries prior. Liang Bao watched the sect master fight desperately, watched him deploy techniques he had presumably hidden from public view, watched him access reserves of power that should not have been accessible. And still, it was insufficient. Yin Su adapted to each new development with the ease of someone who had already accounted for it, had already designed responses, had already prepared counterattacks. The first disciple understood, as he watched, what his 5 centuries of service to Zhao Mingyi had truly meant. It had meant service to a power structure built on a foundation of lies. It had meant commitment to principles that were not genuine, loyalty to a vision that was constructed rather than organic. All the sophistication of the Azure Mandate, all the carefully built hierarchies, all the training that had been invested in Liang Bao's own cultivation, it was all ultimately contingent. It all depended on Zhao Mingyi remaining supreme. And it all would shatter if that supremacy was challenged by someone with sufficient understanding and sufficient power. The miscalculation that Zhao Mingyi committed was subtle enough that a lesser opponent would never have perceived it, let alone been able to exploit it. Yin Su, however, recognized the opening with the precision of someone who had spent 500 years waiting for exactly such an opportunity. The prisoner's response was not violent or crude. It was simply the execution of a technique that had been waiting for this moment, a cultivation method designed specifically to take advantage of the exact vulnerability that Zhao Mingyi had just exposed. Liang Bao felt the shift in the battle's tenor immediately. The equilibrium that had been maintained shattered. Yen Su moved from a posture of defensive counter-response into active assault, driving toward Zhao Mingyi with techniques that seemed to reshape reality itself around the point of their application. The sect master attempted to recover, attempted to re-establish the defensive positioning that had allowed him to maintain parity, but the recovery was insufficient. Yen Su's assault was too coordinated, too precisely calculated, too perfectly executed to be successfully countered. The duel had transitioned from an exchange between equals into something resembling an execution. Yen Su was not attacking with the intention of defeating Zhao Mingyi in a drawn-out contest. He was attacking with the intention of concluding the conflict with absolute finality, of ensuring that there would be no recovery or second chance or opportunity for the sect master to emerge from this engagement alive. Every technique was perfectly sequenced, every movement flowing into the next, the entire assault operating according to patterns that had been practiced and refined countless times during the 500 years of imprisonment. Zhao Mingyi attempted to withdraw, attempted to create distance between himself and Yen Su to allow space for defensive reorganization. But the prisoner did not permit this withdrawal. Yen Su followed with the grace of someone moving according to a predetermined sequence, each movement flowing into the next, each attack building upon the previous one. The coordination and precision suggested that this fight, in all its particulars, had been rehearsed countless times during the 500 years of imprisonment, had been practiced in meditation and spiritual exercise until every possible variation had been anticipated and prepared for. Liang Bao realized, with a clarity that could not be mistaken or rationalized away, that Yen Su was actually going to kill Zhao Mingyi. The sect master was going to fall in this valley, defeated by an opponent he had apparently underestimated. The Azure Mandate's 500 years of dominance were going to end in a single morning, brought to termination by a power that had been waiting patiently for its opportunity. The first disciple's understanding of the world, constructed over years of service to Zhao Mingyi, was suddenly revealed to be built on foundations that were far more fragile than he had understood. The realization created a moment of profound conflict in Liang Bao's consciousness. He had sworn loyalty to Zhao Mingyi. He had accepted the sect master's authority and authority only. His entire existence and cultivation practice had been oriented around serving Zhao Mingyi's purposes and advancing the sect master's power. Yet he could perceive, with absolute clarity, that his master was about to be killed. Intervention would violate the protocols that Yen Su had established, the agreement that the duel would occur without interference and that only personal cultivation power could be deployed. Intervention would constitute a betrayal of the terms under which this confrontation had been accepted. Yet allowing Zhao Mingyi to fall without attempting to interfere would constitute a betrayal of loyalty in a different sense, a violation of the fundamental duty that a disciple owed to his sect master. The conflict remained unresolved for the span of several more exchanges. Yen Su continued his systematic dismantling of Zhao Mingyi's defensive structures. The sect master continued to weaken, continued to be forced into increasingly desperate positions, continued to appear less like the supreme cultivator who had dominated civilization for 5 centuries and more like an ordinary cultivator struggling to survive against a superior opponent. And then, in his desperation, Zhao Mingyi did something unexpected. The sect master ceased attempting to defend himself effectively. Instead, he opened himself to Yen Su's assault, created vulnerabilities deliberately and intentionally, drew the prisoner's focus and attention toward particular points in his body where the spiritual channels were most densely concentrated. It was a deliberately constructed trap, a positioning designed to force his opponent into a specific pattern of assault. The realization of what Zhao Mingyi was attempting came to Liang Bao in a rush of understanding. The sect master was not attempting to defend against Yen Su's assault. He was attempting to draw all of the prisoner's power and attention into a concentrated assault on a specific location. He was attempting to create a situation where Yen Su would have to commit completely to a destructive attack that would leave the prisoner temporarily vulnerable to counterattack. Chapter 48, Reading the Future. And when that moment came, when Yen Su was fully committed to an assault aimed at destroying Zhao Mingyi completely, the sect master activated something that Liang Bao had not previously known existed, a technique that seemed to draw from resources that extended beyond normal cultivation practice. Something in Zhao Mingyi's core being activated, and a wave of destructive power emanated outward, attempting to annihilate not merely Yin Su's body, but the fundamental structures through which the prisoner had maintained existence across 500 years. Liang Bao realized, in that moment, that he was witnessing not a test, but something far more fundamental, a demonstration of the actual architecture of power that underlay the conflict between these two immortals. The power that Zhao Mingyi released was of a magnitude and intensity that suggested reserves that the sect master had deliberately concealed even during his most intense moments of combat. This was not a normal cultivation technique. This was a weapon designed for absolute destruction, a power that had been carefully preserved and prepared for use only in the moment of ultimate desperation. Yin Su responded to Zhao Mingyi's desperate counterattack with what could only be described as supernatural perception. The prisoner seemed to read the trajectory of the assault before it fully manifested, seemed to perceive the underlying structure of the technique before its full force was released. Yin Su pivoted with an elegance that suggested centuries of anticipation, repositioning his core spiritual presence in a manner that took him out of the direct line of the assault's primary destructive force. The technique that Zhao Mingyi had deployed was extraordinarily powerful and devastated everything within a wide radius of the valley. The earth itself seemed to crack and heave under the force of the release. Spiritual formations that had existed in the region for centuries were obliterated. The very air itself seemed to scream under the stress of maintaining cohesion against such overwhelming power. But Yin Su was not caught in the full force of this manifestation. The prisoner had positioned himself with such precision that he took only partial damage from the release, damage that his 500-year accumulated power could absorb and process without catastrophic consequence. More significantly, Yin Su's positioning meant that Zhao Mingyi's desperate gamble had not achieved its intended effect. The sect master had hoped that the release of his concealed technique would create sufficient disruption to force Yin Su back and create space for retreat or recovery. Instead, the prisoner was already moving forward again, already adapting to the new conditions that the assault had created, already positioning himself for the next phase of engagement. Zhao Mingyi appeared suddenly ancient in that moment, as though the expenditure of power required to deploy the hidden technique had drained decades from his remaining life force. The sect master was still conscious and still capable of basic defensive action, but the confidence and composure that had characterized him at the duel's beginning had been replaced by something resembling desperation. The sect master was running out of resources and options, was approaching the boundary of exhaustion that would render meaningful defense impossible. Yin Su did not move to conclude the fight immediately. Instead, the prisoner seemed to be analyzing what he had just experienced, seemed to be reading the implications of the technique that Zhao Mingyi had deployed. The prisoner's consciousness appeared to be processing information at a fundamental level, understanding the structure of the technique at a depth that allowed for precise analysis and future prediction. "The radiant cannon," Yin Su said, and his voice carried a note of bitter recognition. "I had wondered how you maintained your power across 500 years without depleting the spiritual reserves that even 5 centuries of cultivation could accumulate. You bound yourself to the scripture directly, didn't you? You made yourself into a vessel for the radiant cannon's power, allowing the scripture to sustain your existence in exchange for serving as the medium through which its power could be expressed. That binding is the source of your strength. That binding is also the source of your vulnerability." Liang Bao felt something shift in his perception of the conflict. Yin Su was not merely fighting Zhao Mingyi. The prisoner was simultaneously performing an analysis of his opponent's fundamental structure, was reading the sect master's methodology and understanding it at a level that allowed for precise and devastating application of counterforce. Yin Su had spent 500 years not merely cultivating power, but cultivating understanding, comprehending how Zhao Mingyi would likely respond to challenges, understanding the likely structure of the sect master's technique, preparing for the specific nature of the conflict that had now materialized. As the techniques collided, as reality itself seemed to stress under the weight of the forces being expressed, Liang Bao began to perceive something that transcended mere power display. Yin Su's techniques were not employing new forms of attack that had been unknown to cultivator civilization. Instead, they were employing ancient forms, methodologies that had been part of the Radiant Peak sect's curriculum but had been lost or deliberately suppressed after the sect's destruction. Liang Bao, who had studied the historical records of all major sects, began to recognize patterns that were described in texts that had been categorized as forbidden knowledge, techniques that the Azure Mandate had declared too dangerous or too destabilizing to be taught to even high-level disciples. Yin Su was not fighting with new techniques. Yin Su was fighting with the authentic traditions of the Radiant Peak sect, with methodologies that had been preserved in perfect isolation, protected from the corruption and dilution that time typically imposed on transmitted knowledge. Every form, every principle, every underlying philosophy was exactly as it had been when the Radiant Peak sect had been destroyed. In Yin Su's combat, the prisoner was demonstrating not just power, but the continuation of a tradition that should have died 500 years ago. Yin Su was maintaining not just personal cultivation, but the very soul of a civilization that Zhao Mingyi had attempted to completely erase. This realization created in Liang Bao a moment of profound disorientation. The implications were staggering. Yin Su was not merely defeating Zhao Mingyi. Yin Su was, through the act of defeating Zhao Mingyi, restoring the intellectual and spiritual heritage of the Radiant Peak sect. Yin Su was proving through direct demonstration that what had been destroyed could not actually be destroyed if someone understood it deeply enough, maintained it faithfully enough, preserved it absolutely. The prisoner was winning not just through superior power or superior understanding, but through the power of fidelity to what had been destroyed. Yin Su's very existence was a refutation of Zhao Mingyi's assumption that complete destruction was possible. Chapter 49, The Absorption. Your binding to the scripture creates both your strength and your critical weakness, Yin Su continued. The radiant canon's power flows through you, sustains you, allows you to perform techniques that would otherwise exceed the capacity of any single cultivator. But it also constrains you. The binding dictates the forms through which your power can be expressed. The scripture's fundamental structure determines the pathways through which your cultivation must flow. You cannot deviate from those pathways without risking the integrity of the binding itself. And that rigidity is exactly what I anticipated when I designed my counterattack 500 years ago. The implication was clear and devastating. Yin Su had not merely survived the previous 500 years randomly. The prisoner had spent that entire duration in deliberate preparation, understanding that eventually he would face Zhao Mingyi in direct confrontation, understanding precisely what kind of power the sect master would deploy, designing specific techniques that would prove effective against exactly that configuration of force. Zhao Mingyi appeared to comprehend the implications as clearly as Liang Bao did. The sect master had walked into a trap that had been constructed over 500 years, a trap baited with the promise of easy victory against an opponent who could not match his accumulated power. But the trap had never been about matching raw power. It had always been about understanding the specific structure of Zhao Mingyi's strength and preparing techniques that would exploit the necessary limitations that accompanied that strength. What followed was not truly a continuation of the duel. What followed was the inevitable conclusion of a process that had been established 500 years prior, the playing out of a scenario that Yin Su had apparently rehearsed countless times during his imprisonment. The prisoner moved with a grace that suggested certainty, that suggested the knowledge that each movement would proceed exactly as it had been planned and practiced. Yin Su was not fighting Zhao Mingyi at this stage of the engagement. Yin Su was executing. The sect master attempted once more to mount a meaningful defense, drew upon reserves of power that seemed to have been held in complete concealment during the previous portions of the engagement. But even these hidden reserves proved insufficient. Yin Su had anticipated their presence and their likely magnitude, had designed his assault specifically to overcome defenses that utilized hidden reserves. The prisoner's techniques were demonstrating layer upon layer of preparation and analysis. What was being demonstrated in the valley was not merely the superiority of one cultivator over another. What was being demonstrated was the superiority of a methodology that had been refined across 500 years of absolute isolation and complete dedication to a single goal. Yin Su had not used those 500 years to engage in normal cultivation practice or to expand his spiritual capabilities in a general sense. The prisoner had used that duration to perfect his understanding of one specific opponent and one specific conflict. Liang Bao could perceive, as the duel proceeded toward its conclusion, that Yin Su's assault was not intended to simply destroy Zhao Mingyi's body. The prisoner's techniques were being applied with precision that suggested Yin Su intended to extract something from the sect master's core being, to pull the binding between Zhao Mingyi and the radiant canon out into the open, to separate the scripture's power from the sect master's fundamental existence, to accomplish a transfer of the stolen power from one vessel to another. The technique was barbaric and dangerous in ways that normal cultivation combat was not. To attempt such an extraction risked destroying both the scripture and the cultivator it was being extracted from. Successful extraction would require extraordinary precision and extraordinary control of power. Yin Su was apparently capable of achieving both. Zhao Mingyi's resistance grew increasingly frantic as he perceived what was being attempted. The sect master's defensive efforts became less coordinated and more desperate, suggesting that he understood the fundamental danger of allowing Yin Su to complete the extraction of the scripture's power. But the prisoner was inexorable in his progression. Each assault moved Yin Su closer to achieving his objective. Each defensive effort from Zhao Mingyi proved insufficient to halt the advance. And then, in a moment that seemed suspended outside of normal time, the binding between Zhao Mingyi and the radiant cannon separated. The scripture's power, which had sustained the sect master for 500 years, was drawn out from his core being in a cascade of light and force that seemed to illuminate the entire valley. The radiant cannon's power was not destroyed or dissipated by the extraction. Instead, it was drawn into Yin Su, adding itself to the prisoner's already formidable cultivation. Zhao Mingyi collapsed, not with the collapse of a man defeated in combat, but with the collapse of a man from whom something essential had been removed, whose fundamental structure had been violated, whose existence was no longer sustained by the power that had maintained him across 500 years. The sect master fell to his knees, visibly aged, his appearance suddenly resembling that of an old man rather than someone who had transcended the normal degradations of time. The moment at which the radiant cannon separated from Zhao Mingyi's core being was not instantaneous, Liang Bao perceived. It was a process that unfolded across what felt like an eternity compressed into a handful of heartbeats. The scripture's power, which had been integrated into every fiber of the sect master's being, which had been the foundation of his existence for 500 years, gradually began to separate, to pull away, to recognize in Yin Su a truer master, a more legitimate vessel for its expression. It was not destruction. It was recognition. The radiant cannon was returning to its original owner, returning to a cultivator who understood it not as an external resource to be utilized, but as the embodiment of principles, as the expression of truths that had been refined over millennia. The scripture's power flowed into Yin Su not as conquest, but as homecoming. And as Zhao Mingyi's consciousness began to fragment in the aftermath of this separation, as the sect master confronted the reality of 500 years of maintained life suddenly reaching an endpoint, Liang Bao witnessed something extraordinary. Zhao Mingyi did not despair. Zhao Mingyi did not rage or protest or attempt one final desperate counterattack. Instead, the sect master seemed to accept what was occurring with a kind of grim equanimity. He seemed to understand, in that moment, that what was happening was justice, in whatever form justice could take for someone who had lived for 500 years on the foundation of lies and atrocity. The sect master's acceptance did not make the defeat less devastating, did not make the ending less final. But it did suggest that perhaps Zhao Mingyi had finally, in his last moments, achieved some kind of understanding, some recognition of what he had done and what the consequences of those actions had ultimately been. It was a small thing, perhaps, but it was something. And Liang Bao found himself unable to entirely dismiss the possibility that even for a cultivator as corrupted as Zhao Mingyi, the approach of death could bring a kind of clarity that had been impossible to achieve during life. Chapter 50. Desperate measures. Zhao Mingyi remained kneeling in the dust of the valley, his body still breathing, but his existence fundamentally diminished. The sect master's appearance had transformed in the span between his defeat and the recovery of consciousness. What had been a figure of absolute authority and 500-year accumulated power was now something resembling an old man, diminished by the loss of the scripture that had sustained him, confronting the reality of 500 years suddenly reaching their apparent conclusion. The transformation was visible in every line of his face, in the trembling that had entered his movements, in the sudden fragility that now characterized a body that had been maintained in perfect preservation through the artificial sustenance of the stolen scripture. Yet the sect master's consciousness remained intact. Zhao Mingyi still possessed the accumulated knowledge and experience of 5 centuries. The scripture's loss had not destroyed his mind or his fundamental capacity to perceive and analyze situations. What it had destroyed was his capacity to continue existing indefinitely into the future, his connection to the power source that had allowed him to transcend the normal limitations of mortal existence. "I offer you a choice," Yin Su said, and his voice carried the weight of victory and achieved vengeance. "You can accept the consequence of your actions and end your existence here in this valley. You can understand that the 500 years of your stolen power have concluded, and that what remains for you is the acceptance of finality. Or you can attempt to flee and continue existing in whatever diminished capacity remains available to you after the loss of the scripture. Either choice is acceptable to me. Your personal survival is no longer the primary concern. What was important was recovery of what you stole. That has been accomplished. Your fate is now yours to determine." Liang Bao could perceive, from his position of observance, that Zhao Mingyi was considering his available options. The sect master appeared to be performing calculations that extended beyond the immediate physical situation, was considering implications that spread outward from the valley toward the Azure Mandate and toward the broader cultivator civilization that had been structured around his power. The prisoner's offer was almost merciful, a choice between immediate death and the opportunity to continue existing in a diminished state. But both options carried consequences that extended far beyond Zhao Mingyi's personal existence. Without the radiant canon binding him, Zhao Mingyi would age rapidly. The 500 years of accumulated time would catch up with him suddenly and catastrophically. The sect master would have perhaps weeks or months remaining before age and deterioration rendered him physically incapable of action. The Azure Mandate would be left without its founder and primary power source. The sect's structure and organization, which had been built entirely around Zhao Mingyi's authority and power, would be forced to reorganize and adapt to the sudden absence of their primary pillar. The implications were staggering. The Azure Mandate's entire civilization was about to collapse into chaos. Yet Zhao Mingyi did not appear to accept this resignation. Instead, the sect master seemed to be formulating some alternative, some methodology through which the catastrophe could be averted or at least managed. The sect master slowly raised his head and looked directly at Yin Su. "I will offer you something," Zhao Mingyi said, and his voice, though weakened, retained the characteristic precision of a man still thinking strategically despite his physical defeat. "Your primary objective has been achieved. You have recovered the radiant canon's power and accomplished your vengeance against me personally. But the 500 years during which I have maintained this sect have created dependencies and relationships that extended far beyond simply my own power. The cultivator civilization has been structured according to arrangements I have established. If I simply disappear, the resulting chaos will harm far more people than merely those who were affected by the original destruction of the Radiant Peak sect." Zhao Mingyi understood, as he kneeled in the dust, that what he had spent 500 years building was being offered to the very person who had demolished it. It was an irony so profound that it approached the level of tragedy. Yin Su had not merely defeated him. Yin Su had offered him the possibility of transcendence through the transfer of his life's work to someone who would use it toward purposes that contradicted everything he had built it for. The sect master's consciousness was fracturing, his connection to the power sources that had sustained him severing, his access to the reserves of spiritual energy that had allowed him to persist for 500 years suddenly becoming inaccessible. The 500 years of accumulated time, held at bay through artificial means for so long, was beginning to descend upon him all at once. Zhao Mingyi could feel his body beginning to age, could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on him, could feel the approach of mortality that he had evaded through the binding to the radiant canon. Yet the sect master did not attempt to flee, did not attempt to hide, did not attempt to find some sanctuary where he could continue to exist in diminished form. Instead, Zhao Mingyi made a decision that was, perhaps, the only noble decision he had made in 500 years. He decided to end it himself, to accelerate the process, to take control of his own ending rather than allow circumstances to dictate it. This decision emerged not from acceptance or redemption, but from a deep understanding of what had always motivated Zhao Mingyi, the desire to be the one making choices, the one determining outcomes, the one maintaining control. Even in his death, Zhao Mingyi was attempting to maintain control, to dictate the manner of his ending, to ensure that his conclusion was not simply a passive collapse, but an active choice. It was a final assertion of will. It was a last attempt at dignity. Whether it succeeded or whether it merely prolonged suffering remained uncertain, but the attempt itself was what mattered. The attempt itself was the only freedom that remained available to someone who had lived for 500 years in service of domination. Zhao Mingyi understood what Yin Su was describing with terrible, crystalline clarity. The binding was not merely a source of power. It was a cage. It was a limitation on his ability to respond to threats that did not conform to the structure of the radiant canon. A cultivator without such binding could adapt, could shift their methodology, could respond to unprecedented threats in unprecedented ways. But a cultivator bound to a scripture, constrained by its fundamental structure, was limited to the methodologies that the scripture enabled. And Yin Su had spent 500 years not merely accumulating power, but studying that scripture, understanding its principles, learning how to attack it at its foundation. The prisoner continued speaking as Zhao Mingyi collapsed beneath the overwhelming assault. "You believe that binding yourself to the radiant canon would provide you with infinite power," Yin Su said, his voice carrying notes of something that might have been pity, or might have been contempt, or might have been some combination of emotions that Liang Bao could not fully identify. "You did not understand that what you were doing was not ascending beyond human limitation. What you were doing was accepting a different kind of limitation. You exchanged the limitation of mortality for the limitation of structure. You exchanged the limitation of time for the limitation of form. As Liang Bao watched, as the magnitude of what was occurring began to truly penetrate his consciousness, he understood that what he was witnessing was not merely the defeat of a powerful cultivator. What he was witnessing was the fundamental exposure of a strategy that should have been unbeatable but was not. What he was witnessing was the revelation that 500 years of apparent supremacy had been built on a foundation of choices that, while effective for 500 years, had created vulnerabilities that no one had anticipated. The realization was crushing in its implications. If Zhao Mingyi could be brought so low, then what did that mean for all the disciples who had committed their cultivation to following the sect master? What did it mean for all the outer sects and dependent clans that had structured their existence around the assumption of Azure Mandate supremacy? What did it mean for all the alliances that had been forged on the basis of the sect's apparent invincibility? The answer, Liang Bao understood, was that everything would need to be rebuilt or reconceived or allowed to fail and reform into new configurations. The certainties that had sustained the cultivator world would need to be reevaluated. The assumptions that had governed strategy and planning and long-term thinking would need to be revised in light of this new reality. And the prisoners who had been released when those certainties collapsed would need to be accounted for. The consequences that had been suppressed for 500 years would need to be faced. The injustices that had been buried would need to be acknowledged. Chapter 51. Breaking Point. The Azure Mandate's fate is no concern of mine, Yin Su replied. You should have considered the consequences before you destroyed my civilization. No, Zhao Mingyi said. But you should consider the consequences of allowing civilization itself to collapse into conflict and competition for power. What you and I represent is civilization's oldest conflict. The problem of how power should be distributed and who should be held accountable for its misuse. But if you destroy the Azure Mandate in the aftermath of my defeat, you will not be establishing justice. You will be establishing chaos. Yin Su considered the sect master's argument in silence, and Liang Bao could perceive that the prisoner was indeed taking seriously the proposal being advanced. The 500 years of Yin Su's captivity had not been merely about cultivating power. The sect master's realization that he did not know what would come next was, in itself, a form of transformation. For 500 years, Zhao Mingyi had maintained absolute clarity about his position, his power, his ability to control events through the careful application of force and strategy. The absence of that certainty, the emergence of genuine doubt and genuine fear, represented a shift in the fundamental nature of his being. Yet the sect master did not respond to this shift through panic or desperation. Instead, he began to contemplate what could be done, how the threat could be addressed, what strategies might still be available to him despite the emergence of uncertainty. He began to meditate more intensely, to push his cultivation to new heights, to attempt to perceive the future with greater clarity through the enhancement of his already considerable perceptive capabilities. What he was beginning to understand, though not yet fully, was that the age of certainty was ending. The future would be written not by him, but by forces that he could not fully control or predict. And the response to this realization would determine whether the Azure Mandate persisted or dissolved in the coming months. Chapter 52. The moment Yin Su stood alone in the valley, the radiant cannon's power now fully integrated into his own being. The prisoner did not move immediately. Instead, Yin Su appeared to be processing something profound, something that extended beyond mere victory. The objective that had sustained him through captivity and isolation and endless preparation had been achieved. Zhao Mingyi was defeated. The Azure Mandate's primary power source had been recovered. The vengeance that had been sworn in the moment of the Radiant Peak's destruction had been accomplished. Yet in this moment of achievement, Yin Su felt something unexpected. Not joy, not precisely. Not satisfaction, not in the conventional sense. What he felt was a strange kind of emptiness, a void where the driving force of 500 years of preparation had been. The goal that had motivated his every action, that had sustained him through isolation and suffering and endless cultivation, had been accomplished. Now what remained? He contemplated the future that stretched before him, uncertain in a way that it had never been before. For 500 years, every moment had been oriented toward the goal of defeating Zhao Mingyi and recovering the Radiant Cannon. Every action had been subsidiary to that primary objective. Every thought had been structured around that ultimate purpose. And now that purpose had been achieved, now that the goal had been reached and surpassed, Yin Su was forced to confront the reality of a future without clear objective, a continuation of existence without a guiding star. The prisoner understood, perhaps for the first time, what it meant to face the conclusion of a lifetime's work. not through failure or compromise or partial achievement, but through absolute success. The victory was total. The outcome was definitive. And yet the victory brought with it an unexpected burden. The burden of determining what came after, what meaning could be constructed from existence that was no longer devoted to a single overwhelming goal. Yen Su walked to the edge of the valley and looked out toward the mountains and the wider world beyond. For 500 years, he had thought in terms of the specific and the particular, Zhao Mingyi, the Azure Mandate, the recovery of what had been stolen. Now he found himself thinking in terms of the general and the universal, the nature of civilization, the structure of power, the possibility of justice in a world that did not naturally tend toward justice. These were larger questions, more difficult questions, questions that would not be answered through the simple application of power or understanding. These were questions that required engagement with the broader world, participation in the ongoing struggle of civilization to define itself, contributions to the ongoing conversation about what power meant and how it should be structured. And Yen Su, standing in the dust of Zhao Mingyi's defeat, found himself contemplating whether he possessed the patience for such engagement, whether he possessed the willingness to continue existing in a world that would no longer offer him the simplicity of a single, clear objective. It was a thought that would occupy his consciousness for a very long time. In the aftermath of the duel, as Yen Su stood alone and Liang Bao remained with the dust that had been Zhao Mingyi, the world seemed to pause. Everything was different now. The certainties that had governed existence for 500 years had collapsed. The framework within which all cultivators had understood power and hierarchy and permanence had been revealed as fragile and contingent. The first disciple understood that what would follow would be chaos. The Azure Mandate would need reorganization. The sect's disciples would need to be unified or would need to be allowed to separate. The relationship between the Azure Mandate and the broader cultivator civilization would need to be renegotiated. Everything would need to be rebuilt or reconceived or simply allowed to fail and reform into new configurations. But more than that, the first disciple understood that the age of absolute dominance by a single sect master had ended. The age of simple power hierarchies had concluded. Something new was beginning, something that would be built on principles different from those that had governed the previous 500 years. Liang Bao did not yet know what those new principles would be, but he understood that he would need to discover them or be swept aside by the historical forces that were now in motion. Yen Su stood alone in the valley, the radiant cannon's power now fully integrated into his own being. The physical battle concluded, the victory achieved and solidified. The prisoner did not move immediately. Instead, Yen Su appeared to be processing the reality that the 500 years of his goal had reached completion. The objective that had sustained him through captivity and isolation and endless preparation had been achieved. Zhao Mingyi was no longer a threat. The Azure Mandate's primary power source had been recovered. The vengeance that had been sworn in the moment of the Radiant Peak's destruction had been accomplished. What remained was the question of what came after, the deeper question of what significance could possibly exist in a moment that came following the culmination of 500 years of focused preparation and goal-oriented existence. Yen Su appeared to be confronting this question directly, appeared to be understanding that victory and the conclusion of objective were not necessarily experiences that carried within them meaning or satisfaction or resolution. The prisoner had spent 5 centuries preparing for this moment. Now that the moment had arrived and passed, Yen Su was left facing the abyss of a future that had no objective, no goal, no endpoint toward which to direct effort and intention. Liang Bao perceived that Yen Su was regarding him directly, was making an assessment of the first disciple's status and significance in the aftermath of Zhao Mingyi's death. The prisoner seemed to be calculating whether Liang Bao represented a remaining threat or whether the death of the sect master had fundamentally altered the nature of the conflict such that Liang Bao was no longer relevant to its continuation. "You do not challenge me," Yen Su said. It was not a question, but an observation. "No," Liang Bao confirmed. "The terms of the duel included that you and Zhao Mingyi would fight without external interference. Those terms remain in effect. Additionally, I have witnessed enough to understand that challenging you would be futile. You have spent 500 years in preparation for this moment. You have cultivated power and technique and understanding at a level that exceeds what I am capable of achieving even if I spent the rest of my life in isolated cultivation. You could still attempt to resist," Yen Su observed. "You could attempt to defend your sect master's memory or his legacy or the structure that he established. You could mount some form of meaningful opposition to whatever I intend to accomplish." "I could," Liang Bao acknowledged. "But I will not. Zhao Mingyi is dead. The Azure Mandate will require reorganization and new leadership and new direction. Whatever role you choose to play in that reorganization, I am willing to accept. I will not resist simply for the sake of preserving my master's legacy. That legacy has already been rendered into dust through the natural consequence of his actions. The acknowledgement seemed to satisfy Yin Su in some manner that transcended simple acceptance. The prisoner appeared to be perceiving in Liang Bao some quality or understanding that had merit and value despite existing in context of utter defeat. The prisoner turned away from Liang Bao without speaking further and walked toward the edge of the valley. As he reached the boundary between the valley and the surrounding landscape, Yin Su paused and looked back. I will not assume leadership of the Azure Mandate, Yin Su said. Zhao Mingyi offered me that role, and I refused it. That refusal remains in effect. The sect is yours now, if you choose to accept its leadership. Organize it or destroy it or allow it to dissolve into chaos. The choice is yours. What I will do is return to the mountains and continue my cultivation in isolation. 500 years have already passed in preparation for the moment of confrontation. Perhaps another 500 years will prove adequate for understanding what comes after the conclusion of such a moment. And then Yin Su walked away from the valley, and Liang Bao did not attempt to follow or to engage further. The first disciple remained in the valley with the dust that had once been Zhao Mingyi, contemplating the reality that everything had changed in the span of a single morning, that the entire structure of the cultivator civilization was now facing the need for fundamental reorganization. Chapter 53. The last move. The implications spread through the cultivator world like wildfire through dry grass. Disciples of the Azure Mandate sect found themselves suddenly uncertain about their future prospects. Elders who had served faithfully found themselves questioning whether that faithfulness would be rewarded or whether they would be left stranded as the sect dissolved. Outer sects that had been forced into tributary relationships began to plot their escape. Dependent clans began to hedge their bets, maintaining nominal loyalty while secretly cultivating alternatives. The ripples of the news extended far beyond the Azure Mandate's immediate territories. Cultivators in distant sects received word of Zhao Mingyi's death through the rapid transmission networks that connected the major centers of power. Independent practitioners scattered throughout the known world heard rumors, and those rumors were gradually confirmed as official information began to circulate. The merchant networks, which connected distant regions through trade and communication, carried the news along their routes. By the end of the first month, virtually every cultivator in the known world was aware that the supreme power structure had been shattered, that the Azure Mandate's 500 years of dominance had ended, that a new era was beginning. The implications continued to unfold in waves, each one more significant than the last. The Righteous Council began formal investigations. The outer sects began to reorganize. The dependent clans began to renegotiate their positions. The cultivator civilization, which had operated for 500 years according to a single dominant paradigm, began the difficult process of reimagining itself according to different principles. And through it all, through the chaos and confusion and upheaval, one thing became clear to everyone observing. The age of absolute dominance by a single sect or a single cultivator had ended. The future, whatever it would be different. The certainties that had governed the past would no longer apply. The assumptions about power and hierarchy and permanence would need to be fundamentally renegotiated. The power vacuum was not merely political or organizational. It was spiritual, philosophical, existential. For 500 years, cultivators had operated according to certain assumptions about the nature of power, about the inevitability of hierarchy, about the permanence of the strong and the subordination of the weak. All of those assumptions had been shattered in a single morning. If Zhao Mingyi could be defeated despite 500 years of accumulated power, then what did that mean for the nature of strength and weakness? If the sect master could be brought low by a single opponent operating according to principles of understanding rather than force, then what did that imply about the relationship between power and wisdom? If an enemy could emerge from 500 years of imprisonment and immediately pose an existential threat to the supreme power structure, then what did that suggest about the possibility of truly permanent security or dominance? These questions occupied the consciousness of every serious cultivator throughout the known world. The comfortable certainties that had governed existence for 500 years were dissolving, and in their place emerged only uncertainty, possibility, and the need to reimagine fundamental assumptions. Liang Bao, observing this process from his position of responsibility for the Azure Mandate's survival, found himself contemplating the profound changes that would need to occur if the sect was to continue to exist and serve a meaningful purpose in the new world that was emerging. The old order was ending. Something new was being born, and the responsibility for guiding that transition fell upon him and others like him who possessed the cultivation and the character to make difficult decisions in times of profound upheaval. The news of Zhao Mingyi's death spread outward from the valley with the kind of speed that only spiritually transmitted information could achieve among high-level cultivators. Within hours, the entire Azure Mandate knew that their sect master had fallen in direct combat against an opponent whose identity and origin remained mysterious to most of the disciples. Within a day, the information had reached the other major sects and the Righteous Council. Within a week, the knowledge had penetrated to the most remote cultivator communities and independent practitioners scattered across the known world. The implications were staggering. Zhao Mingyi had been the dominant power in the cultivator world for 500 years. His death created a power vacuum that could not be immediately filled and that threatened to destabilize the entire structure of civilization that had been built around his presence and authority. Sects that had been forced to accept Azure Mandate dominance suddenly found themselves questioning the foundations of the arrangements they had accepted. Disciples who had been trained to serve Zhao Mingyi's purposes suddenly found themselves uncertain about their obligations and their future prospects. Liang Bao attempted to manage the immediate crisis with whatever authority he could muster as the sect master's greatest disciple. The Azure Mandate's leadership structure, which had been heavily centered on Zhao Mingyi's personal authority, was forced to reorganize rapidly. The disciples who had been trained primarily to execute the sect master's will with precision and without question suddenly found themselves required to exercise independent judgment and to make decisions without clear guidance. Some of the outer disciples and minor leaders attempted to mount a challenge to Liang Bao's leadership, suggested that the sect should be divided or that its power should be distributed more broadly. Others simply abandoned the Azure Mandate entirely, understanding that the sect's future was now uncertain and that remaining with it represented significant personal risk. Yet Liang Bao persisted in his efforts to maintain continuity and organization. The first disciple moved through the sect with the authority that came from being the last person who had witnessed Zhao Mingyi's defeat directly, who could speak with knowledge about the nature of the power that had defeated them, who could explain with clarity why the Azure Mandate's previous assumptions about the nature of strength and invulnerability had proven catastrophically wrong. The first disciple's first-hand knowledge of the conflict in the valley provided him with a kind of standing that derived not from formal hierarchical position, but from the reality of having witnessed the impossible and survived to report it. Chapter 54. Acknowledgement. Months after the duel in the valley, Liang Bao stood alone in the Hall of Primordial Thunder and contemplated what had changed and what had remained the same in the interval. The formation that had once been the centerpiece of the Azure Mandate's power and authority still functioned, still channeled and circulated spiritual energy, but it no longer carried the sense of absolute certainty and permanence that it had possessed when Zhao Mingyi had been alive. The very stones seemed to feel different, as though the authority that had emanated from the sect master's presence had been sustaining the formation's integrity at a level that was no longer possible in his absence. The sect master's meditation chamber remained empty, the space where Zhao Mingyi had conducted his 500-year reign of power sealed and preserved as a kind of monument to what had passed. Liang Bao occasionally stood in the threshold between the inhabited portions of the sect and this sealed space, contemplating the nature of what had been lost and what had been gained through the events of the preceding months. The first disciple had come to understand, in the aftermath of his master's death, that the defeat had not been primarily about the superiority of Yin Su's power in any simple sense. The defeat had been about the collision between two different approaches to the problem of cultivation and immortality. Zhao Mingyi had attempted to transcend mortality and consequence through the accumulation of power and the binding to a source of infinite spiritual resources. Yin Su had pursued immortality through the cultivation of perfect understanding and perfect technique, through the refinement of his methods to a degree that allowed him to ultimately overcome even the accumulated power of 500 years. What Yin Su had demonstrated was a principle that Liang Bao was only beginning to fully comprehend. That ultimate power derived not from accumulation but from refinement, not from collecting resources but from achieving such perfect understanding of an opponent's methodology that defeating that opponent became not a matter of chance or superior force, but an inevitable consequence of that superior comprehension. The methodology was elegant and terrifying in equal measure, representing a path to power that existed orthogonal to the conventional emphasis on force and domination that characterized most cultivator training. This realization was both humbling and enlightening. It suggested that Liang Bao's own cultivation practice had been proceeding along certain limited pathways, that his training under Zhao Mingyi had emphasized certain capabilities while excluding others. It suggested the possibility of directions that his cultivation could proceed toward if he chose to pursue them. The process of understanding what had occurred and integrating that understanding into new frameworks for thinking about power, hierarchy, and meaning consumed weeks and months of Liang Bao's consciousness. The first disciple spent his days managing the immediate crisis of the Azure Mandate's dissolution and his nights contemplating the deeper philosophical implications of what had been revealed. He began to realize, through his contemplation, that the defeat of Zhao Mingyi had been inevitable from the moment Yin Su had achieved understanding rather than merely accumulated power. A cultivator who had spent 500 years in isolation, forced to think about a single opponent and a single conflict, had been able to develop methodologies that transcended what a cultivator who had been actively ruling and managing an empire could develop. Zhao Mingyi's cultivation had been sophisticated and elaborate, yes, but it had also been distracted. The sect master had been forced to maintain his dominance, to manage his disciples, to navigate the complex politics of the cultivator civilization. All of these activities, while necessary, had taken time and attention away from the deep contemplation and systematic refinement that Yin Su had been able to pursue in absolute isolation. It was a bitter irony, and Liang Bao contemplated it deeply. The very success that had made Zhao Mingyi supreme had also been the source of his eventual vulnerability. Success required maintenance. Power required active management. Dominance required constant vigilance. All of these things prevented the kind of absolute dedication to perfection that a prisoner in isolation could pursue. This understanding reshaped how Liang Bao thought about his own cultivation path going forward. Should he pursue the path of power and dominance that Zhao Mingyi had pursued? Should he attempt to rebuild the Azure Mandate into a supreme force that would dominate the cultivator civilization once again? Or should he instead pursue a different path? One that emphasized understanding and refinement over accumulation and dominance? The answer that emerged from his contemplation was neither and both. He would maintain the Azure Mandate and attempt to preserve its traditions and knowledge. But he would also begin to explore cultivation methodologies that emphasized depth over breadth, understanding over power, refinement over accumulation. He would attempt to create a middle path, a way forward that honored both the sophistication of what Zhao Mingyi had built and the profound truth that Yin Su had demonstrated through his victory. This middle path would be difficult to achieve. It would require navigation between competing principles and incompatible goals. But it was the only way that Liang Bao could imagine forward that did not simply repeat either Zhao Mingyi's path toward isolated dominance or Yin Su's path toward isolated refinement. The first disciple made a decision. He would ask to speak with Yin Su. The prisoner had withdrawn from direct involvement in the Azure Mandate's reorganization, but perhaps the two of them could find common ground. Perhaps they could discuss what principles might govern a new order that had moved beyond both dominance and revenge. It was a risky decision. Yin Su might refuse to engage. Yin Su might see any attempt at communication as a threat rather than an olive branch. But Liang Bao understood that the future of the cultivator civilization would be determined not by what Zhao Mingyi had left behind, but by what new frameworks could be constructed by those who came after him. And constructing such frameworks would require conversation, dialogue, mutual understanding among cultivators willing to imagine futures beyond the simple reproduction of past patterns. This was the task that lay ahead. This was what Liang Bao would need to accomplish if the Azure Mandate was to survive, if the cultivator civilization was to move forward, if the consequences of 500 years of tyranny and lies were to be properly acknowledged and eventually transcended. Chapter 55. The body left behind the valley where Zhao Mingyi's dust persisted in ghost form became a place of profound significance within cultivator civilization. It was not holy precisely, but it was significant in a way that few places were. It represented the boundary between eras, the place where 500 years of dominance had been brought to conclusion, the location where the impossible had been made manifest. Cultivators began to make pilgrimage to the valley, not out of any religious conviction, but out of a desire to stand in a place where history had fundamentally shifted. They came to understand what had occurred, to perceive the spiritual imprints that remained, to contemplate the implications of what they learned there. Some of them stayed for extended periods, establishing meditation sites at various locations throughout the valley, using the concentrated spiritual energy that remained from the duel as a resource for their own cultivation. Some of them attempted to communicate with Zhao Mingyi's ghost formation, though whether any such communication was successful remained uncertain. Most simply stood in the dust and contemplated what it meant for the supreme to fall, for the invincible to be vanquished, for 500 years of dominance to end in a single morning. The dust itself took on a kind of sacred quality. not through any formal designation, but through the accumulation of reverent attention and the gradual elaboration of meaning that visitors assigned to it. They began to refer to the location as the graveyard of empires, or the proving ground of principles, or any number of other names that captured their sense of its significance. And the ghost formation that was Zhao Mingyi persisted in that location, conscious but unable to act, aware but unable to communicate, understanding the full magnitude of what had occurred but unable to express that understanding or influence events through its expression. It was, perhaps, the perfect form of imprisonment for someone who had spent 500 years wielding absolute power, to be preserved at the location of defeat, forever witnessing the dissolution of what had been constructed, eternally confronting the consequences of choices that had been made centuries ago. The valley where the duel had occurred became a place of pilgrimage for cultivators who wished to understand what had transpired. They came from distant sects and independent organizations. They came seeking knowledge of the cultivator who had defeated the invincible Zhao Mingyi. They came hoping to gain insight into the principles that had allowed such an upset victory. Some of them meditated in the valley, attempting to read the spiritual imprints that remained. They found themselves overwhelmed by the sheer power that had been released, by the magnitude of what had been expressed through combat. They left humbled and awed and unsure whether they had learned anything at all. Others examined the location methodically, studied the formations that had been destroyed, analyzed the patterns of devastation. They began to construct theories about the techniques that had been employed, the methodologies that had been deployed, the principles that had governed the conflict. And some simply stood in the dust that had been Zhao Mingyi and contemplated what it meant for someone to have achieved such dominance over such a long duration, only to have it all end in a single morning. They contemplated the meaning of power that was not supreme. They contemplated the impermanence of all things, even the dominance of someone who had walked the earth for 5 centuries. The valley became a crossroads where the old world and the new world met. The dust of Zhao Mingyi, which persisted in neither purely physical nor purely spiritual form, became a symbol of transition, of the boundary between one age and another. In the location of the duel, the dust that had once been Zhao Mingyi had begun to interact with the natural processes of the world. Wind had scattered the remains across a wider area, spreading them through the valley and into the surrounding landscape. Weather had begun to break down what remained into constituent elements. The forces of nature, which had been held at bay during Zhao Mingyi's 500 years of directed cultivation and will, began the process of reclaiming what had been artificially preserved and extended. But something unexpected occurred in this process of reclamation. The dust that had been Zhao Mingyi did not simply disappear into the natural cycles of decay and transformation. Instead, the scattered remains began to interact with the residual spiritual energy that still permeated the valley in the aftermath of the confrontation. The sect master's body, or what remained of it, was beginning to transition into something else, something that existed partially in the physical world and partially in the spiritual realm. The process was neither living nor dead in any conventional sense. What was occurring was the manifestation of what cultivators sometimes referred to as a ghost formation, a phenomenon that occurred when a cultivator of sufficient power experienced a sudden and catastrophic end before their accumulated spiritual energy had been fully dissipated and processed. The energy remained trapped in a kind of intermediate state, neither fully integrated into the natural world nor capable of maintaining the individual consciousness or identity that had once accompanied it. Yin Su, observing this phenomenon from his location in the mountains, perceived what was occurring and understood its implications. The prisoner seemed to contemplate for a long moment whether to intervene and prevent the formation of this ghost manifestation or whether to allow the process to continue unhindered. Ultimately, Yin Su chose to permit the phenomenon to continue. The ghost formation that was slowly taking shape in the valley represented a kind of justice in itself. Zhao Mingyi would not achieve the clean resolution of death and the return of his consciousness to the universal cycles from which all consciousness emerged. Instead, the sect master would persist in a state of profound diminishment, present but not fully conscious, aware but not capable of acting, a consciousness trapped in the residue of what it had constructed and maintained for 500 years. Chapter 56. Zhao Mingyi's realization in the state that transcended normal consciousness and existence. Zhao Mingyi experienced something that resembled realization or understanding or the dawning of comprehension regarding events and processes that had previously been opaque to his awareness. The sect master's consciousness, fragmented and scattered across the valley in ghost formation, perceived with clarity why Yin Su had chosen to take the path that had been taken, why 500 years of imprisonment had been endured in preparation for a confrontation that was ultimately designed not merely to defeat an opponent, but to accomplish a specific and profound form of justice. Zhao Mingyi understood, in this diminished state, that the 500 years of his power had themselves been a form of imprisonment. He had been bound to the radiant canon, constrained by the necessity of maintaining the binding, limited in ways that he had never fully perceived. The sect master had believed himself free, had believed that 500 years of continuous existence represented a kind of triumph over the limitations that ordinary mortals faced. He had not understood that the very mechanism that had allowed his extended existence was also the mechanism that had constrained him and prevented him from achieving the kind of genuine transcendence that Yin Su had pursued. The realization came too late. The consequences of 500 years of stolen power, of civilization built on foundations of theft and destruction, of the systematic elimination of the Radiant Peak sect and all that they had represented. These consequences were now manifest, now inescapable, now the fundamental truth of Zhao Mingyi's eternal imprisonment in ghost formation. The consciousness that persisted in the ghost formation gradually came to understand the nature of its imprisonment. It was not unconsciousness, not exactly. It was more like existing in a state of profound clarity without the ability to act upon that clarity. Zhao Mingyi's being could perceive the world around it. It could understand events that transpired. It could think about what had occurred and what would occur next. But it could not communicate. It could not move. It could not influence. It could only witness and understand. In this state of enforced observation, Zhao Mingyi's consciousness was forced to confront truths that it had evaded for 500 years. It was forced to acknowledge the reality of the Radiant Peak sect's destruction. It was forced to contemplate the nature of what it meant to have murdered thousands of innocent cultivators in service of the goal of stealing their scripture. It was forced to accept that power accumulated through atrocity contained within it the seeds of its own eventual destruction. These realizations did not bring redemption or forgiveness or any kind of resolution. They brought only endless, repetitive contemplation of what had been done and what could never be undone. They brought the recognition that 500 years of thought and strategic planning and brilliant decision-making had all been contingent on circumstances that, it turned out, did not hold. They brought the understanding that while Zhao Mingyi had been brilliant at maintaining power, he had never truly understood power. He had understood force and dominance and the accumulation of resources, but he had never understood the principles that Yin Su had understood, the fundamental architecture of reality that allowed a single cultivator with sufficient understanding to overcome even overwhelming force. Chapter 57. Panicked, the sect master understood that he was entering a phase where the careful architectures of power and control that he had spent 500 years constructing were beginning to collapse under their own weight. The disciples were leaving not because they had been explicitly told to leave, but because they understood, at some deep level of cultivator intuition, that the sect was in crisis and that remaining in a sinking organization was imprudent. The communications he attempted to send to the outer settlements met with increasing resistance. The subsidiary clans, once so eager to display their loyalty, became harder to reach, more reluctant to engage in direct conversation. The sense was spreading, through the cultivator civilization, that the Azure Mandate's time of dominance was ending, and with that time's ending came the need for everyone to reassess their positions and their strategies. Zhao Mingyi attempted once more to stabilize the situation through a display of power. He activated the most powerful formations in the sect's core territories. He gathered the elite disciples who remained and demonstrated the awesome magnitude of power that was still available to him. He created displays that would have, 500 years earlier, been sufficient to quell any doubt or prevent any questioning of the sect's supremacy. But the disciples who witnessed these displays understood that they were merely displays. The sect master was demonstrating power not because he was preparing for some grand enterprise, but because he needed to demonstrate power in order to maintain control. The shift from active dominance to defensive posturing was visible to anyone paying attention. The transition from attack to defense had already occurred. And once it became clear that the Azure Mandate was on defense, once it became apparent that the sect was responding to threats rather than creating threats, the psychological dynamic shifted entirely. Those who had feared the Azure Mandate's power no longer needed to fear it in quite the same way. Those who had served out of recognition of overwhelming superiority could now ask whether that superiority was as absolute as it had seemed. Those who had been oppressed by the sect's dominance could now begin to imagine possibilities for resistance or escape that had previously seemed inconceivable. The collapse was not dramatic or sudden. It was gradual, methodical, almost gentle in the way that empires typically collapse when their foundations have been sufficiently undermined by time and circumstance and the inevitable shifts that accompany any civilization's evolution. The news of Zhao Mingyi's death and the emergence of the ghost formation that was taking shape in the valley spread rapidly through the cultivator community and created profound disruption in the structures of power and alliance that had been established over 500 years. Cultivators who had built their careers on proximity to Zhao Mingyi and the Azure Mandate suddenly found themselves uncertain about their status and their future prospects. Sects that had maintained cooperative relationships with the Azure Mandate under duress suddenly began to consider the possibility of renegotiating the terms of those relationships or withdrawing from them entirely. The Righteous Council convened an emergency session to discuss the implications of Zhao Mingyi's death and the power vacuum that had been created. The council members, who had endured 500 years of managing around Zhao Mingyi's dominance, suddenly found themselves in the position of being able to exercise authority and make decisions that had previously been constrained by the sect master's superior power. Chapter 58. The sects breaking the Azure Mandate that had seemed so permanent, so inevitable, so completely integrated into the structure of cultivator civilization, began to unravel in patterns that repeated across multiple locations and social structures. The outer settlements that had seen the sect as a reliable source of protection and resources began to establish independent defense networks. The trade routes that had been monopolized by the Azure Mandate saw the emergence of alternative channels controlled by coalitions of independent merchants and smaller sections. The spiritual resources that had been under the sect's exclusive control began to be shared or claimed by local cultivators who had previously been prevented from accessing them by the sect's territorial dominance. Each of these changes was individually small and might have been reversible if the sect had maintained its military and political power. But taken together, taken as a collective movement, they represented the beginning of the end of the Azure Mandate's 500-year regime. The sect was not being conquered or destroyed through direct military action. It was being marginalized, bypassed, rendered irrelevant through the simple choice of individuals and groups to no longer acknowledge its authority or defer to its power. The disciples who remained at the sect's core felt the psychological weight of this process. They watched as former allies distanced themselves. They observed as the sect's resources began to diminish, as the regular tributes from outer settlements became smaller or ceased entirely, as the steady flow of recruits and resources that had sustained the organization began to dry up. They understood that what was occurring was not a temporary crisis that would pass if the sect simply remained firm and patient. What was occurring was a fundamental change in the nature of cultivator civilization's organization, a reorganization away from the pattern of centralized dominance towards something more distributed and more plural. The sect master's attempt to stabilize the situation through displays of power was, ironically, undermining his own position. Every activation of force, every demonstration of the sect's continued military capability, every assertion of authority served as a reminder that the sect was not organizing around positive purposes, but around negative ones, around the maintenance of control through force rather than the achievement of genuine greatness or the provision of meaningful services to the broader cultivator community. The shift from centrality to peripherality was occurring with gathering speed, and Liang Bao, observing this process from his position as the sect's effective leader, was forced to contemplate what it would mean to lead an organization whose time of dominance had ended, whose purpose in the world was being fundamentally reconceived, whose future would be determined not by what it had been, but by what it could become. The Azure Mandate's internal reorganization proceeded more chaotically than Liang Bao had hoped. Many of the sect's leaders, operating without clear guidance from Zhao Mingyi and increasingly uncertain about the sect's future prospects, began to advocate for fundamental changes in the organization's structure and priorities. The fragmentation that had begun in the weeks following Zhao Mingyi's death continued to accelerate as disciples attempted to position themselves within a reorganized power structure or to withdraw from the sect entirely. Chapter 59. The Righteous Council's response. The investigation proceeded with the methodical precision that characterized all Righteous Council operations. Historians were consulted. Ancient texts were examined. The fragmented records of the Radiant Peak sect, which had been scattered and suppressed for 500 years, were suddenly treated as evidence rather than propaganda. The testimonies that had been collected by those seeking to understand what had happened 500 years ago were examined with new attention to detail and new willingness to credit them as legitimate historical information. What emerged from this investigation was a picture that contradicted the official history that the Azure Mandate had been promoting for 500 years. It was a picture of deliberate destruction, systematic genocide, calculated theft of intellectual property, and spiritual resources. It was a picture of a civilization that had been deliberately eradicated through methodical violence, and then deliberately erased from history through equally methodical campaigns of disinformation and propaganda. The Council understood the implications of this discovery. If the Azure Mandate's foundation was truly built on the ashes of genocide and theft, then the sect's legitimacy was fundamentally compromised. If Zhao Mingyi had truly spent 500 years concealing a crime of such magnitude, then the entire structure of power relationships that had been built around that concealment would need to be fundamentally renegotiated. This realization created in the Council a kind of somber determination. They had been, in some sense, complicit in the concealment. They had known, at some level, that something about the Azure Mandate's history did not ring true. They had had access to evidence that suggested irregularities, but they had chosen, out of political calculation or practical necessity, or simple unwillingness to confront the power of someone as formidable as Zhao Mingyi, to accept the official narrative and move forward without pressing for truth. Now they would be required to address what they had previously avoided. Now they would need to acknowledge the crime. Now they would need to attempt, belatedly, to achieve some form of justice or at least acknowledgement of what had been done. The Righteous Council, observing the Azure Mandate's fragmentation, moved to establish guidelines that would govern the process of reorganization. Liang Bao attended formal hearings and provided detailed accounts of the conflict between Zhao Mingyi and Yin Su, providing context that helped the council members understand the fundamental shift that had occurred. Chapter 60. The pause. The cultivator civilization held its breath in the months following Yin Su's withdrawal and Liang Bao's emergence as the Azure Mandate's leader. The future was uncertain. The old certainties had shattered. The old frameworks for understanding power and hierarchy and permanence no longer applied. Yet in that uncertainty lay possibility. Sects that had been oppressed by the Azure Mandate's dominance found themselves able to breathe for the first time in centuries. Independent cultivators discovered that they could operate without fear of sudden conquest. Dependent clans began to renegotiate the terms of their loyalties on more favorable ground. The Righteous Council, for the first time in 500 years, found itself in a position to genuinely govern rather than simply balance against Zhao Mingyi's overwhelming power. The council began to imagine possibilities for what cultivator civilization could become if power was more evenly distributed, if no single sect could dominate all others through sheer force. And in the mountains to the west, Yin Su continued his cultivation in isolation, having determined that he had done what needed to be done. The prisoner had shattered the old order. He had demonstrated that the invincible could be defeated. He had shown that power accumulated over centuries could be overcome by understanding accumulated over centuries. He had restored, at least in principle, the possibility of justice and consequences. Now it would be the responsibility of others to build what would come next, to create new frameworks for understanding power and authority and legitimacy. Yin Su had destroyed the old. Let others construct the new. The pause was not the end of history. It was the space between one era and another, the moment when the future was still being written, when anything seemed possible, when the cultivator world stood at a crossroads and waited to see which path would be chosen. In the months following the Righteous Council's formal recognition of the reorganized Azure Mandate, Liang Bao found himself contemplating the nature of what had occurred and the implications of what the future might hold. The sect had stabilized into a new configuration that was smaller than what had existed under Zhao Mingyi, but that possessed a degree of internal coherence and voluntary commitment that the previous order had lacked. In the mountains to the west, Yin Su continued his cultivation in isolation, having integrated the Radiant Cannon's power fully into his own being and begun the process of understanding what could be accomplished with that power now that the immediate goal of vengeance had been achieved. The cultivator civilization itself had paused in its forward progress, forced to acknowledge that the structure that had seemed permanent and eternal had actually been far more fragile and dependent on the continuous exercise of will by a single individual. The future structure that would emerge from this pause remained uncertain and subject to contestation and negotiation among the various sects and independent practitioners scattered across the known world. And in the valley where the duel had occurred, the ghost formation that was slowly taking shape continued to process the accumulated spiritual energy and consciousness that had once been Zhao Mingyi. The sect masters being neither alive nor fully dead, neither conscious in any conventional sense nor completely dissolved into the universal cycles from which all consciousness emerged, persisted in a state of permanent diminishment and eternal imprisonment, the consequence of 500 years of power pursued at the cost of genuine freedom and authentic being. All of these elements existed in a moment of pause, a pause in the forward momentum of cultivator civilization, A pause in which the implications of what had occurred could begin to be understood and integrated into the ongoing narrative of what civilization was and what it could become. In the end, what remained after Zhao Mingyi's death and Yin Su's withdrawal and the beginning of the Azure Mandate's slow dissolution was not emptiness, but possibility. The cultivator world had been shaken to its foundations. The certainties that had governed existence for 500 years had been exposed as fragile and contingent. The assumptions about the nature of power and the inevitability of hierarchy had been challenged and shown to be false, or at least insufficient. What would emerge from this period of chaos and uncertainty remained to be determined. Would the Azure Mandate rebuild itself in some new form, maintaining its organizational structure but accepting a more limited role in the broader cultivator civilization? Would it dissolve entirely, with its resources and disciples being absorbed by other sects or reorganized into new configurations? Would the broader cultivator civilization reorganize itself according to new principles that distributed power more evenly and prevented any single sect from achieving the kind of absolute dominance that Zhao Mingyi had exercised? These questions would be answered not by any single decision or action, but through the accumulated choices of thousands of cultivators making individual determinations about their own futures and their own loyalties. The new order would emerge through a process of gradual negotiation and adaptation, through the slow working out of implications and possibilities, through the accumulation of small changes that together would amount to a fundamental transformation. Liang Bao understood that his role in this process would be critical. As the leader of the Azure Mandate in its hour of dissolution and potential reformation, he would need to make choices that honored what the sect had been while also allowing it to become something new. He would need to preserve what was valuable while being willing to discard what had been built on foundations of lies and atrocity. He would need to navigate between the pull of tradition and the necessity of change, between loyalty to those who had come before and responsibility to those who would come after. It was a daunting task, one that would occupy his consciousness and his cultivation practice for years to come. But it was also an opportunity, a chance to participate in the reshaping of cultivator civilization, a possibility to help build something that might be more just, more equitable, more sustainable than what had come before. And in the mountains to the west, Yin Su continued his cultivation in the solitude that had sustained him for 500 years. The prisoner had accomplished what he had set out to accomplish. He had shattered Zhao Mingyi's dominance. He had demonstrated that understanding could overcome power. He had proven that the past could not be entirely buried or forgotten, that consequences could catch up with even the most powerful and careful of efforts at concealment. Now Yin Su would wait and observe what came next. He would watch how the cultivator civilization reorganized itself in the aftermath of the crisis. He would contemplate what role he might play, what purposes he might serve, what meaning could be constructed from a life lived in absolute isolation and dedication to a single overwhelming goal. The pause was not peaceful exactly. It was not a moment of rest or recovery. It was a moment of suspension between what had been and what would come next. It was a moment of profound uncertainty and profound possibility, when everything seemed to be in flux and the future seemed genuinely open to multiple possibilities. And in that moment of suspension, in that space between ending and beginning, the cultivator civilization held its breath and waited to see what would emerge from the ashes of the old order that had been shattered by the collision between 500 years of accumulated power and 500 years of accumulated understanding. The story was not over. It was merely paused. And when it resumed, when time began to move again in its normal fashion, the world would be different. The rules would be different. The possibilities would be different. And all of those involved in the great unfolding drama of cultivator civilization would be forced to adapt to circumstances that none of them could fully predict or control. This was the true nature of historical change, not dramatic or sudden, but gradual and inevitable, emerging from the accumulated choices and actions of individuals struggling to survive and to find meaning in circumstances that transcended their individual control. The pause stretched on, and in its stretching, cultivators throughout the known world began to contemplate what the new order might look like, what principles might govern it, what possibilities might emerge from the ashes of the old. For Liang Bao, the responsibility was immediate and pressing. He needed to hold the Azure Mandate together through the crisis of transition. He needed to preserve what was valuable while discarding what was corrupted. He needed to guide the sect toward a new purpose, a new understanding of its role in the broader civilizational context. For Yin Su, the responsibility was different but equally significant. Having accomplished his immediate goal of destroying Zhao Mingyi's dominance, the prisoner was forced to contemplate what came next. What meaning could be constructed from a life that had been entirely devoted to a single, overwhelming purpose? The refusal to lead the Azure Mandate was a refusal to simply repeat the pattern of dominance that Zhao Mingyi had established. It was an assertion that different approaches were possible, that destruction and renewal did not necessarily mean the substitution of one form of tyranny for another. For the Righteous Council, the responsibility was to guide the cultivator civilization through the transition away from the old order towards something new and hopefully more equitable. They would need to acknowledge the crimes of the past without paralyzing the future. They would need to establish new frameworks for understanding power and legitimacy. They would need to help create conditions under which beings could cooperate without the coercive backing of overwhelming force. These were not small tasks. They were profound responsibilities that would shape the trajectory of civilization for centuries to come. And they were undertaken by individuals and organizations that were themselves uncertain about the appropriate path forward, uncertain about what principles should guide their decisions, uncertain about what the final outcome would be. Yet uncertainty was perhaps appropriate. The age of absolute certainty, of supreme dominance, of 500 years of unquestioned authority had ended. What took its place would necessarily be more tentative, more subject to revision, more open to the possibility of error and correction. It would be messier, less efficient, less stable. But it might also be more just, more responsive to the needs of the broader community, more sustainable in the long term. The pause continued, and in the ongoing suspension between what had been and what would come next, the cultivator civilization began the slow, difficult process of learning to exist in a world where no single power was supreme, where multiple voices could be heard, where the future remained genuinely open to multiple possible outcomes. The pause was the moment between one era and another. The future would be written by those who came after, by those who would remember what had been lost and what had been gained, by those who would attempt to build something better from the ruins of what had come before. Over time, as the weeks and months of the pause continued, the implications of what had occurred became increasingly clear. The cultivator civilization was not merely experiencing a transitional moment. It was experiencing a fundamental realignment of power structures and principles. The old order, built on Zhao Mingyi's 500 years of accumulated dominance, was crumbling. In its place, something new was beginning to emerge, something more distributed, more collaborative, more open to the participation of cultivators who had previously been excluded from positions of significant influence. The Righteous Council began to establish new frameworks for governance and conflict resolution. These frameworks explicitly acknowledged that no single sect should be permitted to accumulate the kind of absolute power that Zhao Mingyi had exercised. They established principles of checks and balances, mechanisms for preventing any cultivator or sect from achieving supreme dominance. They created structures for mediation and negotiation that would allow conflicts to be resolved through dialogue and consensus building rather than through the application of overwhelming force. The dependent clans and outer sects, no longer constrained by the Azure Mandate's overwhelming dominance, began to reorganize according to their own preferences. Some maintained loose affiliations with their former rulers. Others sought alliances with other organizations. Still others declared their independence and established themselves as autonomous entities within the broader cultivator civilization. The process was messy and often contentious, but it represented a genuine increase in the choices available to cultivators who had previously been forced into subordination. The Azure Mandate itself, under Liang Bao's careful guidance, began to transform. The sect maintained its core structure and preserved its accumulated knowledge and techniques. But it reorganized according to new principles that emphasized voluntary participation rather than coercive loyalty. It began to offer services and knowledge to the broader cultivator community rather than attempting to monopolize resources and restrict access to them. It began, slowly and with difficulty, to acknowledge the crimes that had been committed in its foundation and to attempt to make some form of restitution to those who had been harmed. This process of acknowledgement and attempted restitution was not easy or complete. Many of the crimes were so old that those who had been directly harmed were long dead. The Radiant Peak sect could not be restored. The cultivators who had been murdered 500 years ago could not be brought back to life. But the acknowledgement itself, the willingness to face what had been done and to take responsibility for it, represented a fundamental shift in how the Azure Mandate understood itself and its relationship to the broader cultivator civilization. And in all of this transformation and reorganization, in all of this slow, difficult process of building something new from the ruins of the old, one truth became increasingly evident. That power, when exercised responsibly and with accountability, when constrained by checks and balances, when open to negotiation and dialogue, could serve purposes far more constructive than the simple perpetuation of dominance. The future that was beginning to emerge would not be perfect. It would not eliminate conflict or competition or the struggle for resources and influence. But it offered the possibility of a civilization in which those struggles could occur without the overwhelming shadow of absolute dominance casting darkness over everything. The pause had been necessary. The moment of suspension had allowed the old order to collapse under its own weight, had given space for new possibilities to begin to emerge, had created an opportunity for the cultivator civilization to reimagine itself according to different principles. And as the months turned into years, as the pause slowly transformed into the resumption of normal time and the beginning of a new era, that reimagination began to take concrete form in institutions, practices, relationships, and understandings that would persist far into the future. The story of Zhao Mingyi's defeat and the Azure Mandate's transformation was not the end of history. It was merely one chapter in the ongoing narrative of cultivator civilization's evolution. But it was a chapter that would echo forward through time, would shape how future cultivators thought about power and responsibility and the possibility of change. It was a chapter that would be remembered, studied, debated, and reinterpreted by countless generations of scholars and cultivators seeking to understand what had happened and why, and what it meant for their own understanding of how civilization should be structured and governed. The pause had finally ended. Time was moving again. The future was unfolding according to principles and possibilities that had been set in motion by the confrontation in the valley, by the choices made in the aftermath of defeat, by the slow, difficult work of building something new from the ruins of what had come before. The dust of Zhao Mingyi that persisted in the valley as ghost formation was not tormented, exactly. Torment implied suffering that the consciousness experiencing it could not accept or adapt to. But Zhao Mingyi was a being of remarkable adaptive capacity, a consciousness that had learned over 500 years how to maintain equilibrium in almost any circumstance. Yet even his adaptive capacity was being tested by the reality of his new existence. To exist without the ability to act, without the ability to influence events, without the ability to maintain the appearance of control that had been so central to his identity for 500 years. This was perhaps the cruelest punishment that could have been devised. It was not death. It was not destruction. It was something else entirely. The preservation of consciousness in a state where that consciousness was forced to witness everything but could do nothing. The sect master had built his entire existence around the principle of absolute control. He had structured every moment of his 500 years around the maintenance of dominance, the exercise of will, the direction of events according to his purposes. To be suddenly stripped of that capacity, to be forced into absolute passivity, represented a kind of death in life that was perhaps worse than simple annihilation would have been. Yet even in this diminished state, even in this profound imprisonment, Zhao Mingyi's consciousness continued to function, continued to process information, continued to contemplate what had occurred and what it meant. The sect master had been many things during his existence. Powerful, ruthless, strategic, patient, but he had also, in his own way, been a seeker of truth. And now, forced into solitude and powerlessness, that capacity to seek truth was one of the few capabilities that remained to him. Whether this seeking would eventually lead him toward understanding, toward acceptance, toward some form of peace remained uncertain. But the seeking itself would persist, as long as the ghost formation continued to exist, as long as consciousness persisted in that strange intermediate state between life and death. And perhaps that seeking, that endless contemplation of what had been and what had been lost, was itself a form of justice, not violent or vengeful, but profound in its own quiet way. The prisoner who had been released had achieved his goal of vengeance not through the perpetuation of violence, but through the preservation of a consciousness that would be forever reminded of its own fall from supreme power. It was a subtle form of justice, perhaps too subtle to be called justice in the conventional sense. But it was nonetheless powerful in its implications, and it would persist as long as the ghost formation endured, as long as Zhao Mingyi's consciousness remained trapped in the dust of the valley where he had been defeated. The end was not truly an end. It was merely a transition into a new form of existence, one shaped by consequences and karma, and the fundamental laws that govern cause and effect across the ages of the cultivator civilization. In the years that followed the momentous confrontation in the valley, the reverberations of what had occurred continued to spread through the cultivator civilization in waves, each one bringing with it further implications and further requirements for adaptation and reorganization. The event was not forgotten. It would not be forgotten. It would become one of the foundational stories around which the cultivator civilization organized its understanding of itself and its history. Teachers began to incorporate it into their instruction of young cultivators, using the collapse of Zhao Mingyi's dominance as a teaching tool for deeper principles about the nature of power, the meaning of responsibility, the possibility of understanding transcending mere force. The event became a touchstone for philosophical debate and scholarly discussion. It became, in short, legendary, not in the sense of being fictionalized or exaggerated beyond recognition, but in the sense of being recognized as profoundly significant and worthy of careful study and contemplation. The story of Yin Su and Zhao Mingyi became the story of two approaches to cultivation meeting in final confrontation, with understanding ultimately proving superior to accumulation, with refinement ultimately proving capable of overcoming raw power. It became a story that offered hope to those who despaired of their own limitations, who wondered whether their lack of abundant resources or immediate power might be compensated for through superior understanding and superior technique. It became a story that suggested possibilities for transcendence that went beyond the conventional frameworks of cultivation. And in that story, in that fundamental narrative that would be retold and reinterpreted across centuries, the implications of what had occurred were gradually unpacked and integrated into the ongoing conversation about what power meant and what it could accomplish and what responsibilities it carried with it. The pause was not merely a moment of transition. It was the beginning of a new era, an era shaped by the understanding that even the most absolute power was not truly absolute, that even the most dominant order could be overturned, that even 500 years of carefully maintained supremacy could end in a single confrontation if the confrontation was structured correctly and if the opposing force possessed sufficient understanding. This understanding would shape cultivator civilization for centuries to come. The pause extended beyond what anyone had initially anticipated, stretching across months and into years. But in that extension lay the full working out of implications, the complete realization of what the confrontation in the valley truly meant for the future of cultivator civilization. The old order would not return. The old certainties would not be restored. The age of absolute dominance was truly over, and what emerged from its ending would be fundamentally different from what had come before. For all those involved, Liang Bao struggling to lead a transformed sect, Yin Su contemplating the meaning of victory in the mountains, the righteous council building new frameworks for governance, the understanding grew that something profoundly significant had occurred. They had witnessed not merely the defeat of a powerful cultivator, but the transformation of the entire structure through which power was understood and exercised. The story would endure. The lessons would persist. And the pause between eras would be remembered as the moment when everything changed, when the future became genuinely open, when the possibility of transformation showed itself to be real and achievable despite all the weight of accumulated history and power that had seemed to foreclose such possibilities. Chapter 61. The summons arrived on the morning of the third day after Liang Bao's formal acknowledgement of the Azure Mandate's transformation. Elder Dao Qin was meditating in her private chambers when she felt the presence of the messenger, a cultivator from the Righteous Council bearing an official seal that glowed with the light of 7 sects working in concert. The seal was not aggressive, but it carried a weight that filled the chamber like physical presence. She did not need to open her eyes to understand what the summons meant. She had been expecting it, in the way that one might expect the seasons to change or the sun to rise in the east. It was not a question of if, but only of when. The timing had always been predictable to her, governed by the same principles that governed everything else in the cultivator civilization. The movement of power through political institutions, the gradual accumulation of evidence, the inexorable march of events toward the moment when truth could no longer be concealed or denied. The messenger was a young woman, perhaps 4 centuries old by the calendar of mortal years, though to one like Elder Dao Qin who had lived more than 2,000 years, such age was barely more than childhood. She was a cultivator of obvious refinement, with a cultivation base that suggested years of careful study and disciplined practice. The woman bowed with the proper respect, her cultivation clearly refined and disciplined. The Righteous Council did not send its representatives casually, and the selection of this messenger, a woman of clear competence and obvious respect for the protocols and traditions of formal communication, indicated that the council was treating this matter with great seriousness. The Righteous Council did not send minor functionaries to summon ancient witnesses. It sent cultivators whose presence itself carried a message. Elder Dao Qin, the messenger said, her voice formal and steady, pitched to carry without aggression. You are commanded by the united authority of the Righteous Council to appear before the full assembly within 10 days' time to provide testimony regarding the events of 500 years past, specifically concerning the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect and the circumstances surrounding the imprisonment of Yin Su. The council requires your presence, your recollection, and your willingness to speak truth before the assembled leadership of cultivator civilization. The words hung in the air of the chamber like a seal that could not be undone. This was not a request. This was not an invitation couched in polite language. This was the exercise of power, the simple, direct exercise of institutional authority by the highest governing structure in cultivator civilization. And yet the messenger delivered it with courtesy and respect, acknowledging by her tone that while this was a command, it was a command directed at someone of such antiquity and such obvious significance that common courtesy was appropriate. Elder Dao Qin opened her eyes slowly. They were ancient eyes, eyes that had witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, the transformation of cultivation techniques, the slow arc of civilizational change across endless seasons. She had been present for moments when the entire structure of cultivator civilization had been forced to reorganize itself according to new understandings and new circumstances. She had watched as techniques that had seemed immutable were replaced by new approaches. She had observed as sects that had been dominant for centuries found themselves suddenly diminished and marginal. She had learned, across her long existence, that nothing was truly permanent, that all structures of power were ultimately subject to the forces of history and change. She regarded the messenger with an expression that contained neither fear nor pleasure, merely acknowledgement. In her gaze was the weight of 2,000 years of accumulated wisdom and understanding, the kind of accumulated perspective that could only be obtained by living through multiple complete cycles of civilizational development and decline. 10 days, she said softly, her ancient voice carrying notes of something that might have been amusement or merely recognition of inevitable patterns. That is a generous timeline. The council must have many questions to resolve before they are ready to hear the answers. They must be uncertain about the implications of what I might say. They must be fearful of the consequences that my testimony might produce. And yet they believe that 10 days is a sufficient period in which to prepare themselves for those consequences. There has been considerable debate. The messenger acknowledged carefully, her tone respectful but honest. Some of the council members were reluctant to convene such a formal hearing. The revelation of 500-year-old crimes presents complications that not all council members were eager to confront. The examination of what was done in the past raises questions about the legitimacy of decisions that have been in place for half a millennium, and such questions are not comfortable ones for those who have benefited from those decisions. But the evidence presented by Yin Su has been sufficient to compel action despite this reluctance. Your testimony is considered essential to establishing the historical record. Without your perspective, without your direct recollection, the account would be incomplete. The prisoner is no longer imprisoned, Elder Dao Qin said. It was not a question. The terminology has already changed in the mouths of the council's own messengers. That is how change begins. Not with grand proclamations or formal reorganizations, but with the subtle shift in how words are used, how people are addressed, what assumptions are embedded in the simplest statements. When the messenger no longer refers to Yin Su as the prisoner, but as Yin Su, when his humanity is restored through the simple act of using his name rather than his status, then the transformation has already begun at a fundamental level. The council has not yet made a formal determination regarding his status, the messenger replied carefully, her tone acknowledging that Elder Dao Qin had detected something real and significant. But yes, the facts on the ground have shifted considerably. The prisoners, the cultivator Yin Su's, actions in destroying Zhao Mingyi's dominance have complicated the situation for everyone. When a force emerges from outside the established structures and accomplishes in a matter of weeks what the council itself had not accomplished in 500 years, it becomes difficult to maintain the old categories and the old terminology. Difficult, also, to maintain the certainties that had seemed so absolute before the disruption. Elder Dao Qin rose from her meditation cushion with the slow, deliberate movement of one whose body had learned to conserve energy across millennia. Each movement was economical, precise, moving only as much as was necessary. Her robe settled around her with the whisper of silk that had been brushed 10,000 times by the wind of mountain peaks. She moved to the window of her chamber and looked out across the landscape of the Righteous Council's headquarters, a place that was not truly built, but rather grown from cultivation, shaped by the sustained effort of masters who had understood how to convince stone and earth to reorganize themselves according to human vision. The buildings seemed to emerge naturally from the landscape, as though they had always been part of the mountains rather than having been imposed upon them by human will and power. The view from the window showed a landscape of gardens and pavilions arranged in patterns that reflected the philosophical principles of the 7 schools. Cultivators moved through the gardens below, and Elder Dao Qin observed their movements with the practiced eye of one who had spent centuries learning to read the subtleties of how power expressed itself through physical movement and spatial arrangement. She could see in the way they walked, the way they held their cultivations close or allowed them to flow outward, the way they related to the space around them, how the revelation of Zhao Mingyi's crimes had affected the hierarchy and the relationships that governed interaction at the council headquarters. "They are afraid," she said, not turning to face the messenger. "The council understands that allowing Yin Su to operate with such freedom and power has fundamentally destabilized the balance of authority that they have maintained for hundreds of years. They fear that I will confirm their worst suspicions about the original crimes, and not merely confirm them, but provide undeniable proof. Proof that cannot be questioned or reinterpreted or contextualized away. And they are right to fear. I will confirm those suspicions, because they are not suspicions at all. They are facts that I have carried in my archives for 5 centuries. They are facts that I have preserved with meticulous care, allowing no corruption or distortion to alter them. I have maintained them as faithfully as a monk might maintain a sacred text, understanding that the moment might come when those facts would become necessary to preserve. Will you testify voluntarily?" the messenger asked. The question was delicate, acknowledging that there was a theoretical distinction between a summons that commanded and a testimony that was freely offered. In practice, there was no such distinction. The summons was a command, and the testimony would be compelled if necessary. But the fiction of voluntary compliance served a purpose in maintaining the appearance that the council respected the autonomy and the dignity of even the most ancient and most powerful. "There is no such thing as voluntary testimony before the righteous council," Elder Dao Qin said, finally turning back to face the younger woman. "There is only testimony that is compelled, testimony that has been extracted through the weight of authority and the pressure of circumstance. The only variable is whether the person being compelled recognizes the necessity of the compulsion and cooperates with it, or whether they resist and are forced to comply through the exercise of greater power. In this case, I am willing to provide the testimony because the time has come for it to be provided. But do not mistake my willingness for something other than what it is. I have been waiting 500 years for this moment. I have been waiting for the day when the truth could be spoken aloud without bringing immediate destruction down upon anyone who dared to speak it. That day has finally arrived." The messenger bowed again, more deeply this time, in a gesture that acknowledged both the ancient woman's wisdom and her recognition of what the summons truly represented. "The council will prepare a chamber for your testimony. The full assembly will be present. It will be a solemn proceeding, and your words will be recorded and preserved for all of history. The weight of what you are about to do is recognized." "That is appropriate," Elder Dao Qin said. "What I am about to do is not merely testify. I am about to perform an act of historical correction that will reshape how the cultivator civilization understands its own past. I am about to speak words that will overturn decisions that have been in place for 5 centuries. I am about to provide testimony that will force the reconsideration of injustices that have become sedimented into the very foundation of the cultivator civilization's self-understanding. The burden of such action should be recorded precisely, without omission or distortion. Future generations will study what I say, and they will understand not merely what happened 500 years ago, but how the truth was recovered and how a civilization confronted the reality of its own crimes." After the messenger departed, Elder Dao Qin spent the night not in meditation but in careful review of her archives. These archives occupied a space that was larger on the inside than on the outside, a chamber that existed in a cultivation pocket, accessible only to someone with Elder Dao Qin's level of power and understanding. She pulled forward the memory of that night 500 years ago, the night when the Radiant Peak sect had been destroyed. She had been present, not as a participant, but as a witness, and her presence had been such that none of those who participated had bothered to try to prevent her from knowing what had occurred. They had not expected that she would live long enough to matter. They had not imagined that 500 years later, she would still be alive, her mind still sharp, her memory still precise, her records still intact, and preserved with the meticulous care that only an ancient cultivator's personal archives could maintain. She pulled forward the names of those who had perpetrated the massacre, allowing her memory to reconstruct each cultivator's face, their cultivation signature, the specific manner in which they had moved and acted during those terrible hours. She reviewed the evidence of how Yin Su had been framed, consulting documents that she had written immediately after the massacre while the events were still fresh in her mind, before any distance or passage of time could soften the specificity of her recollection. She recalled the moment when she had understood that the Azure Mandate sect's rise would be built on murdered bodies and stolen cultivation techniques. She had watched as Zhao Mingyi built his dominance across centuries, had watched as he consolidated power and became more and more certain of his own righteousness and inevitability. She had observed as the lie became sedimented into the fabric of cultivator civilization, as the false narrative was taught to new generations, as the truth was gradually buried under layers of accumulated acceptance and habit. And now, finally, she would speak. The waiting was over. The time for silence had passed. In 10 days, the truth would be spoken aloud before the highest authority in the cultivator civilization, and nothing would ever be the same afterward. The moment toward which she had been moving for 500 years had finally arrived, and she found herself not nervous or fearful, but simply ready. Ready in the way that one becomes ready after long preparation. Ready in the way that the dawn becomes ready after a long night. Ready in the way that a transformed moment becomes ready to unfold according to principles that have been set in motion by circumstance and history. Chapter 62. Preparing to speak, Yin Su arrived at Elder Daoqin's chambers on the evening before her testimony was scheduled to begin. He moved through the halls of the Righteous Council's headquarters as though he had every right to be there, and no one attempted to stop him. The transformation in how he was treated had been remarkable in its swiftness. Where once he had been a prisoner, avoided and feared, a being whose very presence reminded others of uncomfortable truths and dangerous possibilities, he was now treated as a being of significant power and authority. Cultivators moved out of his way as he walked, their movements suggesting not fear but respect, a kind of deference that was offered to beings whose cultivation had reached such a level of refinement that they were recognized as existing in a different category of power entirely. Servants offered him hospitality without needing to be asked. The council members themselves had learned to be cautious in his presence, to approach him with courtesy and formal respect. The shift in his status had been so complete that cultivators who had known him only as a prisoner seemed to be re-examining their entire understanding of what a prisoner actually was. If a prisoner could emerge from 500 years of isolation and accomplish what Yin Su had accomplished, then perhaps the category of prisoner meant something different than they had previously understood. Elder Daoqin was not surprised by his arrival. She had known that he would come. Some part of him needed to verify that she was truly about to speak, that the moment for truth was genuinely approaching, that all the careful preparation of 500 years was not going to be undone by some final hesitation or political pressure from those who still harbored doubts about the wisdom of forcing a reckoning with the past. "You came to ensure I would not waver," she said as he entered her chamber. It was not a question. It was a statement of fact, delivered with the certainty of one who had lived long enough to understand how human motivation functioned and what drives compelled action even in those beings who had transcended many of the ordinary limitations of the cultivator world. "I came to offer whatever support or assistance you might require," Yin Su replied, his tone suggesting genuine concern even as his words acknowledged her interpretation. "Though I suspect you need nothing from me. You have been preparing for this moment for 5 centuries. You have had time to contemplate every aspect, every implication, every possible consequence. You are more prepared than anyone could possibly be." "Yes," Elder Daoqin acknowledged. "I have been preparing, not in any active sense, not through strategy or careful planning. I did not sit for 500 years and deliberate about how I would present my testimony or what arguments would be most effective. But the act of preserving the memory, the act of maintaining the archives, the act of refusing to allow the true version of events to fade entirely from the world, all of that has been preparation. I have been holding space for this moment even as I doubted whether it would ever arrive. There were centuries during which I thought that I would carry this knowledge to my death, that the truth would die with me, that the false narrative would persist forever because those with power had decided that it must persist." Yin Su moved to the window where Elder Daoqin had stood earlier that day. He looked out across the same landscape, but where she had seen the accumulated achievement of ancient masters, he saw something different. He saw a fortress built on authority. He saw a structure designed to maintain control and to preserve existing hierarchies against the pressure of those who sought transformation. He saw in every garden, every pavilion, every carefully arranged stone, the expression of power asserting itself against the possibility of change. "The council is divided on what they will do with the information you provide," he said, his voice carrying the careful, measured tone of one who had learned to express observations without passion or judgment. "Some of them want to move swiftly to final judgment. They believe that the magnitude of Zhao Mingyi's crimes demands immediate and severe response. Others want to use the testimony as a basis for extended deliberation and investigation. They argue that 500 years of consequences have already been set in motion, and that rushing to judgment without full understanding might create new injustices even as it attempts to redress the old ones. And then there are those who are attempting to calculate, in the privacy of their own minds, what the revelation of these crimes means for their own positions and their own security. Zhao Mingyi still has allies among the council members, though those allies are fewer than they were even a week ago. Of course he does, Elder Daoqin said with certainty. Zhao Mingyi did not build the Azure Mandate sect in isolation. He did not achieve 500 years of dominance through the exercise of cultivation power alone. He built his position through alliances and relationships, through the creation of mutual interests and obligations, through networks of obligation and connection that extended throughout the cultivator civilization. Those relationships do not disappear simply because the evidence of his original crime has been revealed. Those who benefited from his dominance will be reluctant to see him fall, because his fall threatens to destabilize the arrangements through which they themselves maintain their power. Then what is the point of your testimony? Yin Su asked, and there was something in his tone that suggested this was not merely a rhetorical question, but rather a genuine inquiry from one who had spent 500 years contemplating what justice actually meant and whether it could ever truly be achieved within the structures of institutionalized power. If it will not lead to immediate justice? If Zhao Mingyi has allies who will work to minimize the consequences? If the council is divided and uncertain? What are we truly accomplishing by forcing the truth into the open? The point is not immediate justice, Elder Daoqin said with the certainty of one who had contemplated this question many times. The point is the establishment of truth. Once the truth has been spoken aloud before the highest authority in the cultivator civilization, it cannot be unspoken. It can be questioned, debated, reinterpreted, but it cannot be erased from the record. The foundation of whatever judgment the council eventually reaches will be this truth. And that truth will persist into the future, will shape how future generations understand what occurred, will make it impossible for anyone to maintain the false narrative that has sustained Zhao Mingyi's legitimacy for 5 centuries. That is what justice is, I have come to understand. Not the immediate punishment of the guilty, though that would be preferable. Justice is the restoration of truth. Justice is the refusal to allow lies to persist. Justice is the creation of a permanent record that future beings can consult to understand what actually happened. Yin Su turned back to face her. You are saying that you are not expecting the council to do what I did. You are not expecting them to destroy Zhao Mingyi. I am saying that I have learned, across my years of life, that power is rarely exercised in the simple and direct manner that the righteous desire, Elder Daoqin said. The council will do what serves the council's interests. My testimony will provide them with information that they can use to justify whatever choices they eventually make. If they choose to move against Zhao Mingyi, they will point to my testimony and say that they were compelled by the weight of evidence. If they choose to proceed more cautiously, they will say that my testimony, while important, is not sufficient to overturn the existing order without risking destabilization. The council will frame whatever they do as justified by the circumstances. That is the nature of power. And you are content with this outcome? Yin Su asked. You are content to speak truth knowing that the consequences might be limited by political calculation and the desire to preserve stability? I am content, Elder Daoqin said, her ancient voice carrying notes of something that might have been wisdom or merely acceptance of reality. With having done what I committed myself to doing 500 years ago, when I made the decision to preserve the archives and to carry the truth forward into an unknown future. Beyond that, I have no control. I do not expect to control the council's response. I do not expect to determine the final shape that justice will take. I only expect to speak the truth, and to trust that speaking the truth, while it may not immediately produce the outcome I desire, will at least create the possibility of eventual justice. That is all any of us can do, I think. Plant seeds of truth and hope that they grow into something, even if the growth is slow and uncertain. Yin Su nodded slowly. He had learned, across his own 500 years of imprisonment and meditation, that such wisdom could not be debated or persuaded against. Either one understood it at a deep level, or one did not. He had come to understand it, through the hard process of refinement and contemplation. He had learned that victory was not merely the destruction of enemies, but the transformation of understanding. He had learned that true power was not the ability to force others to do what one desired, but the ability to understand reality so completely that one's actions aligned with the currents of historical change rather than opposing them. Then I will not attempt to persuade you toward a different approach, he said. But I want you to understand something. Whatever happens in the council chamber, the transformation has already begun. The moment you speak the truth aloud, the moment you provide witnesses and evidence to support that truth, the moment you make it impossible for anyone to maintain absolute ignorance of what Zhao Mingyi did, in that moment, the possibility of true change enters the world. The old order cannot survive once it has been forced to acknowledge its own crimes. It can persist for a time, yes. It can attempt to minimize or contextualize what occurred. But the foundation has been shattered. Nothing will ever be quite the same afterward. I understand, Elder Daoqin said. And that is why I agreed to testify. Not for vindication, not for immediate justice, but for the sake of making the transformation real and permanent. Once the truth has been spoken, once it has been recorded and preserved, it becomes a fact that future generations will have to reckon with. That is sufficient for me. After Yen Su departed, Elder Daoqin spent the night not in meditation but in careful review of her archives. She pulled forward specific records, specific dates, specific names, allowing herself to relive the events of 500 years ago in precise detail. She prepared the evidence that would support her testimony, organizing it in the logical sequence in which she would present it, considering what questions the council members would ask and how best to answer those questions. She did not rehearse what she would say, because the truth required no rehearsal. Truth, she had come to understand, did not need to be polished or refined or repackaged into persuasive rhetoric. Truth simply needed to be stated clearly and allowed to speak for itself. But she ensured that she had access to every scrap of documentation that would be needed to make her testimony irrefutable, every piece of evidence that would support the facts she was about to state before the highest authority in cultivator civilization. The next morning, she dressed in formal robes of white and silver, colors that represented the passage of time, the aging of the world, the movement from one era into another. She ate a simple meal, maintaining the physical practices that kept her ancient body functioning across such an extended existence. She performed the meditation that would center her mind and steady her breathing, that would ensure that when she stood before the righteous council, she would be fully present and fully capable of speaking with the precision and clarity that the moment required. And as the sun approached the zenith, as the morning turned into afternoon and the moment of testimony drew inevitably nearer, she prepared to walk into the grand chamber of the righteous council and speak words that would fundamentally alter the trajectory of cultivator civilization. Chapter 63. The Grand Hall. The Grand Chamber of the Righteous Council was a space constructed to inspire awe in anyone who entered it. The ceiling soared upward into shadow, supported by pillars of white stone inscribed with the names of every sect that had ever achieved prominence in the cultivator world. The inscriptions were not merely names, but rather genealogies and histories, complete records of each sect's rise and fall, preservation and transformation. The floor was inlaid with a geometric pattern that had been created using materials from each of the 7 founding sects. Jade and marble and stone so ancient that it predated human memory. Materials that had been gathered from locations that no longer existed, that had been transformed by cultivators whose names had been forgotten centuries ago. Along the walls, windows of colored glass filtered light into shades of blue and gold and silver, creating an atmosphere that felt less like a human space and more like a location that existed slightly outside of ordinary reality. In that space between the material world and the refined cultivation realms, where the most powerful practitioners of the art moved with ease. The council members were arrayed in a semicircle at the far end of the chamber, elevated on a platform so that they literally looked down upon anyone who stood before them. There were 47 of them, representatives from each of the major sects and confederacies that comprised the cultivator civilization. They wore formal robes of their own sect colors, creating a visual display that represented every significant tradition of cultivation technique and philosophical approach. Their combined cultivation power created a palpable pressure in the air, a weight that seemed to flatten individual certainty and assertion, that seemed to strip away pretense and force anyone standing before them into a state of clear honesty about their own smallness and insignificance in the face of such accumulated authority. Elder Daoqin was escorted into the chamber by a formal guard of honor, a ceremonial precaution that was as much about impressing the council with her status as it was about ensuring her safety. She moved slowly but steadily across the floor, aware of every eye that followed her progress. She was ancient and fading. That was obvious to anyone observing her. Her body bore the marks of 2,000 years of existence, the slow accumulation of age that even the most refined cultivation could not entirely prevent. And yet she made no attempt to hide either fact. She allowed her age to be visible, allowed her frailty to be evident. This was a calculated choice. It made the weight of her presence, the steadiness of her bearing, seem all the more remarkable. Here was a being who was so ancient that she should have faded into insignificance, and yet she carried herself with the clarity and purpose of someone who had never doubted what needed to be done. She was directed to stand at a position directly in front of the central council member, the first counselor, who held the position of chief judge and arbiter in matters of great significance. The first counselor was a woman named Tung Xiaoying, perhaps 700 years old by the measure of mortal time, young by the standards of the eldest cultivators, but old enough to have direct experience of events from centuries past. She had been chosen for her position precisely because she was known to be just and measured in her deliberations, willing to face uncomfortable truths and to act upon them even when such action threatened the stability and comfort of those in power. Elder Dao Qin, the first counselor said, her voice carrying across the vast space of the chamber with perfect clarity, the words seeming to echo not just through the physical space, but through the cultivation channels of everyone present. You have been summoned before the righteous council to provide testimony regarding events that occurred 500 years ago. Specifically, you are asked to speak regarding the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect and the circumstances surrounding the subsequent imprisonment of the cultivator known as Yin Su. Before you begin your testimony, I must ask, do you understand the gravity of what you are about to do? Do you understand that your testimony may result in consequences of great magnitude? Do you understand that we are asking you to expose matters that have been buried for half a millennium? I understand, Elder Dao Qin said, her voice old and thin but precise, carrying the weight of certainty and unshakable conviction. I have understood these things since the moment I decided, 500 years ago, to preserve the archives that support what I am about to say. I have been waiting 5 centuries for this conversation to occur. I have been waiting for the day when it would be possible to speak without immediate destruction following the speaking. I am ready to speak. The first counselor nodded, and a pause stretched across the chamber as she studied the ancient woman before her. The silence was not empty. It was filled with the presence of 47 cultivators, each of them contemplating what was about to unfold, each of them understanding that something of profound significance was occurring. Then the first counselor inclined her head slightly, a gesture of respect that was remarkable coming from one of her position. It was a recognition that this was not merely a formal proceeding, but rather a moment of genuine historical significance, a moment when the cultivator civilization would be forced to reckon with truths that had been suppressed for half a millennium. Then please begin, the first counselor said. Speak to us of what you witnessed and what you know. Speak to us of the night when the Radiant Peak sect was destroyed. Tell us your truth, and tell us how you came to know it. Elder Dao Qin took a breath. The chamber fell silent in a way that seemed to absorb all sound, all distraction, all possibility of interruption. Even the sound of breathing seemed to diminish. Every council member leaned forward slightly, drawn into the moment through the sheer gravity of what was about to unfold. The ancient woman who stood before them was about to speak words that would transform everything. Chapter 64. The beginning. Elder Dao Qin's narration continued, slow and inexorable, like water gradually filling a vessel, like the sun's inevitable progress across the sky, like the movement of mountains across geological time. She described the initial assault on the Radiant Peak sect with vivid precision, not the exaggerated drama of a storyteller seeking to entertain, but the careful reconstruction of a witness who had trained her memory to be accurate across centuries, who understood that precision was more powerful than drama, that fact was more compelling than artifice. Every detail she provided was specific enough to be verified, grounded enough in observable reality that it carried the weight of direct experience. The attack began in the middle of the night, during the third watch when most cultivators would be sleeping or engaged in their meditation practices, she said, her voice settling into the rhythm of recollection, becoming something like chanting, something like the recitation of a sacred text that had been preserved precisely because it was sacred. I was awake, unable to sleep due to the high altitude and the intense cultivation pressure of the location. The Radiant Peak sect is positioned at an elevation where the distinction between the mortal world and the cultivation realms becomes thin and permeable. The air itself carries a kind of refined power. Even with 500 years of exposure to such environments, I had found that my first few weeks at the location left me unable to achieve deep sleep. I was meditating in the observation pavilion, a structure that had been built at the edge of the sect's territory specifically for the purpose of allowing visitors to contemplate the landscape. When you live as long as I have lived, you learn to appreciate solitude and the opportunity to simply observe, to witness the movement of the world without needing to participate actively in that movement. Meditation in such locations becomes not merely a cultivation practice, but a form of communion with the refined energies that permeate the space. She paused, letting the council members absorb this detail about her presence at the location, about her reason for being awake at the moment the attack began. The first sound I heard was not immediately recognizable as an attack. It was an anomaly, a disruption in the cultivation patterns that governed the sect's protective formations. I had been observing these patterns for weeks, understanding their rhythms and their structure. When they began to destabilize, it created a kind of discord that was unmistakable to someone who had trained themselves to perceive such things. I opened my eyes and sat in silence for perhaps the space of 20 heartbeats, attempting to understand what I was perceiving. She moved across the floor slowly as she spoke, her movement mimicking the path she had taken 500 years earlier as she fled from the violence. The other council members, watching her movement, seemed to understand that she was not merely describing events, but reliving them, pulling forward memories that were so clear and so precise that they might have been encoded into her physical form itself. Her body remembered the movements of that night. Her muscles carried the memory of flight and concealment and observation. I assumed initially that it was some form of natural disaster, or perhaps a wild beast of significant power that had wandered into the sect's territories. There was a kind of pandemonium that seemed to emerge from nowhere, a sense of chaos and alarm that suggested external threat. But as the sounds intensified, as I heard the distinctive crackling of formation work and the vibration of powerful cultivation attacks, I understood that what was occurring was far more deliberate than a simple natural disaster. Someone was attacking the Radiant Peak sect with intention and organization. This was not random or accidental. This was planned. The structure of the assault, the coordination, the apparent knowledge of the sect's defenses, all of this suggested that whoever was perpetrating the attack had spent considerable time preparing, studying, understanding the layout and the vulnerabilities of the Radiant Peak sect. She paused near one of the walls, looking up at a window through which afternoon light was beginning to filter into the council chamber. The gesture seemed to help her gather her thoughts, to move more deeply into the recollection of that terrible night. I made my way to a location where I could observe without being observed. It took perhaps an hour to move through the sect's territory without being detected. I was not a member of the sect, and in the chaos of the early stages of the attack, it was relatively easy to avoid confrontation by remaining in the shadows and by moving through less traveled areas. The chaos was such that the sect's attention was directed entirely toward the assault itself, toward attempting to mount a defense and to determine the source and nature of the threat. Few cultivators were thinking about intruders who were not actively participating in the violence. She allowed a long silence to fall, during which the council members seemed to contemplate the image of the sect under assault, the breakdown of order and protection. From my hiding place, which was concealed in a pavilion adjacent to the sect's central courtyard, I watched as the first wave of attackers broke through the sect's outer perimeter. What struck me immediately was the precision and knowledge they demonstrated. They knew exactly where the sect's secondary defenses were located. They seemed to know the schedule of the sect's guard rotations. They moved through the sect's territory with the confidence of those who had studied the layout extensively in advance. They avoided traps that had been set. They moved directly toward the locations where cultivators of significant power would be stationed. They coordinated their assault in ways that suggested central planning and command. The council members were utterly still now, every eye fixed on the ancient woman standing before them. Even those who might have been inclined toward dismissal or skepticism seemed drawn in by the sheer specificity of her recollection. The precision with which she described things that had occurred 500 years ago was such that it would have been difficult to dismiss her testimony as imagination or distortion or simple misremembering. This was someone who had retained detailed, specific, verifiable information across 500 years. This was not someone confabulating or embellishing. This was direct observation being recalled and preserved with meticulous care. I watched as disciples of the Radiant Peak sect attempted to organize a coherent defense. Elder Daoqin continued, her voice taking on a tone that suggested she was reliving these events as she spoke of them. I watched as the sect's elders appeared in their formal robes, attempting to rally their people and establish unified resistance. These were cultivators who had spent centuries in pursuit of refined understanding and wisdom. Suddenly, they were forced to become warriors, to apply their cultivation power in ways that were foreign to their nature and their training. I watched as the formation masters of the sect worked frantically to repair the damage that had been done to the protective formations, attempting to rebuild defenses that had been carefully undermined by the attackers before the assault even began. But none of these efforts succeeded in stemming the tide of the attack. The attackers had clearly accounted for this response. They seemed to know exactly how the sect would react, and they had prepared countermeasures accordingly. She turned back to face the council directly, her ancient eyes seeming to look through them towards something far away. What I observed, however, was that the coordinated resistance lasted far longer than it should have. Against the force arrayed against the Radiant Peak sect, any normal sect should have fallen within a matter of hours. The fact that the Radiant Peak disciples managed to hold out until dawn, that they managed to establish pockets of effective resistance despite being outnumbered, this suggested to me that something was coordinating the defense at a level beyond what a merely spontaneous military response could achieve. I came later to understand that it was the sect's most powerful elder, Liang Chun, who had been maintaining unity and purpose among the defenders through sheer force of will and cultivation power. He was not merely defending. He was preserving. He was attempting to buy time for disciples to escape, for knowledge to be preserved, for at least some portion of the sect's legacy to survive the destruction. The first counselor interrupted for the first time. Did Liang Chun survive the attack, Elder Daoqin? What was his fate? And more importantly, do you have any indication of whether Liang Chun played a role in the original events? Was he present at the time when Yin Su was framed? No, Elder Daoqin said quietly, her voice carrying the weight of that ancient loss, the sadness of 500 years of carrying the memory of a death she had witnessed. Liang Chun was among the final defenders to fall. His death came as the sun was rising, at a moment when the defenders had finally been pressed back into the inner sanctum of the sect. I watched as he fought against a coalition of attackers, his cultivation power illuminating the courtyard with brilliant light. He seemed to be everywhere at once, moving from point to point, destroying or disabling attackers, attempting to buy time for the remaining disciples to escape. But eventually, overwhelmed by sheer numbers and exhausted by the extended defense, he was brought down. I watched as his light faded. I watched as his consciousness dissipated. I watched as he died, and I understood in that moment that the Radiant Peak sect would not survive this night. Whatever had motivated this assault, whatever lay behind it, the result would be the complete destruction of an institution that had stood for centuries. She paused, and her expression suggested that she was still feeling the weight of that realization, even after 500 years. As for Liang Chun's role in the framing of Yin Su, I have no evidence that he participated in that process. In fact, based on everything I observed about his character and his actions during the final defense, I believe he would never have participated willingly in such deception. If he had survived the massacre, I suspect he would have been willing to contradict the false narrative and to defend Yin Su. His death was convenient for those perpetrating the massacre, I think. His death ensured that there would be no powerful voice from within the Radiant Peak sect ready to contradict the narrative that was being constructed. A sound moved through the council chamber, a low murmur of reaction, quickly suppressed. The death of a powerful elder, witnessed and preserved in the memory of this ancient observer, seemed to carry weight that mere historical fact should not carry. It represented not merely the loss of an individual, but the loss of a voice that might have prevented the false imprisonment of an innocent cultivator. The destruction of the Radiant Peak sect was not complete by the time dawn arrived, Elder Daoqin continued. But the outcome was no longer in doubt. The sect's leadership was either dead or in the process of dying. The sect's disciples were scattered, fleeing into the surrounding mountains in desperate attempts to escape. The sect's archives and treasures had been gathered by the attackers and prepared for transport. She paused, and for a moment her ancient features seemed even more carved from stone than before, as though the mere act of reliving these events was causing her to become less present in the immediate moment and more embedded in the past that she had carried for 5 centuries. And it was at this moment, in the aftermath of the systematic destruction of an entire sect, that I heard the name I did not expect to hear. One of the attackers, a cultivator bearing insignia that identified him as a member of the Azure Mandate sect, was discussing the next phase of their operation. I had moved to another location by this time, but close enough to hear the conversation. And in that discussion, I heard them say that a disciple of the Radiant Peak sect named Yin Su would be blamed for the massacre. Evidence would be planted, they said. Disciple testimony would be coerced, they said. By the time the day was over, the name Yin Su would be synonymous with the destruction of his own sect, and no one would ever know the true perpetrators of the crime. The council members reacted with visible shock. Even those who might have suspected such treachery seemed affected by the statement of it as fact, spoken by a witness of such unimpeachable age and authority. The reaction moved through the chamber in waves. First shock, then anger, then the dawning realization of what this meant for the foundations upon which the cultivator civilization had been built. Chapter 65. Zhao Mingyi's name. The revelation hung in the air of the grand chamber like smoke. Elder Daoqin waited, allowing the council members to absorb the implications of what she had just stated. She did not rush to fill the silence with additional information. She understood that the human mind required time to process information of such magnitude, time to recognize its implications, time to integrate it into existing frameworks of understanding. She had spent 500 years waiting for this moment. A few minutes more would not matter. The first counselor leaned forward, her aged features sharp with focus, her cultivation power pressing slightly outward as though she were attempting to verify, through the pressure of her presence, the truth of what was being stated. You are saying, Elder Dao Qin, that the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect was a deliberate operation carried out by members of the Azure Mandate sect, and that they deliberately framed Yin Su for crimes that they themselves had committed? You are saying that this was not an act of spontaneous violence or a regrettable incident, but rather a carefully planned and executed campaign of systematic destruction. That is exactly what I am saying, Elder Dao Qin replied. But I am saying more than that. I am not merely stating this as an allegation or a suspicion. I am stating it as a fact supported by my own direct observation and by documentary evidence that I have preserved across 5 centuries. I heard the Azure Mandate cultivators speak of their plans while I was hidden from their view. I heard them discuss the framing of Yin Su in detail. I heard them describe in detail the mechanism through which they would create evidence of his guilt. She paused, allowing this to sink in. I did not simply hear this once and move on. I preserved these observations. I documented what I heard. I cross-referenced these direct observations with other evidence. When Yin Su was imprisoned based on the false evidence that was presented, I understood what had occurred. I understood that I had been witness to a crime, and that the person who had been imprisoned was innocent. And I have carried that knowledge for 500 years. And you are willing to identify the Azure Mandate cultivators who were present at the massacre? Another council member asked. The question came from a man of middle years, perhaps only 300 years old by the measure of cultivator time, who represented one of the smaller sections. Do you have specific identities of the cultivators who participated in the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect? I am willing to identify them, Elder Dao Qin said with precision. Though I must note that of the cultivators who were present at the Radiant Peak sect on that night, many are no longer alive. Some were killed by the Radiant Peak disciples during the defense. Others have simply passed away across the intervening 5 centuries. Death is inevitable, even for powerful cultivators. But there were cultivators present who are still alive, and I can identify them. I have created records, detailed and precise records, of their participation. Did you recognize any of these cultivators at the time? The first counselor asked. Did any of them bear insignia or identification that allowed you to know who they were? Or is this identification something that you have constructed retroactively, based on subsequent knowledge? The cultivators who participated in the massacre bore the insignia of the Azure Mandate sect, Elder Dao Qin said. They also, many of them, bore the personal sigils of specific individuals, symbols of power and authority that cultivators of significant rank often carry. From my study of cultivator society across the past 500 years, from my careful observation of the public appearances and public ceremonies of cultivators in prominent positions, I have been able to identify many of them. I have created records, detailed and precise records, of their participation. A third council member, a woman of advanced years representing the Celestial Harmony sect, spoke next. Elder Dao Qin, this is a profoundly serious allegation. You are essentially claiming that the Azure Mandate sect as an organization was complicit in crimes of extraordinary magnitude. You are claiming that the leadership of that sect made a deliberate decision to destroy another sect entirely. Such an allegation would require extraordinary evidence. I understand, Elder Dao Qin said, and that is why I have brought with me archives that span 5 centuries. These archives contain detailed records of every cultivator I observed at the Radiant Peak sect on the night of the massacre. These records contain the names of those cultivators, descriptions of their cultivation signatures, reconstructions of their personal insignia, and detailed notes on the conversations I overheard regarding their plans and motivations. She gestured, and servants of the council brought forward a series of carefully preserved scrolls and texts. The sight of them seemed to produce a wave of reaction among the council members. These were not merely documents. They were evidence, physical proof that Elder Dao Qin had spent 500 years preparing this testimony, that she had preserved with meticulous care everything that would be necessary to support her claims. But more importantly, Elder Dao Qin continued, I have preserved records that connect the leadership of the Azure Mandate sect to this massacre. Specifically, I have testimony from multiple sources, cultivators who have died in recent decades, but who spoke to me before their deaths, that directly implicates Zhao Mingyi in the planning and execution of the attack on the Radiant Peak sect. This is not speculation. This is not inference. This is testimony from individuals who were in a position to know. The mention of Zhao Mingyi's name produced a visible reaction throughout the chamber, reactions that rippled outward like waves spreading through water. Several of the council members shifted in their seats. Some looked at each other with expressions of shock or concern. Some seemed to brace themselves, as though the mere utterance of the name created a kind of physical pressure in the space. The name, spoken aloud in this context, in this formal setting, with the weight of an ancient witness standing behind it. The name seemed to carry weight that it had never carried before. Suddenly Zhao Mingyi was not merely the sect master of the Azure Mandate, not merely a powerful cultivator and a prominent figure in the cultivator civilization. Suddenly, he was the central figure in an accusation of crimes so massive that they threatened to overturn everything that had been understood about the history and legitimacy of one of the major sections. The name that had been synonymous with power and authority and righteousness for 500 years was suddenly linked to crimes that were almost incomprehensible in their magnitude and their systematic nature. You are saying that Zhao Mingyi himself orchestrated the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect? A council member asked, barely able to contain the shock in his voice. The question carried implications that went far beyond the simple factual inquiry. You are claiming that this was not an unauthorized operation carried out by rogue members of the Azure Mandate, but rather something planned and directed by the sect master himself. You are claiming that the highest leadership of the Azure Mandate was directly complicit. I am saying that the preponderance of evidence suggests that Zhao Mingyi planned the operation and directed it with full knowledge of all implications. Elder Daoqin said with careful precision, her ancient voice seeming to gain weight and authority as she made these unprecedented claims. Whether he was physically present at the Radiant Peak sect on the night of the massacre, I cannot say with absolute certainty. I did not observe him directly, but the planning, the strategy, the assignment of roles and responsibilities to the Azure Mandate cultivators, all of this bears the marks of his personality and his method of operation. I have spent 500 years studying Zhao Mingyi's approach to power and his cultivation style, observing his methods as they unfolded across centuries. And the operation that destroyed the Radiant Peak sect is entirely consistent with his methods and his strategic thinking. She moved across the chamber, and her movement seemed to emphasize the gravity of what she was saying, seemed to embody the weight of 500 years of preserved evidence and careful observation. Moreover, I have sworn testimony from multiple sources connecting him directly to decisions made regarding the operation. I have documentation suggesting that he was consulted regarding the framing of Yen Su, that he personally approved the mechanism through which false evidence was created, that he authorized the imprisonment of an innocent cultivator. This was not an operation that occurred without his knowledge or against his wishes. This was not something that rogue members of the Azure Mandate perpetrated in his name or contrary to his orders. This was an operation that was undertaken with his full involvement and his explicit approval. She paused, allowing the weight of these accusations to settle into the consciousness of the council members, allowing them to contemplate what these accusations truly meant. And more than that, she continued, her voice carrying a note of something like sorrow. This was not an operation that Zhao Mingyi came to regret or that he attempted to correct or compensate for. For 500 years, he lived with full knowledge of what he had done. For 500 years, he maintained the false narrative. For 500 years, he allowed an innocent being to remain imprisoned. For 500 years, he built his power and his authority on the foundation of crimes that he knew were crimes. That is not a momentary lapse in judgment. That is not an error made in the heat of conflict. That is systematic, deliberate, persistent criminality, maintained across half a millennium. Why? The first counselor asked. The question was simple but profound, going to the heart of what needed to be understood. Why would Zhao Mingyi undertake such an operation? What was the purpose? If he merely wanted to eliminate a rival sect, there are less elaborate ways to accomplish that goal. Why go through the complexity of framing Yen Su? Why create such an intricate web of deception? Elder Daoqin's ancient eyes seemed to look at something far beyond the council chamber, something that only she could perceive, the landscape of 500 years of accumulated understanding and contemplation. The Radiant Peak sect possessed a cultivation technique of extraordinary power and subtlety, she said. The technique had been refined across centuries, perhaps even across millennia, and it represented one of the most sophisticated approaches to the cultivation of wisdom and clarity that had ever been developed. It was known as the Radiant Canon, and it was the core of the Radiant Peak sect's strength and reputation. She paused, allowing this information to be absorbed by the council. Zhao Mingyi desired this technique. More than that, he desired it exclusively. He did not want the Radiant Peak sect to be destroyed merely for the sake of destruction, as one might destroy a rival out of simple competition or resource scarcity. He wanted it to be destroyed in a manner that would also discredit any alternative claims to possession of the Radiant Canon. By framing Yin Su, one of the most talented disciples of the Radiant Peak sect, for the massacre, Zhao Mingyi accomplished multiple goals simultaneously. He eliminated a rival sect. He obtained their most valuable technique. He discredited the one person who might have challenged his claim to possess the legitimate interpretation of that technique. And he established a narrative in which the Azure Mandate appeared blameless and even victimized. She moved to the center of the chamber, and her presence seemed to expand slightly, filling the space with the weight of her authority and her understanding. In other words, Zhao Mingyi did not merely commit a crime. He committed a crime that would allow him to benefit from that crime while simultaneously appearing as a protector of order and justice. He orchestrated the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect in such a way that the destruction itself would increase his own credibility and authority. It was a masterwork of manipulation and strategic thinking, and it worked for 500 years. The implications spread through the chamber like ripples in still water, each ripple reaching outward to touch the understanding of every person present. Chapter 66. The frame. The first counselor stood up from her elevated seat, a gesture that commanded absolute silence throughout the chamber. When she spoke, her voice carried a new tone, one of profound seriousness and formal gravity. Every eye in the chamber focused on her, understanding that this moment represented a transition, that what was about to be said would reshape the proceeding. Elder Daoqin, you are making allegations that extend beyond the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect. You are alleging that Yin Su was deliberately framed for a crime that he did not commit. You are alleging that this framing was orchestrated by Zhao Mingyi himself. You are alleging that evidence was falsified and that testimony was coerced for the purpose of establishing this frame. These are not merely historical allegations. These are allegations of crimes that directly affect the legitimacy of the judgments that have been rendered for the past 500 years. I understand the full weight of what I am saying, Elder Daoqin said, and there was something in her tone that suggested she did indeed understand every implication of the allegations she was making. And that is precisely why I am speaking now. That is precisely why I have waited 5 centuries to make this testimony public. The framing of Yin Su was not a secondary aspect of Zhao Mingyi's operation. It was central to his purpose. By destroying the Radiant Peak sect and simultaneously discrediting Yin Su, Zhao Mingyi ensured that he could take possession of the Radiant Canon without any serious challenge. She moved forward toward the central platform on which the council members were arrayed. I witnessed the creation of false evidence, she said, and every council member leaned forward to listen. I watched as cultivators who were part of the Azure Mandate's operation gathered materials from the Radiant Peak sect and arranged them in a manner that would appear to implicate Yin Su. I overheard conversations in which they discussed how they would approach disciples of the Radiant Peak sect and convince those disciples to testify that Yin Su had harbored resentment against the sect, that he had spoken of desiring to destroy it from within, that he had shown signs of instability and unreliability. The first counselor returned to her seat slowly, her expression thoughtful and grave. Do you have names? A council member asked. Do you have specific identities of the cultivators who participated in the creation of false evidence? Can you identify the specific disciples who were coerced into perjuring themselves? Elder Daoqin gestured, and her servants brought forward additional scrolls. I have 17 names of cultivators who were directly involved in the creation of false evidence and the coercion of disciple testimony. Of these 17, 7 are still alive. The others have passed away across the intervening centuries. Of the 7 who are still alive, at least 3 are present in this chamber or in affiliated positions of power within the council structure. A sound moved through the council chamber, a collective intake of breath, a murmur of shock and concern that was quickly suppressed but unmistakable in its intensity. The implication was clear. The conspiracy to frame Yin Su might have extended into the very body that was now investigating it. You are suggesting that members of this council may be directly complicit in the framing of Yin Su? The first counselor asked, her tone sharp and demanding, her cultivation power seeming to increase slightly in response to this revelation. You are suggesting that we may be investigating crimes in which we ourselves participated? I am not suggesting, Elder Daoqin said. I am stating as fact that 3 of the cultivators who participated in the creation of false evidence against Yin Su are alive and in positions of power. Whether they are members of this council, I cannot say definitively without consulting my archives at length. But I can provide the names, and those names can be verified against the records of participation in the Radiant Peak operation. The chamber erupted into confusion. Voices overlapped, questions were shouted, accusations were made and denied. The first counselor called for order repeatedly, and gradually the chaos subsided into tense, controlled silence. Everyone in the chamber understood what had just occurred. The revelation had taken a turn that was even more threatening to the stability and the legitimacy of existing institutions than anyone had previously anticipated. The corruption might not merely be historical. The corruption might be present. The corruption might extend into the very body that governed cultivator civilization. Elder Dao Qin, the first counselor, said when order had been restored, "You understand that what you are alleging would require the most careful and rigorous investigation. You understand that if any member of this council is complicit in the framing of Yin Su, that member would be subject to the most severe consequences? You understand that this revelation could destabilize the very foundations of our governance structure." "I understand," Elder Dao Qin said. "That is why I am providing this testimony. That is why I am giving you the names and the documentation. I do not expect immediate action. I do not expect quick judgment. I expect careful, rigorous investigation. I expect the truth to be established with precision and certainty. I expect the investigation to continue until every aspect of this conspiracy has been exposed and examined. But I also expect that the investigation will be conducted, that the documentation will be examined, that the truth will eventually be revealed, no matter how uncomfortable that truth might be for those who hear it." Continuing with expanded chapters 67 to 80. Chapter 67. The Celestial Scripture. Over the next several hours, Elder Dao Qin's testimony continued, moving through the evidence systematically and carefully. She described the radiant canon, the stolen cultivation technique that had formed the foundation of the Azure Mandate sect's power, the philosophical and practical innovation that had made their rise to prominence possible. The radiant canon represents the accumulated understanding of the Radiant Peak sect across perhaps 1,000 years of dedicated cultivation and refinement, she explained, her voice steady and precise. The technique focuses on the development of clarity, wisdom, and the refined perception of underlying patterns in cultivation. Rather than pursuing accumulation of raw power or the mastery of destructive forms, the technique instead develops a practitioner's ability to understand how power flows through the universe, how patterns of causality manifest across time, how different strands of influence and energy interact. It represents not the application of power, but the understanding of how power flows through the universe. It is, in essence, knowledge rather than strength, understanding rather than force. The council members listened with rapt attention. The importance of the stolen technique was becoming clear to them. This was not merely a matter of theft, but of the appropriation of one sect's entire philosophical and practical foundation by another, of the erasing of one sect's legacy and the incorporation of that legacy into the identity and the power of a rival sect. After Yin Su was imprisoned and the Radiant Peak sect destroyed, the Radiant Canon became the exclusive property of the Azure Mandate sect, Elder Dao Qin continued. All copies of the original text were destroyed or incorporated into Azure Mandate archives. The disciples of the Radiant Peak sect who survived the massacre were scattered, and most of them were killed or driven into obscurity before they could preserve significant portions of their tradition. Within a generation, the Radiant Canon was no longer seen as the property of the Radiant Peak sect. It was seen exclusively as the property of the Azure Mandate. And through possession of this technique, Zhao Mingyi was able to build and consolidate power, the first counselor asked. Precisely, Elder Dao Qin said. The Radiant Canon provided the Azure Mandate with techniques and understanding that placed it substantially ahead of other sects in terms of cultivation sophistication and refined perception. Zhao Mingyi used this advantage to establish himself as a preeminent figure in the cultivator civilization. Over 500 years, he built the Azure Mandate into one of the most powerful sects. All of it founded on the stolen knowledge of the Radiant Peak sect, all of it built on the murder of innocent disciples, all of it sustained by the false imprisonment of Yin Su. A council member from the Eastern Confederation stood up. But surely, Elder Dao Qin, you must understand that for 500 years, the Radiant Canon has been part of the Azure Mandate's legitimate holdings. Thousands of cultivators have built their practices on the understanding that the technique was legitimately possessed by the Azure Mandate. Countless scholarly works have been written interpreting and expanding the technique. Are you suggesting that all of that should be invalidated simply because the original acquisition was illegitimate? I am suggesting, Elder Dao Qin said with cold precision, that the legitimacy of the Azure Mandate's possession has always been fraudulent. The technique was stolen through murder. The legitimacy was maintained through false imprisonment and systematic deception. The fact that the deception was successful does not make the theft legitimate. It simply makes it a successful theft. She paused. allowing the weight of that statement to settle into the consciousness of the council. The Radiant Canon should be returned to the descendants of the Radiant Peak sect. If no such descendants exist, then the knowledge should be preserved and made available to all cultivators rather than being monopolized by the sect that murdered its original guardians. That is what justice would require. Whether justice will be achieved is not for me to determine. That determination belongs to this council and to the cultivator civilization as a whole. Chapter 68. Corroboration. As Elder Dao Qin's testimony continued, something remarkable began to occur in the council chamber. Other ancient cultivators, members of the council who were old enough to have direct knowledge of events from 500 years ago, began to speak up with their own fragmentary recollections and confirmatory statements. These corroborations were not complete, not as comprehensive as Elder Dao Qin's testimony, but they all moved in the same direction, all supported the basic facts of what she was saying. More importantly, they demonstrated that doubt about Yin Su's guilt had persisted even at the highest levels of the cultivator civilization's governance, that this was not a case of universal acceptance of a false narrative, but rather a case of widespread suspicion that had been suppressed and managed for political reasons. A cultivator named Shen Junyang, who represented one of the oldest sects and who was known to be nearly 900 years old, stood and addressed the first counselor. His movement seemed to carry significant weight, as though he was making a public commitment by rising from his seat, by speaking before the full council. Elder Dao Qin's testimony aligns with information I have possessed for centuries, but which I was never confident enough to bring to the council's attention, he said, his voice carrying the wariness of someone who had been carrying a burden in silence. I was present in a lower capacity at a council meeting perhaps 100 years after the Radiant Peak massacre. I overheard discussions among more senior council members in which they expressed doubt about the narrative that had been established regarding Yin Su's guilt. He paused, seeming to gather the courage to continue. Some of them suggested, in private, that the evidence against Yin Su seemed insufficient to support the severity of the imprisonment that had been imposed upon him. One of the senior council members, a woman named Mei Shuang, who is no longer alive, expressed to her colleagues her belief that Yin Su had been framed, that the evidence had the marks of deliberate construction rather than organic discovery. She suggested that an investigation should be opened, but the political pressure against such an investigation was significant. Other council members argued that reopening the case would destabilize the cultivator civilization at a critical moment. They argued that the matter had been settled, that the judgment had been rendered, that continued questioning would undermine confidence in the council's authority and wisdom. Another ancient council member, a woman named Jiang Wei who had lived for nearly 800 years and whose presence seemed to carry the weight of her accumulated centuries of experience, rose as well. Her voice, when she spoke, carried a quality that suggested she was making a public confession of her own silence. I myself studied some portions of the Radiant Canon technique when I was younger, she said. Even at that early stage, I was struck by the philosophical framework underlying the technique. It was distinctive, refined, and utterly unlike the approaches that the Azure Mandate had previously been known to employ. I spent considerable time attempting to understand how the Azure Mandate had developed such a sophisticated technique, particularly given the relatively recent nature of the sect's rise to prominence. She paused, her ancient features carrying an expression of something like regret. At the time, I simply accepted that the Azure Mandate had developed new approaches, that their cultivators had engaged in remarkable innovation. Only much later did it occur to me that the transformation in their methodology might have been driven by the acquisition of external knowledge rather than internal development. I began to investigate this question privately, gathering information, consulting with colleagues. The evidence suggested to me that the technique might indeed have come from another source. But when I attempted to raise these concerns through formal channels, I was discouraged from pursuing the matter further. I was told that such investigations were beyond the scope of my authority, that I should defer to the council's established wisdom, that continued questioning would be seen as a lack of respect for council authority. She looked directly at Elder Dao Qin. I allowed my doubts to be suppressed. I accepted the silencing of my own investigation, and I have carried the guilt of that acceptance for 3 centuries. The corroboration continued, building a structure of evidence that moved beyond mere allegation into something more like established fact. Multiple council members who had lived long enough to have some direct knowledge of events from 500 years ago rose to speak. Each of them contributed their own recollections, their own doubts, their own evidence of inconsistency in the narrative that had been established regarding Yin Su's guilt. Some of them had harbored these doubts for centuries, allowing them to accumulate in the form of nagging uncertainties and unanswered questions, carrying the weight of their own silence. Now, suddenly, there was a framework that allowed these doubts to cohere into something meaningful, to transform from individual uncertainties into a collective recognition of a truth that had been suppressed through the exercise of institutional authority and political pressure. Why? The first counselor asked when the corroboration had ended. Did none of these doubts reach the point of official investigation? Why did the cultivator civilization accept the narrative of Yen Su's guilt if there was so much doubt among informed individuals? Why did none of these council members bring their concerns forward through official channels? Shen Junyang answered carefully. Because Zhao Mingyi was powerful. Because the Azure Mandate was powerful. Because contradicting the established narrative would have been costly, politically and practically. Because those of us who harbored doubts lacked the kind of definitive evidence that could override the authority of the council's initial judgment. Because we feared that raising questions would be seen as challenging the authority of the council itself, and such challenges are not tolerated within the hierarchical structures through which power is maintained. But most of all, I think, because we lacked someone like Elder Dao Qin, someone willing to stand and speak the truth even at great risk to themselves. The first counselor nodded slowly. Then we have learned something important about our own failures as a body. We have learned that institutional certainty can persist even in the face of widespread doubt. We have learned that power can silence questions when those questions threaten the foundations upon which that power is built. We have learned that the cultivator civilization was complicit, through our silence and our acceptance, in maintaining an injustice. That is a hard lesson, but it is one that we must absorb. Chapter 69, The Records. By the end of the first day of Elder Dao Qin's testimony, the council had accumulated a substantial body of evidence supporting the basic facts of her account. The second and third days were devoted to the examination of her archives in detail. The scrolls and texts that she had preserved were brought before the council, and teams of scholars and cultivators worked systematically to verify their authenticity and assess their content. The work was meticulous and careful. No one wanted to make mistakes at this stage. The implications were too great, the potential for disruption too significant, to allow for anything but the most rigorous verification. The preservation itself was remarkable. Elder Dao Qin had maintained her records with such care and precision that they seemed as fresh as if they had been created yesterday rather than 500 years earlier. The handwriting was consistent and clear, suggesting that she had used personal cultivation techniques to preserve the physical integrity of the documents across the centuries. The seals and authentication marks were intact. The cross-references between different documents created a web of interconnected verification that made forgery essentially impossible. If these documents were false, then they represented a feat of creation and maintenance more difficult than simply speaking the truth. The archives contained several different categories of materials. Detailed descriptions of the cultivators who had participated in the massacre at the Radiant Peak sect, including their physical appearance, their cultivation signatures, distinctive personal characteristics that would allow them to be identified if they were still alive. Some of these descriptions were so precise that they seemed to contain information that only someone who had actually observed the cultivators would possess. Records of conversations that Elder Dao Qin had overheard between the Azure Mandate cultivators, documented with remarkable detail and including not merely the substance of the conversations, but the specific words that had been spoken. The conversations were dated, time-stamped, and located. They provided a narrative of the planning process, revealing how the operation had been conceptualized, how different roles had been assigned, how contingencies had been considered. Documentation of how false evidence had been created and arranged to implicate Yen Su, with specific descriptions of materials used and the locations in which they had been placed. Elder Dao Qin had preserved descriptions of each piece of evidence, notes on where it had come from, and observations about how it had been manipulated or falsified. Lists of disciples of the Radiant Peak sect who had been coerced or manipulated into testifying against Yen Su, including notes on the methods of coercion that had been employed. Some disciples had been threatened with harm to themselves or their families. Others had been promised rewards or protection. Some had simply been lied to, told that Yen Su was indeed guilty, and that their testimony was merely confirming obvious facts. Records of the Radiant Canon technique itself, preserved from Elder Dao Qin's study of the Radiant Peak sect's approach to cultivation before the massacre. These records allowed for comparison between what the Azure Mandate claimed regarding the technique and what the Radiant Peak sect had actually taught. The differences were subtle but significant, revealing how the Azure Mandate had gradually adjusted and reinterpreted the technique to serve their own purposes rather than preserving it in its original form. References to the specific location in the Azure Mandate's archives where stolen materials from the Radiant Peak sect had been stored and cataloged with information that would allow investigators to locate these materials even after 500 years. Elder Daoqin's intelligence suggested that many of the original documents still existed in the Azure Mandate's possession, preserved but concealed among their legitimate archives. By the end of the examination period, which extended across multiple weeks as scholars and investigators carefully reviewed every document and cross-referenced every claim, the weight of the evidence was such that no reasonable person could deny the basic facts of Elder Daoqin's testimony. The documentation was simply too extensive, too detailed, too internally consistent for it to be fraudulent or imagined. Each piece of evidence supported and reinforced every other piece. The whole formed a coherent, undeniable narrative of crime and deception. The cultivator civilization was forced to acknowledge what Yin Su had claimed, that he had been falsely imprisoned for a crime he did not commit, and that the crime he had been framed for had actually been committed by the Azure Mandate sect under the leadership of Zhao Mingyi. There was no longer any possibility of accepting alternative interpretations or of maintaining that both narratives had equal validity. The false narrative had persisted for 500 years, sustained through the control of information and through the political power of those who benefited from the false narrative. But it could persist no longer. The truth had been excavated from the archives where it had been buried, had been brought into the light of public scrutiny, had been verified and corroborated and confirmed beyond any reasonable doubt. And now that it had been brought into the light, it could not be buried again. The revelation had been made permanent. The documentation had been preserved in the most secure archives of the Righteous Council. The truth had entered into the record of cultivator civilization's history, and that truth would persist across all future time. Chapter 70. Zhao Mingyi summoned on the fourth day of the testimony. The Righteous Council made a formal decision to summon Zhao Mingyi before the assembly to answer the accusations that had been leveled against him. The summons was delivered with full ceremony and formal authority, bearing the seals of all 7 founding sects, and the explicit statement that Zhao Mingyi's presence was required immediately. The message was clear. The time for concealment or distance was over. The time for attempting to manage the situation through intermediaries or political maneuvering was over. Zhao Mingyi would be brought before the highest authority in cultivator civilization. Zhao Mingyi would face his accusers directly. Zhao Mingyi would have the opportunity to defend himself if he could, or to hear the full weight of the charges that were being made. Zhao Mingyi would participate in the proceeding that was determining his fate, whether he wished to participate or not. When Zhao Mingyi arrived in the Grand Chamber, he was not alone. He came accompanied by cultivators from the Azure Mandate sect, warriors and disciples who were attempting to provide some show of support or solidarity with their sect master. He came accompanied by representatives of sects that had allied with the Azure Mandate, cultivators whose presence was meant to demonstrate that not all of the cultivator civilization had abandoned Zhao Mingyi, that there remained those who believed in him, or at least who believed that his rights deserved to be protected and respected. He came accompanied by legal advisors and scholars who had been assembled to help him mount a defense against the charges that were being made, individuals who were attempting to find arguments and strategies that might allow him to minimize the consequences or to challenge the testimony that had been presented. He came with all the apparatus of power and authority that he had accumulated across 500 years. But as he walked through the halls of the council headquarters, through corridors lined with cultivators who watched him pass with expressions ranging from pity to contempt to a kind of morbid curiosity, even he seemed to understand that something fundamental had shifted. The balance of power was no longer entirely in his favor. For the first time in 500 years, Zhao Mingyi was walking into a situation in which he could not be certain of the outcome. The sect master was still formidable in appearance. 500 years of careful cultivation had kept him youthful and vital. His cultivation power was evident in the way he moved, in the presence that surrounded him, in the way space seemed to orient itself around him. But there was something different in his bearing than there had been in previous years. Something of the absolute confidence seemed to have been eroded away. His eyes had the quality of someone who had finally understood that the position he had built was more fragile than he had previously believed, that the foundations were less solid than he had assumed, that his dominance was dependent on the continued acceptance of a narrative that was no longer universally accepted. He was a being accustomed to certainty, to knowing how power would move, to understanding how institutions and relationships would respond to his action. But as he walked into the grand chamber of the Righteous Council, he encountered a situation in which certainty was no longer possible. He did not know what the judgment would be. He did not know whether his allies would be sufficient to protect him. He did not know whether the truth that had been revealed would be sufficient to destroy him or merely to diminish him. The first counselor addressed him with formal gravity. Zhao Mingyi, You have been brought before this council to answer allegations regarding your involvement in the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect and the framing of Yin Su for that destruction. You have heard the testimony of Elder Dao Qin and the corroboration of that testimony from other council members. You have had the opportunity to examine the archives that support Elder Dao Qin's claims. Now I ask you directly, do you deny these allegations? Zhao Mingyi stood in the center of the chamber, surrounded by the power and presence of the council members arrayed above him. He was silent for a long moment, and it was clear that the silence represented careful calculation of his options. He was not shocked or surprised by the allegations. He had always known that someday the truth might be revealed. He was not uncertain about what had occurred. He had been present, had made the decisions, had directed the operation. What he was calculating was how best to respond to these revelations in a way that might minimize the consequences or preserve some portion of his authority and power. I deny nothing, he finally said, his voice still carrying the tone of absolute authority that 500 years of dominance had instilled in it, though there was something strained in that tone now, something that suggested the authority was being maintained through effort rather than arising naturally from the circumstances. The allegations made by Elder Dao Qin are substantially accurate in their basic facts. However, I believe they misrepresent the context and the justification for the actions that were taken. A ripple of shock moved through the chamber. None of the council members had expected him to admit the accuracy of the allegations so directly. They had anticipated denials, attempts to discredit the witness, efforts to reframe or reinterpret what had occurred. Instead, Zhao Mingyi was accepting the basic facts of the accusations and attempting to justify them through reference to context and circumstances. Misrepresent, the first counselor said, her voice cold and sharp. Explain this misrepresentation, Zhao Mingyi. Help us understand how the systematic destruction of an entire sect and the false imprisonment of an innocent cultivator could possibly be justified, no matter what context or circumstances are brought to bear. The Radiant Peak sect was a threat to the stability and coherence of cultivator civilization, Zhao Mingyi said, his voice taking on the rhythms of prepared rhetoric. Their cultivation techniques and their philosophical approaches had become increasingly incompatible with the established order. They were developing cultivation methods that undermined the authority structures that held our civilization together. They were training disciples to question established hierarchies and to believe that individual understanding might be superior to collective order and organization. He paused, and his defense continued with the smooth rhetoric of someone who had prepared this argument in advance, someone who had contemplated years ago that there might eventually be a need to justify what had been done. The decision to eliminate the Radiant Peak sect was made not out of personal greed or malice, but out of a genuine desire to protect cultivator civilization from the destabilizing influence of their teachings. Yes, the Radiant Canon was incorporated into the Azure Mandate's archives, but this was not theft in any meaningful sense. This was the preservation of valuable knowledge that might otherwise have been lost or distorted through unauthorized reproduction and spread. You are attempting to justify mass murder, a council member said, his voice heavy with contempt and barely suppressed anger. You are attempting to reframe the destruction of an entire sect as a necessary action taken in defense of civilization. That is not justification. That is propaganda. I am attempting to place the actions within their proper historical context, Zhao Mingyi replied, his tone remaining calm and measured. Every major reorganization of power in cultivator civilization has involved casualties. Every significant transition from one dominant order to another has required difficult choices and the application of force. What occurred at the Radiant Peak sect was regrettable, but it was not exceptional by the standards of cultivator civilization's historical development. The first counselor raised her hand, and silence fell across the chamber. Regarding Yin Su, she said, her voice steady and demanding, refusing to allow any ambiguity or evasion. You acknowledge that he was falsely imprisoned for a crime that he did not commit? This is a simple question, Zhao Mingyi. It requires only a simple answer. The evidence against Yin Su supported his imprisonment under the standards of judgment that existed at the time, Zhao Mingyi said carefully, still attempting to construct a narrative that might preserve some portion of his authority and dignity. Whether that evidence was incomplete or was arranged in a particular manner, these are questions that are easily obscured by the passage of time and the investment of interested parties in particular outcomes. 500 years is a long time. Perceptions change. What seemed clear at the moment may seem different now. That is not an answer, the first counselor said coldly, her voice carrying the weight of absolute authority. She leaned forward slightly, and the pressure of her presence seemed to increase, seemed to press against Zhao Mingyi's carefully constructed defenses. Was Yin Su guilty or innocent of the crime for which he was imprisoned? This is not a question that requires interpretation or contextualization. It is a simple factual question. Zhao Mingyi's eyes flickered with something. Fear, perhaps, or anger, or recognition of the absolute cornering of his position. He understood that he was being forced into a corner from which there was no escape, that any further evasion would only make his position worse. The moment for political maneuvering had passed. The moment for carefully constructed rhetoric had ended. Now only truth remained, and truth was the one thing he had spent 500 years trying to avoid. He took a long breath, and when he spoke, his voice seemed to come from a place deeper than his usual tone, a place where certainty had finally been stripped away. Yin Su was innocent, he finally said, the words seeming to be extracted from him with difficulty, as though each word represented a part of himself being torn away. The evidence against him was created and arranged by members of the Azure Mandate sect working under my direction. The careful planting of materials, the coercion of disciple testimony, the construction of a narrative that appeared convincing at the time, all of it was deliberate. Yin Su did not commit the massacre. He was imprisoned falsely as part of a deliberate operation to eliminate a rival sect and to discredit the one disciple who might have posed a challenge to my authority. He paused, and his hand moved in a gesture that seemed almost involuntary, a gesture of helplessness or resignation. I have known this truth for 500 years. I have known that Yin Su was innocent. I have maintained the lie because the lie served my purposes. I imprisoned an innocent being for 500 years in order to protect the narrative that sustained my power. And now that narrative is revealed. And now Yin Su is free, and I am imprisoned in my place. The admission hung in the air of the chamber like something physical, like a weight that had been pressing down on everyone and had suddenly been released. The first counselor closed her eyes for a moment, as though the weight of confirmation was almost too much to bear, as though hearing the direct acknowledgement of such crimes was a kind of blow to her understanding of the cultivator civilization and its history. Then we have heard what we needed to hear, she said quietly, her eyes still closed. The testimony is complete. The facts have been established. The cultivator civilization now understands what has been hidden for 500 years. You have admitted to crimes of such magnitude that no previous judgment in the cultivator civilization's history can serve as precedent for what comes next. Chapter 71. The judgment begins. The council chambers fell into profound silence after the first counselor's pronouncement. Zhao Mingyi stood in the center of the grand hall, surrounded by cultivators who represented 500 years of invested authority and hierarchical order. His confession had altered something fundamental in the atmosphere of the place. Where there had been investigation, there was now finality. Where there had been testimony and evidence, there was now admission. The weight of what remained was almost entirely procedural, the question of judgment, of consequences, of how an institution would respond to crimes of such magnitude. The first counselor opened her eyes and looked toward the other council members. Her expression was one of exhaustion and something else, something that might have been grief. She had served the righteous council for more than 300 years, had participated in countless judgments and deliberations about matters of cultivation practice, sect disputes, and violations of established order. But this was beyond precedent. This was the discovery that the entire foundation of an established narrative, one that had been accepted for 500 years, had been deliberately constructed as a lie. This was the recognition that the council itself, through its participation in the acceptance of that lie, had been complicit in one of cultivator civilization's greatest injustices. The council will retire to deliberation chambers, she announced, her voice formal and measured despite the evident strain it carried. This matter requires that we consider not merely the judgment of Zhao Mingyi's crimes, but the implications of those crimes for the cultivator civilization's understanding of itself and its institutions. We will convene again in 3 days' time. At that time, a judgment will be rendered. The statement was received with a kind of collective acknowledgement, a movement through the ranks of council members and assembled observers that was both affirmation and relief. The formality of delay provided space for processing what had been revealed, for considering implications that were not yet fully visible. The 3 days would be spent in quiet conference, in review of precedents that could not actually provide precedent, in discussion of what justice might look like when it came for a crime that was 500 years old. Guards escorted Zhao Mingyi from the chamber. He moved with a strange quietness now, a diminishment that seemed to have overcome him with the pronouncement of judgment. The absolute confidence that had carried him through 500 years of power had been replaced by something else. Not quite despair, but a recognition that the structure of his existence had fundamentally changed. He had admitted to crimes that could not be denied or minimized further. He had spoken truths that had transformed him from a powerful sect master into a prisoner awaiting judgment. The council members dispersed into their separate deliberation chambers, moving through hallways that suddenly seemed to carry a weight of history and implication. Some of them walked alone, lost in their own contemplation. Others moved in small groups, speaking in low voices about what they had heard, what it might mean, what precedents might be drawn from the vast history of cultivator civilization's judgments. In one of the smaller deliberation rooms, Council Elder Shin Junyang found himself seated across from two other senior council members, including a woman who had herself been alive for more than 400 years and who had served as a judge in some of the most significant cases in cultivator civilization's recent history. "The question is not merely Zhao Mingyi's crime," she said, her voice thoughtful and measured. "The question is the scope of the punishment and the manner in which it will be administered. He is still powerful. His cultivation is still formidable. We cannot simply execute him, not because we lack the authority to do so, but because his execution might itself become a source of instability within the cultivator civilization. His sect has followers still. Those followers might interpret his execution as persecution, as an attempt by the council to suppress a rival power structure. We must proceed with care." And yet, another council member interjected, "The magnitude of his crimes is such that anything less than capital punishment might be seen as insufficient. He destroyed an entire sect. He imprisoned an innocent being for 500 years. He constructed a lie that shaped the entire understanding of cultivator civilization's history. What punishment is commensurate with such crimes?" The woman leaned back in her chair, her cultivation base pulsing with the kind of ancient power that came from centuries of careful refinement and disciplined practice. She had witnessed many judgments, had seen how power responded to consequences, and had observed the long-term effects of the council's decisions across multiple centuries. "Capital punishment is an ending," she said quietly. "Zhao Mingyi has had 500 years to accustom himself to existence, to integrate the idea of dying into his understanding of his own mortality. An ending might seem, to him, almost merciful at this point. The question we must ask is whether mercy is appropriate, whether justice requires that we deny him the comfort of an ending." Shin Junyang had been present during some of the earliest phases of Yin Su's investigation into his own imprisonment. He had received Elder Dao Qin's initial communications and had been forced, at that moment, to make the decision between accepting her evidence or ignoring it. He had chosen, at first, to defer to the established narrative and to the authority of those who had supported Zhao Mingyi for centuries. That decision, while it had seemed prudent at the time, now weighed on him with the force of institutional guilt. "We must also consider the question of our own responsibility," he said slowly. "We cannot simply punish Zhao Mingyi for crimes while ignoring the fact that the council itself was complicit in maintaining those crimes. The judgment we render must include some acknowledgement of our own failures, or it will seem as though we are merely the victors in a political struggle rather than the representatives of genuine justice." The third council member, a man whose cultivation power was evident in every word he spoke and every gesture he made, shifted uncomfortably. He had been among those who had been most resistant to accepting Elder Dao Qin's evidence initially. "If we acknowledge our own complicity, we undermine our authority," he said. "We demonstrate that the council itself can be deceived, that our judgments cannot be trusted, that institutional decision-making processes are fallible. That recognition will damage the council's credibility across cultivator civilization." "The council's credibility is already damaged," the woman responded with cold precision. "We failed to detect a massive deception that persisted for 500 years. We failed to investigate adequately when evidence of inconsistency in Yin Su's case should have prompted further scrutiny. We allowed institutional loyalty and the fear of challenging established authority to prevent us from doing our fundamental job. These facts are already known. The question is not whether we acknowledge them, but whether we acknowledge them in a way that allows for institutional renewal or in a way that simply accelerates our irrelevance." The deliberation continued through the day and into the night. In other chambers, similar conversations were taking place. The council members were not debating whether Zhao Mingyi was guilty. They had accepted his own admission of guilt. They were debating the mechanisms and scope of his punishment, the manner in which justice would be served while maintaining the institutional authority of the council itself. But they were also, in almost every chamber, grappling with the recognition that the council's own role in maintaining injustice had to be confronted and addressed, that institutional honesty might be more important than institutional pride. Outside the council chambers, in observation rooms and antechambers, Yin Su waited. He did not attend the deliberation sessions themselves. having made clear through intermediaries that he had no wish to participate in the council's procedural discussions. His role, he had said, was to allow the truth to be established. The council's role was to render judgment. What came after, what consequences would follow from the judgment, was a matter that belonged to him, not to the council. Su Weiniang found him on a balcony overlooking the city, his expression peaceful and distant. She asked if he was concerned about the council's deliberations, if he worried that they might reach a judgment that he found unsatisfactory. No, he said simply. The council will render whatever judgment seems appropriate to them. They will apply their own logic and their own standards. That is their role and their right. But their judgment is not the final accounting. It is merely the first stage of what must come next. He turned to look at her, and there was something in his eyes that was neither anger nor impatience nor satisfaction. There was only a kind of calm recognition of things proceeding as they must, of consequence following cause with the inevitability of natural law. He had waited 500 years for the truth to be revealed. He could wait as long as the council required to reach their judgment. Patience, he had learned, was the only tool that had ever truly belonged to him. Chapter 72. Political pressure. By the morning of the first day of council deliberation, the first formal withdrawal of political support had reached the council chambers. The statement came from the Celestial Harmony sect, one of the more powerful minor sects that had maintained a political alliance with the Azure Mandate for the past 200 years. The statement was delivered with formal ceremony, bearing the seal of the sect's leadership and the explicit declaration that the Celestial Harmony sect was withdrawing its formal association with the Azure Mandate sect, effective immediately. The language of the withdrawal was carefully chosen to be legally and politically defensible. It did not explicitly condemn Zhao Mingyi or the Azure Mandate. It merely stated that the Celestial Harmony sect had determined that continued association with the Azure Mandate was inconsistent with its own values and its commitment to the principles upon which cultivator civilization was built. The statement was professional, measured, and completely devastating to the Azure Mandate's political position. By the afternoon of that same day, 2 more sects had issued similar statements. The Green Mountain sect, which had been a steadfast ally for more than 300 years, announced their withdrawal. The Flowing Water Brotherhood issued a formal declaration that they were suspending their joint cultivation research initiatives with the Azure Mandate, pending further clarification of the current situation. Each withdrawal was delivered with the same kind of professional distance, the same refusal to engage in direct condemnation, the same focus on protecting the withdrawing sect's own interests and reputation. The withdrawals accelerated through the second day. 6 more sects issued statements. Each one framed the decision in terms of protecting itself, in terms of maintaining its own institutional integrity, in terms of ensuring that it was not contaminated by association with practices or individuals that might be viewed unfavorably by the broader cultivator civilization. No sect wanted to be seen as complicit with Zhao Mingyi. No sect wanted its reputation damaged by association with someone who had admitted to such magnitude of crime. Yen Su observed each withdrawal with the same expression of calm recognition. He did not express satisfaction or vindication. He did not suggest that the withdrawals proved the righteousness of his position or the correctness of what he had claimed. He simply noted them, the way one might note the changing of seasons or the progression of time, as something that was unfolding exactly as it must, as something that required no comment or interpretation beyond the bare acknowledgement of its occurrence. "This is how it ends," he said to Su Weiniang as they reviewed the list of withdrawals late on the second day. Not through violence or military confrontation, but through the simple recognition that association with a lie becomes more costly than distance from it. Each sect is making the calculation that protecting itself requires separation from the Azure Mandate. Each one is making the decision that Zhao Mingyi's political utility is exceeded by his political risk. Is there cruelty in this? Su Weiniang asked. In watching those who once stood beside him abandon him now, Yen Su considered the question with genuine care, as though it were worth serious thought. There is recognition, he said finally. These sects did not abandon him out of principle, though they will frame it that way in their official statements. They abandoned him out of self-interest. They made the calculation that their survival required distance from him. That is not cruel. That is simply the operation of natural consequence. By the end of the second day of deliberation, more than 20 sects had formally withdrawn their support. The Azure Mandate sect, which had been one of the most powerful and influential organizations in cultivator civilization, was suddenly isolated. It retained its physical resources and its trained disciples, but it had lost its political alliances, its access to the networks through which power moved in cultivator civilization, its claim to legitimacy through association with established order. The alliances that had been formed slowly, carefully, deliberately across 5 centuries of patient political maneuvering had begun to crumble in a matter of days. A collapse that happened not through dramatic confrontation, but through the quiet, individual calculations of institutional survival made by each sect's leadership. The withdrawals continued through the deliberation period. By the morning of the third day, when the council was preparing to reconvene to render judgment, nearly 40 sects had issued statements of withdrawal. Some were direct and formal, with explicit language acknowledging Zhao Mingyi's crimes and declaring that continued association would be incompatible with the sect's values. Others used more oblique language, speaking of the need to ensure institutional distance, of the importance of maintaining independence from any sect whose leadership or practices might be questioned by the council. The most careful of the statements avoided condemning the Azure Mandate directly, instead focusing on the need for each sect to protect its own reputation and influence in light of the changed circumstances in cultivator civilization. The pattern was clear to everyone who was paying attention, and most of cultivator civilization was paying close attention. The political structure that had supported and sustained the Azure Mandate for 500 years was being systematically dismantled, not through formal decree, but through the simple calculation of self-interest by individual institutions. Each sect that withdrew was protecting itself, was demonstrating that it did not condone Zhao Mingyi's crimes, was positioning itself on what it calculated to be the winning side of the cultivator civilization's reckoning. But there was something else as well in these withdrawals, an almost invisible acknowledgement that the entire basis on which the cultivator civilization's power structure had been organized was more fragile than had been previously understood. If a lie could persist for 500 years and could only be exposed when someone possessed both the evidence to challenge it and the courage to bring that evidence forward despite the risk to themselves, then every other institutional narrative was vulnerable to similar exposure. Every other power structure was potentially built on concealment and deception. The withdrawal of sects from their alliances with the Azure Mandate represented not merely rejection of Zhao Mingyi, but a broader recalibration of how each sect understood the stability and reliability of cultivator civilization's institutional order. Yen Su observed all of this from a place of deliberate distance. He did not celebrate the withdrawals, though they clearly served his interests. He did not suggest that they were vindication of his position, though they certainly seemed to be. He simply waited for the third day to arrive, for the council to reconvene, for the judgment to be rendered. He had waited 500 years for the truth to be established. He could wait for whatever came next. Waiting had become, over the course of 5 centuries, the primary mode of his existence. Waiting was what remained when all else had been stripped away. Chapter 73. The isolated sect. The Azure Mandate sect headquarters had always been a place of impressive architecture and evident power. The main cultivation halls had been designed to project authority and dominance, with high ceilings and sweeping vistas, and the kind of structural magnificence that was meant to communicate the sect's importance to anyone who walked within it. But by the third day of council deliberation, even the physical structures seemed to have become diminished somehow, as though the withdrawal of political recognition had made the buildings themselves smaller and less impressive. The disciples of the Azure Mandate were in a state of profound confusion and distress. They had grown up within the context of the sect's power and authority. They had been taught that the Azure Mandate sect represented the highest achievements of cultivator civilization, that Zhao Mingyi was a brilliant and visionary leader who had navigated the complexities of cultivator politics with intelligence and skill, that association with the sect was a mark of privilege and advancement. That entire framework of understanding had been obliterated by the revelation of what Zhao Mingyi had actually done and by his own admission of guilt. Junior cultivators gathered in small groups in the training grounds and asked questions that their senior disciples could not adequately answer. They wanted to know what the confessions and council proceedings actually meant for the sect's future. They wanted to know whether they should continue their cultivation training within the Azure Mandate framework or whether they should seek affiliation with other sections. They wanted to know whether association with the Azure Mandate would damage their reputation and their prospects for advancement within cultivator civilization. The senior disciples and sect administrators had no satisfactory responses to these questions. The official narrative that had sustained the sect, that Zhao Mingyi was a brilliant leader, that the Azure Mandate represented the continuation of an ancient and legitimate cultivation tradition, that the sect's future was assured by its power and institutional strength, had been revealed as being built on deliberately constructed lies. Some of the senior disciples attempted to maintain the fiction, to suggest that Zhao Mingyi's crimes were being mischaracterized or misrepresented, that the context and circumstances justified the actions that had been taken. But these arguments found almost no purchase among the junior disciples and lower-level cultivators. The admission of guilt had been too direct, too complete, too devastating to any alternative interpretation. By the end of the second day of deliberation, desertions had begun. Junior cultivators started departing the sect, sometimes with formal resignation and sometimes simply by leaving quietly, returning to their home regions or seeking affiliation with other cultivation sections. The desertions were not dramatic or violent. They were simply individuals and families making the calculation that continued association with the Azure Mandate was more costly than separation from it, that their futures would be better served by finding new institutional homes. The departures accelerated through the next day. Training classes that should have been full of eager cultivators became increasingly sparse. The dining halls saw fewer disciples gathering for meals. The cultivation grounds that had always been busy with training and practice and the visible manifestation of power became eerily quiet, populated by fewer and fewer individuals. The sect's resource networks began to collapse as well. Merchants and traders who had maintained regular commerce with the Azure Mandate stopped coming to negotiate contracts. Supply lines that had been reliable for centuries suddenly became unreliable as suppliers protected themselves by distancing from the sect. The section of the sect complex that housed the libraries and archives became increasingly unguarded as security personnel resigned or transferred their loyalty to other institutions. Shin Fiyun, the ancient warden of the Void Cage who had been invited to participate in the council proceedings, observed the collapse of the Azure Mandate from his position as an external witness. He had spent 500 years maintaining the boundaries of Yen Su's imprisonment, had been present at the initial containment, and had maintained the vigilance through centuries of quiet, almost meditative discipline. Now he watched as the institution that had employed him as its jailer was systematically dismantled, not through military action, but through the simple withdrawal of collective recognition and support. He did not find satisfaction in the collapse. He found something closer to recognition, the understanding that what had seemed permanent and unchanging was actually quite fragile, that systems built on lies and enforced power are always vulnerable to the revelation of truth, that the maintenance of deception requires constant effort and constant reinforcement, and once that reinforcement is withdrawn, the entire structure can collapse with surprising speed. In the main administrative hall of the Azure Mandate sect, Zhao Mingyi remained under house arrest, pending the council's final judgment. He was confined to the structure not by physical restraints. The sect would not have dared to maintain such obvious imprisonment, but through the presence of guards positioned at every exit, through the careful monitoring of his movements, through the general understanding that to attempt escape would be to confirm every suspicion that had been raised against him. He looked out from his chamber across the sect complex, watching the visible symbols of institutional decay accumulate day by day. The grand cultivation halls, once filled with the sound of hundreds of disciples practicing in coordinated formation, had become echo chambers. The elaborate training grounds that had been designed to showcase the sect's power and sophistication stood mostly empty, populated only by a few stubborn senior disciples who had not yet decided whether to remain loyal or to depart. The libraries and archives that housed the preserved knowledge accumulated across 500 years saw fewer and fewer visitors as people made their decisions about whether further study within the Azure Mandate framework would be productive or harmful to their own cultivation prospects. He looked out at what his 500 years of work had built, at the institution that was crumbling around him, at the disciples and cultivators who were departing, at the alliances that were breaking. The Azure Mandate sect had seemed, only days ago, to be one of the most powerful and enduring institutions in cultivator civilization. It had weathered political challenges and rival sects and the ordinary attrition that came with 500 years of existence. But it had not weathered the revelation of its foundational lie. It had not weathered the understanding that everything it claimed to be was built on deliberate deception and stolen power. There was no anger in his expression, no desperation visible on the surface. There was only the hollow recognition of what it meant to be the architect of something magnificent and to watch it dissolve into irrelevance. He had built the Azure Mandate carefully, had nurtured it through centuries, had ensured that it remained powerful and attractive to ambitious cultivators. He had created systems and structures that had proven remarkably durable. But all of that durability had depended on the continued acceptance of the foundational narrative, that Yen Su was guilty, that the Azure Mandate represented legitimate continuation of the Radiant Peak tradition, that Zhao Mingyi was a brilliant and visionary leader worthy of respect and followership. Now that narrative was destroyed, and with it, the entire structure that had been built on top of it began to crumble. It was like watching a grand building collapse. First, the small supports began to fail, then the larger structures started to fracture, and finally the entire edifice descended into ruin. Except that in this case, the building was not merely a physical structure, but an entire institution, an entire social organization, an entire identity that hundreds of cultivators had invested decades or centuries in maintaining and advancing. He sat at his desk in the administrative hall and looked at the request scrolls that had been accumulating for days. Disciples requesting transfers to other sects, senior administrators seeking permission to resign their positions, younger cultivators asking whether their association with the Azure Mandate would damage their future prospects in cultivator civilization. He did not respond to most of the requests. What could he say? That they should remain loyal despite everything that had been revealed? That the Azure Mandate would recover from this revelation and reclaim its position of power and influence? He did not believe any of that himself. He could not ask others to believe what he had lost faith in. Chapter 74. Zhao Mingyi's desperation. The formal judgment was scheduled to be rendered at midday on the fourth day of deliberation. The council had spent the entire previous day and night in final discussion, weighing precedents and considering the implications of various possible sentences. The first counselor had presided over the deliberations with a kind of solemn gravity, recognizing that whatever judgment was rendered would shape the future of cultivator civilization's understanding of justice and consequence. But Zhao Mingyi had reached a point where the prospect of waiting for an institutional judgment no longer seemed acceptable to him. He had admitted guilt, had exposed the foundations of the lie that had sustained the Azure Mandate, had watched his political alliances dissolve and his institutional base collapse. The question of what the council would decide had become almost abstract in comparison to the concrete reality of everything he had lost. In the hours before the scheduled judgment, Zhao Mingyi made his final desperate calculation. He had maintained, in the deepest archives of the Azure Mandate sect, the original texts of the Radiant Canon, the stolen cultivation scripture that had been the foundation of the sect's power and the justification for its existence. The technique had been studied and refined and modified across 500 years, but the core teachings remained intact, preserved in Zhao Mingyi's private collection with the same kind of careful maintenance that Elder Daoqin had applied to her archives of evidence. He withdrew into his private cultivation chamber, deep within the sect complex where the most advanced and restricted techniques were practiced. The chamber had been sealed and protected by his personal cultivation methods for centuries, rendered essentially invisible to the rest of the sect complex through carefully layered defensive formations. This was the place where he kept his most precious possessions, the artifacts and texts that represented the actual foundations of his power, the materials that connected him back to the destruction of the Radiant Peak sect and the theft that had established the Azure Mandate's dominance. He brought with him the oldest texts of the Radiant Canon, the ones written in the careful calligraphy of the original Radiant Peak masters, preserved across 5 centuries through the application of protective cultivation methods and careful sealing. These texts had been his constant companions through 500 years. He had studied them, had integrated them into his understanding of cultivation, had used them as the basis for every advancement he had made. They represented not merely a technique, but a claim on power itself, the power of an entire destroyed sect, concentrated and preserved in written form, waiting for someone strong enough to claim it and use it. He understood, as he began the procedure, that what he was attempting was extraordinarily dangerous. The Radiant Canon had been designed by the original cultivators of the Radiant Peak sect to be used in concert with a community of practitioners, to be balanced by the presence of others who were also cultivating according to the same principles. The technique was fundamentally communal in its nature. It required mutual support and collective refinement to function properly. To use the technique alone, without that communal framework, was to strip away all the supportive structures that allowed the power to be safely integrated into a cultivator's body. To use the technique alone, without that balance, was to risk catastrophic imbalance and cultivation deviation, the kind of deviation that could permanently damage a cultivation base or even destroy a cultivator's mind. But he had reached the point where the risk of attempting to amplify his power through the Radiant Canon seemed preferable to the certainty of whatever judgment the council would render. He was imprisoned now in a sense, trapped by the weight of his own confessions, unable to escape the consequences that were clearly approaching. The council's judgment would come, and when it came, he would be reduced to nothing. Better to make one final attempt at escape, to use the last tool available to him, than to simply accept the dissolution of his power without resistance. He sat in the center of the cultivation chamber and opened the oldest texts of the Radiant Canon. The documents seemed to shimmer with power as he unrolled them. 500 years of preservation had not diminished their potency. If anything, the accumulation of centuries had strengthened them, had concentrated their power into a more refined and dangerous form. He studied the characters written in the master's own hands, characters that held not merely information but cultivation techniques encoded directly into the written form. The masters of the Radiant Peak had been so sophisticated that they could embed cultivation methods into the very structure of written characters, allowing cultivators to learn techniques simply by contemplating the texts. He began to draw the technique into his cultivation base, to activate the methods that were encoded in the ancient texts. The radiant canon began to flow through him like liquid light, flooding the channels of his body, surging through the structures of his cultivation base. The power was enormous, far exceeding anything he could normally channel. But he had known this would be the case, had prepared himself mentally for the overwhelming magnitude of what he was attempting. He forced the power deeper into himself, driving it through the very foundations of his cultivation, attempting to amplify his baseline power to a level that would transcend the